The candidates for the Tournament of Power were roughly decided 1. The protagonist 2. Super Saiyan Blue Sun Goku 3. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta 4. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly 5. Mystic Gohan 6. Super Saiyan 3 Raditz 7. Android 17 8. Android 18 9. Golden Frieza 10. Damn it. In the rented apartment, Lin Xiao stared at the pool of cola spreading across the tabletop, his mentality on the verge of collapse. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan after work, he would order a portion of delivery, mixed rice, then turn on his computer to rewatch the classic scene of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT. Now the moment of ecstasy had been ruined by this cup of complimentary cola that came with his delivery. Damn, I just watched baby get blown to pieces. He cursed under his breath as he set the bottle upright again, unaware that the cheap power strip at his feet, bristling with plugs for his computer monitor and phone charger, was already seeping with cola. The cola had already run down the corner of the table, filling the sockets. Zla crackle. A violent current surged through Lin Xiao's body in an instant. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, the last thought flashing through his mind was, my mixed rice. I haven't finished it yet. Planet Vegeta District A, the lower-class warriors' residential zone. Inside Taluo's home, the air was suffocatingly heavy. Lin Xiao, no, he should now be called Kaxiu, sat quietly in the corner of the room. He had transmigrated. It took him a full year to accept this fact. He had gone from a grown corporate drone to a Saiyan infant who had just turned 3 with a tail swaying behind him. Worse still, he knew exactly where this was. Taluo, have you truly decided? A deep male voice sounded. The door opened, and a man and a woman stepped inside. The man's hairstyle was wild and unruly, his expression cold and severe, a cross-shaped scar slashing across his face. The woman's black hair and gentle features belied the steely resolve in her eyes, unique to Saiyans. Bardock and Jain. Bardock. Kaxiu's father. Taluo stood up. He glanced at his own wife. I've decided. Frieza, recalling all Saiyans. This thing reeks of something sinister at every turn. I can't shake a sense of impending doom. Bardock and Taluo had forged a life-and-death bond on the battlefield. Bardock said in a low voice, I feel the same. Frieza has been asking about the legend of the Super Saiyan. He's afraid. I just returned from the front lines, and I have a feeling the Saiyan race may be doomed. Jain stepped forward and looked at the infant in the nutrient pod. Kakarot. So we plan to send Kakarot away. Jain forced herself to suppress her reluctance. We stole a small long-range pod. Its coordinates are set for a remote planet called Earth. Taluo glanced at his unusually quiet son Kaxi, sitting in the corner, a flicker of grim resolve passing through his eyes. King Vegeta is already displeased that my son Kaxiu has such slow growth and battle power. He was planning to exile him to some garbage planet anyway. Taluo let out a cold chuckle. Rather than let them decide his fate, we'll choose for ourselves. He turned to Bardock and said, Bardock, my dearest friend, could we perhaps share a pod? Bardock was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I knew you would say that. But the pod is too small. We can squeeze in somehow. Taluo cut him off. Kaxiu is already 3 years old. He's very sensible. If the two of them go together, at least they'll have each other for company. But Jain hesitated. Listen to me, Jain. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. Taluo is right. One more companion is one more sliver of hope. He looked over at Taluo, both men's eyes filled with the resolve of those who had already accepted death. Time is short. The patrol shift change window is brief. We move out immediately. On planet Vegeta's desolate wasteland at the launch site, 2 pairs of parents stood with 2 infants. Kaxiu was held tightly in the arms of his mother in this life, her tears dripping onto his face. Kaxiu, my son, you must live, you must. Taluo slapped Kaxi firmly on the back, his voice hoarse. You're a year older than Kakarot. Take good care of him. Live on like a true Saiyan warrior. On the other side, Jain was also weeping as she gave Kakarot her final instructions. Bardock appeared calm. He simply walked over and gently stroked the heads of both children. Kaxiu lifted his head, his clear infant eyes, housing the soul of an adult, gazing deeply at Bardock, then turning and fixing upon his parents in this world. Farewell, Goku's father. Farewell, my parents in this world. Quick, into the pod. The 2 infants were swiftly placed into the cramped spherical pod. 3-year-old Kaxiu and 2-year-old Kakarot. Bang! The hatch sealed shut. Coordinates Earth. Launch. The pod shuddered lightly, slowly lifted off, then with a sharp whoosh turned into a streak of light and vanished into the dark red sky. Jain could no longer hold back. She collapsed into Bardock's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Taluo and his wife embraced, as well, their eyes following that fading streak of light. This way, it's enough. Taluo murmured. Yeah. Bardock lifted his head, looking toward the planet's orbit. There, an enormous flagship radiating an ominous aura was slowly descending. Frieza is here. Bardock untied the red bandana from his head and pulled it tight again. Well then, Taluo twisted his neck, vertebrae cracking audibly. Let's raise hell one last time right here. Let that bastard see the backbone of our Saiyan race. Couldn't agree more. In the depths of space, the pod was traveling on autopilot. Wah, wah, wah. In the cramped interior, Kakarot's crying was like a demonic wail drilling into the ears. Kaksiyu's head throbbed, as if it might split. Stop crying, stop crying. If you keep this up, we'll be eaten by wild beasts when we reach Earth. Using his infant body, he strained to reach out and cover Kakarot's mouth. But he was just a small baby, his arms were far too short to reach. So annoying. Kaksiyu grew irritable. He noticed that in the pod's automatic feeding system, a packet of baby formula nutrient solution had jammed at the outlet. Come out. Kaksiyu roared inwardly, instinctively reaching out his hand. At the very instant this thought rose in his mind, something miraculous occurred. The jammed packet of formula seemed to be seized by an invisible hand. It gave a slight tremor, and then with a soft whoosh floated up, wobbling as it drifted to hover before Kaksiyu. Huh? Kaksiyu froze. He looked at his own short baby arms, then at the nutrient pack suspended in front of him. This is... Tentatively he stirred his thoughts again. Go over. The nutrient pack swayed and floated toward Kakarot. Come back. The nutrient pack floated back again. Holy crap. Superpower. It's telekinesis. My golden finger is telekinesis. He was wild with joy. Though he had no idea how strong this telekinesis was in the high-powered world of Dragon Ball, any trace of a supernatural ability could become a trump card for survival. He did not know that this was actually the chicken talisman branded deep into his soul, granting levitation and telekinesis, being instinctively activated. Wah, wah, Kakarot was still crying. All right, here you go. Using his telekinesis, Kaksiyu guided the nutrient pack with precision, stuffing it directly into Kakarot's mouth. The world finally fell silent. Kaksiyu exhaled in relief, gazing at the stars racing past outside the porthole, then at the little fellow beside him sucking on the nutrient pack, the future Son Goku. Starting out sharing a pod with Son Goku, and my golden finger is telekinetic superpowers. Bulma no. 18 Dragon Balls, the Tenkaichi Budokai. In this life, Kaksiyu clenched his tiny infant fist. Lin Shio will live to my heart's content. Months later on Earth at Mount Paozu, an old man in martial arts robes was searching for something in a bamboo grove. Rumble. A fireball fell from the sky, crashing down beside a mountain stream not far away. Oh my, what was that? A monster. Skilled and fearless, the old man grabbed his staff and ran toward it. In the deep crater left by the impact, he saw a damaged round lump of metal. The hatch opened automatically, revealing 2 infants inside, each with a tail. One child was slightly older, his large black eyes wide open, curiously studying the old man. The other, a bit smaller, slept soundly. The old man's son Wufan was completely stunned. Heavens above, are these grandchildren bestowed upon me by the gods? He murmured. Cradling the 2 children carefully in his arms, he burst into hearty laughter. Well, seeing how obedient you both are. He gazed at the one whose eyes were calm and composed. Kaksiyu, you, since you are the elder brother, shall be called Son Wushio, to cultivate your body and refine your nature. Then he looked at the other child, who was still smacking his lips even in his sleep. And you shall be called Son Wukong. 6 years later, on Baozi Mountain, night had fallen. Moonlight poured over the mountains and forests like water. Beside a crude wooden hut, the 9-year-old Son Wushio sat cross-legged upon a slab of blue-gray stone. He was awake. Ever since arriving in this world, he had slept far less than other children his age. 6 years had passed since he and Kakarot. No Son Wukong had been picked up by Grandpa Son Wufan. Son Wushio slowly opened his eyes. In the moonlight, his gaze was far too clear and lucid for a child. He spread his small palm. Rise. With a mere thought, a stone the size of half a fist shot up from the ground and hovered with a soft whoosh in the air above his palm. As expected, it isn't simple telekinesis, Son Wushio muttered with a faint twist of his lips. When he had first crossed into this world, he had thought he had awakened nothing more than psychic power. But 4 years earlier, while training at a waterfall, he had slipped from the summit and plunged down. He had thought he would be gravely injured, perhaps even die on the spot, yet he rose to his feet without a scratch. In that moment, he knew matters were far from simple. The golden cheat imprinted deep within his soul finally revealed its full form. Jackie Chan Adventures, the 12 Talismans. It was one of the powers he knew best in his previous life. Moreover, these talismans did not exist as physical objects. Instead, they had transformed into 12 instinctive abilities completely fused with his soul and this Saiyan body. The Rooster Talisman granted levitation and telekinesis. It was the first to awaken. From only being able to move a single pouch of nutrient fluid at the beginning, he could now, when exerting himself, fully easily lift a 200 kg boulder with this so-called mind power. The Dog Talisman bestowed undying vitality, granting him immortality in life force. Whether falling from the waterfall, being struck by huge rocks, or getting hurt by Wukong during training, no matter how severe the injury, he simply would not die. Sun Wuxiu's eyes blazed with sudden intensity. Immortal. He lowered his gaze to the tail coiled around his waist. Together with the Scion's passive surge in power after surviving near death, this is a perfect match. He had not yet dared to attempt outright suicide, but he knew this was the capital with which he would surpass all others in the future. The horse talisman granted healing. It complemented the dog talisman perfectly. The dog ensured he would not die, while the horse was responsible for instantaneous recovery. Over the years, he and Wukong had trained under Grandpa Sun Wufan, and bumps and bruises were inevitable. Yet every time, no matter how serious the wound, Sun Wuxiu needed only a single thought. The power of the horse talisman would flow through his entire body, and he would recover in an instant. He could even channel this power into others. Whenever Wukong was bitten by a wild beast and came to his elder brother clutching the wound, Sun Wuxiu would merely press a hand to his forehead. The horse talisman would flicker faintly, and the injury vanished without a trace. In Sun Wufan's eyes, his two grandsons were absolute prodigies of the martial path. Their bodies were tough and resilient thanks to the dog talisman, and their recovery speed was astonishing thanks to the horse talisman. The ox talisman granted super strength. Sun Wuxiu rose to his feet and walked over to a massive boulder weighing 1,000 jin. It was one of his training tools. He rooted himself in a solid horse stance, and his small body suddenly burst into motion. A formless power surged from the depths of his soul into his limbs and bones. The 1,000 boulder was lifted straight above his head by this 9-year-old child. The power of the ox talisman stacks atop my own strength. Sun Wuxiu understood this perfectly. The stronger his own Saiyan body became, the more terrifying the super strength unleashed by the ox talisman would be. The rabbit talisman granted godlike speed. He set the boulder down and drew a deep breath. The next instant, whoosh. His figure stretched into a trail of afterimages under the moonlight. In less than 4 seconds, he appeared atop another rock 100 meters away. He was fast to the extreme. This was his trump card for survival and ambush. After all, when 12-year-old Sun Wukong was tested by Master Kame, he had only managed 100 meters in 5.58 seconds. At this moment, 9-year-old Sun Wuxiu's combat power should be roughly on par with 12-year-old Wukong's. But in speed, one was slightly over 3 seconds, the other over 5. On paper, it seemed nearly twice as fast, yet in matters of speed, even a difference of 1 second was an enormous gulf. The pig talisman granted electric heat rays. He lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes on a dead tree in the distance. A sizzling sound burst forth as 2 crimson beams shot from his eyes, striking the trunk with perfect accuracy. There was no explosion, only searing heat. The trunk was pierced clean through in an instant, the cut surface smooth as a mirror and faintly smoking. It will do nicely for roasting meat and cutting things, he remarked. Sun Wuxiu was very satisfied. As for the remaining talismans, the dragon talisman, which granted explosive blasts, he had once fired it at the surface of a lake, blowing up a column of water more than 10 meters high, and the most crucial point was that it consumed none of his own chi. The snake talisman granted invisibility, making him the top hunter on Baozi Mountain, so elusive that even dinosaurs could not perceive his presence. The sheep talisman enabled his soul to leave his body. With this ability, he roamed Baozi Mountain at night, and even possessed birds flying over the mountain ranges to glimpse the world beyond. The monkey talisman granted shape-shifting. He could transform into any animal, though he disliked using it, finding the sensation unsettling. The tiger talisman brought balance. This was the most arcane of them all. At first, he thought it split yin and yang, but later discovered that this power allowed him to maintain an absolute equilibrium. Whether practicing Grandpa's martial arts or controlling the steadily growing chi within his body, the tiger talisman could instantly place him in a state of perfect stillness, a heart as calm as a placid lake. The rat talisman bestowed life. He still had no idea how to use it. Surely he couldn't just grant life to a random stone. 12 distinct powers, and every one of them grows stronger as I train, he mused. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fist. He had discovered the core of this golden cheat. The power of the talismans was linked to his own Saiyan combat strength and potential. The stronger he became, the stronger the talismans would be. Excellent. Bulma should be appearing soon. The Dragon Balls, the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Red Ribbon Army. His eyes hardened. And Raditz Vegeta Frieza. While he was absorbed in plotting out his future, he had no idea that back at the stone house, Wukong was about to get up to relieve himself in the night. Brother. Grandpa. I need to pee. The 80-year-old Sun Wukong rubbed his sleepy eyes, pushed the door open in a daze, and toddled out into the courtyard bare-bottomed. Sun Wukong stood there in a daze, ready to release the gate. However, as he lifted his head, his actions froze. The moon tonight is exceptionally round. Large and round like a silver platter, it hangs high in the sky, unobscured by a single cloud. Sun Wukong's pupils reflected the full moon. Who? Who? What answered him was a low growl from his throat akin to that of a wild beast. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy heartbeat sounded like war drums clearly audible in the silent night. A violent, ferocious primal aura erupted explosively from Sun Wukong's small body. His body began to swell, black fur erupting wildly, teeth becoming sharp, pupils disappearing, leaving only blood-red fury. Roar, oh. In just a few seconds, a terrifying giant ape over 10 meters tall appeared in the courtyard. Bang! With a single slap, the giant ape crushed the stone house, where Sun Wukong and Sun Wuyo had lived for 6 years, into rubble. Hearing the commotion, Sun Wuyo ran over, knowing that Wukong had transformed again. Grandpa, cough cough. Wuyo, get out of the way. From the ruins, Sun Gohan's figure emerged, looking disheveled. Roar. The giant ape Sun Wukong spotted the two little bugs, its blood-red eyes locking onto them in an instant, and its enormous hand like a fan swept down with a tearing wind. Run. Sun Wuyo grabbed Sun Gohan, and the rabbit talisman god speed activated instantly. Whoosh. The two transformed into a remnant shadow, narrowly dodging this devastating blow. Boom. A massive pit several meters deep was created where they had just stood. Once steady, Sun Gohan looked at the frenzied, roaring giant ape that was destroying everything, his face paling to the extreme. It's coming again. Wukong like this. 4 years ago and 2 years ago, Wukong had transformed once each time, and both times were during a full moon. The first time Sun Gohan dealt with it calmly, and with Sun Wy's reminder, he chopped off Wukong's tail. The second time, Sun Wy's training had also caught up, and the two of them worked together to deal with the transformed giant ape, Wukong, which wasn't too strenuous. Sun Gohan's expression turned extremely grave. But Wuyo, this time, it's completely different. Wukong's strength is far greater than it was 2 years ago. Sun Gohan was not wrong. Sun Wuyo felt it too. This aura was violent and chaotic, but in quality it far exceeded 2 years ago. After years of training, Wukong had grown significantly stronger, and after transforming into a giant ape, he was 10 times more powerful. Sun Wuyo instantly understood. This might be the time in the original story when Sun Gohan was crushed. If today only the grandfather and grandson from the original story stood here, tonight Sun Gohan would undoubtedly perish. But Sun Wuyo stared intently at the giant ape's ankle, still not daring to look up at the moon. Today standing here is me, Sun Wuyo. Grandpa, Sun Wuyo growled calmly. Let's adjust the strategy from 2 years ago. Tonight you attract its attention, and it'll cut off its tail. No way. Sun Gohan immediately rejected. He's too strong now. Too dangerous. He'll handle him alone tonight. Roar. The giant ape discovered them, opened its massive mouth, and began to roar, swinging a paw. Chicken talisman. Activate. Sun Wy's pupils contracted, and the powerful telekinesis chicken talisman activated instantly, pulling both him and Sun Gohan swiftly several meters to the side. Boom. The ground where they had just stood was smashed into a large pit. Grandpa, there's no time to hesitate. Sun Wy's voice was filled with undeniable determination. We both know if we don't cut off its tail, it will keep destroying until dawn. By then, the entire Bowsy Mountain would be destroyed by him. Sun Gohan looked at the unwavering gaze that did not belong to a 9-year-old child, gritting his teeth. All right, Wuyo, you must be careful. You too. Hey, over here. Sun Gohan stomped the ground hard, channeling chi into his legs and leaping into the air, loudly provoking. The giant ape's attention was indeed drawn, and it turned to look at Sun Gohan in midair. Now's the time. Sun Wuyo moved. Rabbit talisman god speed. Whoosh. His figure left a white line on the ground, moving so fast that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, charging towards the giant ape's rear. However, the giant ape's combat instincts were terrifyingly strong. It seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, not even turning around, and its thick tail, like that of a giant python, swept through with immense force. Not good. Too fast. Sun Wuyo barely had time to set up defenses, using Ox talisman strength and Chicken talisman telekinesis in front of him. Bang! It felt like being hit by a speeding train. Sun Wuyo was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain wall 100 meters away with a loud bang. Uft! Sun Wuyo spat out a mouthful of blood. Excruciating pain. His internal organs felt like they had shifted. Wuyo. Sun Gohan watched in horror from midair. Roar. The giant ape, having landed a blow, became even more frenzied, ignoring Sun Gohan and charging towards Sun Wuyo, who was embedded in the mountain wall, its massive fist raised high, intent on turning him into mush. Dog talisman. Sun Wuyo, embedded in the mountain wall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This is really convenient. Horse talisman healing. A warm current instantly surged through his body. He felt himself enveloped in power, and Sun Wuyo realized this was the Saiyans' passive ability at work. As long as he healed from injuries, he would become stronger. In the second before the giant ape's fist came down, all his injuries healed. Wukong. Sun Wuyo roared, activating the rabbit talisman the moment the fist descended. Boom. The giant fist smashed into the mountain wall, creating an even deeper pit, shattering rocks. But Sun Wuyo had already vanished from the spot. Whoosh. He appeared on the giant ape's shoulder, keeping his head low and just running. He had pushed the speed of the rabbit talisman to its limits. The giant ape frantically swatted at its body, trying to catch this fly, but Sun Wuyo's speed was too fast. Grandpa, catch me. Sun Wuyo jumped fiercely from the giant ape's back. Coming. Sun Gohan was already waiting below. Roar. Now's the time. Pig talisman. Sun Wuyo in midair, and being held by Sun Gohan, unleashed two blinding electric heat rays from his eyes. Target. The giant ape's eyes. Roar. Oh. The eyes were the giant ape's only weakness aside from its tail. Hit squarely by the electric heat rays, the giant ape let out a deafening wail, covering its eyes and falling backward in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. The giant ape fell, crushing a swath of trees. Wuyo, well done. Sun Gohan exclaimed joyfully, embracing him as they landed. It's not over yet. Sun Wuyo did not pause for a moment after landing. Grandpa, cover me. His tail. Understood. Sun Gohan brandished the golden staff, charging towards the downed giant ape's head with all his might, delivering a blow that would leave the giant ape unable to rise again. Sun Wuyo circled around to the giant ape's back. The massive tail was thrashing about mindlessly on the ground. Dragon Talisman Explosion. Ox Talisman Strength. Sun Wuyo gathered the powers of both talismans in his right hand, condensing a dense, constantly compressing ball of chi in his palm. This was a technique he developed by combining the Dragon Talisman and martial arts training. Dragon Explosion. Boom. A tightly condensed ki blast struck the base of the tail. Flames erupted skyward in a blinding explosion. The giant ape let out a shriek 100 times more agonized than before. As the firelight faded, its thick, powerful tail lay severed cleanly at the root. Huff, huff. Sun Wuxio knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, his heart pounding rapidly. He wasn't exhausted. His dragon talisman ensured an inexhaustible supply of ki, while his dog talisman kept his physical stamina at peak condition. The ape's howling ceased abruptly. Its colossal frame deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking visibly before their eyes. Its black fur receded, its towering form shrank back into that of an 80-year-old boy. Thump. Sun Wukong landed bare-bottomed and sprawled flat on the ground, smoke still curling from the stump where his tail had been. He smacked his lips, rolled onto his side, and fell fast asleep. Sun Wuxio and Sun Wufan stood silently before the wreckage of their courtyard, a scene as ravaged as if a typhoon had swept through, staring wordlessly at the snoring Sun Wukong. Sigh. Sun Wufan picked up his hat and sighed helplessly. Wuxio, it seems, tonight the three of us will be sleeping in the trees. Sun Wuxio wiped sweat from his brow, but smiled warmly. As long as everyone was safe, that was all that mattered. He turned to Sun Wufan and said, Grandfather, once the house is rebuilt, I wish to embark on a long journey, to pay respects to Master Rashi, the venerable sage you spoke of. Sun Wufan stared at him, stunned. The morning after the great ape calamity, sunlight streamed through the shattered window frame, illuminating Sun Wukong's bare bottom. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and sat up, shaking his head groggily, like one suffering from a hangover. Where's the house? He gazed blankly at the open blue sky above him. Ow, my butt hurts. Instinctively, he reached behind himself, only to find a smooth, hairless scar where his tail should have been. Wah, my tail. Sun Wukong leapt straight up, then instantly lost balance and crashed face first onto the ground with a loud thump. Ow, wow. Stop your wailing, Wukong. A calm voice came from outside the courtyard, Sun Wuxio's. Clutching his sore bottom, Sun Wukong hobbled out and froze, utterly dumbfounded by what he saw. There Sun Wuxio hovered midair, the rooster talisman granting him levitation as a living crane. With palms upturned, he used his formidable telekinetic force, the rooster talisman, to lift a massive log thick enough to require several men to embrace, guiding it with surgical precision into the Mortiziantan foundation. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan worked below, securing and hammering the beams into place. Wuxio Yu. Sun Wufan gazed at his eldest grandson, having long since numbed into quiet reverence. The devastation wrought the night before had been catastrophic. He'd assumed rebuilding would take months. Yet at first light, Sun Wuxio had already begun. First, with one hand empowered by the Ox Talisman's boundless strength, he hurled multi-ton boulders of rubble deep into the valley. Then, moving as a blur, the Rabbit Talisman granting him superhuman speed, he dashed into the forest, crushed by the great ape, and returned within an hour bearing all the timber needed to rebuild their home. Now he demonstrated this astonishing mastery over objects. Even more astonishing, Sun Wuxio required no saw when fitting the beams together. His eyes flared crimson. Intense heat beams lanced forth, slicing each timber with flawless mirror-smooth precision. What 9-year-old child could possibly do this? This was no child. This was a demon. Grandfather, focus. The crossbeam is coming. Sun Wuxiu reminded him. Oh, right. Sun Wufan snapped back to attention and hurried forward to assist. With Sun Wuxiu as their sole superhuman construction crew, reconstruction progressed at an impossible pace. Sun Wukong, the little patient still sore and tailless, could only stand by and hand nails or tools, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration for his elder brother. By evening, just one day later, a brand new wooden house stood atop Mount Posey, sturdier, grander, and more elegant than the one before. That evening around the dinner table, Sun Wufan sipped his soup, gazing at his two grandsons, his heart swelling with complex emotion. One had nearly ended his life last night, a monstrous rampaging beast. The other had single-handedly salvaged their world, rebuilding their home with divine grace and resolve. Neither grandson was ordinary, not in the slightest. Sun Wuxiu swallowed the last morsel of roasted meat, wiped his mouth, and set down his bowl and chopsticks. Grandfather Wukong, I'm full. He rose calm and resolute. Grandfather, what I said last night was sincere. I've decided tomorrow I depart for the coast, to seek Master Rashi, the venerable sage you told me of. Sun Wufan wasn't surprised. Last night's unwavering determination and today's mature, masterful command over creation proved beyond doubt that Sun Wuxiu was ready. What, brother, you're leaving? Sun Wukong shot upright, then immediately forgot he had no tail, stumbling sideways and nearly toppling over. I'm coming too. Take me with you. He lunged forward and clung to Sun Wuxiu's leg. Sun Wuxiu gently stroked his head and shook it slowly. Wukong, your body hasn't recovered yet. He pointed to Sun Wukong's bare bottom. Your tail just fell off. You can barely walk steadily. You'd only slow me down. I wouldn't. Sun Wukong jutted out his chin defiantly, but his flushed cheeks and wobbling stance betrayed him. Do as you're told. Sun Wuxiu's tone brooked no argument. Stay here and train diligently under grandfather. What you became last night, the great ape, is dangerous. You must learn to control it. Sun Wuxiu saw no reason to conceal the truth. He'd told Wukong outright about his own transformation during the full moon. Last night's lapse had simply been due to sleep fog, disorientation, and an urgent need to relieve himself. When you can truly defeat grandfather in battle, you'll be ready to leave and find me, or I'll return for you soon enough. Sun Wukong's lower lip trembled, his eyes glistened, but he knew his brother spoke the truth. He remembered nothing of last night, but upon waking, seeing the wounds on grandfather and brother, though healed by the horse talisman, their bloodstains remained on torn clothing, and witnessing their flattened home, he understood fully the magnitude of his transgression. All right. Sun Wukong bowed his head, replying glumly. Sun Wufan watched the brothers with quiet pride. Then he rose, went inside, and returned with a yellowed, aged parchment map, which he handed to Sun Wuxiu. Wuxiu, this is the map. Head southeast from Mount Posey, cross this vast forest, and you'll reach the sea. Master Rashi's turtle hermitage rests on a small island offshore. You'll recognize the coast when you arrive. Trust shone brightly in Sun Wufan's eyes. From the moment he'd found this grandson, he'd been tenfold more composed than any child he'd ever known. He was wise, perceptive, decisive, and immensely powerful. Sun Wufan knew there was little left he could teach him. Wuxiu, Sun Wufan intoned solemnly. Master Rashi is a true martial arts grandmaster, yet his temperament, well, is rather eccentric. He paused, then added deliberately, above all, show him profound respect, and never flaunt your abilities, especially your invisibility. Sun Wuxiu understood precisely why Sun Wufan had emphasized that. I understand, grandfather. Sun Wuxiu nodded and carefully folded the map away. Go forth. The next day at dawn, Sun Wuxiu changed into a clean martial arts uniform and slung a small satchel over his shoulder. Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong stood at the doorway of their newly built home to see him off. Brother, you must come back soon. Sun Wukong waved vigorously. Grandpa Wukong, I'm leaving. Sun Wuxiu cast one final glance upon the home where he had lived for 6 years, then turned without hesitation. Rabbit talisman, divine speed. Whoosh! He stamped hard upon the ground, and his figure instantly dissolved into a streak of white gale. Then, harnessing the chicken talisman's levitation, he soared swiftly toward the horizon, leaving behind a long shimmering afterimage in the morning light before vanishing entirely beyond the forested mountains. Sun Wukong's mouth hung open. Wow, brother is so fast. Then a flame ignited within his heart. I must grow this strong too. Sun Wufan stroked his beard, silent for a long while. That boy is no ordinary talent. Beyond Baozishan, the world stretched vast and boundless. Sun Wuxiu shot across the sky above the primeval jungle like a high-velocity bullet. The divine speed granted by the rabbit talisman combined with the chicken talisman's buoyancy rendered all-terrain obstacles utterly irrelevant. Cliffs, rivers, canyons. He leapt them all in a single bound. His mind raced at equal velocity. Grandpa's martial path is not wrong. Yet what he taught me and Wukong was the martial way of cultivating heart and nature, not the martial way of combat. Sun Wuxiu's understanding was as clear as a polished mirror. Sun Wufan, eldest disciple of Master Roshi, naturally mastered the Roshi-style martial arts. Yet having long since retreated into seclusion among the mountains, he had abandoned all desire for contention. What he taught his two grandsons daily was merely meant to strengthen their bodies and teach them control over their power, not to forge them into battle-mad warriors. In the original canon, Wukong's combat power barely exceeded 10 when he first met Bulma. That defies both his Saiyan physiology and his status as Sun Wufan's grandson. The only plausible explanation is that Grandpa never truly taught him the art of combat. Wukong learned it solely through self-discovery and innate Saiyan instinct. Only after becoming Roshi's disciple did Wukong truly step across the threshold of the martial Tao. Sun Wuxiu's gaze sharpened with unwavering resolve. Tracing backward from Dragon Ball Super, the world's power system grows increasingly defined by realms the further it progresses. The Ultra Instinct technique represents the purest pinnacle of martial cultivation, a state where the body acts beyond conscious thought, guided purely by instinct. Why does Wukong always outpace Vegeta? Vegeta's talent, diligence, and bloodline are second to none. What then is lacking? It is the foundation. Wukong's foundation rests upon Roshi the cat hermit atop Korin Tower and the Namekian elder and Popo at the lookout. He advanced step by step, mastering technique before ascending to the Tao. Vegeta's foundation, however, lies solely in bloodline gravity chambers and the obsessive drive to surpass Kakarot. He pursues raw power, not profound realm. Thus, Wukong attains ultra instinct while Vegeta treads the sovereign, forceful path of self-instinct. Sun Wuxiu drew a deep breath. The Tiger Talisman's power instantly plunged him into a state of absolute calm and perfect equilibrium. My divine advantage, the 12 talismans. The Dog Talisman's immortality paired with the Horse Talisman's healing forms a flawless, self-sustaining, near-death resurrection engine. If I wished, I could within a single month repeatedly inflict near-fatal injuries upon myself, then resurrect, to inflate my combat power to an unimaginably terrifying level. But this would be a trap. Sun Wuxiu knew full well that the Saiyan passive, outside of Black Goku, had been effectively abandoned by the author after the Frieza saga. Why? Because it is exhaustion, not growth. It forcibly extracts latent potential already buried within the body. It may fill your cup to the brim, but it cannot enlarge the cup itself. Once that potential is spent, the path ends. This would severely cripple all future potential. The true path of a supreme cultivator lies in relentless physical training, unyielding mental refinement, and the elevation of one's martial realm, until the cup itself expands to become an ocean. Only then does near-death resurrection gain true meaning. It becomes a tide that fills the ocean, not poison that drains the cup. Therefore, I must never become addicted to the convenience bestowed by the talismans. They are tools, my trump cards, not my crutch. My early path will mirror Wukong's, even integrating insights from my past life, making it more grounded, more rigorous than his ever was. I will seek out Master Roshi, master the Roshi-style martial arts, and lay the most unshakable foundation possible. As these thoughts surged, a salty sea breeze swept across his face. Boom, crash. Deafening waves roared into his ears. Sun Wuxiu halted midair. Emerging from the final grove of coconut palms, the boundless azure expanse of the ocean unfolded before him. At last I've arrived. From Baozishan to here, thousands of kilometers. He had covered the distance in less than half a day. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled in protest after such intense travel. He consulted his map. The turtle hermit's house floated somewhere on the vast trackless sea. Was he forced to search blindly? Rule war. Suddenly, a savage roar erupted from the nearby forest. A towering blue dinosaur, 20 meters tall, its form eerily reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex, fixed its enormous vertically slitted eyes upon Sun Wuxiu, regarding him as nothing more than a morsel. Sun Wuxiu lifted his head to meet its gaze. Perfect timing. The beast opened its blood-dripping maw and charged forward, reeking of raw carnage. Sun Wuxiu shook his head. I only came to borrow some food. He didn't even move. Snake talisman, invisibility. His form dissolved seamlessly into thin air. The dinosaur skidded to an abrupt halt, its massive head swiveling wildly. Where had the morsel gone? In the next instant, rabbit talisman, divine speed. An afterimage invisible to the naked eye circled behind the beast. Sun Wuxiu reappeared, his right index and middle fingers pressed together, aimed precisely at the base of the dinosaur's thick pillar-like tail. Pig talisman, thermal ray, ZZZZT. A resorthin, intensely focused beam of crimson light flashed forth. SHHHK. No explosion, only incision. A pungent aroma of charred meat filled the air. Rue. For one stunned second the dinosaur froze. Then searing agony erupted from behind. Aeroforf. Its colossal tail severed cleanly at the root, crashing heavily onto the sand. The cauterized wound bled not a drop. The heat had instantly sealed it shut. The creature writhed in agony, bewildered and terrified, glancing once at Sun Wuxiu, who now loomed in its eyes not as prey, but as a demon. With a mournful shriek, it dragged its maimed body and fled headlong into the forest. Told you, I only needed a tail. Sun Wuxiu shrugged, then approached the severed appendage taller than himself. Chicken talisman. His telekinetic force lifted the immense tail. Then, activating the pig talisman once more, he sliced it with surgical precision into manageable portions. Finally, he unleashed the dragon talisman, explosive blast, to carve a large pit in the sand, then used the thermal ray to ignite driftwood, kindling a roaring campfire. Soon golden, glistening roasted meat perfumed the coastline. Sun Wuxiu tore off a succulent piece, crispy outside, tender within, and devoured it with gusto. Rich and vital energy. Sated and refreshed, he brushed his hands clean, wrapped the remaining meat in broad leaves for provisions, and stood upon the shore, gazing across the endless cerulean sea. Master Potato, Turtle Hermit's house. I have arrived. Puff, splash. Sun Wuxiu hovered above the sea surface. He had been flying for an entire afternoon. The vast azure ocean stretched endlessly. The tiny dot marked on his map was no larger than a speck of dust amid this boundless expanse. The direction is correct. It must be somewhere in these waters. Sun Wuxiu scanned the horizon in all directions. He had crisscrossed the area several times, his stamina and chi remained steady, yet the prolonged search had begun to wear on his spirit. He gathered his psychic energy and gently lifted himself to 100 meters above sea level. His field of vision instantly widened. At that moment, a minuscule black speck flickered at the edge of his peripheral vision, southwest. There it seemed lay a tiny island. Whoosh. Without hesitation, he surged forward, propelled by psychic force, his body darting low over the waves like a compact projectile. As he drew nearer, a peculiar pink-hued house emerged into view, its facade boldly emblazoned with the words, "Came House." At last, I've found it. Sun Wuxiu descended gently onto the sandy shore. It was now twilight. The setting sun bathed the sea in molten gold and crimson, and an elderly figure sat quietly at the island's edge, gazing wordlessly at the dying light. It was an old turtle wearing sunglasses, apparently basking in the fading warmth. Hello. Sun Wuxiu approached respectfully and bowed deeply. Hearing the voice, the turtle turned slowly, eyes widening in mild astonishment at the drenched, yet vibrant boy before him. Oh, hello there, young one. How did you get here? Where are your parents? I've come seeking someone, Sun Wuxiu replied without preamble. May I ask, does Master Rashi the turtle hermit reside here? The turtle blinked, its sunglasses sliding down to the tip of its snout. You're looking for Master Rashi. What do you want with him? I wish to become his disciple and learn the true martial way. Sun Wuxiu's tone was resolute. A disciple, eh? The turtle scrutinized him from head to toe. Master Rashi. Well, he's rather indisposed at the moment. It gestured vaguely toward the Kame house behind it. Faint but unmistakable, a lively upbeat melody drifted from within, accompanied by an aged yet exuberant cry, Hey, you. Hey, you. Sun Wuxiu fell silent. Indeed, it unfolded just as the legends foretold. That's quite all right. I'll wait. He spoke calmly. Sai, you're quite the persistent child. Very well, go on in yourself. He's in the living room. The turtle shook its head in gentle resignation and turned back to watch the sunset. Sun Wuxiu nodded, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. Excuse my intrusion. Ho-ha, ho-ha. Before him stood a bald elder. He wore frog-shaped sunglasses, a long white beard, and a flamboyant beach shirt, his back adorned with the iconic purple turtle shell. At that very moment, he was sprawled before the television, mimicking the high-kicking aerobics routine of a bikini-clad woman on screen, his nostrils stuffed with wads of tissue to staunch the flow of blood. This was the world's strongest martial arts master, Master Rashi the Turtle Hermit. Oh, only then did Rashi seem to notice the visitor. Reluctantly tearing his gaze from the screen, he turned towards Sun Wuxiu at the doorway. Young man, whom are you seeking? Did you lose your way? Would you like some tea? Sun Wuxiu's expression remained utterly unchanged. This lecherous, eccentric old man was precisely the master he had journeyed so far to find. He stepped forward without pause and bowed deeply before him. Master Rashi. This humble disciple Sun Wuxiu earnestly begs you to accept me as your student and impart to me the true martial way. This unexpected sincerity left Rashi momentarily speechless. Get up, child, quickly. Rashi flustered, reaching out to help him rise. What disciple? I'm merely a reclusive old fool, hardly fit to teach anyone the martial way. As he spoke, he resettled his sunglasses, his eyes already drifting back toward the television. Then, as if only just registering the name, he murmured softly, Sun Wuxiu. His half-hearted dismissal froze mid-motion. He removed his sunglasses, the clouded eyes beneath flashing with sudden incisive clarity. That name rings strangely familiar. He stroked his white beard, studying the boy intently, jet black hair, alert and focused eyes, and most notably a profound composure far beyond his years. You don't seem like an ordinary child. How do you know of me? My grandfather Sun Wufan told me of you. At the mention of Sun Wufan, Rashi's eyes blazed with recognition. Hey, Sun Wu Fan. With a sudden leap, Rashi sprang upright and gripped Sun Wuxiu's shoulders, his voice trembling with emotion. You're Wufan's grandson? Yes. Ha ha ha. So that's it. That's it indeed. Rashi roared with laughter, slapping Sun Wuxiu heartily on the back. No wonder Sun Wu sounded so familiar. I should have known you were that boy's grandson. His mirth subsiding, he gazed upon Sun Wuxiu with quiet tenderness. That boy Wufan, how time flies. He's a grandfather now, has he? And is he well? Grandfather is in excellent health. He lives in seclusion with my younger brother Sun Wukong at Paozi Mountain. Rashi nodded slowly. Paozi Mountain, yes indeed. All traces of levity vanished from his eyes, replaced instead by the serene wisdom and quiet pride of a grandmaster. He studied Sun Wuxiu anew. Wufan's grandson, traveling all the way from Paozi Mountain just to become my disciple. Yes. Sun Wuxiu affirmed once more. I seek the true martial way. The true martial way. Rashi murmured thoughtfully. Gazing into Sun Wuxiu's unwavering eyes, he saw reflected the same fierce devotion that had once burned in his own disciple long ago. Excellent. Truly worthy of Wufan's blood. Rashi burst into hearty laughter. Very well, you shall be my disciple. And so, beginning at age 9, Sun Wuxiu took up residence at Kame House and embarked upon rigorous training. Each dawn before the sky had even lightened, Rashi would rouse Sun Wuxiu from sleep. He ran for miles along the shore, weighted down by a heavy turtle shell, swam great distances through shark-infested waters, dodged swarms of hornets to hone evasion, and labored tirelessly, delivering milk, tending fields, working construction sites. This regimen mirrored exactly the trials endured by Sun Wukong and Krillin in legend. Martial art is not mere combat. Rashi called out, sipping tea as Sun Wuxiu dripped sweat onto the sand. One must master both motion and stillness. Tension and relaxation alike must be mastered. The essence of the turtle school lies in balance, harmonizing labor and rest, forging body and spirit through the very fabric of daily life. Sun Wuxiu employed no talismanic power. He withdrew every physical enhancement, ox talisman, rabbit talisman, deep into the recesses of his soul. What he sought was unshakable foundational strength, and the tiger talisman's gift of equilibrium proved indispensable. No matter how arduous or monotonous Rashi's assignments grew, Sun Wuxiu entered instantly into perfect stillness of mind, calm, unwavering, executing each task with flawless precision. His performance left Rashi profoundly astonished. This boy was quite simply a born martial artist. His comprehension, focus, and patience were completely unlike that of a child, even surpassing any disciple he had ever encountered. Good lad. The turtle sage stroked his beard, secretly amazed. Where did Gohan find such a strange grandson? After laying a solid foundation, the turtle sage began to impart his true techniques. Wuxiu, pay attention, this is how to utilize chi. The turtle sage stood firmly on the beach, taking a stable stance, his hands gradually coming together at his waist. Concentrate all your latent energy into one point. Then, turtle, school, energy wave. A brilliant blue beam suddenly shot out, crossing hundreds of meters across the sea, striking a distant reef and shattering it to pieces. Sun Wuxiu's eyes lit up. This was what he had been yearning for. Do you feel it? This is chi. The turtle sage gasped for breath. Try to feel it. Sun Wuxiu nodded. He stepped aside, closed his eyes, and recalled the turtle sage's movements. Activating the tiger talisman, he unified his mind and spirit. The chi within him had been greatly enriched over 6 years of exploration and life on Paozi Mountain. He mimicked the turtle sage's posture, bringing his hands together at his waist. A massive surge of energy instantly gathered in his palms. The turtle sage nearly dropped his sunglasses. The amount of chi. Boom. Sun Wuxiu did not call out the technique's name, but forcefully unleashed the energy. A similarly azure, yet thicker and more refined energy wave exploded forth. It did not strike the sea surface but skimmed above it, carving a long white wave across the water until it dissipated a kilometer away. The sea breeze blew past as the turtle sage stood petrified. Did I just see things? Master, I think I've grasped the trick. Sun Wuxiu retracted his stance and calmly said. The turtle sage removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and put them back on. He walked in front of Sun Wuxiu, heavily patted his shoulder, and after a long moment managed to say, "You lad are truly a marvel." In the following days, Sun Wuxiu's progress could only be described as astonishing. At Sun Wuxiu's request, the afterimage fist universal shocking palm hypnosis. Nearly every technique the turtle sage could teach him was instantly understood and mastered. He absorbed the essence of the turtle sage's martial arts like a dry sponge, transitioning from the initial shock to numbness and finally to a sense of relief. The future of martial arts may very well lie within this child. Of course, there were techniques the turtle sage refused to teach. Master, what is the demon sealing wave? When Sun Wuxiu saw this technique in the ancient texts collected by the turtle sage, he curiously inquired. No learning allowed. The turtle sage reacted extremely intensely, snatching the ancient text away with a grave expression. Wuxiu, listen. The demon sealing wave is a forbidden technique. Though it can seal enemies, the price is the life of the user. No matter what, you must not touch this technique, understand? Looking at the turtle sage's stern gaze, Sun Wuxiu knew it was for his own good. Although I have the dog talisman, I wouldn't die using it. He internally complained, but still obediently nodded. Yes, master, I understand. Time flew by and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the turtle sage's house on the beach, a boy nearly 1.56 meters tall faced the rising sun, meditating with his upper body bare. His short black hair fluttered slightly, and his features had matured, becoming sharp. Unlike the pure innocence of Sun Wukong, his face bore a steadiness and determination that others his age did not possess. Even with his eyes closed, an imposing aura was evident. He was 13-year-old Sun Wuxiu. The development period of Saiyans is lengthy. His current height is not the tallest among his peers, but his muscles are filled with explosive strength. Every muscle line was smooth and perfect, with not an ounce of excess fat. Sun Wuxiu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. It's been 4 years. He clenched his fist, feeling the calm, yet surging power within him. I have thoroughly learned the martial arts of the turtle sage. In these 4 years, he had not once utilized the near-death revival bug. He was simply refining his foundation, continuously honing his body and spirit. However, even without using talisman abilities, Sun Wuxiu could probably match Tian Shinin, who would win the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years later. If he were to use talismans, he could likely spar with a young Piccolo for a few rounds. While he wouldn't guarantee victory, he at least wouldn't be defeated. Of course, if he managed to rack up a few more rounds, he would definitely win. The foundation has been laid. Sun Wuxiu stood up and gazed toward Baozi Mountain, calculating the time. It's almost that day. He was well aware that the story of Dragon Ball began in the year Sun Wukong turned 12. The adventures of the girl with blue hair and her quest for the Dragon Balls. Turtle Sage Grandpa. Sun Wuxiu entered the Turtle Sage's house, where the Turtle Sage was obliviously watching morning aerobics. Oh, Wuxiu, are you done training? The Turtle Sage greeted without turning his head. Sun Wuxiu walked behind him and bowed deeply. Master, thank you for taking care of me these past 4 years. The Turtle Sage paused his actions. He turned off the television and slowly faced him, his expression somewhat complex. Are you leaving? Yes. Sun Wuxiu raised his head, his gaze clear. I want to go home and see Grandpa and my younger brother. The Turtle Sage was silent for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Well, you've grown up now. He stood up, walked in front of Sun Wuxiu, and adjusted his collar. In these 4 years, you have been the most outstanding disciple I have ever seen. No, you have already graduated. Go on. The Turtle Sage patted his shoulder. The road of martial arts is still long. Do not become complacent. Yes, master. Sun Wuxiu nodded vigorously. And the Turtle Sage suddenly revealed his trademark hee-hee smile. Wuxiu, after you descend the mountain, if you encounter any beautiful older sister, don't forget to bring her back for your teacher. Sun Wuxiu's forehead broke into a slight sweat. Master, I'm leaving. He ignored the lewd remarks of his old teacher and turned to exit the Turtle Sage's house. Hey, Wuxiu, don't forget to come back and visit often. The Turtle Sage's loud voice echoed behind him. Sun Wuxiu did not look back, merely waving his hand. He stood by the seaside, taking a deep breath. Baozi Mountain. Wukong. Olma. Sun Wuxiu officially entered the scene. Whoosh. The rabbit talisman speed and the chicken talisman float activated to their fullest. He transformed into a white streak, swiftly flying across the sea's surface, kicking up long sprays of water as he sped towards the continent. At high noon, the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, warping the very air with its searing heat. In a bustling town hundreds of kilometers west of the city of the West, crowds surged through the streets as they did every day. "How much for this mask, sir?" A clear, youthful voice rang out before a general store. The shopkeeper, a stout middle-aged man, was lazily fanning away flies when he looked up and froze in surprise. Before him stood a boy of about 13 or 14. He wore a simple short-sleeved martial arts uniform that revealed lean, sinuous musculature. His lower body was clad in vibrant orange martial pants, cinched at the waist with a black sash. Most striking were his eyes, deep and obsidian dark, and the russet tail swaying gently behind him. Oh, excellent taste, young sir." The shopkeeper snapped back to himself and broke into a wide grin. "This is modeled after the Demon King from ancient Eastern operas, 500 Sony." The boy picked up the mask. Its surface was deathly pale, painted with crimson fangs and furious, glaring eyes, truly menacing. "Interesting." Sun Wuxiu's lips curved faintly upward. He tossed several bills onto the counter and pulled the mask over his face. "Keep the change." Before the words had fully left his lips, the shopkeeper blinked, and the world blurred. A sudden gale erupted from nowhere, rattling ornaments and sending chimes clattering violently. When he opened his eyes again, the boy had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed there at all. Beyond the town's outskirts, across the wild expanse, a streak of white light tore forward at an inconceivable velocity. Rabbit Talisman Divine Speed. Beneath the mask, Sun Wuxiu's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. For years, during those 4 years at Master Roshi's hermitage, he had deliberately suppressed all active talisman abilities to forge his foundation to prevent his body from growing dependent. Especially the Rabbit Talisman, he'd resisted using it entirely, relying solely on raw physical strength, swimming in the ocean, sprinting along sandy shores. It had felt like a Formula One driver forced to ride a tricycle for 4 years. Now, every restraint was shattered. Exhilarating. Sun Wuxiu let out a triumphant, piercing cry. The landscape around him dissolved into streaks of indistinct color. Trees, boulders, rivers, all receded behind him in the blink of an eye. This speed had long surpassed supersonic thresholds, reaching something far more terrifying. He could feel it clearly. Wind was no longer resistance. It was a tamed steed obedient to the Rabbit Talisman's arcane power. With my current baseline combat strength amplified by the Rabbit Talisman operating at full capacity, Sun Wuxiu assessed inwardly as he soared. At this point in time, across the entire planet Earth, only one being remains unfathomably swift, the enigmatic Mr. Popo within the divine temple. Even the elder god himself would be outpaced in pure locomotion. This mastery of velocity ignited a playful fire within him. So when he crossed a tranquil lake, he chose not to fly over it, but instead raced across its surface as if treading solid ground. A long, churning white wake rippled behind him, startling flocks of seabirds into flight. Paozu Mountain loomed ahead. Whooshed. The gale ceased instantly. Sun Wuxiu's figure froze before the familiar courtyard, transitioning from absolute motion to absolute stillness with flawless grace, as though he had always stood there. Gazing upon the wooden house he himself had rebuilt 4 years ago, warmth flickered softly in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Morning glories twined up the fence in the yard. Several patched martial uniforms hung drying, garments he and Son Goku had worn as children. "Grandpa, Goku." Sun Wuxiu pushed open the gate and called gently. No answer came. Inside, silence reigned. Dust lay thick upon the tabletop, suggesting meals had not been cooked here in quite some time. "They're not home." Sun Wuxiu stepped to the stove and touched the bottom of the pot. Icy cold. Something's wrong. Closing his eyes, the Tiger Talisman's serenity stilled his mind, allowing his awareness to expand outward. Though he could not yet scan half the globe with ki as effortlessly as in later eras of Dragon Ball Z, within the modest bounds of Puzzle Mountain, locating 2 familiar auras remained effortless. Over there." Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes, gaze fixed southeast toward a mountain ravine, where a youthful, yet blazing aura pulsed like the rising sun. It was Goku. But where is Grandpa's aura? Sun Wuxiu frowned. He swept his perception across the entire range, yet found no trace of Son Gohan. Strange. Is Grandpa away from Paozu Mountain, on a journey? Though puzzled, he felt no real alarm. Son Gohan was a martial arts grandmaster. Few beings on Earth could pose a true threat to him. First, I'll find that little rascal and ask him myself. Sun Wuxiu tapped the demon mask on his face, a mischievous smile playing across his lips. 4 years apart. Let me see just how far you've grown, the protagonist of this story. Beside the ravine, a thunderous waterfall plunged downward, pooling into a deep, crystalline emerald pond. A spiky-haired boy lay bare-bottomed atop a broad riverbank stone. His newly regrown tail dangled into the water, coiling and uncoiling like a nimble serpent, stirring gentle ripples. It was 12-year-old Son Goku. Come on, my tail tastes delicious." He muttered, drool already glistening at the corner of his mouth. His stomach growled fiercely. He'd had no luck catching big fish all day. Just then a dark current stirred beneath the water's surface. Drawn by the tail's hypnotic motion, a monstrous fish, over 2 meters long, rose slowly from the depth's, jaws agape, rows of razor teeth snapping toward Goku's tail. Now, Goku's expression sharpened. At the instant the beast lunged, his waist coiled and unleashed a burst of explosive power. Hey! He launched himself skyward, then plunged headfirst into the water. Boom! The creature crashed onto the grass, thrashing wildly. Haha, got it. What a huge fish. Goku bounded over and slammed a fist onto its skull. Its eyes rolled back, and it went utterly still. Hee hee. Roast fish. Roast fish. It's been ages since I've caught such a whopper. Humming an off-key tune, Goku prepared to drag his prize home. Suddenly, a chill prickled the nape of his neck. A primal instinct honed through years of battling wild beasts in these mountains. Who's there? Goku whirled around, dropping instantly into a guarded stance. From the shadows of the forest behind him, a figure had materialized, silent, unmoving. The stranger wore a grotesque demon mask, arms crossed, gazing down upon him with quiet, unnerving authority. Brat, this fish isn't half bad. A deliberately lowered, hoarse and icy voice emerged from beneath the mask. Hand it over, and I might spare your legs. Sun Wuxiu struggled to suppress his laughter as he played the part of a highway robber. Sun Wukong blinked in surprise. Then his brows snapped downward, and he instinctively stepped forward to shield the fish behind him. Who are you? Why are you stealing my fish? This is my lunch. Who I am doesn't matter. In a blur of motion, Sun Wuxiu vanished from his spot and reappeared less than 3 meters from Wukong. What matters is that I've taken a liking to this fish. And, frankly, I find you insufferable. Incredibly fast. Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't even glimpsed that movement. This masked stranger was formidable. You wretch. Wukong had never been one to back down. When reason failed, only fists remained. If you want my fish, you'll have to beat me first. Yaya. With a thunderous roar, Wukong slammed both feet into the earth and shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Rock, paper, scissors, rock. No probing. Only full force assault from the very first strike. Wukong's fist sliced through the air with a howling gale aimed straight at Wuxiu's face. Facing that crushing blow, Wuxiu stood utterly still, not a single muscle tensed. No talismans were needed. His 4 years of relentless physical cultivation alone were more than sufficient. Only when the fist hovered mere centimeters from the mask did he slowly raise his left hand. Snap! A crisp, clean impact echoed. Wukong's fist, capable of shattering boulders, was effortlessly caught in the slender grasp of a single palm. What a... Wukong recoiled in utter shock. It felt as though he'd struck an iron mountain, utterly immovable, while the recoil numbed his wrist to the bone. Is this all you've got? Wuxiu remarked coolly, a faint mockery in his tone. Too slow. Too weak. Grr. Refusing to yield, Wukong wrenched his trapped right arm backward, then using the momentum launched himself skyward, lashing out with his left leg like a whip. That's scissors. The feint was lightning quick, aimed straight for Wuxiu's eyes. Oh, your reflexes have sharpened. Wuxiu silently commended him, but his movements remained supremely unhurried. He didn't even raise a guard. Instead, he tilted his head just slightly, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth, while his right hand transformed into a blade-like edge, slicing lightly toward Wukong's ribs. The strike appeared weightless, yet carried a suffocating pressure that stole the breath. Every hair on Wukong's body stood on end. Instinctively, he twisted midair, spinning like a top, and barely evaded the blow, landing a dozen meters away. Huff, huff. Wukong stared warily at the demon-masked figure, his expression graver than ever before. You're incredible. You're marginally stronger than I expected. Wuxiu flexed his wrist, mind racing with analysis. Though brief, those exchanges had revealed much. In the original chronicle, Wukong at this stage fought with wild, untamed intuition, broad, unrestrained strokes, but no formal discipline. Yet this Wukong was different. That aerial pivot and evasion after the scissors strike, though still raw, bore unmistakable hallmarks: the precise kinetic sequencing, the rhythmic breathing, unmistakably the turtle hermit style. So grandfather intensified Wukong's training, because I exist. Wuxiu understood instantly, and his excitement surged. Come on, brat. Show me your true strength, or I'll take this fish home with me. Wuxiu crooked a finger. This isn't over yet. Wukong unslung the Rui Bang, the golden staff, from his back. Its crimson shaft gleamed fiercely beneath the sun. Rui Bang, extend. Boom. A crimson blur erupted, expanding violently, sweeping across the ground with the force to rout an entire army, aimed squarely at Wuxiu's waist. With a weapon in hand, Wukong's reach and lethality leapt to a new tier. You're resorting to weapons now. Wuxiu chuckled softly. He neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, at the instant the staff descended, his right hand shot forward like lightning. Crack! The air detonated. That staff, charged with the momentum of 10,000 Jin, was seized mid-swing, clamped immovably within Wuxio's bare palm. Its colossal kinetic energy ceased instantly, sending a violent gust rippling through Wuxio's hair, yet not a single fissure appeared in the earth beneath his feet. This was absolute, overwhelming domination of raw power. How is this possible? Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as he strained desperately to wrench the staff free, yet it might as well have been fused to Wuxio's flesh. Your strength is commendable, but your technique is crude. With a casual flick of his wrist, Wuxio sent Wukong flying, staff and all. God! Wukong tumbled midair, executed 3 rapid somersaults, then planted the Rui Bang firmly into the ground, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Then I'll use that technique. Wukong assumed a distinctive stance, knees slightly bent, hands folded together like a budding flower at his waist. This time it was Wuxio who faltered, in genuine astonishment. That posture. Could it be? Wukong clenched his teeth, drawing every trace of chi toward his palms. It was still unrefined, still unstable, yet undeniably authentic, the true Kigathering method of the turtle hermit style. Kamehame. Holy! Wuxio's mind reeled. In the original chronicle, Wukong had first unleashed this technique only after witnessing Master Roshi's demonstration. Now he'd mastered it ahead of schedule. Clearly, while I was gone, this boy trained relentlessly. Kerkum. At Wukong's deafening shout, a blinding azure beam erupted from his palms, radiating annihilation itself. Though narrower than Master Roshi's, its destructive force could level a small mountain. Where it passed, the earth split open in a deep smoking furrow. Vegetation vaporized to ash in an instant. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Wuxio merely smiled. Now that's interesting. He neither evaded nor invoked any talisman. Instead, he lifted one hand slowly, palm outward. Boom! An earth-shaking detonation. The azure beam crashed against his palm, unleashing a storm of smoke and crackling blue lightning. Did I hit him? Wukong panted heavily, eyes locked on the churning dust cloud. Then, the dust parted. There stood the demon-masked figure, unmoved, unwavering, not a single step displaced. His slender hand held firm, palm pressing steadily against the still raging azure column. This can't be. Wukong stood frozen in utter disbelief. Dissipate. Wuxio commanded softly, and closed his fingers. Crack. Like a cigarette snuffed between 2 fingers, the Kamehameha imploded, shattering into shimmering specks of azure light that faded into the air. Wuxio brushed dust from his palm, then removed the demon mask, revealing a face alight with quiet amusement. Not bad at all, Wukong. You've even mastered that technique. That voice, familiar, warm. That face, so deeply known. Wukong, already stunned beyond measure, went utterly rigid. He blinked, then blinked again. Brother. His eyes widened. Then sheer, overwhelming joy flooded his features, washing away every trace of earlier frustration. It's brother. He lunged forward, clinging to Wuxio like a koala, arms wrapped tight around his neck. Wah, you're back. You scared me half to death. I thought you were a real villain. And you caught the Kamehameha with one hand. Brother, you're amazing. Wuxio sighed fondly, ruffling Wukong's spiky hair with gentle fingers. If I weren't strong enough, how could I call myself your elder brother? But tell me, did grandfather teach you the Kamehameha? Wukong slid down from his shoulders and shook his head, looking slightly bashful. Grandfather left on business half a year ago and hasn't returned since. Before he left, he showed me this technique once. He left 6 months ago. Wuxio paused, startled. Did he say where he was going? No, he only said he was visiting an old friend. Might be gone a long time. And told me to guard the house and not slack off, Wukong added dutifully. Wuxio nodded pensively. Master Son Gohan, visiting an old friend. Surely not Master Roshi. He'd seen no sign of grandfather at the turtle school these past 4 years. Then who? Could it be the Jade Emperor? No matter. With grandfather's strength, danger seems unlikely. Let's go home. Wuxio hoisted the large fish onto one shoulder with effortless ease. Since grandfather's away tonight, we feast on fish, every part, every way. Yay. Brother, will you stay this time? I won't leave, not for now. Great. Then will you teach me that move? The one where you caught the Kamehameha? No need to teach it. You'll master it naturally, once you grow stronger. When will I get strong enough? When you finish eating this fish. Beneath the setting sun, their shadows stretched long and deep across the land. One strode forward, shouldering the fish, steps, steady power unfathomable. The other trailed behind, staff slung across his back, youthful and unpolished, yet brimming with limitless potential. Paozi Mountain resumed its familiar, lively clamor. And only days remained before the gears of fate began to turn. On a fresh and intoxicating morning a few days later, the air of Baozi Mountain was invigorating. As usual, Sun Wuxiu sat cross-legged on the roof for his morning meditation, while the energetic Sun Wukong dragged his Rui Jingu Bang, running down the mountain road in search of food. I wonder what big prey I might encounter today, a tiger or a bear, Sun Wukong muttered to himself as he walked. Just then the peacefulness of the forest was shattered by the roar of a racing engine. Virum, a small off-road vehicle with the word capsule emblazoned on it, sped down the mountain road, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust. In the driver's seat, 16-year-old Bulma excitedly pressed the accelerator while glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. It's just ahead. The radar signal is getting stronger. However, as she turned a sharp corner, she suddenly spotted a tiny figure standing in the middle of the road. Hey, get out of the way. Quickly move aside. Bulma gasped in horror, desperately honking the horn. But Sun Wukong, having grown up in the mountains, had never seen a car this metal monster. In his eyes, it was a ferocious beast trying to attack him. You think you can hit me? No way. Sun Wukong charged forward, and just as the vehicle was about to collide with him, he thrust his hands out, gripping the bumper of the car. Give me up. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong's small frame unleashed incredible strength, astonishingly lifting the speeding off-road vehicle. Inside the car, Bulma felt a sense of vertigo and let out a piercing scream. If it's a monster, then fly away. Sun Wukong raised the car high above his head, as if throwing a stone, and hurled it towards the nearby cliff. Early Wukong, you know. No. Help. Bulma despaired. In midair, both she and the car were in free fall, with a bottomless ravine below. Could it be that the genius beauty Bulma will die in this wilderness today? I haven't even found a boyfriend yet. Just at this critical moment, a white shadow swiftly flashed by. Sun Wuxiu, who had been observing the commotion, sprang into action. This foolish little brother, always so heavy-handed. He sighed inwardly, then focused his mind. Chicken talisman levitation. An invisible, yet powerful force enveloped the car that was about to crash. The off-road vehicle, which was plummeting rapidly, seemed to be caught by an invisible hand, defying the laws of physics as it hovered in midair. Bulma, who had been bracing for impact with her eyes closed, felt that the anticipated collision never came. Instead, she experienced a sensation of weightlessness. She cautiously opened one eye. Through the shattered window, she witnessed a scene that would forever remain etched in her memory. The car door was effortlessly pulled open from the outside. A slender young man in a short-sleeved shirt with a physique as perfectly sculpted as an ancient Greek statue was floating outside the car door. The morning sun cast a golden halo around him. His handsome face with clear-cut features bore a hint of helplessness mixed with affection. "Miss, are you uninjured?" The young man's voice was clear and magnetic, like a gentle breeze sweeping into Bulma's panicked heart. Before Bulma could react, the young man extended his arms gently, yet insistently, lifting her from the car. It was a textbook perfect princess carry. Bulma felt her body lighten, and then fell into a strong, warm embrace. The scent of sunshine mixed with the aroma of the forest lingered at her nose. She instinctively looked up and found herself gazing into a pair of deep black eyes as vast as the starry sky. Thump, thump, thump. Bulma swore that at that moment her heart was racing over 200 beats per minute. This was simply too handsome. This was like a Prince Charming stepping out of a comic. I am fine. Bulma blushed like a ripe tomato, almost collapsing in Sun Wuxiu's embrace. Completely forgetting to resist, she even discreetly reached out to caress Sun Wuxiu's solid chest. The texture is really good. Sun Wuxiu looked at the girl in his arms, whose infatuation was plainly evident, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This first impression was quite solid. He gently lowered Bulma to the ground, while the car, under the control of the telekinetic force, landed smoothly by the roadside. "Hey, who are you? Why did you steal my prey?" To clarify, this is asking who Bulma is and why he took his prey, the car. At that moment, Sun Wukong also ran over, waving his Rui Jingu Bang, looking displeased at Bulma and Sun Wuxiu's arms. "You idiot, Wukong," Sun Wuxiu scolded him lightly on the head. "This is not prey, it's a car. Inside is a person, a girl." "A person?" Sun Wukong blinked in confusion, leaning closer to get a better look at Bulma. "Oh, she's really not a monster. But she looks so strange. Why is her butt in front?" Puffed. Bulma, still lost in a pink bubble, nearly spat blood. "You rude little brat. That's not a butt. It's called a chest. It's a symbol of charm, do you understand?" Bulma instantly exploded with anger, jumping out of Sun Wuxiu's embrace and pointing at Wukong to berate him. Then she immediately changed her expression, turning to Sun Wuxiu with a sweet smile, casually fixing her hair. Thank you so much for earlier. My name is Bulma from West City. May I ask how to address you, benefactor?" "I'm Sun Wuxiu, and this is my brother Sun Wukong." Sun Wuxiu introduced himself with a smile. "Sorry, my brother has grown up in the mountains and hasn't seen much of the world. I hope I didn't scare you." "It's all right. I don't mind. Bulma waved her hand, but her gaze remained glued to Sun Wuxiu. So you are brothers. I really couldn't tell that the older brother is so handsome and gentlemanly while the younger brother is just a wild monkey. After clearing up the misunderstanding, the three of them arrived at Sun Wuxiu's home. Bulma looked at the beeping Dragon Ball radar in her hand and was surprised to find that the 4-star Dragon Ball was right in this house. This is it. When Sun Wukong took out the orange Dragon Ball, Bulma shouted with excitement. This is a Dragon Ball. As long as you gather all 7, you can summon Shenron and grant any wish. Bulma began to enthusiastically recount the legend of the Dragon Balls, pulling out the 2 she had already collected as proof. Can it really grant any wish? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Can it make lots of tasty food? Of course. Bulma tempted him. Then she turned her head, looking at Sun Wuxiu with hopeful eyes, her gaze almost tangible. Wuxiu brother, am currently searching for the remaining Dragon Balls, but it's very dangerous outside with many monsters. Could I ask you to be my bodyguards? Of course I will give you a reward. Sun Wuxiu secretly chuckled. This was not asking for bodyguards, as she was clearly after something else. However, this suited him just fine. Since it can grant wishes, that sounds good. Sun Wuxiu nodded. Just in time, I want to take Wukong out for some practice. We accept this deal. Awesome. Bulma cheered, even wanting to leap forward to hug Sun Wuxiu, but at the last moment she held back. Thus this peculiar trio, a genius beauty, a super strong Saiyan brother, and a goofy potential-laden younger brother, officially embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. For Bulma, the journey ahead was both an adventure and a perks-filled pilgrimage. Yet the lecherous incidents she would have endured in the original timeline were all nipped in the bud this time around. Their first stop, a seaside encounter with the lewd Master Roshi. When Roshi demanded to see her panties before granting them the flying nimbus, Bulma had not even begun to protest before Sun Wukong stepped forward. Master, I urge you to uphold your dignity. Sun Wukong spoke calmly, his expression quietly stern, enough to freeze Roshi's leering grin into rigid discomfort. Ahem, just a joke. Merely a harmless jest. Roshi wiped sweat from his brow, hastily adjusting his demeanor, for before his prized disciple, even a perverted sage must wear the mask of propriety. In the end, Roshi dutifully handed over both the flying Nimbus and the 3-star Dragon Ball, and even attempted to offer Bulma a capsule, only to be silently halted by Sun Wukong's unblinking gaze. Their second stop, a village terrorized by Oolong, the shape-shifting pig demon who stood poised to abduct an innocent maiden. In the original saga, he might have caused some commotion, but before Sun Wukong, a single glare sufficed. Pig talisman, thermal ray. With narrowed eyes, Sun Wukong unleashed 2 crimson beams that seared the earth at Oolong's feet, leaving behind 2 bottomless craters. Next time the beam aims for your pigtail. Oolong immediately wet himself, dropping to his knees in abject surrender, handing over the Dragon Ball and reluctantly joining their party as a guide. In truth, little more than a pack mule. Their third stop, the wilderness, where Yamcha, the dashing bandit with long hair, and his feline companion Puar, leapt forth to rob them. Before Bulma could even indulge in starry-eyed admiration, Sun Wukong stepped firmly between her and danger. You dare lay hands on my employer? Sun Wukong sneered. Not lifting a finger, yet the sheer pressure of wind generated by his rabbit talisman's speed sent Yamcha hurtling backward like a leaf in a gale. Yamcha's prideful wolf-fang fist never so much as brushed Sun Wukong's hem, gazing upon this man whose strength defied comprehension, and then at Bulma peeking out from behind him with wide-eyed awe. Yamcha was utterly shattered, not only thwarted in robbery but plunged deeper into romantic paralysis, fleeing in utter disgrace. Soon after, the group arrived at Mount Peak 2. The location marked by Bulma's dragon radar as housing the 6th Dragon Ball. Flames roared skyward, the entire castle was engulfed in an inferno utterly impenetrable. Ox King, a titan of a man wielding a colossal axe, stood frantic amid the blaze. Upon spotting intruders, he raised his weapon without hesitation. Wait, Uncle Ox King. Sun Wukong caught the mountain-splitting axe barehanded, unmoved, unwavering. Who are you? Ox King recoiled in disbelief. No one in this world had ever caught his axe barehanded. I am Rashi's disciple, and grandson of Sun Wukong fan Sun Wukong. At those 2 names, Ox King burst into tears. My nephew. Though frankly, even the author is uncertain how precisely to address him. At last, you're here. Save my castle. My treasures are still inside. In the original tale, Rashi had been summoned to extinguish the fire, only to unleash a Kamehameha so overwhelming it obliterated the entire mountain. This time no such theatrics were needed. Putting out a fire. Leave it to me. Sun Wukong strode toward the conflagration, not drawing upon any talisman's power, but assuming the iconic stance. Huh. He drew a deep breath, his chi surged inward, contained, refined, utterly controlled. Kamehameha. This time he did not seek raw devastation. Instead, he channeled his energy into a focused blast of concussive force and atmospheric displacement. Boom! A sapphire beam erupted, precisely enveloping Mount Peak 2. The torrential shockwave instantly vacuumed oxygen from the air, snuffing the flames with surgical precision. Seconds later, the light faded. The raging fire had vanished, while the castle, though scorched black, stood wholly intact. The Kamehameha, truly divine. Ox King stared dumbfounded. Such mastery over Ki rivaled even his own master Rashi. Later, under Sun Wukong Shio's tacit approval, Sun Wukong Fan retrieved the lost Shishi, just as in the original tale, and aboard the flying Nimbus the two bewildered children sealed their vow. If you don't mind, marry me. Though Sun Wukong Fan had no notion of marriage, Sun Wukong Shio chose not to intervene. After all, this was his younger brother's destiny, best not to meddle. After departing Mount Peak to the final Dragon Ball's signal grew peculiar. It pulsed from within a mobile stronghold, Emperor Pilaf's airborne fortress. These three absurd would-be world conquerors laid intricate traps, and even imprisoned the group in a reinforced containment cell intent on seizing the Dragon Balls. Ha! Fools. Now you're trapped. No wings can carry you away. Pilaf cackled maniacally from his control room, until in the next instant his laughter choked off mid-breath. On the surveillance feed, the quiet, handsome youth, Sun Wukong Shio, merely approached the supposedly indestructible reinforced glass wall. Ox Talisman Supreme Strength. Without winding up, without flourish, he simply threw a single punch. Crack, boom. The entire wall, and half the fortress's load-bearing pillars, shattered into oblivion. Impossible. How is this possible? Pilaf and his two henchmen gaped, eyes bulging from their sockets. What followed was inevitable. Before absolute power, every scheme dissolved into farce. Sun Wukong Shio swatted aside several reckless battle robots as if flicking away gnats, then tossed the Pilaf trio into the heart of the desert. Night fell. Upon the desolate Gobi wasteland, the 7 Dragon Balls rested in formation, pulsing with a mysterious golden luminescence beneath the star-strewn sky. At last, they're complete. Bulma clasped her hands together, trembling with exhilaration, then glanced at Sun Wukong Shio beside her. It feels like a dream, so effortlessly smooth. Sun Wukong Shio smiled faintly. Then let us begin, the moment of miracles. Stepping forward, arms outstretched toward the heavens, he intoned the sacred incantation, Appear Shinron. Grant my wish. Boom! Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in blinding gold light. The clear night sky darkened beneath churning storm clouds. Lightning split the heavens, thunder shook the earth, and gales howled across the plains. From the cataclysmic radiance arose Shinron, a colossal serpentine dragon whose emerald body coiled endlessly through the heavens, eclipsing the very firmament. In that awe-inspiring spectacle, Sun Wukong Fan, Bulma, and even Oolong, hiding afar, stood speechless, dwarfed by divinity. Shinron lowered his head, his vast blood-red eyes fixed upon the mortals below, and his voice resonated, deep, ancient, and sovereign. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish, within my power, I shall fulfill, but only one. The pressure of the divine dragon enveloped the entire wilderness, its massive dragon head hanging down like a mountain, awaiting the response of its summoner. Wish. Bulma gazed up at the miraculous creature, her heart racing wildly. Before setting off, her wish was incredibly clear. Find the 7 Dragon Balls, summon the divine dragon, and then wish for a perfect Prince Charming. But now, she instinctively turned her head to look at Sun Wushio beside her. The fierce wind tousled the boy's black hair, yet it could not disperse the calm and steady aura that resembled a mountain. Before the divine might that could make ordinary people kneel, Sun Wushio still stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes serene, showing no trace of fear or greed. Throughout this journey, from the hero saving the beauty at the edge of a cliff to the casual display of strength when facing robbers and monsters, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly. The perfect Prince Charming. Haven't I already found him? She murmured to herself. Does she still need to make a wish to the divine dragon? If she wished for a boyfriend, what if the divine dragon conjured up a handsome stranger? Wouldn't that push Wushio away? Absolutely not. I won't allow it. Bulma suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Edge. Both Goku and Oolong beside her were stunned. Bulma took a deep breath, her face breaking into a relieved and radiant smile as she looked at Sun Wushio, her gaze steady and passionate. Wushio, you can make this wish for me. As for my wish, well, I will work hard for it. After saying this, she even winked at Sun Wushio, her little thoughts practically written all over her face. Sun Wushio was slightly taken aback, then understood the girl's intentions. He looked into Bulma's expectant blue eyes, feeling a stir in his heart. In the original story, Bulma, though exceptionally intelligent, faced countless hardships in love. In this life, since he was here, he certainly could not let her suffer those grievances again. In that case, I won't hold back. Sun Wuxiu smiled, stepped forward, and faced the divine dragon directly. What wish did he need? Immortality. The dog talisman had already granted him eternal life. World domination. He had no interest in such a boring thing. The strongest power. That was something that needed to be cultivated step by step. Relying on the divine dragon for power was too insubstantial. His gaze swept over Bulma once more. This girl would be one of his most important bonds in this world. And how fleeting is a mortal's youth. Divine dragon. Sun Wuxiu steadied his breath, his voice resonating loudly. My wish is, please allow this girl named Bulma to forever retain her youth and beauty after reaching the perfect state of development at 18. As his words fell, the scene fell silent. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. She had considered that Sun Wuxiu might wish for money, for power, or even for delicious food like Goku. But she never expected that this wish would be for her. Moreover, it was the ultimate wish every woman dreams of, eternal youth. Wuxiu. Bulma's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. In the sky, the divine dragon was silent for a moment, seemingly assessing the difficulty of this wish, or perhaps finding it somewhat speechless after suddenly being fed a mouthful of dog food after not appearing for hundreds of years. This wish is simple. The divine dragon's grand voice echoed again, its eyes flashing red. Your wish has been granted. Then goodbye. Boom. As the wish was fulfilled, the divine dragon's body transformed into a beam of golden light soaring into the sky, then exploded high above, reverting to the form of 7 original stones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 Dragon Balls shot off towards different parts of the world. Not good. Grandpa's Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong shouted, about to jump up to grab them, but the speed of those Dragon Balls was too fast. Don't panic. Sun Wuxiu was already prepared. Chicken talisman telekinesis. In that instant, he reached out with one hand to grasp the air. A Dragon Ball that was about to fly westward was forcibly halted in midair by an invisible force, then, whoosh, it flew back into Sun Wuxiu's hand. It was the 4-star Dragon Ball, although it temporarily appeared as a white stone. Here. Sun Wuxiu tossed the Dragon Ball to Wukong. It's better to keep Grandpa's things rather than having to search all over the world later. Wow. Thank you, big brother. Wukong joyfully tucked the Dragon Ball into his arms. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moon shone brightly among the sparse stars. Bulma finally came back to her senses from the overwhelming emotion, no longer caring about modesty. She directly leaped into Sun Wuxiu's arms, holding him tightly. Whoa, Wuxiu, you big fool. Why waste such a precious wish? Is youth really more important than ruling the world? Sun Wuxiu gently patted her back, feeling the warmth of the girl, and smiled. To me, ruling the world is meaningless. But if in the coming decades or centuries I can always have a forever young and beautiful Bulma by my side, then that would be the most interesting thing. This sweet talk had the destructive power of a nuclear bomb for the 16-year-old Bulma. She buried her face in Sun Wuxiu's chest, crying like a rain of pear blossoms, yet her heart felt sweeter than honey. At this moment, she vowed that she would never marry anyone but this man in this life. The next morning, the adventure ended, and it was time to part. In the wilderness, everyone was packing their bags. So what are everyone's plans next? Sun Wuxiu asked. Sun Wukong carried the Rui Bang, jumping onto the golden Kintown, his face filled with excitement. I want to go find that old man called Master Roshi to train. You said, big brother, that only by becoming stronger can one participate in that World Martial Arts Tournament, right? Exactly. Sun Wuxiu nodded. That's the best stage to test the results of your training. Go ahead, say hi to Master Wu Tian for me. And you, big brother? Wukong asked curiously. Me. Sun Wuxiu glanced at Bulma, who was packing her capsules, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. I have already completed my training. Going to Master Rose's would be of little significance. I plan to accompany Bulma back to West City for a while. Going to Bulma's house. Wukong scratched his head. Then aren't you going to train, big brother? Of course I will train. Sun Wuxiu's gaze became profound. It's just that my way of training is somewhat different from yours. In fact, this was not an excuse Sun Wuxiu made to pursue girls. Over the past 4 years, he had undergone the most traditional, rigorous training at Master Roshi's, and his foundation was already incredibly solid. However, he understood very well that the Saiyan power system, especially the legendary Super Saiyan, could not be achieved merely through relentless training. In the former Dragon Ball setting, a crucial concept was introduced: the cells. The transformation into a Super Saiyan essentially occurs when the cells within the body reach a certain quantity, triggering mutations through emotions like anger. Why is it difficult for the originally fierce Saiyans to transform? Because they have long been immersed in slaughter and rage, preventing the proliferation of S cells. Why can Sun Wukong transform? Because he damaged his brain on Earth, becoming pure-hearted and kind, and coupled with the comfortable life on Earth, he accumulated a vast amount of S cells as an adult. Why can Saiyans like Kaba and Kale in Universe 6 of Dragon Ball Super transform so easily? They can even master it with just a feeling. This is because the Saiyans in Universe 6 love peace. Their minds are tranquil, and they naturally possess a ridiculously high concentration of S cells. In contrast, Vegeta struggled to transform for a long time due to his history of brutality and anxiety. Only later, after settling on Earth, starting a family, and gradually stabilizing his mind, did his strength begin to soar. My current base combat power is already enough to break through everything, Sun Wukong secretly thought. What I need next is not to lift stones in the deep mountains, but to experience life in a bustling city and relax my spirit. Balancing work and rest, cultivating oneself. Live with the most peaceful mindset, nurture that chi, and proliferate the S cells within my body. When the time is right, even without needing the king of the world, I can naturally break through that limit with a sufficient concentration of S cells and a spark of anger. This is also why he chose to go to West City. There is the most comfortable living environment, the best gravity training equipment, Bulma's family in. The most perfect partner. This is his path of cultivation. All right, Wukong. Sun Wukong came back to his senses and waved to his brother. A year later, we will meet at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Bulma. Sun Wukong shouted, riding the flying nimbus into the sky, turning into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Watching Wukong's retreating figure, Bulma felt a bit sentimental. That little guy has left. Suddenly it feels a bit lonely. But I'm still here, right? Sun Wukong walked over to her, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Bulma's face instantly flushed, but her body honestly leaned against him, a happy smile radiating on her face. Yes. And you? She took out a capsule, pressed a button, and a luxurious jet appeared. Let's go, young Master Wukong. They'll take you to see my home, the most prosperous city in the world, West City. With the utmost pleasure, the plane soared into the sky, heading towards the bustling city. For Sun Wukong, this is the beginning of arduous cultivation. For Sun Wukong, this marks not only the beginning of eating soft rice, but also the journey toward becoming a Super Saiyan. A journey of accumulation. West City, the most technologically advanced and economically prosperous metropolis on Earth in Dragon Ball, shines like a brilliant jewel embedded in the western part of the continent. Here, anti-gravity cars weave through the air, forming flowing light trails, while enormous hemispherical buildings stand in succession and holographic advertisements flicker between skyscrapers, showcasing the latest technological products from Capsule Corporation. A red private jet sliced through the air, slowly descending onto the vast private garden helipad of Capsule Corporation. Welcome home, miss. The cabin door opened, and the butler, robot, and servants who had been waiting for a long time bowed in unison. Bulma took off her goggles, casually tossed her purple hair, and walked down the stairs with her arm linked with Sun Wukong. Wukong, this is my home. How is it? Pretty nice, right? Sun Wukong looked around. I have to say, although I have seen it many times in anime in my past life, being in it truly allows one to feel the shock that comes with being the world's richest person. Just this back garden is probably as large as half a bonsai mountain. It's indeed very impressive, Sun Wukong praised sincerely. Of course. Bulma proudly puffed up her chest. From now on, this will be your home, as well as stay as long as you want. As soon as they entered the main hall of the mansion, a stylishly dressed blonde woman, holding a tray, floated over. Oh my, is this the boyfriend Bulma brought back? What a super handsome guy. Mrs. Brief. Bulma's mother had stars in her eyes, circling around Sun Wukong, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. These muscle lines, this deep gaze. Oh dear, I'm already captivated. Mom. Bulma's face turned red, quickly shielding Sun Wukong. Don't scare him. And this is my boyfriend, you can't have designs on him. This child, already starting to guard her food. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth and chuckled, then handed Sun Wukong a delicate little cake. Here, you try the cake Annie made. Thank you, Auntie. Sun Wukong politely accepted, calmly dealing with this somewhat scatterbrained mother-in-law. Compared to the teasing he faced from Yamcha in the original work, Mrs. Brief's attitude towards Sun Wukong was evidently more akin to that of a future son-in-law. After all, the calm, confident, and powerful aura surrounding Sun Wukong could be felt by anyone who wasn't blind. At that moment, a doctor with a pipe in his mouth and a black cat resting on his shoulder appeared. Oh, you're back. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, glancing at Sun Wukong. I heard from Bulma that you are the legendary martial artist. If you need any training equipment, just let me know. Thank you, doctor, but it's not too troublesome for now. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Just prepare a quiet room for me, and a regular gym will be enough. Oh, is that all? Dr. Brief seemed surprised. Young people nowadays are not often so simple. The basics are the most important. The next 2 days were the world of two that Bulma had long anticipated. In the commercial street of West City, Bulma fully utilized her aesthetic as a fashion icon, pulling Sun Wukong through various luxury stores. This jacket looks great on you. Wow, this casual suit is simply amazing. Go try it on. Sun Wukong was like a perfect clothes hanger. Years of training had given him a perfect body proportion, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, his muscles firm, but not exaggerated. Whether it was streetwear or formal attire, as long as it was on him, he immediately exuded the effect of a top male model. When Sun Wukong walked out of the fitting room in a black motorcycle jacket paired with dark jeans and combat boots, the air in the entire mall seemed to freeze for a moment. Girls passing by stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on him, whispers rising and falling. "Oh my, that guy is so handsome. Is he a new star? Should we ask for his contact information?" A few bold high school girls even blushed as they approached, phone in hand, wanting to strike up a conversation. Handsome, can we add each other?" But before they could finish their sentence, they felt the temperature drop suddenly. Sun Wukong merely cast a faint glance at them. He bore none of Yamcha's flustered timidity. No blushing, no racing pulse, no awkward fumbling at the sight of a woman. Nor did he indulge in vague, indiscriminate flirtation. His gaze remained calm as still water, edged with a quiet, impenetrable aloofness. Then with effortless ease he slid an arm around Bulma's waist and bent his head to look down at her, his eyes instantly softening into tender warmth. "How do you like this outfit? Or is the white one from earlier more flattering?" The group of girls watching froze, instantly grasping the unspoken truth. Embarrassed, they hastily stowed their phones and scurried away. "Humph. Smart move," Bulma murmured, watching her defeated rivals retreat, her heart soaring with triumph. Look, this was what a truly exceptional boyfriend looked like. Loyal, commanding, unwavering in refusal. "We'll take this one. Charge it," Bulma declared with a grand sweeping gesture radiating bold confidence. After shopping, the two made their way to Miracle Land, the largest amusement park in West City. It boasted the world's tallest roller coaster and the most enchanting carousel. "Goku Shu, let's ride that one, the mega swings," Bulma exclaimed, pointing excitedly toward the colossal pendulum ride, whose shrieking riders echoed across the park. Goku Shu offered a faint, resigned smile. To a Saiyan capable of catching energy blasts barehanded and shrugging off bullets with his flesh, such human amusements offered less thrill than being chased by dinosaurs through Pausa Mountain. Yet he refused to dampen her joy. As he had reflected earlier, true cultivation extended beyond physical rigor. It encompassed the quiet art of inner repose. Cell proliferation, after all, thrived precisely in atmospheres brimming with laughter and serenity. "All right, let's go." They rode everything, from the vertiginous coaster to the roaring log flume, until Bulma's voice grew hoarse from screaming, her fingers gripping Goku Shu's arm with desperate intensity. Meanwhile, Goku Shu remained perfectly composed, occasionally laying a gentle, reassuring hand upon her knuckles whenever fear flickered across her face. As dusk bled into twilight, the park ignited with shimmering, kaleidoscopic neon lights. They bought 2 ice creams and settled onto a bench to rest. "Oh, it's been ages since I've felt this happy," Bulma sighed, licking a spoonful of strawberry ice cream before leaning her head against Goku Shu's shoulder, gazing dreamily at the distant Ferris wheel. "Goku Shu, thank you for coming with me." "I'm happy to." His words were sincere. This rare interlude, free of life or death stakes, devoted purely to simple, unhurried joy, allowed his inner chi to flow with newfound clarity. Deep within his cells, the dormant cells seemed to stir, pulsing with quiet exultation. Just then Goku Shu's gaze abruptly stilled, fixed upon a girl seated alone on a bench beside the fountain plaza. She appeared to be about 10 years old, sharp golden bob-cut hair, an oversized denim vest over striped trousers, a vivid red scarf knotted loosely around her neck. Unlike the other children clamoring for balloons or wailing from fatigue, she sat utterly still. Knees drawn tight to her chest, she watched the passing crowd with icy blue eyes that held a chilling, unchildlike blend of cold detachment and fierce, unyielding pride. Though still young, her delicate features already hinted at extraordinary beauty. "What is it? What are you looking at?" Bulma followed his line of sight. "Oh, is that little girl all by herself?" "I've been watching her for a while," Goku Shu murmured, a faint furrow appearing between his brows. "She seems lost, but she hasn't cried nor sought out staff." "That's impressively cool," Bulma said, intrigued. "Let's go say hello." They approached the bench. The girl sensed their approach and snapped her head up like a wary kitten, her glacial blue eyes sharpening instantly with guarded suspicion. "Hey there, little one. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?" Bulma crouched low, offering what she hoped was her warmest, most reassuring smile. "Did you lose your parents?" The girl glanced first at Bulma, then at the towering figure of Goku Shu beside her. She pressed her lips together and turned her face away. "No, I'm waiting for someone." Her voice was clear, but frigid. "Waiting?" Goku Shu smiled faintly and extended the untouched vanilla ice cream cone he held. "You've been waiting quite a while, haven't you? Here, this is for you." She stared at the frost-kissed cone, her throat betraying the faintest involuntary swallow. The day was sweltering, and yes, she was thirsty. Still, she shook her head. Mother said never to accept food from strangers. Quite the vigilant little thing, Goku Shu replied, not withdrawing his hand, but instead settling himself calmly onto the far end of the bench. Relax. We're not dangerous. If we were, you'd have vanished long ago. We wouldn't waste time buying you ice cream. Bulma sat beside him holding up her shopping bag. See, I just bought a whole wardrobe. Would a villain really bother with mall hopping? After a moment's hesitation, the lure of the treat won. With meticulous care, she accepted the cone. Thank you. Her whisper was barely audible, and for the first time no longer icy. What's your name? Bulma pressed gently, seizing the opening. The girl took a bite. Her eyes brightened, unmistakably delighted by the flavor. Yet when asked her name, she simply shook her head, silent and resolute. What a fiercely independent little soul, Bulma mused, unoffended, charmed instead by the girl's quiet intensity. Since you're waiting anyway, how about joining us for a bit of fun? Just nearby. We won't wander far. Goku Shu suggested. The girl's gaze drifted toward a nearby shooting gallery, and for the briefest instant a spark of yearning flickered in her eyes. Goku Shu caught it instantly. Come on, I'll help you win the biggest prize there. At the shooting stall, the vendor, spotting the trio, greeted them enthusiastically. Step right up. Sharpshooter challenge. Hit the bullseye with all 10 shots, and that giant panda plush is yours. I'll give it a try. Bulma eagerly snatched up the air rifle. Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots, 5 hits, several misses. Ugh, this gun must be defective. Bulma huffed, tossing it aside. I'll try. The golden-haired girl spoke up suddenly. Setting aside her empty cone, she lifted the heavy air rifle, a surprisingly steady grip in her small hands. She closed one eye, her sapphire blue pupil locking unerringly onto the center of the target. Bang, bang, bang. Rhythmic, precise reports filled the air. The vendor's jaw nearly hit the ground. 10 shots, 10 perfect bullseyes, and each round struck the exact same point. Thighs. Incredible. Bulma gasped. Little one, did you train before? The girl lowered the rifle, gave her short golden hair a light shake, and allowed the faintest, most self-assured curve to lift the corner of her mouth. It's simple. That innate, bone-deep confidence, and that haughty, unassailable aura, made Goku Shu pause, startled. That gaze, that bearing. Why did they feel so hauntingly familiar? Yet at this particular time, Sun Wuxiu could not recall any girl matching her description. The little girl cradled the plush panda, her expression still cool and composed. Yet unmistakable joy shimmered in the corners of her eyes and the arch of her brows. For once she even turned toward Sun Wuxiu, as if silently seeking his approval. Your aim is truly impeccable, even better than mine, Sun Wuxiu declared, raising his thumb high without reservation. A faint blush tinged the girl's cheeks as she buried her face into the panda's soft fur. They went on to play whack-a-mole and basketball arcade games. In every challenge, the girl displayed astonishing reflexes and extraordinary dynamic vision. The more Sun Wuxiu observed, the more unsettled he grew. Could she truly be an ordinary human child? Her physical prowess was nothing short of that of a born warrior. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Before they knew it, night had fully descended upon the amusement park. The park's public address system began playing the gentle chime, signaling closing time. The girl who moments earlier had been brimming with delight stiffened at the sound, melancholy and unease flooding back into her gaze. Her eyes darted repeatedly toward the park's main entrance, yet no familiar figure appeared. Still hasn't arrived? Sun Wuxiu asked softly. The girl bit her lip, finally letting her stoic facade crumble. Her eyes glistened faintly with unshed tears. Mom said she'd go by water. It's been so long. Oh, you poor thing. You should have told us right away, Bulma murmured, tenderly stroking the girl's hair. Come on, let's go to the broadcast room and find your mom. Though usually aloof and resistant to such affection, this time the girl did not pull away. She simply allowed Bulma and Sun Wuxiu to gently take her small hands. Inside the park's broadcast booth, staff members greeted them warmly and immediately activated the park-wide announcement system. Attention all guests, a young girl wearing a denim vest and sporting short golden hair is currently waiting in the broadcast booth for her mother. Please proceed there immediately upon hearing this message. The announcement cycled several times. After roughly 10 minutes, the booth door burst open. A flustered middle-aged woman with golden hair rushed in, breathless and wide-eyed. My baby. At the sight of her mother, the girl leapt from her chair and dashed forward, launching herself into her arms. Mom. Mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably. It turned out the woman's wallet had been stolen. She'd chased the thief, lost her way, and her phone had died, leaving her hopelessly disoriented within the vast amusement park. Watching the heartfelt reunion, Sun Wuxiu and Bulma exchanged quiet, knowing smiles. Looks like our mission's complete, Sun Wuxiu said with a shrug. Yes, a fragile yet fiercely resilient little girl, Bulma mused softly. Let's go. We shouldn't intrude on their moment together. They made no attempt to claim credit or even introduce themselves. To Sun Wuxiu, this was merely a fleeting interlude, an act of spontaneous kindness in the long arc of his life. Hand in hand, he and Bulma slipped silently from the broadcast booth, dissolving into the velvet embrace of the night. Just moments after they'd stepped some 15 meters away inside the booth, the mother, now calmer but still tearful, held her daughter tightly and murmured with both reprimand and profound relief, "You terrified me, Launch. Never run off like that again, do you understand? And where did that panda come from? A kind big brother and big sister gave it to me." Launch hugged the plush panda close and turned her gaze toward the doorway. But the threshold stood empty. Only the night breeze stirred the curtain. They were already gone. By then, Sun Wuxiu and Bulma had reached the park's grand entrance, when suddenly Sun Wuxiu paused. "What's wrong, Wuxiu?" Bulma glanced back. "Nothing," he replied, glancing once more toward the broadcast booth before shaking his head. "I just really like the look in that little girl's eyes." "Hey, you're not some kind of lolicon, are you?" Bulma eyed him suspiciously. "What nonsense," he retorted, pinching her cheek lightly. "I'm only interested in a certain 16-year-old genius beauty." "Humph, now that's more like it." Laughing, they climbed into their hovering car and sped off toward Capsule Corporation. Sun Wuxiu had no idea that just moments earlier he had shared his first fateful encounter across time with the very being who would one day become his cherished number 18. Meanwhile, Launch held the panda tightly to her chest, her mind indelibly imprinted with the image of the black-haired youth and the warmth of his smile as he handed her the ice cream. It was one of the rare, bright threads woven into the tapestry of her childhood, and without either realizing it, a seed of profound connection had already taken root. Back at Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs emerged from his laboratory, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. "Oh, perfect timing. You're back just in time." Adjusting his glasses, he gestured toward the basement. "Wuxiu, I've cleared out the gym for you. It's equipped with standard apparatus, but top-tier quality every piece." Sun Wuxiu glanced toward the basement stairs and nodded. "Thank you, Doctor. That's more than sufficient." He shrugged off his stylish motorcycle jacket, revealing a snug training tank top beneath. "Bulma, don't wait up tonight." He rolled his neck, joints cracking softly. "Starting today, I begin my secluded training regimen. Though not the kind that demands sheer exhaustion," he added inwardly. "Rather, I must learn to locate the wellspring of power within stillness. This vibrant metropolis, this tranquil everyday existence, is my ideal cultivation ground." Bulma sighed, watching Sun Wuxiu's unwavering gaze, not with exasperation, but with deep, quiet adoration. Such a martial arts fanatic, yet somehow even more captivating when utterly focused. As the heavy metal door sealed shut behind him, Sun Wuxiu's cultivation journey in West City officially commenced. Far across the sea on a remote island came House. Achoo! Master Roshi sneezed sharply while assigning Goku his milk delivery errand. "Strange, who could be thinking of me?" He glanced at young Goku puffing along under the weight of his turtle shell, then shook his head. "That boy Wuxiu. I wonder how he's faring in West City. With all that glittering decadence, I hope he hasn't neglected his martial path." Little did he know that his eldest disciple was already treading a path beyond his wildest imagination, one leading straight to the divine realm itself. Time flows like a white steed across a crevice, swift and silent. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. In the city of the West, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the massive hemispherical buildings. In a corner of the estate, there was an independent glass training room with a panoramic view. Here there were none of the dazzling high-tech gravity devices of Dr. Brief, who only a few simple yoga mats, a pot of fragrant tea, and an abundance of greenery filled the room. Sun Wuxiu sat cross-legged on a cushion, breathing calmly and steadily, almost imperceptibly. If a master of chi perception were present, they would be astonished to find that Sun Wuxiu's aura had completely vanished. He resembled a stubborn stone or a simple plant, perfectly blending into the surrounding natural environment. After a long while, Sun Wuxiu slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the previously tranquil air seemed to be stirred by some invisible force, causing the indoor plants to sway without wind, and even the chirping of birds outside came to a momentary halt. But the next second, this overwhelming sense of pressure receded like a tide, replaced by a gentle return to simplicity. The activity of the S-cells should have increased significantly compared to a year ago. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him that possessed some golden potential. Over the past year, he had not pushed himself to the brink like Vegeta. On the contrary, he had lived quite leisurely, accompanying Bulma on shopping trips, watching movies, savoring delicious food, and occasionally attending university classes or soaking up the sun in the garden. But this did not mean he had neglected martial arts. On the contrary, he was engaged in a deeper level of cultivation, polishing his mental state. The source of a Saiyans' power is not only anger, but also the quality of their chi. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, the concentration of S cells determines the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. As of now, if I do not use any spells relying solely on this body refined to its peak, and the application of Chi, my normal battle power should have surpassed the 220 mark. Sun Wuxiu assessed himself internally. It should be noted that during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Tianjin Fan's battle power was only around 180. And the fearsome old Piccolo before regaining his youth had a battle power of approximately 220 to 240. This means that even without relying on spells I can hold my own against the newly released old Piccolo, perhaps even evenly matched. If I were to utilize the power of the Ox spell or the Horse spell for unlimited stamina, Sun Wuxiu's lips curled into a confident arc, then it wouldn't be a matter of whether I can win, but rather how I want him to die. As for the younger Piccolo battle power 260 combined with the power of spell, Sun Wuxiu was confident he could not only avoid defeat, but even emerge victorious. Of course, if it really came down to it, using a round of passive abilities would guarantee a win. This world's #1 martial arts tournament is no longer a challenge for me, but merely a performance. Click. The training room door was pushed open. Bulma entered dressed in light summer attire and wearing a sun hat, holding 2 tickets in her hand. Now, after a year of companionship, Bulma had become even more radiant, her youthful innocence gradually giving way to a confident and charming demeanor. Wuxiu, are you not done practicing yet? Bulma shook the tickets in her hand. The plane is ready. We should head to Papaya Island. Sun Wuxiu stood up, and in that instant his warm aura transformed into a tall and imposing presence. He walked over naturally, taking the luggage bag from Bulma's hand and holding her hand with his other. Let's go and claim the championship that belongs to us. Papaya Island, located in the southern tropical region of Earth, is also the venue for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The climate here is hot all year round, with abundant rainfall exuding the exotic charm of the southern lands. When the luxurious private plane carrying Sun Wuxiu and Bulma landed on the island, there was still a full day until the tournament officially began. Unlike in the original story where everyone arrived just in time, Sun Wuxiu preferred a more leisurely pace. The two checked into a high-end hotel by the sea. At night, with the sea breeze gently blowing, Sun Wuxiu stood on the hotel balcony, gazing at the brightly lit martial arts temple in the distance. Tomorrow Goku and the others should be arriving. He was quite concerned about that foolish younger brother. Although he knew he must have faced a lot of hardships under Master Roshi, such as plowing fields by hand, delivering milk, and dodging sharks, this was precisely the foundation for Goku's growth. The next day, in the early morning, the weather on Papaya Island was indeed, as Sun Wuxiu remembered, with heavy rain pouring down. The once bustling streets quickly became empty as most martial artists sought shelter from the rain under eaves or headed to the registration area early. This rain is really heavy. Bulma held a transparent umbrella tightly clutching Sun Wuxiu's arm. Will that idiot Goku get soaked? Don't worry, with that kid's physique, a little rain doesn't matter. Sun Wuxiu was not holding an umbrella. Strangely, as the dense raindrops fell within 3 inches above his head, it was as if they were blocked by an invisible chi shield sliding off to the sides and not even dampening the edges of his clothes. This was a refined application of chi as well as a form of passive protection from the chicken spell. The two strolled through the rain, heading towards the registration area. Just then a voice filled with complaint came from beneath a tree ahead. Ah, when is this rain going to stop? Immediately after, a hurried sound of footsteps followed. Hurry up, otherwise we'll miss the registration. Sun Wuxiu stopped in his tracks, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. Coming. Through the rain curtain, 3 figures could be seen running towards them. The one in front was a small boy in an orange martial arts uniform carrying a power pole. Even through the rain, one could feel the vibrant life force emanating from him. Following behind was a small bald monk with 6 ear piercings, struggling to run with a large luggage bag on his back. Bringing up the rear was an old man in a black suit wearing sunglasses and carrying a turtle shell. None other than Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi. Hey, is that? Sun Wukong, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted the familiar figure in the rain. Though it had been a year since they last met, and despite the figure appearing taller and more imposing, he would never mistake that familiar aura. Brother! Sun Wukong shouted, suddenly pushing off the ground, splashing a large amount of water as he shot towards Sun Wuxiu like a cannonball. Wukong! Sun Wuxiu extended his hand, firmly catching his rushing brother. Wow, brother, it's really you. Wukong excitedly clung to Sun Wuxiu, completely unconcerned about whether the mud on him would dirty his brother's clothes. I've become super strong this year. Yes, I can see that. Sun Wuxiu ruffled Wukong's still spiky hair, feeling the chi of Wukong. Indeed, it had condensed several times more than a year ago. Although his normal battle power still could not compare to Sun Wuxiu's current level, the speed of that growth was impressive. Oh, look who it is, Wuxiu and Bulma. At that moment, Master Roshi approached as well. Though drenched to the bone, his eyes behind the sunglasses still gleamed with unmistakable appreciation upon seeing Bulma's refreshingly breezy attire. Long time no see, Master Mutant. Sun Wuxiu set Goku down and bowed respectfully before Master Roshi. No matter how formidable his current strength had become, reverence for one's teacher remained the bedrock of character. Haha, here. Long time no see. Master Roshi appraised Sun Wuxiu, a flash of sharp insight flickering behind his tinted lenses. This boy, his aura is so profoundly contained. I can't even fathom its depth. A silent shock rippled through Master Roshi's mind, though his outward demeanor remained its usual irreverent self. Just then a small bald head cautiously emerged from behind Master Roshi. With equal parts curiosity and awe, the boy studied Sun Wuxiu. Over the past year, he'd heard this name countless times in training sessions spoken reverently by both Master Roshi and Goku. Goku's elder brother, a prodigy beyond compare, a genius, even Master Roshi praises without reserve. These epithets had kindled in Krillin an intense, almost reverent fascination toward this elder senior he'd never met. Are you senior brother Wuxiu? Krillin nervously rubbed his palms together and bowed deeply. I'm Krillin. I'm Master Mutant's newest disciple. Pleased to meet you. Sun Wuxiu smiled gently at Krillin, still noseless, still young. This was the strongest earthling in the Dragon Ball world, the lifelong comrade and confidant of Goku himself. Hello, Krillin. Sun Wuxiu returned the bow with quiet warmth. I've heard in West City that Master Mutant has taken on an exceptionally bright new apprentice. From now on, please look after this clumsy fellow Goku. Krillin blinked, momentarily stunned. He'd expected such a legendary prodigy, this revered senior brother, to be aloof, stern, perhaps even condescending toward newcomers like the arrogant monks of the ancient Tsuru school. Instead, Sun Wuxiu radiated approachability, and his words carried the gentle, uplifting grace of a spring breeze. And no problem. Senior brother, rest assured. Krillin's snapped upright spine straightened, his admiration for this charismatic senior surging to its zenith. Well then, let's save the reminiscing for later. Registration closes soon. Sun Wuxiu gestured toward the registration hall ahead. Let's go. We'll meet the martial masters of the world there. Inside the registration hall, voices roared like a tide. Martial artists from across the globe gathered under one roof. The air hung thick with the scent of sweat and medicinal liniment. Yet the arrival of Sun Wuxiu's group stirred little commotion. After all, in this extraordinary Dragon Ball world, where children bore tails and bald-headed boys lacked noses, such sights were hardly remarkable. The registration process itself was simple: fill out a form, draw a lot. As they waited, the group settled into easy conversation. By the way, where's Master Mutant? Krillin suddenly realized the ever-present Master Roshi had vanished. He said he needed to use the restroom. Why is it taking him so long? Goku scratched his head. Sun Wuxiu took a sip of water, a faint, knowing smile playing at the corner of his lips. He knew exactly where that lecherous old master had gone. Right now, he was likely donning his Jackie Chun disguise in the restroom, gluing on a wig, adjusting his black Zhongshan suit. Master Roshi's intent was clear. Fearing his disciples' rapid growth might breed arrogance, he resolved to enter the tournament incognito, to defeat them personally in the finals. His aim was to remind them that beyond every peak lies another, and beyond every sky stretches a vaster firmament, so they would remain humble, ever striving toward higher realms of martial truth. It was a profound act of mentorship. For Goku and Krillin, such guidance was indeed necessary. But Sun Wuxiu set down his cup, his gaze drifting toward the hall's entrance. There, an elderly man in a black Zhongshan suit, silver hair gleaming, strode slowly inside, drawing glances from many around the room. Jackie Chun. Sun Wuxiu watched the familiar figure, silently murmuring the name within his heart. Master, I understand your earnest intention. In the original timeline, your plan was flawless. But this time, regrettably, you may be disappointed. Because I too require this championship. Sun Wuxiu sought more than the 500 Sony prize money. He sought to cement irrevocably his status as the undisputed foremost martial artist among Earth's new generation. Moreover, he wished to test, without invoking any talismans, how far he had truly advanced in the Roshi-style martial arts alone. After all, this was not a battle to the death. Of course, should verification prove insufficient, he could always deploy talismans afterward. Wuxiu, what are you looking at? Bulma leaned in curiously. Nothing at all. Sun Wuxiu withdrew, his gaze rose and flexed his wrists. Over the loudspeaker, the announcement for the preliminary matches began to echo. Let's go, Goku, Krillin. Sun Wuxiu led the way, his back a mountain unshaken by wind or storm. Let this world martial arts tournament become our stage. The preliminaries followed a straightforward format. First a free-for-all brawl, then unknown duels on the ring, culminating in 8 finalists for the official tournament. For Sun Wuxiu, however, even this level of competition fell short of a proper warm-up. Group 44, begin. At the referee's command, a hulking brute grinned savagely and closed in. He's soft-skinned, pretty-faced. Let's smash that handsome mug first. Been annoyed by you since outside. What having a girlfriend makes you special, Yet in the next instant, no flurry of blows, no clash of fists. Only a muffled thud. Thump, thump, thump. Onlookers barely registered what had occurred before the brute lay unconscious. Eyes rolled back, froth bubbling at his lips, limbs twitching involuntarily. Meanwhile, Sun Wuxiu stood motionless, hands still tucked casually in his pockets. Not a single step displaced. Too weak. He shook his head, stifling a bored yawn. At this level, you don't even warrant my removing my hands from my pockets. From afar, Jackie Chan, who had just concluded his own match, witnessed the entire scene. His eyes narrowed slightly. TCH. That speed. Master Roshi inwardly groaned. That move. I needed full concentration just to track it. This isn't disciplining disciples anymore. At this rate, this old man's lifelong reputation may suffer a catastrophic fall right here at the tournament. The preliminaries progressed swiftly, without suspense, without exception. Sun Wuxiu, Son Goku, Krillin, Jackie Chun, Master Roshi, Yamcha. Though unnerved by Sun Wuxiu, he still entered Nam, the Indian ascetic Bacterian, the foul-tempered savage, and Lunch, the seductive fighter. The 8 finalists were officially confirmed. When Sun Wuxiu stepped out of the preliminaries hall, he was met with Bulma's exuberant embrace and the thunderous, expectant cheers of countless spectators. The true battle had only just begun. With the preliminaries concluded, the 8 contender finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament commenced amid overwhelming anticipation. After the rain, Papaya Island's air was exceptionally fresh. The open-air arena shimmered faintly beneath the sun, while the surrounding stands brimmed with spectators, cheers rising like tidal waves, cresting higher with each surge. The early matches of the 8 contender finals held little suspense. Yamcha remained tragically outmatched, yet slightly stronger than in the original timeline, though his opponent proved insurmountable, the enigmatic elder Jackie Chan. After a flurry of flamboyant Wolfang fist techniques, Yamcha was effortlessly toyed with using Jackie Chan's afterimage fist, then finally dispatched with a single palm strike that sent him tumbling from the ring. Next, Krillin narrowly triumphed over the foul-smelling Batlier, leveraging his noseless physiology to withstand the opponent's noxious aura. Sun Wukong as ever fought with raw, untamed ferocity against Namu, the Indian ascetic. Their aerial duel dazzled the crowd, Wukong ultimately prevailing through superior mid-air maneuverability and physical prowess. Soon the semi-final pairings flashed across the giant screen. First match, Sun Wuxiu vs. Jackie Chan. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Krillin. So it begins at last. In the competitor's lounge, Sun Wuxiu rose and adjusted his orange martial arts uniform. That elderly master is formidable. Brother, be cautious. Sun Wukong added, his gaze gleaming with the instinctive sharpness of a wild beast. His aura resembles grandfather's, profound, unfathomable. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu ruffled Wukong's hair gently, then turned toward the arena. At that very moment, the silver-haired elder in a black Zhongshan suit stepped onto the ring with unhurried dignity. They stood 10 meters apart at the center of the ring, eyes locked. Young man, your martial skill is exceptional. I noted it during the preliminaries. Jackie Chan stood with hands clasped behind his back, embodying the serene authority of a sage beyond worldly concerns. Yet remember, true martial cultivation demands stillness of heart and clarity of mind. Today, let this old man test the mettle of your cultivation. Sun Wuxiu regarded the venerable master before him, a wry, knowing smile flickering at the corners of his lips. He made no attempt to expose the elder's identity, instead bowing respectfully with clasped fists. Please, senior master, guide me. The match begins. The sunglasses-wearing referee bellowed and slashed his arm downward. Shwa. No thunderous collision followed. Both moved almost simultaneously, not with explosive speed, but with deliberate, almost languid grace, so measured that ordinary spectators perceived their motions as strangely slow. Jackie Chun launched a straight punch toward the center line. Sun Wuxiu neither retreated nor evaded. Instead, he traced a gentle arc with one hand, guiding the elder's wrist with supple, yielding force. Deflection. A spark of keen insight flashed in Jackie Chun's eyes. He instantly shifted his attack, transforming fist into claw to seize Wuxiu's shoulder. Wuxiu subtly dropped his shoulder and shifted his stance, sliding aside like an eel through water, then countered with a precise knife-hand strike aimed at Jackie Chun's ribs. Remarkable youth. Jackie Chun exclaimed, raising his knee to block. Thud. A muffled impact echoed. They separated instantly. Yet this was only the opening salvo. For the next several minutes, they engaged in a pure, unadorned display of technical mastery. No cataclysmic energy blasts, no blinding afterimages. Only deflections, counters, parries, and ripostes. Each movement distilled from the essence of the turtle school martial art. So this is true martial art. Yamcha watched from the stands, dumbfounded, sweat beading on his brow. Every motion is perfectly calibrated. No wasted energy whatsoever. These two aren't human, they're monsters. On the ring, Jackie Chun grew increasingly unsettled. He had intended this bout to reveal Wuxiu's vulnerabilities, to guide, correct, and ultimately humble him by demonstrating that mastery always has its limits. But there were no openings. None at all. Wuxiu's defense stood like an impregnable fortress. Every angle of assault, however cunning, dissolved effortlessly beneath his calm, precise responses. And Wuxiu's counterattacks, though restrained, consistently targeted Jackie Chun's defensive blind spots, forcing him repeatedly into reactive retreat. This youth's foundation is this solid. A storm of disbelief churned within Jackie Chun's mind. In just 4 years, not only has he mastered every technique, but even his understanding of martial intent approaches mine. He'd assumed he was holding back, feeding Wuxiu openings. Yet as the fight unfolded, he realized Wuxiu was doing the same. Like a patient sparring partner, Wuxiu mirrored his rhythm, granting him space to express his lifelong mastery in full. I've been underestimated. Jackie Chun sighed faintly. Then his gaze sharpened, edged with newfound intensity. Very well. Then do not blame this old man for going all out. Ten Nation heaven-shaking palm. Jackie Chun leapt backward, palms pressed together, his entire being surging with power as cobalt lightning crackled and coalesced into a vast crackling net descending upon Wuxiu. This was Master Roshi's ultimate technique, a near unavoidable control art. As he forced out that move, Krillin gasped from the stands. Yet facing that overwhelming storm of lightning, Wuxiu merely shook his head. Master, this technique holds no effect on me. He neither dodged nor countered with a ki blast. At the instant the electric net neared his skin, Rabbit Talisman instant motion. Wuxiu vanished, truly vanished, not as a blur of speed, but as if erased from space itself. What? Jackie Chun's pupils contracted violently, but before he could react, a chill touched the nape of his neck. My apologies, Senior Master. It was Wuxiu's voice, calm, composed, laced with quiet reverence. Thud. A knife hand strike landed with surgical precision on Jackie Chun's carotid artery. He applied minimal force, but absolute anatomical mastery ensured maximum efficacy. Jackie Chun's vision dimmed, his chi dispersed instantly, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Silence swallowed the arena. 1 second. 2 seconds. Jackie Chun is down. The referee shouted, breathless with excitement. Count begins. 1, 2, 10. The winner, Sun Wuxiu. Whoosh. The stands erupted in deafening, ecstatic pandemonium. Could it be? That mysterious, peerless elder, felled in a single blow. Just how formidable was this youth named Sun Wuxiu? Wuxiu paid no heed to the roaring acclaim. He knelt beside the unconscious elder, lifted him gently, and handed him over to the arena staff. Rest well, Master. He murmured, inwardly watching the elder carried away. Your era ends with me. And the future begins anew with me. The upcoming second semifinal, although equally thrilling, appeared somewhat immature when contrasted with the match of Sun Wuxiu, which was filled with the demeanor of a master. Sun Wukong and Klin, as brothers, knew each other inside out and fought with exceptional intensity. Klin unleashed all his skills, even employing the Phantom Fist and luring tactics. Unfortunately, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, clever tricks could only buy time, but could not alter the outcome. In the end, Wukong, relying on the Saiyans' formidable resilience, absorbed a flying kick from Klin and retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Klin flying out of the ring. Thus the list for the finals was announced. Sun Wuxiu versus Sun Wukong. A brotherly duel. In the lounge, the unconscious Jackie Chun finally began to stir. He rubbed the sore back of his neck, his eyes somewhat dazed, but soon memories of the previous events surged back like a tide. I lost. The turtle sage looked at the ceiling, forced a bitter smile, and sighed. Did I not even qualify to force that kid to use his full strength? He could sense that Sun Wuxiu had still held back in that final strike. If that blow had been even a bit heavier or slightly misaligned, his old bones might have been finished. Sigh. Today's youth are truly terrifying. The turtle sage removed his disguised Zhongshan suit and tore off his wig, revealing his true appearance. He walked to the window, gazing at the arena that had been freshly repaired. Their two figures stood facing each other. One was his proud disciple, Sun Wukong. The other was the monster that filled him with both deep helplessness and immense pride, Sun Wuxiu. Let me see now, Wuxiu. The turtle sage donned a pair of sunglasses, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes. Just how high have you risen? The finals begin. With the referee's command, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. I have finally waited for this moment, brother. Sun Wukong assumed the starting pose of the turtle school, his fighting spirit burning to the utmost, causing even the surrounding air to distort from the heat radiating from him. Come on, Wukong. Sun Wuxiu casually stood with one hand behind his back, extending his right hand in a gesture that invited Wukong. Let me see the results of your year. Yeah. Sun Wukong roared, his figure vanishing in an instant. So fast. The audience felt a flash before Wukong appeared right in front of Sun Wuxiu, unleashing a torrential storm of punches and kicks. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of flesh colliding with flesh exploded like a barrage of firecrackers. Sun Wuxiu still only used one hand. Block, deflect, catch. No matter how swift or cunning Wukong's attacks were, Sun Wuxiu's hand remained like an insurmountable chasm, blocking all incoming strikes. He didn't even move his feet an inch throughout. Not enough. Sun Wuxiu said calmly. Your speed is too slow, your power too scattered. Focus your chi. Damn. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his tail whipping the ground fiercely, using the force to leap into the air, delivering a heavy flying kick aimed straight at Sun Wuxiu's temple. Now that's more like it. A glint of appreciation flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes as he finally raised his left hand. Bang! He firmly grasped Wukong's ankle. But the opening is too large. Before the words left his mouth, Sun Wuxiu flicked his wrist, swinging Wukong around and slamming him to the ground. Boom! The arena's stone slabs were smashed into a large pit, debris flying everywhere. But Wukong reacted swiftly, using his tail to push off the ground as he landed, springing back up and creating distance. Huff! Huff! Sun Wukong panted heavily, staring intently at the brother who remained standing in place, his clothes not even ruffled. The gap was too vast. Clearly he had become so much stronger, yet why did he still feel as powerless as an infant before his brother? Not only Wukong, but everyone at the sidelines was dumbfounded. Bulma clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes filled with stars. Wuxiu. So cool. Meanwhile, the turtle sage hiding in the corner wore an expression of utmost seriousness. That composure, that absolute control over the battle. He is not competing, he is teaching. The turtle sage realized. Every block and every counter by Sun Wuxiu was forcing Wukong to correct his movements and push his potential. This was no opponent. This was clearly an exceedingly stern mentor. Like a monster. The turtle sage muttered to himself. This child's realm in martial arts has likely touched the threshold of God. P.S. Here God is not referring to the later gods in Dragon Ball Super. In the arena, Sun Wuxiu seemed to feel that he was warmed up enough. He lowered his hand from behind his back, his smile gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. In that moment his aura shifted. If just a moment ago he was a still mountain, now he was a volcano ready to erupt, a tsunami on the verge of sweeping across the world. The terrifying sense of oppression made even the nearest referee take a few steps back, trembling. Wukong. Sun Wuxiu looked at his brother not far away and spoke in a deep voice. Warm-up is over. Next I will be a bit more serious. Are you ready? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's body hair stood on end. That was the instinctive fear of a creature facing a natural predator. Yet he did not flinch. Instead, he trembled with excitement. Come on, brother. Sun Wukong assumed a defensive stance, fully concentrated, elevating all his senses to the limit. Very well. Before Sun Wuxiu's words had even finished, swish, he vanished. It was not the instant movement he used against Jackie Chan, but a pure explosion of physical speed. Yet even so, Wukong's retina failed to capture any image. Where? Left? Right? Above? Wukong's brain raced. Suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. It was from years ago in the forest of Baozi Mountain, that masked specter. And just now the move his brother used against Jackie Chan. Behind. Wukong's instincts blared with alarm. Without any hesitation, relying solely on instinct and a flash of intuition, he spun around and raised his right elbow, driving it back fiercely. At that moment time seemed to slow down. Just as Wukong turned, Sun Wuxiu's figure indeed appeared behind him. That signature knife hand was raised high, ready to strike down. However, Wukong's preemptive elbow strike was perfectly positioned in the path of the knife hand. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Wuxiu's otherwise calm eyes. You predicted my move, and reacted using muscle memory. Truly worthy of the name Sun Wukong. Such innate combat talent ranks among the finest across the entire cosmos. Having observed it just once, he could flawlessly replicate and even counter it in live combat. Against an opponent of equal cultivation level, this elbow strike alone would have reversed the tide of battle. Alas, the gulf between us cannot be bridged by talent alone. At the very instant his palm strike was about to collide with the elbow strike, Sun Wuxiu changed tactics. Midair, he forcibly redirected his force. His descending palm strike retracted instantly and transformed into an upward hooking punch. This maneuver defied all known principles of physics, so swift that not even a trace of afterimage remained. Wukong's pupils dilated sharply. He saw it, yet he could not react. His body remained locked in the prior defensive motion, utterly unable to retract or redirect in time. This was absolute supremacy, crushing, undeniable. Prediction itself became a cruel jest before such overwhelming speed and power. Boom! A deep, muffled impact reverberated across the arena. Sun Wuxiu's fist struck Wukong's abdomen with perfect precision. The immense force did not send Wukong flying. Instead, it penetrated entirely inward, compressing deep into his core. Ka! Wukong's eyes instantly lost focus. Acidic bile erupted from his mouth. He remained frozen midguard, yet his body collapsed slowly, like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Thump! Wukong crumpled onto the ground unconscious. The entire hall plunged once more into deathly silence. All spectators stood stunned, speechless, overwhelmed by that final exchange, a maneuver honed to the pinnacle of velocity and dominance, so absolute it inspired despair. 10-second countdown complete. Contestant Sun Wukong is unconscious. The referee drew a long breath, raised Sun Wuxiao's arm aloft, his voice trembling. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament champion is Sun Wuxiao. Oh! Roaring cheers erupted like thunderclaps. Streamers rained from the ceiling. Sun Wuxiao stood at the center of the ring, bathed in golden sunlight and countless adoring gazes. He felt no exultation. Instead, he knelt and gently lifted his unconscious younger brother, gazing upon that youthful face, still etched with defiant frustration even in oblivion. Well done, Wukong. But to catch up with my shadow, you still have a very long road ahead. Thus concluded the clamor of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Inside a luxurious restaurant on Papaya Island, a spectacle unfolded, both catastrophic and euphoric for its owner. Another 50 bowls of fried rice. And 3 whole roasted pigs. Over here, 100 steamed buns. And every dessert on this menu. Exactly 1 portion each. At the table sat the Sun brothers. Their fierce rivalry on the ring now transformed into 2 tireless, insatiable food processors. Plates piled high as mountains, waitstaff dashed tirelessly, the head chef's wok spun so fast it nearly smoked. Wah, my prize money, my retirement fund. Master Roshi sat slumped in a corner, heart bleeding as he watched the carnage. Though he'd entered the tournament solely to train his disciples, he hadn't anticipated losing, not only to Wuxiao, but now having his wallet emptied by these 2 bottomless pits. There, old pervert, this meal's on me. Bulma smiled, handing a black gold credit card to the waiter. For Capsule Corp, this is trivial. A celebration of Wuxiao's victory and our joyful reunion. Really? Roshi sprang back to life, his sunglasses glinting with heart-shaped reflections. Bulma, you truly are an angel. Krillin, Yamcha, Pour Oolong, and others gathered around the same table, warmth and laughter filling the air. After feasting their fill, they stood together at the restaurant's entrance, silhouetted by the setting sun, long shadows stretching behind them. Then let this be our farewell. Wukong hoisted the Rui Jingu Bang, patted his round belly, and grinned contentedly. So full. I feel my strength returning already. Wukong, where will you go next? Krillin asked, reluctant to part. Wukong leapt onto the cloud somersault, gaze resolute. This tournament showed me how vast the world is, and how many extraordinary cultivators dwell within it. Like my brother, I'll journey across the lands, training relentlessly until I grow stronger. I'll return to Kame House to train harder too. Krillin clenched his fists. Next time we meet, I won't lose to you, Wukong. I'll be waiting. Wukong waved cheerfully. Take care, everyone. Brother Bulma, goodbye. Whoosh. Golden light blazed as the cloud somersault carried that audacious youth skyward, vanishing like a streak of lightning into the heavens. Watching Wukong vanish beyond the horizon, Master Roshi prepared to depart with Krillin. Wuxiao. He paused at the threshold, turning to regard his eldest disciple with profound gravity. Your path has long since surpassed the limits of my guidance. Yet I sense your Tao heart remains profoundly steady. Preserve that balance. Never lose yourself in the intoxication of power. I shall obey, Master. Sun Wuxiao bowed deeply. Soon the once bustling street held only 2 figures, Sun Wuxiao and Bulma. A gentle sea breeze stirred Bulma's violet hair as she turned toward the tall, handsome man beside her. Her sharp intellect sensed something inevitable approaching. You are leaving too, aren't you? Bulma asked softly, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Sun Wuxiao paused, then nodded silently. Yes. He reached out gently, cupping her cheek, his eyes tender yet unyielding in resolve. Bulma, this year in West City has been the happiest time of my life. But I must grow stronger. Stronger than Grandmaster Chun Long. No, stronger than heaven itself. Sun Wuxiao pointed upward toward the boundless azure vault. The realm of gods. Bulma blinked, then gave a wry, quiet laugh. I knew it. A man like you could never be content forever strolling beside me shopping for clothes. She drew a slow breath, striving to brighten her smile. Go then. You were destined to stand atop the world. How could the woman who chose you settle for a timid man hiding in comfort's embrace? But she rose onto her toes, arms circling his neck, and pressed a fierce, lingering kiss to his lips. Remember this, no matter how high you soar, West City will always be your home. Dare flirt with another woman out there, and I'll build a bomb capable of obliterating Earth to blow you to smithereens. Got it. Sun Wuxiu laughed warmly, drawing her close. As you command, your majesty. After bidding Bulma farewell, Sun Wuxiu did not wander aimlessly as Wukong had. His destination was fixed westward, to Karin Tower. Across the world, unrest simmered. The Red Ribbon Army, bent on global conquest, scoured the lands for Dragon Balls, plunging nations into chaos and suffering. Yet Sun Wuxiu paid them no special attention. They were mere whetstones for Wukong's forging. In the original chronicle, Wukong matured through successive clashes with the Red Ribbon Army, eventually storming and annihilating their headquarters single-handedly. Sun Wuxiu refused to deprive his brother of that crucible. Besides, his fate is ironclad. He needs no intervention from me. Soaring 10,000 meters above, he gazed down calmly at distant flashes of battle fire below. Days later, a vast primeval forest unfurled beneath him. At its heart rose a colossal white tower, soaring beyond the clouds as if stitching earth to heaven itself. Karin Tower, the sacred abode of immortals, legendary, timeless. Sun Wuxiu landed at the foot of the tower in the Indian tribe, the hometown of Upa and Bala, and did not linger, just slightly releasing a hint of his aura to intimidate the nearby ferocious beasts before heading directly to the tower. Looking up at the pillar that pierced the clouds, Sun Wuxiu smiled. Is this the staircase from mortals to the divine? For me now it does seem a bit low. He did not use the floating ability of the chicken talisman, nor did he climb up for 3 days and nights like the original Wukong. He merely bent his knees slightly. Ox talisman strength x rabbit talisman speed. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Sun Wuxiu shot upward like an intercontinental missile, creating a terrifying sonic boom as he ascended straight along the tower. The wind howled past his ears, and the clouds shattered beneath his feet. What would take mortals several days to climb was conquered by Sun Wuxiu's unreasonable explosiveness in less than 10 minutes. At the top of the Karin Tower, a plump, white cat leaned on a cane, squinting as it dozed. It was the Karin immortal who had witnessed countless martial artists attempt to scale this tower over the past 800 years, yet only a few succeeded. Who? Suddenly a strong gust of wind surged from below, ruffling its whiskers. Meow. The Karin immortal was startled, and before it could react, a figure landed steadily on the railing before it. It was a boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his face not flushed and not a drop of sweat on him. Oh, is this the cat immortal? Rounder than I imagined. Sun Wuxiu jumped down from the railing, curiously observing the legendary cat. How did you get up here? I ran up, Sun Wuxiu shrugged. Ran up. The Karin immortal wiped non-existent sweat from its forehead. This tower is 10,000 meters high at a vertical angle of 90 degrees, and you tell me you ran up. Are the young people nowadays all this abnormal? Ahem. The Karin immortal, having lived for 800 years, quickly regained its composure. Since you can come up, it shows you possess some skills. I am the immortal here. You must be here to seek the super holy water, right? It pointed to a pot of water in the center of the hall. As long as you can snatch this from my hands. Ding. A clear bell sound interrupted its words. The Karin immortal was stunned. It felt like something was missing from its hands. Looking down, its cane was still in hand, but the bell used to test speed that hung from the cane was gone. It suddenly looked up. Sun Wuxiu was playing with the bell in his hand, a smile on his face. Is this the bell? I don't see it being hard to take. The Karin immortal was petrified. 1 second. No, not even 0.1 seconds. Its proud movement seemed as slow as a snail in front of this boy. You. The Karin immortal stammered for a long time before finally sighing. All right, you win. You are the first in hundreds of years to grab the bell so quickly. Even stronger than the martial heaven of the past by countless times. You can drink from that pot of super holy water. However, contrary to its expectations, Sun Wuxiu casually tossed the bell back to it, not even glancing at the pot of water. That kind of self-deceiving water is better left for those who come later. Sun Wuxiu said faintly, my strength does not need such things to prove it. Moreover, my goal is not you. Sun Wuxiu raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the dome of Karin Tower, looking toward the void above. I want to go up there and meet the gods. The Karin immortal was truly shocked this time, its hair standing on end. You know there are gods above. The existence of the gods is the highest secret of Earth aside from the divine servants of past generations, and this cat no one knows. Don't be nervous, cat immortal. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand. I mean no harm. I just want to go there to cultivate. This is against the rules. The Karin immortal was somewhat troubled. Without the decree of the gods, even the Rui stick cannot. At this moment, a majestic and ancient voice resonated through telepathy directly in the mind of the Karin immortal. Kylan, let him come up. Oh, great God. The Karin immortal hurriedly bowed to the sky. This boy possesses extraordinary luck and strength. Moreover, although he has a strong desire for battle in his heart, he harbors no evil thoughts. The voice continued, I want to meet him too. Yes, great God. The Kakarot immortal let out a sigh of relief, its gaze towards Sun Wuxiu growing more respectful. The god has agreed. You can go up now. Thank you. Sun Wuxiu nodded, ready to take off, when he suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped. He flipped his palm and magically pulled out several jars of fresh large fish he had just caught in the forest behind. It's our first meeting, and I didn't bring any gifts. These fish will serve as a meeting gift for the immortal. The moment the Kakarot immortal saw the fish, its previously lofty demeanor crumbled, and drool nearly dripped from its mouth. Meow. So big a fish. And still alive. However, Sun Wuxiu changed his tone. I also want to exchange some local specialties with the immortal. Exchange what? The Kakarot immortal asked warily while holding the fish. Spiritual beans. Sun Wuxiu extended 2 fingers. 2 jars. 2 jars. The Kakarot immortal nearly threw the fish away. Do you think spiritual beans are candy? One can sustain you for 10 days without hunger and can heal any wounds as long as you're not dead. Are you going to war with 2 jars? Better safe than sorry, Sun Wuxiu smiled. You see, the enemies I will face in the future might be very strong. What if I get half dead? Wouldn't it be awkward without beans? Moreover, while I am cultivating in the divine temple, I won't have time to catch fish for you to eat right. The Kakarot immortal struggled for a while, glancing at the lively fish in its hands, then looking at Sun Wuxiu, who had a "if you don't give it to me, I won't leave" expression. All right. I'm afraid of you. It ran into the inner room and came out with 2 jars that looked not too big, but were stuffed full. Take it easy. This is my stock that I've saved for several hundred years. Thanks. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand, putting the 2 jars of spiritual beans into his bag, actually packed in capsules. Although he had the dog talisman and the horse talisman, theoretically, he should not need spiritual beans. But you never know when Z warriors might fight when he's not around. Better safe than sorry. After completing this transaction, Sun Wuxiu no longer stayed. I want borrow the Rui stick, I'll fly up myself. He lifted off the ground, activated the power of the chicken talisman, and transformed into a streak of light breaking through the clouds, flying toward the divine temple, floating above the 9 heavens. The celestial temple. Here the air is thin and gravity faint, boundless seas of clouds stretch in every direction as if at the very edge of the world. Sun Wuxiu descended slowly onto the crimson-tiled floor. A portly man clad in traditional Arab attire and wrapped in a dark headscarf stood waiting, his entire body pitch black. Mr. Popo, the divine servant whose expression never wavered, yet whose power ran unfathomably deep. You have arrived, said Popo, his voice utterly devoid of inflection. Mr. Popo, Sun Wuxiu nodded respectfully. The kami awaits you. Popo turned and led the way. Deep within the temple's sanctum, Sun Wuxiu finally beheld the elder. A frail figure leaning on a gnarled cane, his face deeply lined, his skin an emerald green. The Earth's kami, and also the benevolent counterpart of the demon King Piccolo. Welcome, martial artist of Earth, Sun Wuxiu. With eyes brimming with ancient wisdom, the kami gazed upon him, and in his very first words revealed Sun Wuxiu's true identity. Sun Wuxiu was not surprised. The kami could observe all realms below. Knowledge of his origins was only natural. I pay my respects to the kami. Your purpose here is already known to me. The kami spoke slowly, deliberately. Within you resides a force of terrifying magnitude, one so profound it stirs even my own soul to tremble. Should you stray onto the path of darkness, Earth shall be doomed beyond redemption. Yet I have seen your heart. The kami pointed gently towards Sun Wuxiu's chest. There dwells a serene, righteous energy, and something else, a mysterious power I cannot fathom, the talisman. You seek training here to grow stronger, am I correct? Yes, Sun Wuxiu replied without hesitation. I know Earth will soon face grave perils, foes against whom my present strength stands no chance. I must undergo a complete metamorphosis of both spirit and flesh, in this place closest to the divine. The kami fell silent for a long while. Then he turned, gazing out over the endless sea of clouds below. Though I do not know the nature of these calamities you foresee, I trust the clarity in your gaze. I shall guide your cultivation, and even permit Popo to escort you into the hyperbolic time chamber, though that hour has not yet come. But you must swear me one condition. The kami turned back, his gaze piercing and unwavering. Should Earth ever stand on the precipice of annihilation, and should I prove powerless to intervene, you must rise without hesitation to defend this planet. Even should your foe be a god or a demon. Sun Wuxiu smiled. Was this not precisely why he had come to this world? I swear it. Sun Wuxiu pledged solemnly. So long as I draw breath, Earth shall endure. The kami nodded, a quiet satisfaction softening his ancient features. Very well. From this day forth you shall reside here. Over these 3 years I shall reveal to you what true divine martial arts truly mean. Meanwhile, upon the surface of the earth, boom, the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters collapsed in a thunderous roar. A bloodied boy leapt from the rubble, clutching tightly the 4-star Dragon Ball, in his small, trembling hand. The 4-star ball had originally rested in the house atop Mount Pozu, until stolen. Phew, finally done. Sun Wukong wiped dust from his face, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Now then, where shall I go next? At that instant, the gears of fate clicked into place. 2 brothers, one ascending among the clouds, the other grounded upon the earth. Both strived with relentless devotion, forging themselves for their reunion 3 years hence and for the vast horizon awaiting them. Above the clouds at the celestial temple, time held no meaning, only eternal stillness and rarefied air. Upon the scarlet-tiled plaza, 2 figures engaged in a most unusual battle. One of them was Sun Wuxiu himself, clad in pristine white martial robes. His eyes were closed, his ears sealed shut, yet his entire being drifted like a feather borne on the wind, moving without pattern yet with flawless liquid grace. Before him glided Mr. Popo, his obsidian form shadow-like, as he wielded a wooden staff adorned with delicate bells. Tink! The bell chimed from the left. Sun Wuxiu did not flinch. In the next breath, the staff shot forward, silent, lethal, aimed squarely at his spine. Yet mere instants before contact, his body defied inertia, shifting sideways by half an inch with jarring suddenness, yet perfect naturalness. The staff struck empty air. Well done. For the first time, a flicker of approval softened Popo's ageless, impassive face. As silent as the sky, as swift as lightning. Wuxiu, you have reached the threshold. Sun Wuxiu removed his earplugs and exhaled deeply. As he moved to bow in gratitude, he noticed Popo tilting his head curiously. Wuxiu, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Sun Wuxiu blinked, startled. I've been wholly immersed in sensing the flow of qi. Nothing escapes my focus. Wait, he suddenly remembered, and his face paled. Mr. Popo, what day is it today? By mortal reckoning, Popo replied calmly, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded yesterday. And at present it is the morning after the tournament's close. Oh blast! Sun Wuxiu's aura of enlightened mastery shattered instantly. No, I've lost track of time entirely. Yesterday was the finals. Then I've stood everyone up. Recalling Bulma's legendary temper, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ah, Mr. Popo the Kami, I must descend immediately. My sincerest apologies. I'll bring you local delicacies next time. Without pause, Sun Wuxiu dashed to the temple's precipice. Rabbit talisman velocity. Whoosh! He became a streak of light hurtling downward with desperate urgency. On the ground, Papaya Island. Though the World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded triumphantly the previous day, and Sun Wukong had claimed victory over Tian Xinhan, the island's fervor remained undimmed. Outside a luxurious seaside hotel, guests packed their belongings preparing to depart. Joy lingered, but beneath it an unmistakable undercurrent of quiet disappointment. That guy actually didn't show up. Bulma wore a carefully chosen off-shoulder red dress and a wide-brimmed sun hat, gripping the dragon radar tightly. Her lips pursed in a sulky pout. I'll be back soon, he said. For the future, he claimed. All lies pure hogwash. You big dummy, Sun Wuxiu. I went to such trouble to look stunning, and you couldn't even spare a single glimpse. Yulong murmured timidly nearby. Maybe Master Wuxiu got lost up there. Silence. Bulma shot him a glare, then sighed, her expression dimming. Even just a fleeting appearance would have sufficed. Nearby, Sun Wukong, the newly crowned champion, stood with his power pole slung across his shoulders, gazing silently upward. Wukong, what's wrong? Aren't you thrilled to have one? Krillin asked, stepping closer. Of course I'm happy, Wukong scratched his head. But my brother wasn't there. To see how strong I've become. Senior brother Wuxiu must be occupied with vital cultivation, Krillin reassured him. After all, he trains under the Kami himself. Master Roshi and Tian Xinhan stood nearby, having fought fiercely the day before. Tian had fully renounced the dark path of the Crane School, as the group chatted idly awaiting their private aircraft. Vroom. A chilling, soul-deep cold suddenly descended upon the entire hotel plaza. There was no howling wind nor dark clouds, yet in that moment all martial artists felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. What is this aura? Wukong and Tianjin Fan both assumed battle stances, their gazes fixed on the sky. This aura. It's evil, immense, and reeks of blood. The turtle sage's sunglasses slipped down his face, turning pale. No, it can't be. This feeling is. Boom. A purple beam of light descended from the sky, shattering the enormous sign of the hotel. Amidst the flying debris, the smoke began to clear. A tall green figure hovered in midair, looking down at everyone. Behind him was a winged pterodactyl-like subordinate. The green figure wore a deep blue robe with a large character for demon emblazoned on his chest, exuding a suffocating sense of terrifying oppression. Moreover, he was very young, filled with explosive energy. Is that Piccolo the Demon King? The turtle sage exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling, and he has regained his youthful state. Oh, someone actually recognizes me. Piccolo the Demon King sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Perfect, all the martial artists are here, saving me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Today is a good day, and I am feeling happy. Piccolo stretched his neck, cracking sounds echoing. Therefore, I will kill all of you as an opening ceremony for my rule over the world. Stop boasting. Tianjin Fan was the first to charge forward. No matter what kind of demon king you are, you will not run rampant here. Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan launched into a desperate attack, his energy surging, and this strike had the power to flatten a mountain. However, too slow. Piccolo the Demon King did not even dodge, he merely waved his hand. Bang! The terrifying Kamehameha was swatted away, with one hand exploding against the distant sea and stirring up towering waves. In an instant, Piccolo's figure appeared before Tianjin Fan, his knee crashing into his abdomen. Ugh! Tianjin Fan didn't even have a chance to retaliate before he collapsed to the ground, losing all fighting capability. Tianjin Fan, you bastard! Sun Wukong roared, undeterred, instead erupting with unprecedented battle intent. After yesterday's fierce battle with Tianjin Fan, coupled with a night of deep sleep, the Saiyans' passive ability of becoming stronger at the brink of death once again activated quietly. At this moment, Wukong was even stronger than he had been during the finals yesterday. Yeah. Wukong charged forward like a cannonball, his Rui Bang transforming into a flurry of stick shadows, crashing fiercely towards Piccolo. Humph, overestimating yourself. Piccolo the Demon King initially intended to swat Wukong away casually, but upon contact he was astonished to find that this kid's strength was surprisingly immense. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought fiercely in midair. Although Wukong was at a disadvantage, being pushed back repeatedly by Piccolo, he was like an unkillable cockroach, returning each time with even greater speed. How strange. I feel power surging continuously. Wukong fought with increasing vigor, even managing to seize an opening to kick Piccolo in the face. Smack! Piccolo's head was knocked to the side. The crowd was stunned. Wukong can actually contend with that monster. Krylin's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The turtle sage fixed his gaze on the battlefield, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Piccolo hasn't even used his full strength, but Wukong's growth is too terrifying. Yet he still can't win. Indeed, after taking a kick, Piccolo's expression twisted into a snarl. Good. Very good. You dare touch my noble face. You wild monkey, I will tear you to shreds. Piccolo the Demon King's aura surged once more, moving so swiftly that even his afterimages were undetectable as he began to unleash a one-sided massacre on Wukong. At that moment, the turtle sage, who had been looking for an opportunity, suddenly focused his gaze. Now's the time. He swiftly pulled out a small rice cooker adorned with charms from his pocket and threw it to the ground, opening the lid. Taking advantage of the moment when Piccolo was distracted by Wukong, the turtle sage struck the pose that had haunted Piccolo the Demon King for hundreds of years. Demon Sealing Wave. This roar sounded like thunder. A green whirlwind erupted from the ground, generating a powerful suction that instantly locked onto Piccolo the Demon King in midair. Wah! What? Piccolo, who was about to deliver a final blow to Wukong, heard that name and saw the familiar green whirlwind, his face instantly turning a ghastly green. That was the fear etched deep in his soul. That is the technique of potato. No. Piccolo the Demon King, terrified, tried to escape, but his body was uncontrollably drawn towards the small rice cooker. It must succeed. The turtle sage's 7 orifices bled as he exerted the last ounce of his life force. Just as Piccolo the Demon King was on the verge of being sealed. Piano. Piccolo the Demon King let out a desperate roar. The pterodactyl-like subordinate Piano, who had been watching from the sidelines though stunned, instinctively rushed forward upon hearing his master's call. My king. Piano blocked in front of Piccolo. Swoosh. The Demon Sealing Wave's whirlwind struck Piano, instantly twisting him into a spiral, and then with a thud sucked him into the rice cooker. Bang! The lid closed. The turtle sage maintained the spell-casting posture, watching the smoking rice cooker, the light in his eyes dimming instantly. Failed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Huff! Huff! The near-death Piccolo the Demon King gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat. In that split second, he truly thought he was done for. Damn! That damn old man. After the intense fear, overwhelming rage surged within him. I will kill all of you. I will wipe you all out. Boom. With a wave of his hand, a Kamehameha struck the already exhausted turtle sage. The turtle sage was blown away without even a grunt, his fate uncertain. Grandpa. Wukong's eyes widened with fury. Next is you. Piccolo the Demon King gave Wukong no chance to catch his breath, his figure flashing to appear behind Wukong, delivering a heavy knife hand strike to Wukong's neck. Crack. Ugh. Wukong's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. All of you should die. Piccolo the Demon King spread his arms wide and countless energy blasts rained down like raindrops, turning the entire hotel plaza into a wasteland. Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and others could only despairingly evade amid the ruins. Finally, Piccolo the Demon King landed on a piece of broken wall, gathering a massive energy sphere capable of destroying an entire island aimed at the surviving Bulma and others. This is the consequence of defying me. Farewell, ants. Bulma collapsed on the ground, watching the deathly glow as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Wukong had fallen, Master Tetu had failed, everyone lay in a pool of blood. Who can come to save us? Wu Xiao. She closed her eyes and screamed his name with every ounce of strength left in her body. Son Wu Xiao. If you don't come now, everyone will die. You wretch. You promised you'd protect me. Her desperate, heartrending cries echoed across the deathly silent ruins. King Piccolo sneered coldly. Scream all you like. No one will come to save you. With a sharp sure three, a beam of annihilation lanced forth. At that very instant, it was as if a meteor had struck the earth. The ground convulsed violently, a dust and smoke instantly swallowed them all. King Piccolo frowned. Missed. As the smoke cleared, a tall, unwavering silhouette stood before Bulma, like an unscalable mountain, immovable and absolute. With one hand outstretched, he caught the death beam, powerful enough to pierce through solid steel, firmly in his palm as though grasping a child's toy. Crack! His fingers clenched, then shattered the beam outright, dissolving it into shimmering violet motes. Slowly he turned. His face was striking, handsome yet austere, his black eyes blazing with a fury colder than the deepest hells. Yet when his gaze fell upon Bulma and the fallen Goku, that infernal wrath melted instantly into profound remorse. I'm sorry, I lost track of time. I came too late. Bulma stared at him dumbfounded, then burst into tears, releasing every ounce of fear and anguish she had held within. You're finally here, sniffling, you big fool. Son Wu Xiao gently patted her head, then straightened his posture. He turned to face King Piccolo. His previously serene aura vanished entirely, replaced by a primordial bestial pressure so overwhelming that even King Piccolo felt his very soul tremble. Piccolo. Son Wu Xiao's voice was soft, yet carried with crystalline clarity across the entire battlefield. You harmed my brother, struck down my master, and now you seek to kill my woman. Have you prepared yourself to descend into hell once more? Above the ruined shores of Papaya Island, sea wind laced with the acrid scent of gunpowder brushed against every face. The air itself seemed frozen. Son Wu Xiao stood motionless, tall and unbending as a pine, his white martial robe snapping sharply in the wind. He did not unleash any earth-shattering aura. His presence remained eerily still, like a bottomless lake whose depths no eye could fathom. Before him, King Piccolo hovered midair, his once arrogant visage now clouded with uncertainty. What's going on? His keen ears twitched faintly, a bead of cold sweat traced down his brow. This man has no key. To his senses, Son Wu Xiao was utterly inert, like a stone, like a blade of grass, devoid of any trace of life energy fluctuation. Yet the raw power he'd just displayed, crushing the death beam barehanded, was undeniably real. That staggering contradiction stirred a primal unease deep within the demon lord. Bluster. To mask his inner disquiet, King Piccolo broke the silence first, his voice icy and venomous. So, your Son Wu Xiao. Your arrogance is impressive. Judging by your ability to block my casual strike, you're marginally stronger than this rabble. But, King Piccolo spread his arms wide. The monstrous purple demonic energy behind him surged skyward, staining the heavens with an unnatural hue. Before my restored peerless might, you are nothing but a slightly sturdier ant. Faced with King Piccolo's taunts and that crushing, suffocating pressure, Son Wu Xiao remained utterly unmoved, as if he hadn't heard a word. He even turned his back fully on the so-called Great Demon King. A stunned, humiliated silence seized Piccolo's features, the shock of being rendered utterly invisible. Son Wu Xiao walked calmly toward the blood-soaked figures lying motionless on the ground. The scene was horrific. Krillin's chest was caved in, his breath barely a whisper away from extinction. Master Roshi lay drenched in blood, unconscious. Goku remained conscious, but clearly at the very edge of collapse. Good, none of them are dead yet. Son Wu Xiao exhaled softly, relief flickering in his eyes. So long as even a single breath remained, not even the king of hell could claim them, not beneath the power of his Ma talisman. He knelt beside Krillin, the most gravely injured, and placed his right hand gently over the boy's chest. A gentle, warm, sacred white light bloomed from his palm. That was the power of the Ma talisman, restoration. What is that? Bulma and Tien Shinhan, still conscious at a distance, stared eyes wide with disbelief. Before their incredulous gaze, miracle unfolded. Krillin's collapsed ribcage rose visibly, reshaping itself before their eyes. His ashen pallor flushed with healthy color. His thread-like breath steadied, deepened, and grew strong. After only 3 seconds, cough, cough. Krillin, who had already been condemned to death, jolted upright, coughing twice, and blinked blankly at his own chest. Huh, I'm not dead. And, wait, I don't feel any pain at all. Don't move. Just prepared you, Sun Wuxiu said, patting Krillin's bald head with a smile, then rising to tend to Master Roshi next. High above, King Piccolo's face had gone truly green, greener than his own skin. Damn you. How dare you ignore me? And heal them, right before my eyes. The sheer humiliation of being treated as mere background noise shattered his composure completely. Die. He raised his right hand, index finger aimed squarely at Sun Wuxiu's back, where the latter was healing Roshi. A hyper-concentrated death beam, its upgraded version, coalesced at his fingertip. Sure 3. Tearing through the air with a shrieking howl, the beam shot straight for Sun Wuxiu's skull. Wuxiu, watch out. Bulma screamed in terror. Yet Sun Wuxiu didn't turn. He simply flicked his left hand backward, casually, as if swatting away a buzzing fly. Snap! A crisp, sharp report rang out. The beam, capable of piercing tanks, was slapped aside by the back of his hand. Boom! Deflected upward, it detonated high in the sky, shattering a thunderhead. Too noisy, Sun Wuxiu murmured, never pausing his healing flow into Roshi. Can't you see I'm busy? Go play somewhere else. Wow, what? King Piccolo's pupils contracted into needle-thin points, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. A casual backhand, deflecting his ultimate technique. And without even glancing. What is this monster? For the first time, fear, cold and serpentine, coiled around the Demon King's heart. What followed, for King Piccolo, was pure torment. Refusing to accept defeat, he launched attack after frenzied attack. Ki blasts, rapid-fire energy, orbs, ocular lasers. Shishishi, BOM, BOM, BOM. Yet each assault met the same effortless dismissal, slight head tilts to evade offhand deflections, or even dispersal via pure ki resonance. Not once did Sun Wuxiu shift his footing. He remained wholly focused on saving lives. Soon Master Roshi stirred awake. Goku rose to his feet. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha were back on their feet, fully recovered and brimming with vitality. The wounded who had lain scattered across the ground now stood fully restored, gazing at Sun Wuxiu as though he were a deity himself. Could this be the effect of the sacred beans? Goku ran his hands over his unblemished body, jaw slack with astonishment. But that's impossible. You didn't feed me any beans. Ah, I remember now. It's your unique ability. Wuxiu, what divine arts have you mastered these past 3 years? Master Roshi too stared in awe. Even legendary immortals might not possess such power. The instantaneous restoration of those on the brink of death. Just a minor trick, Sun Wuxiu replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. I'm glad everyone is safe. Wuxiu, watch out. That foe is truly formidable. Though Krillin had recovered, his gaze toward Piccolo hovering in the sky remained haunted by lingering dread. Just now all of us combined couldn't even land a single blow on him. Indeed, he's become a monster since regaining his youth. Yamcha echoed the sentiment. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu turned, stepping resolutely before the group. For me as I am now. He lifted his head. For the first time, his deep obsidian eyes met Piccolo the Demon King's gaze, wide with terror and unease. He is too weak. 3 simple words, delivered like a thunderclap, hammering directly upon Piccolo's pride. Weak. Piccolo the Demon King laughed, a sharp, distorted cackle, his veins bulging across his green skin. Ha ha ha. You call me weak? You dare call me the god of this world, the very embodiment of terror, the magnificent Piccolo the Demon King. Weak? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Boom. Piccolo the Demon King erupted. No longer holding back, his aura surged like an erupting volcano. Shattered stones levitated around him, and even the sea roared and churned violently. Let me show you what true hell looks like. Die. He became a streak of emerald lightning, blasting straight towards Sun Wuxiu. The speed of that strike was so extreme that even Goku, just restored, could only glimpse a fading afterimage. So fast, Tien Shinhan cried out in shock. Yet to Sun Wuxiu's eyes, Piccolo's movements unfolded with cinematic slowness. 3 years of profound cultivation in the temple of the guardian god, mastering the duality of stillness and motion, combined with the enhancement of the rabbit talisman, rendered such velocity little more than a leisurely stroll. Too slow, Sun Wuxiu kept his hands clasped behind his back, and merely stepped left a fraction of an inch. Whooshed! Piccolo's mountain-shattering fist whistled past Sun Wuxiu's nose, striking empty air. Nanny! Piccolo recoiled in disbelief, before he could adjust his stance. Too light. Sun Wuxiu's voice whispered beside his ear. Then, slap. A thunderous, stinging slap landed squarely across Piccolo the Demon King's face. Pooh! Piccolo spun through the air like a top, revolving over a dozen times before barely stabilizing himself. Half his face swelled grotesquely puffed up, like steamed bowsy, several teeth flew from his mouth mingling with blood. You dared strike my face. He clutched his cheek, eyes wide with disbelief, and blazing with murderous fury. Precisely the face I struck. Sun Wuxiu brushed his palms together wearing an expression of mild distaste. As a demon king, your martial technique is crude, no better than that of an untamed beast. This is your so-called invincible power. It's laughable beyond measure. Ag! Piccolo the Demon King unleashed a bestial roar. Prince's combat art, consecutive energy barrage. His arms blurred, firing countless violet energy spheres in a torrential downpour, saturating every inch of space surrounding Sun Wuxiu. Boom, 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 boom. Blinding fireballs erupted skyward, smoke and dust blotted out the sun. This indiscriminate bombardment raged for a full minute. Only when Piccolo himself grew winded did he finally cease. Huff, huff. Surely he's turned to ash by now. Piccolo stared fixedly at the churning cloud below. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the white-clad figure remained standing exactly where he had been. Not a single hair disturbed, not even a speck of dust marred his garments. Sun Wuxiu even flicked his sleeve with a sigh of mild exasperation gazing at him. Is that it? Can't you produce something even remotely original? These fireworks are dazzling, but utterly useless. Despair. True absolute despair. Piccolo the Demon King finally understood this man before him was no mere slightly stronger ant. He was an insurmountable mountain, an abyss without bottom. How is this possible? How can such a monster exist in this world? Step by step Piccolo retreated, his madness dissolving into raw primal fear. Below Master Roshi and Shinhan and the others stood utterly petrified. They knew Sun Wuxiu was strong, but never imagined he could be this strong. To toy with Piccolo the Demon King, the very being who had reduced them to despair, as if he were a mischievous monkey. What exactly did senior brother Wuxiu undergo these past 3 years? Krillin swallowed hard. Could he truly have ascended to godhood? In midair, Sun Wuxiu observed Piccolo's crumbling psyche, calculating silently. Enough. If I continue playing, he'll shatter completely and self-destruct. That wouldn't do. Though I could crush you outright, the old guardian god must survive, for now. And besides, Sun Wuxiu recalled the future Piccolo, the uncle, who would sacrifice himself to protect Gohan, the ultimate guardian. You still need to lay that egg. At that thought his gaze sharpened. Game over. I'm bored of this game. Sun Wuxiu vanished, then reappeared instantly before Piccolo, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart. Piccolo could even discern the glint of amusement in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. You, go down. Sun Wuxiu formed a fist with his right hand. No flashy technique, only immense coalesced ki. Tum. One punch, driven into Piccolo's abdomen. Deceptively simple, yet infused with force capable of piercing entire mountain ranges. Huh. Piccolo's eyes bulged from their sockets, his body curled inward like a giant shrimp. His back garment exploded outward. The impact tore violently through his internal organs. Whoosh, crunch. Like a meteor, Piccolo slammed into the ruins below, carving a colossal crater into the earth. KHK. KHK. From the crater's depths, Piccolo coughed torrents of violet blood, his life force ebbing away with terrifying speed. He knew he was dying. Cursed. I cannot accept this. The demon clan must not end here. Driven by dying instinct and burning vengeance, he made his final choice. With his last strength, he convulsed his throat. A massive viscous white egg emerged from his mouth. That's Goku and the others gasped from afar. Sun Wuxiu hovered midair, watching unimpeded, his lips curling into a subtle triumphant smile. So this is the demon heir? As long as it's born, all is well. With his final breath, Piccolo hurled the egg far into the depths of the forest. After completing all this, he looked up at Sun Wuxiu in the sky and let out a mournful and unwilling curse. Sun Wuxiu, my child, will surely avenge me. The demon clan will live on forever. His words lingered. Bang! Sun Wuxiu casually unleashed a wave of energy, accurately striking the chest of the Demon King Piccolo, completely ending his life. Boom! With an explosion, the once mighty Demon King was reduced to ashes. As for that egg, Sun Wuxiu pretended not to see it. Let's keep it. Sun Wuxiu slowly descended to the ground, looking towards the forest in the distance, silently thinking, that will be the strongest caretaker on Earth in the future, Gohan's godfather. The battle is over. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed Papaya Island. Sun Wuxiu turned around, revealing a radiant smile to his dazed companions. All done, let's wrap it up. Everyone, long time no see, I missed you all so much. Bulma could no longer hold back, screaming as she rushed forward, throwing herself into the arms that had haunted her dreams. You still know how to come back. Big idiot. Watching the two embrace, Goku, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others also wore smiles of relief. On this day, the shadow of the Demon King dissipated. Sun Wuxiu's title of the strongest on Earth was forever etched in the hearts of everyone. The smoke over Papaya Island finally cleared. The sky, once shrouded by the dark clouds of the Demon Clan, now blossomed with a vast blue. The sea breeze blew through the ruined martial arts arena, and although it was a scene of devastation, the faces of the survivors shone with the relief of having survived. Wuxiu. Bulma clung to Sun Wuxiu like a koala, refusing to let go. Despite her delicate makeup being somewhat smudged from earlier tears, she appeared especially adorable in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Alright, there are so many people watching. Sun Wuxiu gently patted her back, smiling helplessly. Did I not return unscathed? If you lose a single hair, I will. I will ask Dad to build a time machine to go back and kill that greenskin monster again. Bulma sniffled, her words fierce, but her tone was full of affection. Around them, the survivors watched this scene, all wearing kind smiles. Our youth is truly wonderful. Master Roshi stroked his beard, feeling sentimental. Wuxiu's strength is truly remarkable. Krillin touched his bald head, his admiration nearly overflowing. That terrifying Demon King Piccolo was like a toy in his hands. Indeed, the gap is too great. Yamcha shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat disappointed, yet more at ease. With such a ridiculously strong ally, Earth is truly safe. At this moment, Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu, who had been silent at the edge, exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. Although they had contributed in the previous battle, their past as Crane School members made their position awkward. Since the crisis has been resolved, we should take our leave. Tien Shinhan cupped his fists towards Sun Wuxiu and Goku. Thank you for saving us this time. We will remember this kindness. After saying this, he prepared to leave with Kairatsu. Wait a moment. Bulma suddenly popped her head out from Sun Wuxiu's embrace, waving her hand. Everyone, don't go. To celebrate our victory over the Demon King and the fact that everyone survived, I've decided. Right now, everyone come to my house for a celebration feast. To West City. Krillin's eyes lit up. I've heard Bulma's family is super rich. The food must be amazing. Of course. Bulma proudly puffed out her chest. They'll call home immediately to have the chef prepare the highest quality dishes. And countless desserts and drinks. Hearing delicious food, Goku, who had been lying on the ground moaning, instantly revived with energy, jumping 3 feet high. Yay. I want to go. I want to eat a feast. Tien Shinhan hesitated. Is it really appropriate for us to go? What's inappropriate about it? Sun Wuxiu stepped forward, patting Tien Shinhan's shoulder, a gentle aura flowing through, relaxing Tien Shinhan's previously tense body. You were the first to charge in when facing Piccolo. From that moment on, you were no longer a killer of the Crane School, but a martial artist protecting Earth. Since we are comrades, what's the harm in sharing a meal? Sun Wuxiu's words acted like a warm current, dissolving the last bit of Tien Shinhan's apprehension. Seeing the sincere gazes of those around him, a faint smile finally appeared on Tien Shinhan's usually tense face. Well, then I will gladly accept your offer. Awesome. Let's go. Bulma cheered, pulling out a more luxurious large transport aircraft from her capsule. One by one, everyone boarded the plane. Just before closing the cabin door, Sun Wuxiu paused, turning back to take a deep look at the dense primitive forest in the distance. There, a faint yet evil seed of life was quietly hatching. Grow up, well, future Demon King. When you grow up, you must become a caretaker for my nephew. Sun Wuxiu's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he turned and walked into the cabin. Meanwhile, thousands of meters in the sky in the Divine Hall, the sea of clouds churned silent and still. 2 figures stood at the edge of the hall, overlooking everything happening below through the clouds. It was the god of Earth and his servant, Mr. Popo. Sigh. A weary sigh broke the tranquility of the hall. The god leaned on his staff, his brow furrowed, his face identical to that of the Demon King Piccolo, etched with complex emotions. Popo, did you see clearly? I saw clearly, Lord God. Mr. Popo's poker face still showed no expression, but his tone carried a hint of ease. Sun Wuxiu. He clearly had the ability to completely eliminate Piccolo in an instant, and even when Piccolo spat out that egg, he had enough time to destroy it. With his strength and that extraordinary perception, it's impossible he didn't notice the existence of that egg. But he chose to turn a blind eye, even inadvertently using his energy wave to mask the egg's aura. He did it on purpose. At this point, the god turned to look at Popo beside him. Popo, did you say something to him? Mr. Popo blinked his round eyes, looking somewhat innocent. I merely shared some stories about the divine history while guiding him in his training, as well as. The inseparable life connection between gods and demons. You? The god shook his head helplessly, but there was not much reproach in his eyes. How could he not know? Bik the great demon is the embodiment of his malevolent thoughts. They are two sides of the same coin. If Bik dies, the benevolent deity will perish as well. He had originally prepared for sacrifice, even reminding Sun Wuxiu to exterminate the roots before descending to the mortal realm. But he did not expect Sun Wuxiu to defy his command and leave that threat behind. This child, the deity, gazed at the airplane that had already taken off, and his expression softened. Did he deliberately let the tiger return to the mountain to preserve my life? Perhaps, Mr. Bobo replied as he looked at the deity. Wuxiu is a very clever child. He knows that if the deity dies, the Dragon Balls on Earth will also vanish. For him, who wishes to protect the Earth, your survival is more important than anything else. However, the offspring incubating in that egg will inherit all of Bik's memories and powers, possibly surpassing him. The deity expressed his concern. In 3 years, he will surely return for revenge. But dear deity, do you not often say that pressure creates motivation? Mr. Bobo rarely showed a hint of a smile. Since Wuxiu dared to let it go, it signifies his absolute confidence in being able to handle it. Moreover, do you not think that for the child named Sun Wukong this will serve as the best sharpening stone? The deity was momentarily stunned, then sighed with a wry smile. It seems I am truly getting old. My courage is no match for this group of youngsters. Well, since my life is not yet destined to end, I cannot remain idle for these remaining 3 years. The deity turned around and walked deeper into the temple. Bobo, prepare yourself. When that kid named Sun Wukong arrives, we must train him well. Since Wuxiu has already set off, someone must take his place to deal with that offspring of the demon. Yes, dear deity. West City Capsule Corporation headquarters. When the plane carrying everyone landed on the private garden's helipad, a grand banquet was already prepared. One must admit the grandeur of the world's richest man is unmatched. The enormous open-air garden was filled with long dining tables stacked with delicacies from around the world. Roasted whole beef, deep-sea lobsters, exquisite caviar. There was nothing here that one could not find, only what one could not imagine. Well-dressed servants moved about while a band played cheerful melodies in the corner. Wow, it smells amazing. As soon as the cabin door opened, Sun Wukong's nose twitched, and he instantly teleported to the dining table, grabbing a turkey leg larger than his head, and began to munch on it. Delicious. So good. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Yamcha and Krillin looked at the royal-like scene, feeling a bit restrained. Don't be polite. Treat this place as your own home. Eat and play freely. Bulma changed into a more comfortable home outfit, leading Sun Wuxiu by the hand, embodying the hostess charm. With Bulma's words, everyone also stopped holding back. That day, the chef team of Capsule Corporation faced the greatest challenge of their careers, because they encountered a group of bottomless pits, especially those two brothers. Sun Wukong is famously known as a bottomless pit. And although Sun Wuxiu ate gracefully and slowly, his speed and quantity of food were no less than Wukong's. The Saiyans' stomach is connected to another dimension. Even Tenshinhan and Master Roshi, after letting loose, had astonishing appetites. The banquet continued from noon until night. As night fell and the lights lit up, everyone was full and content, sitting on the garden lawn holding drinks or wine glasses, enjoying this rare tranquility. Phew, I'm alive again. Krillin rubbed his round belly, lying on the grass and gazing at the starry sky with a satisfied expression. This is what life is. I really hope we can do this every day from now on. Indeed. Master Roshi took a sip of red wine, his face flushed with mild inebriation. With Bik the great demon dead, the world is finally at peace. From now on, it's your generation's era. This old man can finally retire and read beauty magazines in peace. Upon hearing Bik the great demon is dead, everyone revealed relaxed smiles. That nightmare has finally ended. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, a plain voice suddenly rang out like a deep-sea bomb dropped into a calm lake. Not at all. Everyone froze and turned to the source of the voice. They saw Sun Wuxiu shaking a glass of juice, leaning back in his chair, his expression unnaturally calm. Bik the great demon is still alive. The entire room fell silent. Even Wukong, who was gnawing on a bone, stopped and widened his eyes to look at his brother. Wuxiu, you must be joking. Yamcha chuckled dryly. That guy was punched through by you, right? His body was blown to ashes. Yes, senior brother, we saw it with our own eyes. Krillin also sat up, his face slightly pale. What I mean is his life still continues. Sun Wuxiu set down his glass, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, his tone turning serious. In the last moments before his death, he condensed his life's essence, memories, and all magical powers into an egg and expelled it. What? Tenshinhan suddenly stood up, the third eye on his forehead, trembling slightly in shock. You mean he left behind offspring before dying? Exactly. Sun Wuxiu nodded. That is a unique reproductive method of the demon clan. The egg is the reincarnation of Bick the Great Demon, and it is also his son. Moreover, Sun Wuxiu paused and dropped an even heavier bombshell. This demon's second generation, also known as Bick II, will inherit all the powers of the original, and due to his rebirth his potential will be completely unleashed. In simple terms, in 3 years when he returns as an adult his strength will far exceed that of the current Bick the Great Demon. One could even say the two are not even in the same dimension. Clatter. A cup dropped from someone's hand, shattering on the ground. Fear. A deeper fear than before instantly enveloped everyone. The previous Bick the Great Demon had already made them feel despair. No one could withstand him except Sun Wuxiu. Now they were told that an even stronger being awaited them in 3 years. Then why don't you kill him? Bulma anxiously grabbed Sun Wuxiu's arm, her voice choked with emotion. Wuxiu, you are so powerful, you must know where that egg is, right? Why not eliminate the threat now? Yes, Wuxiu. Since that egg hasn't hatched, yet let's hurry and find it and destroy it. Krillin said eagerly. Everyone looked at Sun Wuxiu with hopeful eyes. However, Sun Wuxiu shook his head. We cannot kill him. And why not? The others were baffled. And Sun Wuxiu sighed softly and lifted his gaze toward the sky as if gazing upon that distant celestial temple. Because of certain extraordinary circumstances, Piccolo cannot be utterly erased. And he refrained from explaining the matter of the kami. Such a revelation would have been too cumbersome, and they would learn the truth soon enough upon ascending to the lookout. If we do not preserve this egg, far more catastrophic consequences will unfold. The Dragon Balls themselves will vanish. Thus he must live. This, and the group exchanged uneasy glances. Though none knew precisely what those catastrophic consequences entailed, their absolute trust in Sun Wuxiu left no doubt he was utterly serious. An oppressive silence settled over the room, and the fragile flame of hope just kindled now seemed doused by a freezing deluge. Na far stronger Demon King. 3 years hence, Nit hung above them all like the sword of Damocles. Really? And suddenly an exuberant pitch-shattering voice shattered the stillness. And Sun Wukong leapt onto the table, his wide eyes blazing, not with fear, but with unadulterated fervor. They burned with fierce, unquenchable fire. And brother, you mean, in 3 years' time an opponent vastly more powerful than today's Demon King will appear. And he'll come seeking battle with us. And Sun Wuxiu watched his simple-hearted, battle-obsessed younger brother and smiled warmly as he nodded. And indeed, Wukong, he will be extraordinarily formidable, so powerful that even now you couldn't withstand a single finger of his. And fantastic. And Sun Wukong punched the air triumphantly, his tail whipping wildly behind him. That Demon King earlier was strong, but I barely got warmed up before you took him down. I'd been worrying there'd be no worthy opponents left. Now that such a fearsome adversary awaits, I must train harder, far harder, and I'll surpass that demon heir himself. And at the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years from now, I'll defeat him with my own hands. And though youthful Wukong's voice rang with unwavering resolve and soaring spirit, that pure, untainted courage instantly ignited everyone present. And Krillin froze. And Tien Shinhan froze. Yamcha froze. Nias. What truly were they afraid of? And if the crisis lies 3 years ahead, why not seize these 3 years to grow stronger? If fear paralyzes us now, then all is truly lost. And just like you, Wukong. And Krillin burst into laughter and slapped his own cheeks hard. After hearing you say that I'm embarrassed by how cowardly I looked just moments ago. And exactly, Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, his eyes reigniting with the fires of combat. Now that we know the gap, we shall close it. 3 years, more than enough for us to be reborn entirely. And looks like I can't afford to slack off either. Yamcha drew a deep breath. And even if I can't keep pace with you prodigies, I still wish to stand on the front lines to protect Earth. In an instant, the suffocating gloom vanished, replaced instead by the electric fervor of a rallying oath. In watching this scene unfold, Sun Wuxiu smiled, a quiet, profound satisfaction lighting his eyes. This was the spirit of the Dragon Ball warriors. And this was precisely the future he had envisioned. To slay Piccolo outright would cost Earth its Dragon Balls, and more crucially rob these warriors of their driving purpose, allowing them to slowly wither within this placid, sheltered peace. Only by erecting a formidable foe, only by keeping the specter of peril ever present, could they continue shattering their limits, evolving into warriors capable of confronting cosmic emperors, androids, and even gods of destruction. All right, everyone. And Sun Wuxiu rose and raised his wine cup. And, since your resolve is clear, no further words are needed. These next 3 years will be hellish beyond measure, but I have full faith the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years hence will be the most legendary in history. Let us raise our cups to our reunion 3 years from now, and cheers. And their glasses clinked together, the bright resonant chime echoing like a war cry hurled defiantly at destiny itself. Bulma stood beside Sun Wuxiu, watching the man who with only a few well-chosen words had transmuted despair into unstoppable momentum, her eyes brimming with love so deep it seemed to shimmer. This is the man I chose, not only peerless in strength, but masterful in leadership. Strike that word, truly masterful in leadership. After the banquet concluded, the warriors dispersed, each embarking upon their own path of cultivation. Ntien Shinhan, accompanied by Kaiatsu and Yamcha, resolved to scale Karen Tower in search of the legendary cat hermit. Krillin chose to return to the turtle school, rebuilding his foundation from the very beginning. Nan-sun Wukong. Brother, where should I train? Wukong stood ready, backpack slung over one shoulder, eyes alight with eager anticipation. Sun Wuxiu pointed upward, to the heavens. Ascend Karen Tower. Take your Nyoibo with you. When you reach its summit, tell the cat hermit I sent you. Then, plant your Nyoibo and climb higher still. There a deity awaits you. A god, eh? Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he even stronger than the cat hermit? Far stronger, Sun Wuxiu replied with a gentle smile. Wukong gasped in disbelief. Go. You'll understand once you arrive. After bidding Wukong farewell, only Sun Wuxiu and Bulma remained in the vast garden. Everyone's gone, Bulma murmured, a tinge of wistfulness in her voice. Yes. Sun Wuxiu stretched lazily, then turned to face Bulma. Now, it's time for me to begin my cultivation. Your cultivation, Bulma asked curiously. Are you returning to the lookout? No. Sun Wuxiu shook his head, a mischievous grin curling his lips as he swept her effortlessly into his arms. His cells still required greater surges of joy to awaken fully. For these 3 years, I'm staying right here with you. Miss Bulma, ready? Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson to her ears, but she offered no resistance. Instead, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and whispered, breath warm against his ear, more than ready, my great hero. The moon bathed the world in silver serenity. Deep within a distant forest, a white egg cracked open, revealing a slender green hand emerging from the fissure. A new cycle had begun. Dawn in West City always carried a crisp, harmonious fragrance, where cutting-edge technology intertwined seamlessly with untamed nature. Sunlight streamed through intelligently regulated floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling across a spacious, plush circular bed. In the climate system circulated a gentle breeze, holding the temperature at the perfect human comfort level, 24°C. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes, savoring the warmth and softness nestled against him. Bulma curled into his chest like a contented kitten, her long blue hair cascading across the pillow, her lashes fluttering faintly, her breath deep and serene. Last night's celebration was indeed rather intense. This pampered young lady was clearly exhausted, currently lost in a deep slumber, with a faint, satisfied smile gracing her lips. Sun Wuxiu gently pulled out his trapped arm, his movements so soft that not a single ripple of air was disturbed. He gazed at Bulma's unguarded, sleeping face, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Sleep well. He planted a gentle kiss on Bulma's forehead, then got up quickly, washed up, changed into a loose-fitting casual outfit, and stepped out of the room. Though last night was quite taxing for a Saiyan endowed with the passive enhancement of the horse talisman, a brief moment of rest with closed eyes was sufficient to restore him to peak energy. Walking through the futuristic corridor of the Capsule Corporation, Sun Wuxiu headed straight to the core laboratory area located underground. Hey Wuxiu, up so early. The laboratory door slid open automatically, and a distinctive scent of machine oil mixed with coffee wafted through the air. Dr. Brief was holding his ever-present pipe in his mouth, with a black cat named Little Black perched on his shoulder, surrounded by a pile of intricate blueprints and components, wielding a laser screwdriver to adjust something. Good morning, Doctor. Sun Wuxiu approached and asked straightforwardly, have you completed the thing I asked you about 3 years ago? At the mention of this, Dr. Brief's glasses glinted and a proud smile appeared on his face. I knew you would come running here early for this. Don't worry, it's completely finished. And its performance exceeds your initial requirements by a significant margin. He led Sun Wuxiu through several security checkpoints to a spacious grassy area at the back of the Capsule Corporation. There stood a massive silver-white hemispherical structure. Its exterior shimmered with a metallic luster seamlessly constructed, resembling a spacecraft poised for takeoff. This is the Gravity Training Room Mark II. Dr. Brief exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone brimming with pride. Originally, with the existing gravitational wave technology, achieving 100 times gravity was the limit. However, Dr. Brief paused, his gaze becoming somewhat sentimental. Thanks to that girl Bulma. Over the past 3 years, she has been tirelessly working in the lab day and night to ensure you have the best equipment upon your return, rewriting the underlying algorithms of the gravity control system and developing a brand new energy conversion core. She has forcibly raised the gravity limit to 300 times Earth's standard gravity. As he said this, the doctor glanced at Sun Wuxiu with a meaningful expression. Though that girl doesn't say it, she has been working herself to the bone to support your martial arts. As a father, it pains me to see her like this. Sun Wuxiu looked at the towering technological marvel before him. His heart suddenly stirred. 300 times. You must understand, in the original story, when Goku traveled to Namek, the gravity room modified by Dr. Brief could only reach 100 times at most. The gravity room that Vegeta later trained on was roughly around 300 times. At this point in time, Bulma had somehow leapt across the technological tree to create such a miraculous device. That silly girl. A warm current surged through Sun Wuxiu's heart. He recalled Bulma's excited eyes despite her fatigue last night and remembered her weight over the past 3 years. If she weren't still catching up on sleep in the bedroom, right now Sun Wuxiu really wanted to rush back, pull her out of bed, and reward her properly. Thank you, doctor. This gift is truly precious, Sun Wuxiu said earnestly. Haha, what are you thanking me for? We're family, no need for formalities. Dr. Brief waved his hand. Come, let me teach you how to operate it. The operation interface was not complicated, and for someone like Sun Wuxiu, who possessed the soul of an adult, he grasped it within minutes. By the way, doctor, after learning how to operate it, Sun Wuxiu seemed to remember something and took out a prepared note from his pocket, handing it to Dr. Brief. Here are 2 coordinates. I would like to trouble you to send someone to retrieve 2 items. Oh, what are they? Dr. Brief asked curiously as he took the note. The first coordinate is at the northernmost point of Earth, the Yunza Bida Highlands. There is a strangely shaped white spacecraft that has been stranded for hundreds of years, but should still be reparable. That was the spaceship used by the Supreme Kai Namekian when he came to Earth in his youth. The second coordinate is in this valley near Baozi Mountain. There is a spherical single-person spacecraft. That was the Saiyan spherical space pod. Sun Wuxiu's gaze turned profound. These 2 items contain aerospace technology, far surpassing that of Earth. I would like to ask you to retrieve them for research. Ideally, they could be transformed into a large spacecraft capable of interstellar travel at any time. Upon hearing about alien technology, Dr. Brief's eyes instantly lit up excitedly, causing his beard to tremble. Alien spacecraft. Interstellar jumps. My goodness. This is like a pie falling from the sky. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As long as there are physical objects, I will definitely be able to crack the technology within. Seeing the doctor's frenzied demeanor, Sun Wuxiu knew that the transportation issue for the upcoming Namek trip was settled. After bidding farewell to the excited Dr. Sun Wuxiu walked alone into the gravity chamber. Buzz. The heavy alloy door slowly closed, completely isolating him from the external clamor. The interior of the gravity chamber was quite spacious, with pure white walls and floors imparting a calm, austere feeling. Sun Wuxiu stood in the center of the hall, not rushing to activate the gravity. He closed his eyes, feeling this realm of cultivation that belonged to him. Finally, I've reached this point. In truth, possessing 12 talismans, if he truly aimed to become stronger, he could easily exploit the combination of the dog talisman and horse talisman to cheat death and respawn. But he did not. In fact, during the initial stages of his training, he didn't even use such cheat devices like the gravity chamber. Why? The first reason was quite pragmatic: physical development. The childhood phase of a Saiyan is quite lengthy. If they are pushed under ultra-high gravity too early, it could lead to premature bone closure, stunting their growth. Vegeta was a bloody lesson in that regard. Sun Wuxiu did not want to become a short guy. Even if his combat power was formidable, his presence would still diminish. And now he was already 17 years old, his height was set, and it was the golden period for refining his physique. And the second and most important reason lies in the balance between mindset and power. Sun Wuxiu sat cross-legged, images from the Dragon Ball Super that he had seen in his past life floating in his mind. At that power conference which determined the fate of the universe, the gray alien, named Jiren, left a profound impact on him. Jiren's energy was not exaggeratedly more than that of the fully unleashed Goku and Vegeta. But why was he able to crush them? Because of his control. Even when Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, their energy leaked out continuously like a leaky bucket, plentiful but wasteful. Jiren, on the other hand, locked every bit of his power within himself. When he did not attack, he was as calm as water. Once he struck, all his strength converged at a single point in an instant with not a trace of waste. This is true strength. Power requires a vessel. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes and looked at his hands. If the mindset is insufficient, forcefully acquiring immense power through external forces such as gravity chambers, super holy water, or even excessive near-death revivals is like a child wielding a heavy hammer, not only harming others, but also easily hurting oneself. This is why in the original work Broly loses control once he erupts, because his mindset cannot harness that infinitely growing energy. My training over the past 7 years, whether in the turtle school's combination of movement and stillness, or in the temple learning to be as silent as the sky, has actually been about expanding my vessel. I am forging a heart capable of containing infinite power. Sun Wuxiu stood up and walked to the control panel. Now the vessel is sufficiently large and the foundation has been laid. It is time to fill it up. He extended his finger and entered a value on the control panel. Gravity multiplier 10 drip. As the confirmation button was pressed, the air in the entire room seemed to suddenly become thick. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Sun Wuxiu's entire body. It was the pulling force coming from all directions, acting on every muscle, every bone, even every cell. 5 times gravity. Sun Wuxiu moved his neck slightly, but did not feel too much strain. After long periods of training, his normal battle power was already quite high. This level of gravity was merely a bit heavy for him, far from overwhelming. Warm-up begins. Sun Wuxiu did not start with push-ups or energy blasts. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from the nearby shelf. Twisting off the cap, under 5 times the gravity, the water would be pulled down with 5 times the force. If poured out, it would crash to the ground like a lead weight. Control. Sun Wuxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, allowing the qi within him to flow slowly, covering the bottle's opening. He slowly tilted the bottle. As the water flowed out, it did not fall rapidly as it would under normal circumstances. Instead, under the enveloping qi, it floated in the air like in space, gathering into a crystal-clear water sphere. Just holding it is not enough. A bead of sweat formed on Sun Wuxiu's forehead. What he aimed to do was to maintain the shape of this water sphere under the pull of 5 times gravity, preventing it from deforming or collapsing. This was far more difficult than lifting a ton of stone. It tested his absolute control over qi. Very good. Keep it steady. Sun Wuxiu manipulated the water sphere, making it change shape in the air, sometimes into a cube, sometimes into a long bar. Half an hour later, feeling a hint of mental fatigue, he opened his mouth and withdrew his control over the qi. Splash. The water sphere fell into his mouth and was instantly gulped down. Next, increase the intensity. Sun Wuxiu walked to the control panel and directly raised the value. Gravity multiplier 20 boom. The pressure doubled. Sun Wuxiu's knees bent slightly, but soon straightened again. Not enough. Gravity multiplier 50 creak. This time Sun Wuxiu heard the protest from his bones. 50 times gravity. What does this concept mean? It is equivalent to a 150-pound adult suddenly carrying 7,500 pounds. Moreover, this weight is not on his back, but pressing down on his eyelids, heart, and blood. Sun Wuxiu's breathing became heavy, his heart raced violently, pumping blood to counter that terrifying pressure. Now this feels like training. Sun Wuxiu grinned, sweating profusely, but the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. The Saiyan cells were cheering, roaring greedily, consuming this pressure, converting it into nutrients for evolution. He began to practice the most basic turtle school martial arts under 50 times the gravity. Each move was slow, yet steady and powerful. Every punch required 50 times the usual effort, but every time he retracted his fist, he could feel the growth of his strength. In the days that followed, Sun Wuxiu's life became extremely routine. In the early mornings, he sweated profusely in the 300 times gravity chamber, gradually increasing the multiplier, pushing the limits of his body. In the afternoons, he accompanied Bulma shopping, enjoying afternoon tea, or relaxing on the beach, allowing himself to be in a state of extreme relaxation and joy, wildly nurturing his cells. At night, he studied ancient texts brought back from the temple in his study or simulated techniques in his mind. This dual training mode of high-intensity, physical torment, high-quality mental enjoyment made his strength soar like a rocket. The gravity chamber was indeed an unmatched cheat for mid-stage Saiyans, especially for someone like Sun Wuxiu, whose mindset had already reached a level where no bottleneck existed. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. That was just a matter of time. Sun Wuxiu's goal was very clear. He aimed to elevate his normal battle power to a level that would baffle everyone before the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. Moreover, he set himself an extremely strict target. The so-called perfect mastery is not merely about stacking battle power values. If one day when I transform into a Super Saiyan in a state of extreme anger and power surging, I can still instantly suppress my battle power to 1, living like an ordinary person without leaking a trace, then it would prove that I have truly mastered this power. Not like that fool Broly becoming a beast that only knows destruction. Under the lights of the gravity chamber, Sun Wuxiu's sweat dripped onto the floor, instantly evaporating. His gaze was as firm as iron. Within him, the golden cells were proliferating at an astonishing rate, waiting for that critical point of transformation. In the depths of the capsule company's underground in the western capital, the deep rumbling sound gradually subsided, and the enormous silver-white hemispherical structure, the gravity training room, finally ceased its operation. The heavy alloy gas valve slowly opened, accompanied by a rush of white steam, and a tall figure stepped out. Sun Wuxiu stood bare-chested. His originally taut muscles now appeared even more perfect, like a marble sculpture, as if each muscle contained enough power to shatter stars. Sweat dripped from the ends of his hair, evaporating into mist before it even hit the ground, due to the lingering heat radiating from his body. He exhaled a long breath, the force of which was so strong it pierced the air like an arrow, creating a sharp sonic boom. He walked to the control panel and glanced at the data on the screen. Gravity multiplier 300 times, training duration 12 hours. It has been 3 years. Sun Wuxiu picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze deep and contemplative. Over these 3 years, he had nearly regarded this place as a second home. Under the pressure of 300 times gravity, combined with the mental balance of the Tiger Talisman spell, the endless endurance of the Horse Talisman spell, and the power enhancement of the Ox Talisman spell, his strength underwent a qualitative leap. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, feeling the vast and unfathomable chi within him. My normal battle power should have stabilized around 3 million. 3 million. What does that even mean? To put things in perspective, at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz arrived, Goku and Piccolo's battle power was barely over 400 without weighted clothes. Even later on, Namek Frieza's first form had a battle power of only 53000. Yet now Sun Wuxiu in his normal state could effortlessly overpower 5 of Frieza's initial forms with one hand, and even make the third form of Frieza call him daddy. And this was still during the Earth arc. The Saiyan arc hadn't even begun. Such power is indeed a bit over the top for this timeline. Sun Wuxiu chuckled and shook his head. The gravity room is indeed a cheat for early Saiyan training. Moreover, this was achieved through steady and diligent training without deliberately relying on the Saiyans' passive abilities. Using the Saiyans' passive abilities essentially means tapping into potential at the cost of limits. Setting aside future implications, the power gained would not be fully under his control. But even with a battle power of 3 million, he still felt a twinge of regret. I still can't transform into a Super Saiyan. In recent days, when his battle power broke through the 3 million mark, he had attempted to guide the S cells in his body to undergo mutation. He tried recalling the anger from his past life, like being electrocuted after not finishing a meal, and attempted to concentrate his chi on his back like Kaba from Universe 6. But unfortunately, even though he could sense that the thin barrier was almost transparent, he was still missing that final push. Indeed, without the extreme anger to ignite it, relying solely on the concentration of S cells is a bit challenging. Sun Wuxiu was undeterred. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, the higher the base battle power, the more S cells one possesses, making transformation easier. There were still over 5 years until the Namek arc. If I can raise my normal battle power to 10 million, or even higher, I might not even need to be that angry. Just gathering chi casually on my back could allow me to transform into a Super Saiyan, right? With that thought, Sun Wuxiu felt a surge of happiness. Wuxiu, are you done training? At that moment, Bulma's voice came through the communicator. Hurry up. Today is the registration day for the martial arts tournament, and we're going to be late. I'm coming. Sun Wuxiu donned the specially tailored, somewhat tight, casual suit, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's time to meet those old friends again. On Papaya Island at the martial arts temple, light rain pattered down from the sky, bringing a hint of coolness to the tropical island. Under the eaves of the registration office, a group of formidable-looking martial artists was taking shelter from the rain. Is everyone still not here? A short, noseless young man with a bald head was tiptoeing to look around. It was Krillin. Over the past 3 years, his height, well, it had basically remained the same, but the aura around him had become extremely refined, and his eyes radiated the confidence of a strong fighter. Not yet, but I have a feeling they are all very strong. Beside him, the tall Tien Shinhan crossed his arms, the third eye on his forehead glowing slightly. Especially that Piccolo Jr. I have been thinking about defeating him every moment for the past 3 years. Yamcha and Chaos were also nearby, though although they were a bit nervous, they had also undergone a transformation during these 3 years of rigorous training. At that moment, a vibrant voice called out from the rain. Hey, everyone. The group turned to look. They saw a young man running toward them without an umbrella. He was tall and clad in the familiar orange turtle school martial arts uniform, but a white headband wrapped around his head. Is that? Krillin blinked and then widened his eyes. Goku. Hee, it's me. Sun Wukong dashed in front of the group, removed the wet headband, revealing his signature spiky hair, and wore a beaming smile. Wow, Goku, you've grown so much. Bulma, who had just arrived with Wuxiu, exclaimed. Indeed, Goku had completely shed his youthful naivety. His height had significantly increased, and he now looked like a full-grown adult. It really is Goku. Master Roshi exclaimed with emotion. In the blink of an eye, you've all grown into adults. After some pleasantries, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the man standing next to Bulma. Sun Wuxiu. He wasn't wearing a martial arts uniform, but casual clothes, and he was even holding a black umbrella for Bulma. He stood there quietly, not exuding even the slightest hint of chi. He looked just like an ordinary rich young man. However, whether it was the keenly perceptive Goku or Tien Shinhan, who had opened his third eye, both had their pupils suddenly shrink upon seeing Sun Wuxiu. Brother. Goku swallowed hard. Your presence has completely vanished. Is that so? Sun Wuxiu smiled. That's a good thing, it means I've controlled it quite well. That state of returning to simplicity shattered the fleeting thought in everyone's minds that after 3 years of training, they should be able to catch up a bit. It felt unfathomable. That was the only sensation everyone had at that moment. Wuxiu, will you participate in the competition this time? Tien Shinhan couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with both anticipation and dread. I won't. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand, glancing at this group of friends who had indeed grown stronger, yet in his eyes, they still resembled porcelain dolls. My battle power is slightly out of control. At my current level, I could probably take on 10,000 of the current Goku. Haha, just kidding. Everyone. Though he said it jokingly, looking at Sun Wuxiu's serious expression, everyone thought this might actually be true. Besides, I'm not the main character this time. Sun Wuxiu's gaze drifted past, everyone looking toward a pillar in the distance. There stood a tall figure cloaked in a white cape and wearing a white headband, green skin, and a cold gaze. The new incarnation of Majin Buu, Piccolo. Piccolo was staring intently in this direction, to be precise, at Sun Wuxiu. His body was slightly trembling. That was a fear stemming from the depths of his soul, dominated by Sun Wuxiu. Over the past 3 years, he had inherited old Piccolo's memories and had trained day and night just to surpass this man. Yet now, when he truly faced Sun Wuxiu again, he despaired as he realized he still couldn't see through this man. He was even harder to read than 3 years ago. Damn monster. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Sun Wuxiu sensed the killing intent, but he merely cast a casual glance at Piccolo, even smiling and waving as if greeting an old acquaintance. Piccolo. This contempt felt more painful than being killed. The preliminary round begins. This time, due to Sun Wuxiu's withdrawal, there was no tragic incident of predetermined champions. However, he and Bulma were not idle. Instead, they occupied the best seats in the audience and became mere spectators. Wuxiu, look at that girl. Bulma pointed at a girl in a chi pao on the stage. She's amazing, she just sent her opponent flying. Sun Wuxiu glanced at the girl, a wild smile spreading across his face. That was Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King and the fiancée of Wukong. She is indeed formidable, and I think there's something off about how she looks at Wukong, Sun Wuxiu said with a mischievous grin. Bulma, get ready for the bet. Our little Wukong is about to get married. Huh? What do you mean? Bulma looked perplexed. The following events unfolded as spectacularly as in the original story, even more so due to the butterfly effect with battles of a higher caliber. The first highlight was the match between Tianjin Han and the half-cyborg Tao Pai Pai. Originally, Tao Pai Pai could give Tianjin Han some trouble in the original work, but in this life, the enhanced Tianjin Han completely crushed him. The remnants of the old era should not come to embarrass themselves, Tianjin Han said, using only one hand to block Tao Pai Pai's Super Dodon wave, then swiftly incapacitating him with a chop. That masterful demeanor made Sun Wuxiu applaud involuntarily. Next was Wukong versus Chi-Chi. This was a battle filled with comedic elements. You don't even remember who I am. I'm going to make you pay for this. Chi-Chi chased Wukong around the stage while Wukong dodged in confusion. Finally, when Chi-Chi mentioned their promise from years ago, Wukong exclaimed, "Marriage. Is that something delicious?" This classic line sent the audience into fits of laughter. However, upon realizing that marriage meant 2 people living together forever, Wukong scratched his head and revealed his innocent smile. Since I promised, then there's no choice. All right, let's get married. Wow. Bulma excitedly grabbed Sun Wuxiu's arm. Oh my gosh. Wukong, that silly boy, actually proposed. How romantic. Sun Wuxiu was deeply moved. No matter how many times he watched this scene, it always felt heartwarming. Although Wukong didn't understand love, he understood promises. That was enough. In the subsequent matches, Krillin also showcased remarkable progress. He faced off against Demon King Piccolo. Originally, this was an unwinnable fight, but Krillin, relying on his sky dance technique and the preliminary form of Chi Blade, not fully developed yet, forced Piccolo to take him seriously. Earthlings are not all useless, Piccolo said. Though he won, he was drenched in cold sweat. What had these Earthlings been eating for the past 3 years? Why were they all so powerful? What surprised Sun Wuxiu the most was that this time the god did not possess any of the mortal competitors to participate. Clearly, the god knew that with Sun Wuxiu, the great Buddha, overseeing things, there was no need for him to resort to tricks like the demon sealing wave. As long as Wukong lost, Sun Wuxiu could easily crush Piccolo with just a flick of his finger. So the god comfortably drank tea and watched the live broadcast in the temple. Finally, the finals. Wukong vs. Piccolo, the second generation of the demon. A fateful showdown. This battle was even more brutal and exciting than in the original. Both sides had a foundational combat power higher than that in the original. The entire Papaya Island trembled under their fierce battle. Super giant technique tracking key bombs, and even explosive demon waves. Piccolo used every trick in the book. Meanwhile, Wukong showcased the results of his training in the temple. Sensing key perception phantom fist super turtle destruction wave. When Piccolo in a fit of rage attempted to destroy the entire island, Wukong did not take the hit like in the original, but used the borrowing strength to overcome strength technique taught by Sun Wuxiu to redirect the energy blast into the ocean. Boom! The ocean exploded into a bottomless abyss. In the final moments when Wukong's feet were injured and he couldn't move, he did not despair. Sky dance technique. Wukong shouted, his body defying gravity as he soared into the air. This was the trump card he had saved for last. What a... Piccolo was taken aback, unable to leverage his power in midair. This is it. Wukong crashed toward Piccolo like a meteor, delivering a headbutt infused with all his convictions. Bang! Piccolo was sent flying out of the ring, unconscious. Piccolo is out of bounds. The champion is Wukong. With the referee's loud announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wukong lay on the stage, panting, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He did it. He finally protected the earth with his own strength and surpassed his once formidable enemies. After the match, Wukong ate a senzu bean thrown to him by Sun Wuxiu, instantly recovering his strength. He walked to the unconscious Piccolo and did not kill him. Instead, he tossed him a senzu bean as well. Why save him? The god questioned telepathically. Because he is my best opponent, Wukong replied with a smile, and my brother said that if Piccolo is gone, you will die too. I don't want the Dragon Balls to disappear. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuxiu in the stand smiled. This kid, though he seemed foolish, was wise beyond his years. As the sun set, the martial arts tournament came to a complete end. Wukong summoned the flying Nimbus and invited the shy Chi-Chi to jump on. Everyone, I'm taking Chi-Chi to train on our honeymoon. We're getting married. Brother, Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, goodbye. Watching the two of them depart, everyone waved goodbye, but only Sun Wuxiu's gaze grew a bit profound. He knew this marked the end of the era of Dragon Ball. That period of innocence, passion, and adventure had reached its conclusion. What awaited them next was the grand interstellar era known as Dragon Ball Z. It was the destiny of the Saiyans, the shadow of the cosmic overlord, and the beginning of transcending limits. 5 years. Sun Wuxiu held Bulma's hand, silently thinking. Only 5 years of peaceful times left. In these 5 years, there is only one thing I must do. And that is, to completely break through that golden barrier. Wuxiu, what are you thinking? Bulma sensed his distraction. Nothing. Sun Wuxiu snapped back to reality, looking at the beautiful woman who had accompanied him for 4 years, his eyes filled with tenderness. Suddenly he knelt on one knee, pulling out a rare diamond ring he had personally sought in the Earth's core, which he had long prepared. In the afterglow of the sunset, the ring sparkled with a brilliance that outshone even the Dragon Balls. Bulma, marry me, okay? The surrounding Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and others instantly widened their eyes, bursting into an uproar even more fervent than when Wukong won the championship. Oh, say yes, say yes. Bulma covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, but they were tears of happiness. She nodded vigorously, extending her hand. Big fool. I've been waiting for this sentence for 4 whole years. Sun Wuxiu smiled as he placed the ring on her ring finger, then stood up and kissed her deeply amidst a chorus of cheers. The first volume of Dragon Ball thus came to a perfect close, while a new legend was about to be born. In the year 761 of the AG era, it has been exactly 5 years since the conclusion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. During these 5 years, Earth has entered an unprecedented period of peace. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi are living a blissful life on Baozi Mountain, having welcomed a lovely son named Sun Wufan. Meanwhile, deep within the Capsule Corporation in the bustling western capital, a transformation capable of shaking the entire universe is quietly taking place. The massive gravity training room Mark IV is emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Red alarm lights are flashing wildly, and the numbers on the display have jumped to a suffocating figure. Current gravity 1,000 times. What does this even mean? Here, even a drop of sweat upon hitting the ground exerts an impact akin to that of a bullet. The air is as thick as solidified cement, and ordinary beings would be crushed into a meat pancake the moment they step inside. In the center of the hall, Sun Wuxiu stands bare-chested, his muscles taut, veins bulging like coiling dragons. Sweat has long soaked through his pants, and his breathing is as heavy as a bellows, each inhalation a struggle against the terrifying 1,000-fold gravity. Who? Just a little more. Just a bit more. Sun Wuxiu tightly shuts his eyes, feeling the vast qi within him as magnificent as the sea of stars. After 5 years of hellish training combined with the tireless restoration of the horse talisman and the perfect balance of the tiger talisman to his mindset, his combat power has finally brushed against that incredible threshold today. 10 million. This is not the figure on the system panel, but his precise estimation of his physical strength and qi. This value is already at a dominion level in the universe. If we don't count that freak Frisia, even if the Jinyu force were to come, it would just be a matter of knocking them out one by one. The S cells must be saturated by now. Sun Wuxiu can feel every cell within him rejoicing, stirring with excitement. That golden energy essence has filled his limbs and bones, even beginning to overflow from his body, transforming into flickering golden arcs of electricity. No need for anger. No need for sadness. Just open the floodgates. Sun Wuxiu suddenly opens his eyes, and a spark of golden light erupts within the depths of his pitch-black pupils. Heya! Accompanied by a long howl, Sun Wuxiu no longer suppresses the power within him, guiding the massive S cells to surge up his spine straight to his crown. Boom! A terrifying aura beyond description erupts in an instant around Sun Wuxiu. The dazzling golden light instantly engulfs the entire gravity chamber. The previously burdensome 1,000 times gravity feels as fragile as a spider's web, instantly torn to shreds before the explosive energy. Zzz. Sun Wuxiu's originally black short hair begins to stand up under the onslaught of this energy, its tips tinged with resplendent gold. His pupils shift from a deep black to a sharp emerald green. In an instant, his muscles swell, yet do not appear bulky, instead radiating explosive beauty. Bang! The last wave of golden energy explodes outwards. Sun Wuxiu stands there engulfed in roaring golden flames. This aura is not a chaotic explosion, but rather flows like molten gold, stable and sacred. Super Saiyan Sun Wuxiu. Birth. Is this the feeling of transformation? Sun Wuxiu raises his hand, gazing in disbelief at his palm enveloped in golden flames. The crushing 1,000 times gravity that once bore down on him is now completely unnoticeable. Light as a feather. It feels as if with a gentle leap, he could smash through the alloy ceiling and soar into the universe. 50 times amplification. Sun Wuxiu clenches his fist. The air bursts under his palm, producing a crisp sound. Normal state, 10 million. Transformed into a Super Saiyan that becomes 500 million. What does 500 million combat power even mean? Frisia at 100 full power on Namek was only about 120 million. In other words, Sun Wuxiu now can crush that fearsome cosmic emperor into the ground with just a flick of his finger. So strong. It's almost unreal. Sun Wuxiu looks around. Fortunately, 2 years ago, he had foreseen that the gravity chamber might not withstand the pressure. He specifically collected Dragon Balls to wish for the material of this gravity chamber to be upgraded to the highest hardness in the universe and reinforced the energy shield. Otherwise, just from that last transformation explosion, this gravity chamber worth several billion would have likely been rendered useless. Who? Sun Wuxiu takes a deep breath, excitement flashing in his emerald green eyes. He does not rush to revert from his transformation. He is adapting. He is sensing the flow of this violent power within his body. Unlike in the original story where Wukong loses control and becomes extremely angry during his first transformation, Sun Wuxiu's mindset remains as calm as water at this moment thanks to the Tiger Talisman. He feels as if he is riding a wild stallion, who, although it is fierce, the reins are firmly held in his hands. Half an hour passes. The qi within him begins to show signs of depletion. After all, it's the first transformation, of endurance is still an issue. Sun Wuxiu concentrates his thoughts and disperses the golden flames surrounding him. His hair returns to black, his eyes regain their depth, and that world-destroying oppressive feeling vanishes without a trace. Click. The door of the gravity chamber opens. Sun Wuxiu steps out feeling refreshed, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. Even back in his normal state, the residual effects of his breakthrough keep his spirits high. Today is a good day. Sun Wuxiu hums a tune and glances at the time. It's 3 in the afternoon. Bulma should be in the office upstairs dealing with paperwork. He sends him in such a good mood then. Sun Wuxiu's lips curl into a mischievous smile as he vanishes in an instant. At the top level of Capsule Corporation in the president's office, Bulma is wearing anti-blue light glasses, frowning as she reviews this quarter's financial statements. Ugh, how could these people mess up such simple data? She rubs her sore neck, just about to call for her assistant to bring in a cup of coffee. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps by. Before she can react, a pair of strong hands wrap around her waist from behind, lifting her off the ground. Who? Bulma jumps in surprise, and upon turning around, she comes face to face with Sun Wuxiu's beaming smile. Wuxiu, weren't you training? Bulma is momentarily stunned, her face flushing. This is the office. People will see. Don't worry, I've locked the door and drawn the curtains. Sun Wuxiu looks down and pecks her on the lips, his gaze burning with passion. I had a major breakthrough in training today, feeling good, and wanted to reward my wonderful wife. Reward? What kind of reward? Bulma's words are cut off by Sun Wuxiu's actions. Wait. It's still daytime. You bad boy. Although she protests, her body undeniably softens. Bulma, who is always taken by surprise and shocked by her husband, has no resistance whatsoever. Thus, in that indescribable hour, the employees of Capsule Corporation are left puzzled. Why is the president's office door always tightly shut with a sign hanging that says, "Do not disturb"? In the following 3 months, Sun Wuxiu did not become complacent after breaking through to Super Saiyan. On the contrary, he worked even harder. However, he did not rush to pursue the so-called full power state like Goku did during the Cell Saga by maintaining his transformation for 24 hours. He discovered that the power of a Super Saiyan was excessively violent, akin to having a nuclear reactor stuffed inside his body. With his current physical strength, although he could withstand this power, the consumption was staggering. Right now, I can transform at any time and maintain my sanity in that form, controlling my strength so as not to crush a cup. In the training ground, Sun Wuxiu looked at the intact glass cup in his hand, his golden hair flowing in the wind. However, this state consumes too much stamina and chi. Even doing nothing, just maintaining this transformation causes my chi to deplete at an astonishing rate. Forget about eating and sleeping like an ordinary person, sustaining it for an hour is probably the limit. It seems that to truly achieve full power and allow my body to adapt completely to this violence, I still need some time to hone my skills. However, Sun Wuxiu was not in a hurry. In this state, using it as an explosive form was already more than sufficient. Normal state at 10 million, explosive state at 500 million. This was already the ceiling for Earth. No, for the entire galaxy. 3 months later, on a certain day, in the vast farmlands of Eastern Earth, boom. A spherical spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, leaving a long trail of fire as it crashed heavily onto a grassland, creating a massive crater. What is that? A meteor. A farmer holding a hunting rifle and wearing a straw hat cautiously drove over in his pickup truck. Crack. The hatch of the spherical spacecraft opened. A man with long spiky hair, dressed in a brown combat suit and wearing a one-sided power detector, slowly floated out. He hovered in midair, coldly glancing at the trembling farmer, pressing a button on his ear detector. Beep, beep, beep. A power level of only 5, what a weakling. The man scoffed disdainfully, then looked into the distance, his tone filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. What is that Kakarot up to? Why are the humans on this planet still alive? Raditz, Goku's older brother, one of the surviving Saiyans. Finally, he descended onto Earth. In the eastern wilderness, this was a desolate area filled with bizarre rock formations where fierce winds howled and yellow sand filled the sky. At the peak of a towering stone pillar, a green-skinned figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed, as the air around him seemed to stagnate due to the powerful aura he emitted. Piccolo, the second generation of the Demon King. 5 years had passed since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. In these 5 years, he had not taken a single day off from training. Although he lost to Goku in that tournament, he did not get discouraged. Instead, he transformed that unwillingness into motivation to grow stronger. Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes, his white weighted cloak fluttering without wind. Even while wearing hundreds of kilograms of weighted gear, the intensity of the aura he emitted had reached an astonishing 520 points if measured by Frisia's army's detectors. It is important to note that in the original work, Piccolo's full power combat strength without weights at this time was only 408 points. And now, with the terrifying imaginary enemy of Sun Wuxiu and the stronger Goku as opponents, his normal weighted state had already far surpassed his full power self in the original work. This power is still not enough. Piccolo looked at his hands, his expression grim. That guy named Goku must have been training hard these past 5 years. And that, remembering the man who always wore a gentle smile, yet was as unfathomable as an abyss. Sun Wuxiu, Piccolo's body involuntarily trembled. There was a sense of powerlessness etched into his soul. Just then, beep, beep, beep. A strange electronic sound shattered the silence of the wilderness. Piccolo sharply raised his head, his gaze shooting towards the sky. Who is it? Boom. A figure with long hair wearing a strange battle suit crashed down like a meteor onto the ground in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Raditz's cold and arrogant face emerged. He pressed a button on his left eye's power detector, and a flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise indifferent expression. Oh, I didn't expect that on this barren planet besides Kakarot there would be someone with this level of combat power. A power level of 520. That's quite good among the natives. Piccolo stood up, his body tense, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. As a former Demon King, he had an extremely keen perception of chi. The long-haired man before him, despite merely standing there casually, emitted an aura that felt like an ancient ferocious beast. That reckless killing intent made his skin crawl. Who are you? Do you want to die? Piccolo forced himself to remain calm, taking up an attacking stance. Want to die? Raditz laughed as if he had heard a joke, throwing his head back. Huh. Interesting. A green-skinned bug dares to speak to me like that. I originally only wanted to see who possessed such high combat power. Since you are so ungrateful. Raditz's gaze turned icy. Then you shall die. Stop looking down on people. Piccolo roared, deciding to strike first. He swung his left hand fiercely, and an extremely condensed energy wave shot out. Demon wave. Boom. A massive explosion instantly engulfed Raditz's figure, dust soaring into the sky as the surrounding rocks melted into magma from the intense heat. Huh. Piccolo gasped for breath, staring intently at the center of the explosion. However, when the dust cleared, the long-haired man still stood in place, not even having shifted his feet. He merely brushed off the dust from his shoulder, looking utterly disdainful. As expected, a small fry with a combat power of only over 500 can only stir up a bit of dust. What a... Piccolo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting sharply. Unscathed, this was a strike he charged up for. Even Goku couldn't possibly endure it like this. All right, the warm-up is over. Raditz raised his hand, gathering a sphere of purple energy in his palm. Since you finished your attack, now it's my turn. Just then, beep, 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 the detector sounded again. Raditz paused, looking at the detector's screen. My. In another direction, there is a power level moving rapidly. And this value, power level, 534. No, it's still rising. Is it Kakarot? Raditz retracted the energy in his hand, casting a cold glance at the petrified Piccolo. It seems I have found the right target. Today you are lucky, you get to keep your life. He continued, enjoy your last moments, greenskin bug. With that, Raditz pushed off the ground, transforming into a flash of white light, disappearing into the sky. Only Piccolo remained frozen in place, trembling all over. Where did that monster come from? He muttered. And, is he going to find Sun Wukong? Piccolo gritted his teeth as he recalled the name he had faintly heard earlier, Kakarot. No, I have to go take a look. The intense sense of danger overshadowed his fear, and he quietly released his aura, following after. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Earth, at the beautiful tropical island, came House. Today's sea breeze was exceptionally gentle, the sunlight bright, and the waves softly lapped against the shore. What was once a lonely island inhabited only by Master Roshi now buzzed with activity. A massive transport plane belonging to Capsule Corporation was parked on the beach. On a beach chair, Bulma was enjoying her juice, dressed in a cool swimsuit. Beside her, on another lounge chair, Sun Wukong was wearing sunglasses and floral swim trunks. He held a book titled How to Be a Good Husband, which was actually a comic book covered with a book jacket, and was leisurely flipping through its pages. His brown tail hung lazily off the edge of the lounge chair, occasionally swaying. On the lawn in front of the house, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the specially invited Shishi were gathered together, enjoying watermelon. The Dragon Ball warriors in this life had made a significant leap in strength compared to the original story. Sun Wukong, clad in weighted training gear, had his normal combat power reached 534. Even Krillin, after 5 years of hard training, had surpassed the 300 mark in combat power, significantly stronger than the 206 he had when Raditz first attacked. Gohan, raise your hand a little higher, breathe steadily. Shishi said with a smile, holding a piece of watermelon as she spoke to the little boy in front of her. In the midst of everyone, a little boy about 4 years old was wearing a miniature white training outfit styled like Sun Wukong's, topped with a hat embedded with a 4-star Dragon Ball. This was Son Gohan. Unlike his first appearance in the original story, he wasn't hiding behind the adults crying. Instead, he stood in the center of the lawn, legs apart, knees slightly bent, and his hands slowly moved through the air, performing a series of extremely fluid motions. Starting position, grasping the bird's tail, single whip. His youthful face was filled with seriousness and focus. Wow, this kid, is this the Tai Chi that Wukong's brother taught? Krillin took a bite of watermelon, looking at Gohan in surprise. It feels like this kid has more potential than us. Indeed. Sun Wukong smiled and scratched his head. My brother said that Gohan has immense potential within him. Practicing this can cultivate both body and mind. The sea breeze was gentle, laughter and joy filled the air. What a beautiful scene it was. However, in the next moment, the faces of all the martial artists changed simultaneously. Sun Wukong, lying on the lounge chair, paused in his flipping of pages, his eyes squinting behind his sunglasses. Has he finally arrived? Raditz. A suffocating aura of terror suddenly surged from the north without warning. The smile on Wukong's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He urged Gohan to go over to Shishi. Chi-Chi, take Gohan over to your brother. What's wrong, Wukong? Shishi sensed something was off, but hadn't reacted yet. Hurry. Wukong shouted loudly. Simultaneously, Krillin and Master Roshi stood up, their muscles tense, cold sweat pouring down. What? What is this energy? Krillin's voice trembled. It's countless times more terrifying than the Demon King Piccolo from 5 years ago. And this sinister feeling. It's here. Wukong suddenly looked up. In the sky, a small black dot was rapidly enlarging. Boom. A violent wind swept across the entire island, causing the sea to churn violently and the coconut trees to nearly uproot. A man dressed in a brown battle suit with long hair reaching his waist slowly descended onto the beach. Raditz. He didn't strike immediately, because at the moment he landed, he felt an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable, even slightly apprehensive. The aura was faint, barely perceptible, but it pricked at his instinctive nerves like a thorn. His gaze swept across everyone present, finally settling on Sun Wukong. I finally found you. Kakarot. Raditz curled the corners of his mouth into a cruel smile, the expression of a hunter spotting his prey. Kakar. Rot. Wukong frowned, blocking Shishi and Gohan. Who is that? Are you calling me? It seems you really have damaged your brain, forgetting even your own name. Raditz snorted coldly, glancing at Gohan hiding behind Shishi. His eyes lit up upon seeing the tail swaying in the wind. Oh, that little brat. Indeed, the bloodline still continues. Who are you? Krillin mustered his courage and stepped forward. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Raditz coldly shot Krillin a glance. If it were any other time, this noseless ant would have been swatted away with a flick of his tail. But now, for some reason, he felt that it would be better not to make a move. Once he did, something bad might happen. That inexplicable pressure made him only snort and ignore Krillin, continuing to look at Wukong. Kakarot, I ask you, why are the humans on this planet still alive? Wasn't your mission to clean this planet and sell it for a good price? What mission? What cleaning? Wukong clenched his fists. I am Sun Wukong, a human who grew up on Earth. Earthling. Ha ha ha. Raditz laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with mockery. How pathetic to think of yourself as a lowly native. He suddenly untied the tail wrapped around his waist, letting it sway behind him. See clearly, Kakarot. Though your tail is gone, that little brat's tail is still here. In this universe, there is only one kind of person who possesses such a tail. That is the strongest warrior race in the entire universe, the Saiyans. And you, Kakarot, are one of the Saiyans. You are also my biological brother. This revelation echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. Bulma removed her sunglasses, glancing at the still calm Sun Wukong beside her, her eyes filled with intrigue. Biological brother. Wukong was stunned, but he didn't stay shocked for long like in the original story. He furrowed his brows, staring intently at Raditz, then shook his head firmly. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't even know you. He pointed at the leisurely figure on the lounge chair not far away and shouted, I only have one biological older brother in this life. That's Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Raditz was taken aback. The name sounded faintly familiar, yet utterly alien. He followed Sun Wukong's pointing finger with his gaze. Only then did he notice, nestled in the shade beneath the sun umbrella, a figure lying motionless. His attention had been entirely fixed on Kakarot moments earlier. Moreover, the figure emitted no discernible aura, no trace of ki, appearing utterly ordinary. Thus he had overlooked him entirely. At that moment, Sun Wushio gently closed the book in his hands, rose to a seated position, and removed his sunglasses, revealing a face carved with sharp, unwavering contours. And behind him, a brown tail swayed lightly, almost lazily. Raditz's pupils contracted into needle-thin slits. He recoiled a full step backward, as if confronting a specter. That's the tail. A Saiyan. How is another Saiyan possible on this planet? Raditz urgently pressed the power level scanner towards Sun Wushio. Beep beep beep. Power level 1. No, impossible. Raditz frantically slapped the device. That chilling sensation I felt just now. Absolutely not something a pitiful level 1 weakling could emit. As Raditz stood frozen in disbelief and turmoil, Sun Wushio rose to his feet. He wore floral-patterned shorts, bare-chested, his taut, battle-honed musculature gleaming under the sun. He gazed at Raditz, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips, the quiet warmth of recognizing an old acquaintance. Long time no see, Raditz. Though we were both still children back then, I do recall your hairline was already rather high. Upon hearing that voice, and truly seeing that face, a long-buried memory surged violently from the depths of Raditz's mind. Planet Vegeta, the residential district of low-class warriors. That boy who always trailed behind Uncle Taro, so young in years, yet with eyes unervingly mature. He was the beloved friend of Bardock, Kakarot's father, the son of Taro himself. You are. Raditz's trembling finger pointed at Sun Wushio, his eyes wide with incredulity. Could you? How can you be here? Weren't you supposed to have perished alongside Uncle Taro when Planet Vegeta exploded? How could this be? Raditz's mind reeled into chaos. He remembered clearly only 3 Saiyans had survived the planet's annihilation. Himself, Prince Vegeta, and Nappa, because they'd been off-world on assignment. Later he'd heard rumors of one infant, Kakarot, dispatched elsewhere before the cataclysm. But Kaju, this boy a year older than Kakarot, had never been assigned any mission at all. Sun Wuxiu stepped beside Sun Wukong and placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Then turning to Raditz, he spoke with serene composure. It seems Uncle Bardock never had the chance to tell you. Years ago, my father Taro and your father Bardock uncovered Frisia's conspiracy. To preserve our last bloodlines, they secretly placed us both aboard the same escape pod. So Sun Wukong spoke true. Sun Wuxiu gestured first to himself, then to Sun Wukong. From the very moment we left planet Vegeta, we became brothers bound by fate and survival. As for you, Sun Wuxiu studied Raditz up and down, his gaze turning cool and incisive. Though you are Kakarot's elder brother by blood, yet you arrived demanding your younger brother commit evil deeds. Such a brother, he will never acknowledge you. On the beach before came house, even the sea breeze seemed to freeze in place. Raditz stood rooted, his expression shifting from shock to feverish dawning revelation. So that's it. You're Uncle Taro's son. Ha ha ha. He tapped his power-level scanner, eyes darting between Sun Wuxiu and Sun Wukong, then burst into unrestrained laughter. What unexpected fortune. I assumed only the useless Kakarot remained. Yet here you are, a long-lost survivor. Since we're all alive, let's erase past grievances, start anew. Just in time, we're preparing to assault a planet whose resistance has proven unexpectedly fierce and manpower is scarce. Kaju and Kakarot, join us now, pledge allegiance to Prince Vegeta, and fight as his elite warriors. With the 3 of us united, add Nappa and the Prince himself, and what world in this cosmos could resist the Saiyan might? We shall restore the Saiyan glory. Even without a homeworld, we remain the universe's supreme warrior race. Raditz spoke with fiery conviction, as if he were already leading the 2 brothers across the star-strewn void. Yet, puffed, an ill-timed snort shattered Raditz's reverie. Sun Wuxiu slid his sunglasses back into place, reclined once more onto his lounge chair, and even took a leisurely sip from the juice beside him. Join you to become Frisia's lapdogs. Sun Wuxiu drawled lazily, his tone dripping with unvarnished disdain. I'll pass, Raditz. Look at you now, wearing mass-produced shoddy battle armor, wandering the galaxy as a mercenary, rootless, homeless. Restore glory. Spare yourself the effort. Perhaps you and Prince Vegeta should find some quiet corner, curl up with warm milk and watch television, rather than parade your delusions before others. What did you just say? Raditz's face flushed deep crimson, veins bulged violently along his temples. How dare you insult the Saiyan honor? Elite warriors. Sun Wuxiu scoffed coldly, his voice sharpening like a blade. Do you mean that so-called Prince Vegeta? A prince of a fallen realm, trailing 2 broken soldiers, groveling before Frisia, mocked openly by grotesque alien underlings at the slightest displeasure. Is that your idea of honor? In truth, you're beneath stray dogs. Freedom belongs to them, you merely chained guard dogs, leashed and obedient. Each word struck like a dagger to the heart, not merely condemning Raditz, but delivering a searing blow to Prince Vegeta himself, light years away, his pride a fortress of brittle steel. Raditz trembled violently, cold sweat breaking across his brow, because his scanner's comm link had remained active the entire time. Damn you, shut your mouth. Raditz shrieked in terror, lunging for the comm switch, but it was already too late. ZRRT. A burst of static crackled from the scanner. Then a voice emerged, low, glacial, coiled with volcanic fury, clear and unmistakable, echoing across the silent beach. Raditz, turn the volume to maximum. Raditz flinched violently, paralyzed by instinct, and fumbled, trembling, to activate the speaker. Yes, Prince Vegeta. In from the communicator that voice continued, haughty, condescending, and laced with lethal intent. And that wretched fool named Kaishu. You're listening, aren't you? I never imagined Tarble's pathetic son would have such a sharp tongue. And how dare you insult this prince? Upon hearing that voice, Sun Wuxiu did not flinch, not even a tremor of fear. Instead, his smile widened, radiant and unshaken. He rose from his reclining chair, and facing the scouter embedded in Raditz's ear, spoke in a tone dripping with deliberate provocation. Oh, already losing your composure. Our so-called tragic tower prince, and what? Did I say something wrong? You call yourself a prince, but where are your people, eh? Where is your planet? Oh, that's right. Frisia reduced it to celestial fireworks. And yet instead of seeking vengeance, you now serve your master by slaughtering innocents across the stars, bartering your dignity for scraps of survival. Vegeta, place your hand upon your heart, and ask yourself, do you still possess the right to call yourself a Saiyan Prince? Were I you, I'd have dashed my skull against the nearest tofu block long ago. Certainly not stand here bellowing like a cornered cur. Nothing more than Frisia's stray hound. What business do you have playing the mighty wolf in silence? Na suffocating tomb-like silence. And even Goku and Krillin beside him stood frozen dumbstruck. They had never heard of Frieza, but the sheer surgical brutality of Sun Wuxiu's words struck like a blade driven straight into the lungs. Crack. In deep within the cosmic void on a distant world, Vegeta, midway through gnawing on an alien creature's thigh, crushed the bone in his fist to dust. His face darkened to the shade of charred iron, his aura erupted violently, fracturing the earth beneath him in jagged fissures. And kill him. Ni's voice had dropped to a guttural rasp, the chilling prelude to total mental collapse. Raditz, I command you, and eradicate every last earthling, and that wretch Kaishu, rip out his tongue. I will crush his skull with my bare hands. Nat Vegeta's roar. Raditz shuddered violently, his hesitation evaporating, replaced by feral, bloodthirsty gleam. Yes, Prince Vegeta. And Raditz severed the transmission and turned, locking his gaze, cold predatory, upon Sun Wuxiu and Goku. And you chose poison over wine. Since you beg so desperately for death, I shall grant it. In boom. Raditz's power surged forth unrestrained, his battle power 1500 now unleashed in full. A crushing, suffocating pressure descended, leaving everyone save Sun Wuxiu gasping for breath. Wuxiu, be careful. Bulma cried, her voice tight with dread. Yet Sun Wuxiu remained perfectly calm. And he gently patted Goku's shoulder, the one who had been bristling with anticipation since the first moment. Goku, this opponent is worthy. He's yours. And you're not fighting, brother. Goku blinked, startled. And a foe of this caliber doesn't warrant my intervention. Sun Wuxiu smiled faintly, then turned sharply toward a distant rocky outcrop and called out clear and commanding, green-skinned friend. Your prolonged spectatorship ends now. Time to stretch your limbs. Step forward, or this planet shall be reduced to ash before your eyes. And no sooner had the words left his lips, in humph, a cold, disdainful snort echoed across the shore. Piccolo emerged slowly from behind the crag, his towering frame silhouetted against the sea wind, white cape billowing like a storm banner. And Sun Wuxiu, you truly are insufferable. Piccolo cast a frostbitten glance at Raditz, then took his place beside Goku. But I loathe this long-haired fool far more. And dare you destroy Earth? Then answer to me first. Piccolo, Goku exclaimed, elated. You're here too. Enough chatter. Let's fight, Son Goku. Piccolo shrugged off his white cape and turban, both striking the ground with thunderous force, carving twin craters into the sand. And he's formidable. Victory demands teamwork, not solo pride. Simultaneously, Goku shed his navy blue weighted undersuit and bracers. Right. And as the weights clattered down, their auras erupted, surging, blazing, transcendent. Raditz's expression, previously dismissive, flickered as the scouter's readings shifted. Beep beep beep. Battle power 740. 735. What? Shedding mere garments elevates their power so drastically. Raditz stared incredulous, yet swiftly scoffed, and still utterly insignificant. My battle power stands at 1500, twice yours combined. Whether we're evenly matched, only combat can decide. Goku roared, and charged headlong. We're joining in. Piccolo surged forward in his wake. 2 against 1, the battle ignited. Crash, 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 crash. This clash burned fiercer, more desperate than any recorded in legend. For Goku and Piccolo's base powers had both ascended, transforming them from helpless targets into relentless, adaptive adversaries who traded blow for blow with Raditz. Goku's Kamehameha and afterimage fist intertwined seamlessly with Piccolo's Makenka Sappo and stretchy arms. And though this was their first true alliance, the deep-rooted rivalry between them forged instinctive, breathtaking synergy. Yet raw superiority could not be denied. Raditz was a battle-scarred Saiyan warrior, his power overwhelming, his experience absolute. Naive beyond measure, Raditz bellowed, absorbing Goku's punch without recoil, then driving a crushing elbow into Goku's spine. In the same fluid motion, he whirled and blasted Piccolo skyward with a weakened light ball. Cough, cough. Goku collapsed onto the beach, blood trickling from his lip. Damn, he's terrifyingly strong. No choice remains. I must unleash that technique. Piccolo staggered upright, face grim. Goku, hold him off. I need time to gather energy. Understood. Goku lunged again, this time with the resolve of one who embraces death. The battle reached its fever pitch. Goku, pushing past exhaustion, seized Raditz's opening and clamped his arms around Raditz's tail from behind. Ahawk! Neen that instant. The moment his tail was gripped, the invincible warrior crumpled, strength draining as if severed from his very soul. Now Piccolo! Goku shouted. Makenka Sappo. Na spiraling beam of pure annihilation blazed from Piccolo's fingertip, capable of piercing heaven and earth alike. Battle power 1511. 1621. 1800. In curses. Raditz stared at the searing light, terror flashing raw and unmasked in his eyes. His gaze darted wildly. Then in a heartbeat his expression melted into pitiful supplication. Kakarot, let go. I'm your elder brother. I was forced by Vegeta. I never wished to harm you. Release me and I'll vanish, never return. Please, I beg you. Would you truly slay your own kin? In hearing those words, Goku, the ever-compassionate, hesitated. In you mean it. Truly never return. I swear to heaven. Raditz exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Goku, don't listen to him. That's a lie. Piccolo shouted. But Goku's tendency to soften his heart took over. I can't believe your words. Though he said this, his hand slowly loosened. In that moment of release, die. You fool. Raditz's expression twisted into a snarl as he drove an elbow hard into Goku's face, sending him flying bloodied. Ha! What a fool. You believe such nonsense. Raditz pressed his foot against Goku's chest, grinding down with sadistic pleasure as he listened to Goku's cries of pain. You were just so strong, weren't you? Huh. Hit me again, Daddy. At that moment, Gohan, held tightly by Shishi and protected by Son Goku's chi wall, watched as his father was tormented, tears streaming from his eyes. Anger, an overwhelming fury ignited the dormant, half-Saiyan genes within him. Don't bully my daddy. Boom. A surge of red energy erupted from Gohan's small body. Raditz's scouter blared an alarm once more. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 1407. How is this possible? Ah! Gohan shot towards Raditz like a cannonball head first. What a... Raditz had no time to react as this terrifying power struck him in the chest. Crack. That was the sound of ribs breaking. His once proud battle suit was shattered by the impact. Puffed. Raditz spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying several meters, crashing heavily into the sea. Huff. Huff. After the explosion of power, Gohan instantly lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Gohan! Shishi cried out. Just as Gohan was about to hit the ground, a figure flashed by. Son Goku caught this brave little nephew securely. Well done, Gohan. Son Goku smiled as he patted Gohan's head using the power of the magic talisman before handing him to the terrified Shishi. Gohan is fine how I've treated him. Take him inside and leave the rest to us. At that moment, a column of water erupted from the surface of the sea. Severely injured Raditz crawled onto the shore, clutching his collapsed chest, staring in terror at the unconscious child. That was done by that little brat. Before he could catch his breath, since you broke your word, don't blame me for being rude. With blood all over his face, Goku stood up again, the mercy in his eyes completely vanished. Demonic Convergence Light Cannon. On the other side, Piccolo was also not idle. Although his previous attack was interrupted, he was still maintaining the condensation of chi. Die for me. Boom. The spiral light beam whistled out. In his severely injured state, Raditz's speed and reflexes were drastically reduced, making it impossible for him to completely dodge. No. The beam grazed his shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and even scorching half of his body. Ah! Raditz let out a wretched scream, clutching the horrific wound, staggering back, his eyes filled with a mad, killing intent. Unforgivable. How dare you injure me like this? I will kill you all. Let's perish together. Despite his severe injuries, the ferocity of the Saiyan still kept him standing. He gathered energy into a ki blast, with one hand madly bombarding the surroundings. It's not over yet. Goku gritted his teeth and forced his bloodied body to charge once more. Don't think you can escape. Piccolo roared, joining the fray with heavy steps. This was a brutal war of attrition. Raditz was severely injured, his speed and power greatly diminished, while Goku and Piccolo were also at their limits, hanging on by sheer will. Bang! Bang! The three of them intertwined in a fierce struggle devoid of any technique, relying solely on raw brawling. Time seemed to stretch on. Huff! Huff! All three collapsed on the sand, gasping for breath, surrounded by blood and sweat. Raditz leaned against a rock, his vision blurred. He knew he was done for today. Just as Piccolo was preparing to gather the last bit of energy for a finishing blow. Stop! Piccolo! Goku struggled to prop himself up, placing himself in front of Raditz. Son Goku, are you crazy? Piccolo looked at him in disbelief. Let him go. Goku gazed at the battered brother, his eyes filled with complexity. I won't kill him. At least not today. Piccolo gritted his teeth, looking at his trembling hands, then at Son Goku, who was resting nearby, and finally dissipated the energy in his hands. Indeed, he had no strength left. Humph. You will regret this, Son Goku. Hearing this, a flicker of joy at his survival flashed in Raditz's eyes. Beep beep. He shakily pressed the control device on his wrist. Boom. The spherical spaceship in the distance sensed the summons, flying over, automatically landing on the beach. Raditz scrambled into the spaceship, and just before the hatch closed, a bloodied smile appeared on his face. Kakarot. And that cue. You all wait for me. Prince Vegeta, and that Nappa. They will definitely come. In just 1 year. After 1 year you all will die. Boom. The spherical spaceship shot flames rising into the sky, with thick smoke escaping from Earth. They watched as the ship disappeared into the horizon. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Finally. Gone. Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and plopped down. A year later, as the spherical spaceship disappeared into the atmosphere, the beach in front of Turtle Hermit's house returned to calm. The waves still gently lapped at the shore, but the lingering smell of blood and gunpowder reminded everyone of the brutal battle that had just taken place here. Hiss! Goku attempted to rise from the ground, but as soon as he moved, every bone in his body felt like it was falling apart, causing him to gasp in pain. Now his face was covered in blood, his battle robe was tattered, and multiple fractures adorned his body, a result of Raditz's final counterattack. On the other side, Piccolo was not in much better shape. One of his arms was unnaturally twisted and his body was covered in burn marks, injuries sustained while protecting Goku from Raditz's ki blast. Damn, that bastard. Piccolo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his green face etched with frustration. As a former demon king who aspired to conquer the world today, he had been so thoroughly beaten by an alien who appeared from nowhere. This humiliation felt worse than death. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. Sun Wuxiu casually strolled to the center of the two. His appearance unscathed and with not a hair out of place sharply contrasted with the two injured on the ground. It seems you two have been beaten pretty badly. Sun Wuxiu looked down at the two with a hint of teasing in his tone. So how's the punch from the aliens? Is it a bit harder? Enough. If it weren't for my carelessness. Piccolo gritted his teeth, turning his head away in a haughty manner. Hey big brother, don't laugh at me. Wukong scratched his head with a bitter smile. That guy is indeed very powerful, Piccolo, and I nearly couldn't handle him together. Alright, don't move too much. Sun Wuxiu crouched down, placing a hand on the shoulders of Wukong and Piccolo. Bear with it, it might feel a bit itchy. With a thought, the horse talismans deep within his soul were instantly activated. Buzz! A gentle and sacred white light flowed from Sun Wuxiu's palms into the bodies of the two. The sensation felt as if parched land suddenly received a nourishing rain. The originally broken bones quickly reconnected and healed with a crackling sound. Torn muscle fibers regrew, bruises dissipated, and charred skin peeled away to reveal fresh flesh. In less than 10 seconds, the white light faded away. Wukong abruptly jumped up, moved his limbs, and with a look of surprise exclaimed, "Wow! I'm completely healed. It doesn't hurt at all. Brother, your trick is miraculous no matter how many times I see it." Piccolo also slowly stood up on the other side. He glanced at his arm, which had been rendered almost useless, but was now as good as new, casting a complex look at Sun Wuxiu. Though he was reluctant to admit the favor, the pride of a Namekian wouldn't allow him to pretend he hadn't seen it. Umph. Piccolo snorted coldly, rewrapping the white scarf around his head, turning his face away, and spoke in a very stiff tone, "Mind your own business." However, despite saying this, he didn't immediately fly away, obviously waiting for Sun Wuxiu's next words. Sun Wuxiu wasn't bothered by his attitude. It would be truly shocking if the haughty green-skinned monster suddenly said, "Thank you," at this time. "Everyone come over here." Sun Wuxiu waved to Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others hiding in the house. Soon, everyone gathered on the beach. The joy of surviving the ordeal didn't last long, as everyone remembered the harsh words that Raditz left behind before leaving. "In a year you will all die." The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Wukong put away his playful expression and looked seriously at Sun Wuxiu. "Brother, is what Raditz said at the end true? Is that guy named Vegeta really coming? And is he really that strong?" All eyes focused on Sun Wuxiu. As the only one present who seemed to know everything and possessed unfathomable strength, Sun Wuxiu's words held authority. He retracted his smile and nodded. "It's true. Furthermore, for you right now, he is not merely strong but a source of despair." Upon hearing the word despair from Sun Wuxiu's lips, Krillin's face turned pale instantly. "Despair? Brother Wuxiu, don't scare me like that." Krillin swallowed hard. "Is he really much stronger than Raditz?" "Much stronger." Sun Wuxiu shook his head. "Krillin, your imagination is too limited." He picked up a stick on the beach and drew some numbers in the sand. To give you a visual concept, let's use the battle power value mentioned by Raditz earlier as an example. Sun Wuxiu pointed at the first number. Just now, in his full power state, without weight, Piccolo's battle power was around 740. Wukong is about the same. Everyone nodded, having a rough idea of this value, which could destroy a city. Sun Wuxiu wrote another number. "And the Raditz who nearly killed you all, just now his battle power is 1,500. In other words, one Raditz is roughly equivalent to 2 fully powered Piccolos." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes twitched, his fists cracking. Although he disliked the comparison, it was a fact. "So, Sun Wuxiu moved the stick across the beach, writing a number that made everyone's heart stop. That Saiyan Prince who will arrive on Earth in a year, Vegeta, his battle power is 18,000. A deathly silence ensued. Only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks felt particularly jarring. Krillin's mouth dropped open, nearly hitting the ground. Yamcha's watermelon rind fell to the ground with a thud. Even the usually fearless Wukong's eyes widened, his pupils sharply constricting. 18,000. Bulma covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Wuxiu, you're not joking, are you? 18,000. How many times is that compared to Raditz? 12 times. How is that even possible to win against? Despair. True despair loomed over everyone's hearts like dark clouds. Just a Raditz with a battle power of 1,500 had almost beaten the two strongest on Earth, excluding Wuxiu, to the brink of death, and they even had to rely on sneak attacks to barely push him back. Now to tell them that a monster 12 times stronger than Raditz would come in a year. It's over. Earth is truly finished this time. Master Roshi couldn't even hold his staff steady. Such a gap cannot simply be made up with a year of training. It's like sending ants to kill an elephant. Panic spread among them. Even the usually proud Piccolo appeared, ashen beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. 18,000. This number felt like a mountain suffocating him. He couldn't even imagine what kind of aura would erupt at such a level. But at that moment, Piccolo suddenly raised his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Sun Wuxiu. He noticed a blind spot. While everyone else was terrified by this number, Sun Wuxiu remained calm and composed. In fact, a subtle smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Hey Sun Wuxiu, Piccolo suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Earlier you said it's despair for us. Piccolo emphasized the word us. What about you? Piccolo's gaze was piercing, as if trying to see through Sun Wuxiu's hidden strength. Earlier you scolded that Vegeta so harshly and told him to come over. Since you know he has a battle power of 18,000, you still dared to provoke him. This means you should have confidence in dealing with him, right? Hearing Bic's words, everyone finally awoke from their stupor. Yes, there's also Wuxiu. Senior brother Wuxiu. Klin grasped at the lifeline. Can you defeat that Vegeta? Everyone's gaze filled with hope once again focused on Sun Wuxiu. Faced with the expectant eyes of the crowd, Sun Wuxiu did not answer directly. He simply removed his sunglasses, his dark eyes gazing at the distant sea, revealing a mysterious smile that was deep and inscrutable. Then he extended his right hand, forming a gesture with his thumb and index finger to indicate a little bit. Probably. A billion times stronger than him, maybe. A little bit. The crowd was stunned. This measurement, was it a bit subtle? Was it a narrow victory? But looking at Sun Wuxiu's confident and almost calm demeanor, the tension in everyone's hearts was finally eased by half. Phew. You scared me to death. Klin patted his chest. Since senior brother says he is stronger, then there must be no issue. After all, senior brother never boasts. Yes. With Wuxiu here, even that prince would be a mere delivery boy. Yamcha also regained his spirit. Only Bic and Goku still looked serious. They were true martial artists, able to discern the deeper meaning in Sun Wuxiu's words. To dare to say a bit stronger in the face of an 1800 battle power represented an absolute confidence. Sun Wuxiu looked at the revitalized crowd, secretly amused. A bit stronger. Normally a million against 18,000, that was much more than just a bit stronger. This was like using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. However, to prevent this group from becoming complacent with the support, he did not say everything. Pressure is the driving force for becoming stronger. Goku. Sun Wuxiu turned his head to look at his brother. Although I say I can win. But this battle belongs to the Saiyans and is also to protect Earth. Sun Wuxiu's expression became serious. If Vegeta shows up, do you want me to directly take him down? Or do you want to exchange a few moves with him? This was essentially a question with choices. To choose the comfort of an easy win, or to choose to break through the limits on the edge of life and death. Goku was taken aback. He looked down at his fists, then glanced at Gohan, who was still asleep beside him. If it was for the safety of Earth, having his brother take action would undoubtedly be the most prudent. But a surge of boiling blood erupted from deep within his heart, a Saiyan's instinct for battle, as well as a martial artist's desire for strength. 18,000. Goku murmured, then raised his head. The fear in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by a burning fighting spirit. He grinned, revealing that signature confident smile. Brother, although that guy is ridiculously strong, I want to give it a try. I want to fight him personally. If I don't challenge those stronger than me, I will never become stronger. Even if it's 18,000. I want to use this year to catch up to him. Upon hearing this response, Sun Wuxiu smiled with gratification. This was the true Sun Wukong. This was the Kakarot who grew stronger when faced with challenges, always breaking through limits. Good. Sun Wuxiu nodded, then it's settled. This year I will create a hellish training plan for you. Whether you can survive under the pressure of 18,000 depends on your own fortune. Yes. Goku shouted excitedly. At that moment, the previously silent Bick suddenly snorted coldly and turned to fly away. Hey Bick, where are you going? Goku shouted, do you want to train together? Stop talking nonsense, Sun Wukong. Bick didn't look back, his white cape rustling in the wind. I'm not interested in playing house with you guys. Those two Saiyans. And that Vegeta. Bick slightly tilted his head, the ambition gleaming in his single eye. This planet will eventually be mine. Since it is mine, I will not allow anyone else to touch it. Not even aliens. Before those two guys arrive, I will become stronger in my own way. By then. Bick glanced at Sun Wuxiu, a hint of challenge flashing in his eyes. Once I kill those two Saiyans, the next will be you. After saying that, whoosh, Bick transformed into a beam of white light, instantly disappearing into the sky. Although he spoke harshly, everyone knew that this former Dark Lord had already joined the unified front in protecting Earth. What an insincere guy, Klin commented. All right. Sun Wuxiu clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. Now that the goal has been set, then starting tomorrow, the special training will officially commence. The first stop, the Sacred Temple. Goku, take everyone to meet that true God. Looking at the gradually dissipating clouds in the sky, Sun Wuxiu knew. The real Dragon Ball Z chapter had only just begun at this moment. Atop the soaring Karen Tower there lay a realm beyond the reach of mortals. Passing through the thunderclouds and crossing that seemingly endless red brick corridor, a massive half-circular temple floated at the pinnacle of the heavens. Phew. Phew. The air up here is so thin. Klin gasped, even though his current battle power was far beyond what it once was. Flying at full speed in this high-altitude environment still made him feel a bit breathless. We've arrived. Leading the way, Sun Wuxiu landed steadily on the red tiles of the temple square, his expression, as usual, even his breathing was not disturbed. Following closely, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan Yamcha, and others also landed one after another. Is this where the god resides? Yamcha looked around, his eyes filled with awe. It feels so quiet that it makes one uneasy. Welcome everyone. A calm voice rang out. The rotund, pitch-black Mr. Popo appeared before everyone without them noticing. His round eyes swept over the crowd, finally pausing for a moment on Sun Wuxiu, giving a slight bow. The god has been waiting for you. Everyone followed Mr. Popo deeper into the temple. Soon before the exotic palace, they saw an elderly figure leaning on a staff back facing them. Lord Kami, everyone has arrived, Mr. Popo said. The old man slowly turned around. It was a green face full of wrinkles with pointed ears and two antennae. Hiss! A uniform gasp of cold air sounded. Except for the Sun brothers, who already knew Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and the others instantly stood on end, instinctively taking up combat stances, and some had even begun to gather their ki blasts. Bicket! Klin shouted in terror. How can this guy be here? Did he eat the god? Sun Wuxiu extended his hand, pressing down on Klin's raised arm, speaking in a calm tone. Look closely, that is the god, not Bick. But he looks just like him, it's almost identical. Yamcha's voice trembled. Ahem. The god leaned on his staff, letting out a helpless smile. There's no need to be nervous, martial artists from the lower realm. I do have a certain connection with Bick. Simply put, that is my evil side, and I am the god of this world. After the god's explanation, everyone finally lowered their guard, but the fear in their eyes had not completely faded. All right, enough small talk. Sun Wuxiu stepped forward, looking at the divine being who had once guided him, and said directly, God, you must have been observing the lower realm all along, right? You are aware of what just happened, as well as the crisis that will come a year from now. The god nodded solemnly. Yes, Wuxiu, that's Saiyan named Raditz. And the Vegeta he mentioned. They possess an evil power that fills me with despair. The god's gaze scanned the crowd, a glint of relief crossed his eyes, but more was worry. The fact that you are here means you are prepared to fight to the death. During this year, Bobo and I will do our utmost to guide Klin, Tianjin, Fan Yamcha, and Jiaozi. The air here is thin and the environment is special, making it very suitable for cultivating one's mindset and controlling chi. Hearing this, Klin and the others felt a surge of joy. Being guided by a god was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, the god's gaze finally landed on Sun Wukong, revealing a hint of difficulty. But, Wukong, the god sighed. You have trained under me for 3 years and I have taught you all I could. Your current strength even surpasses mine. Even if you trained here for another year, the improvements would likely be very limited. To contend against that Saiyan with a battle power of 18,000. It's difficult, too difficult. Wukong scratched his head, looking troubled. Yeah, I feel like there's not much left for me to learn. But where else can I go? Just then Sun Wuxiu's voice abruptly rang out, filled with a sense of control. No, there is another place. God, you must know that place, right? Sun Wuxiu pointed to a higher place in the sky, a realm that transcended life and death. Beyond the Hall of Yama, at the end of that long snake path, resides the king of the North Galaxy. What a... The god trembled, looking at Sun Wuxiu in disbelief. How do you know about the existence of the king? That is a high-ranking deity that I have never even seen with my own eyes, one that exists only in legends. I know more than you can imagine. Sun Wuxiu did not explain much, but looked at the god with earnest eyes. What Wukong needs now is not conventional training, but higher-level martial guidance. At the king's place there are things that would suit him. I want to ask you to use your divine authority to take Wukong to the underworld, to let him set foot on the snake path and become the king's disciple. The god fell silent for a long time, deeply gazing at Sun Wuxiu. This young man had been shrouded in mystery since he first set foot in the divine hall years ago. Now it seemed he was aware of the secrets of the entire universe. If it's the king, there indeed lies a glimmer of hope. The god nodded, making a decision. All right, Wukong, hold on to my shoulder. I will take you to the Hall of Yama right now. Go to the underworld. Do I have to die once? Wukong looked bewildered. No need to die, I will take you through the back door. The god was both amused and helpless. After arranging Wukong's destination and instructing Klin and the others to follow Mr. Bobo for training, Sun Wuxiu did not linger. I'll leave this to you. I have something more important to attend to. With that, he turned and walked to the edge of the divine hall. Brother Wuxiu, aren't you going to train with us? Klin asked. I have my own way of training. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand behind him, saying, see you in a year. Whoosh. His figure flickered and vanished into the sea of clouds. Came house. The sea breeze still blew. Bulma was sitting on the sofa sipping coffee, while looking out the window with some worry. On the other side in the bedroom, Shishi was sitting by the bed watching little Gohan sleep, her eyes red. Although Gohan was fine in the end, that terrifying scene had still frightened this mother. Knock knock. A gentle knock echoed. Shishi quickly wiped her tears and turned her head, saying, come in. The door opened, and Sun Wuxiu walked in. He had changed back into clean casual clothes and was holding a cup of hot milk. Brother. Shishi quickly stood up, showing genuine respect for the uncle who had always taken care of them. Sit down, Shishi. Sun Wuxiu handed her the milk, his tone gentle. Has Gohan not woken up yet? He might be too tired from earlier. Shishi looked at her son, her eyes filled with heartache. That boy has never experienced such hardship. Sun Wuxiu nodded, pulling a chair to sit down, not rushing into the main topic, but instead casually asking, Chi-Chi, I know you have always hoped Gohan could become a great scholar and live a stable life, right? Yes. Shishi sighed. I just want him to study well and not be like Wukong, who only knows fighting all day long. Martial artists are too dangerous. I understand your thoughts. Sun Wuxiu spoke sincerely. As a mother, it is natural to wish for your child's safety and peace. Hearing Sun Wuxiu's understanding, Shishi felt warmth in her heart, as if she had found a confidant. Wukong, that wooden-head man who only knows training, never understands her, only her uncle can. But soon Sun Wuxiu changed his tone. However, Shishi, you have also seen the situation we are facing now. A year from now, there will be enemies arriving on Earth that are more terrifying than today. At that time, Earth may become hell. In that kind of environment, do you think a scholar who only knows how to read books and is as weak as a chicken can survive? Or when danger strikes, do you hope Gohan can only hide behind you, trembling and waiting for others to save him? Or do you hope he has enough strength to protect himself, while also being able to protect you and this family like a real man? At the very least, he should have the ability to survive in danger. This was a very realistic and cruel question. Shishi bit her lip, her eyes filled with struggle. Reading is undoubtedly a good thing. Sun Wuxiu continued to guide gently. I also support Wufan in studying. Knowledge is power, and I understand this better than anyone. However, a true scholar should not just be a bookworm. A strong body, a brave heart, combined with extensive knowledge, this is the perfect embodiment of being well-rounded. Chi-Chi, you wouldn't want Wufan to become a frail person who dares not retaliate even if bullied, would you? This statement struck directly at Kiki's weak point. She was the daughter of the Bull Demon King and inherently revered strength. She despised violence, but that did not mean she wished for her son to be a coward. But Goku doesn't know how to teach children at all. Chi-Chi lamented. He only knows how to take Wufan to play in the mud, completely unaware of what education is. That's why I'm here. Sun Wuxiu smiled slightly, revealing his ultimate goal. Chi-Chi, if you trust me as your uncle, this year hand Wufan over to me. Hand him over to you. Chi-Chi looked at him in surprise. Exactly. Sun Wuxiu nodded. I am not only a martial artist, but I am also half the helm of the Capsule Corporation, though I am suspected of being a son-in-law. I know how to balance knowledge and power. This year I will find him the best teachers, not only to teach him martial arts, but also the principles of being a good person. A year later, I will return you a true man, one who embodies both the elegance of a scholar and the bravery of a warrior. Chi-Chi looked into Sun Wuxiu's confident and wise eyes. Over the past few years, in terms of both the family's financial situation and Goku's character guidance, Sun Wuxiu had provided tremendous help. It could be said that without Sun Wuxiu there would be no happiness in their current lives. If it were Goku who wanted to take Wufan to train Chi-Chi, would definitely have used a frying pan to knock him away. But if it were brother Wuxiu? After a long silence, Chi-Chi glanced at the sleeping Wufan on the bed, and then looked outside at the tumultuous world. She took a deep breath, stood up, and deeply bowed to Sun Wuxiu. Brother, then I leave it to you. Please take good care of Wufan. Sun Wuxiu's lips curled into a scheming smile as he helped Chi-Chi up. Don't worry, he is my nephew, I will treat him as my own son. 10 minutes later, Sun Wuxiu carried the still sleeping Wufan and flew away from Kame House. Phew. Got the parents sorted. Next it's time to deal with that nanny. Instead of returning to West City with Wufan, he changed direction and flew towards the desolate Gobi Desert. There a strong aura recently quelled but still filled with intense unwillingness and anger lingered. Piccolo. When Sun Wuxiu landed on the top of the stone pillar, Piccolo was nursing his injured arm, licking his wounds alone. Upon seeing Sun Wuxiu, Piccolo instantly exploded with rage, jumping up like a startled cat. Sun Wuxiu, what are you here for? To watch my joke? Piccolo gritted his teeth. Today his pride had already been trampled into the dirt. Sun Wuxiu wasted no time and directly threw Wufan into his arms. Catch this. Piccolo instinctively reached out to catch him, but upon realizing he was holding a small child, his face turned green. The son of Sun Wukong. What are you doing giving him to me? As a snack? I want to ask you for a favor. Sun Wuxiu said, arms crossed in a tone that implied it was only natural. This year help me train this little brat. Huh. Piccolo felt he had heard the most absurd joke in the world and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. Sun Wuxiu, have you lost your mind? I am the Demon King. I am Piccolo who aims to conquer the world. You want me to be a nanny for the son of Sun Wukong? Or teach him martial arts? Dream on. Do you believe I could crush him right now? Piccolo made a move as if to strike. However, boom. A terrifying aura that could change the color of the heavens and the earth erupted from Sun Wuxiu. A flash of golden light passed by. In an instant, Piccolo felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, even his breathing stopped. Sun Wuxiu's figure appeared before him, in an instant, one hand resting on his shoulder. It was not a forceful grip, but Piccolo felt as if his bones might shatter. Piccolo, I am discussing this with you, but that does not mean you have the right to refuse. Sun Wuxiu's voice was soft, but to Piccolo it sounded like a demonic whisper. You have also seen the potential of this little brat. That last strike even injured Raditz. He will be the key combat force for you against the Saiyans a year from now. And Sun Wuxiu leaned close to Piccolo's ear, his tone becoming playful. Haven't you always wanted to surpass Wukong to surpass me? Teach this child the techniques you once lost to us. If you can train him to be the strongest warrior, wouldn't that prove? Your teaching ability is superior to ours. This is also a form of conquest, isn't it? With both threats and temptations, deception, Piccolo's expression changed unpredictably. On one side was the dignity of the Demon King, on the other was that terrifying fist, and also Wufan's astounding potential indeed stirred something within him. If he could train his rival's son into a warrior of the demon race, and then send this kid to fight Sun Wukong, it seemed quite appealing. After a long time, Piccolo snorted coldly, grabbing Wufan by the collar. Don't try to pressure me with those lofty ideals. I just see that this little brat has some talent. I don't want him to waste it. However, I must warn you in advance, my training is hell level. If he dies, don't blame me. Sun Wuxiu smiled. This Sundara attribute is indeed a standard feature of those from Namek. Don't worry, he has a very strong constitution. Sun Wuxiu patted Piccolo's shoulder and discreetly healed his injuries with a talisman. This year, this child will be entrusted to you. Moreover, once you have successfully trained him, he can also be your best sparring partner, which is much more useful than your solitary training. Sun Wuxiu paused for a moment and continued, I won't be providing milk money or meal expenses, you'll have to figure that out yourself. After saying that, Sun Wuxiu flickered away, flying off quickly, fearing Piccolo might change his mind, leaving Piccolo alone, holding the still soundless sleeping Wufan, who was even blowing a bubble of snot in the wind, feeling bewildered. Piccolo looked at the little brat in his arms, the veins on his forehead bulging. Damn Sun Wuxiu. He actually treated me like a nanny. The roar echoed across the wilderness. Thus the strongest nanny on Earth, Uncle Piccolo, officially went online. In the city of the West at the Capsule Corporation, as night fell, the vibrant lights of the bustling city shimmered like a flowing galaxy. A private jet gently descended onto the tarmac. The cabin door opened, and Sun Wuxiu held Bulma's hand as they stepped down. Finally back, Bulma said, taking a deep breath of the air that carried a hint of industry, yet felt remarkably familiar, stretching her body lazily. This day has been more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. First there was the alien invasion, then Gohan was sent to Piccolo. It feels like a dream. She turned to look at the man beside her, whose figure remained tall and resolute even in the night. Wuxiu, is that kid Gohan truly alright? following someone as formidable as Piccolo. As the aunt who watched Gohan grow up, Bulma felt a twinge of worry. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu ruffled her hair, his gaze warm, yet resolute. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. Though Piccolo can be a bit sharp-tongued and proud, he is a genuine martial artist. With Gohan under his care, he will learn far more than he would with Goku, who is a bit rough around the edges. And Sun Wuxiu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. This is also to help Gohan truly awaken the power within him. That kid's potential is something I am a little envious of myself. After reassuring Bulma, the two returned to the main residence. That night, Sun Wuxiu did not tire out Bulma as usual, but let her rest early. Because from tomorrow onwards, not only would Goku, Gohan, and Krillin have to fight with all their might, but he himself also had a war he must win. The next morning in the underground gravity training room. Buzz, as the alloy door closed, the world fell silent once more. Sun Wuxiu stood in the center of the empty white hall, not hurrying to activate the gravity. He sat cross-legged, beginning to sort through his thoughts. One more year. For Goku, this is the year he learned the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb on King Kai's planet. For Gohan, this is the year he transforms from a crybaby into a warrior. And for me, Sun Wuxiu extended his hand, looking at his palm. This year my only goal is to achieve the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power. This is a realm that sounds simple, but is as difficult as climbing to the sky. In the original story, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time on Namek. He first underwent a year of training on Yardrat, then spent 3 years waiting for the androids, and finally spent nearly a year in the hyperbolic time chamber to truly master this form. In total, that was 5 years. And now Sun Wuxiu needed to cover Goku's 5 years of journey in just one short year. Full power does not mean an increase in strength, but rather normalization. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, the concept of full power from his past life emerging in his mind. Ordinary transformations into Super Saiyan were like flipping a switch to unleash fury. Although power surged, emotions would be in an extreme state of excitement or even rage, and the energy would leak out like a flood, placing a tremendous burden on the body. This state could not sustain long battles. Full power meant welding that switch firmly in the on position and allowing the body and mind to completely adapt to such a load. It transformed the Super Saiyan form into a natural state, as effortless as breathing. Only by eliminating the emotional fluctuations and energy wastage that come with transformation could the true power of the Super Saiyan be maximized. I have the Tiger Talisman to balance my mind, the Horse Talisman to heal my body, and the Ox Talisman to strengthen my physique. With these 3 powerful aids, if I can't achieve this, then I might as well give up. Sun Wuxiu suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light appearing in his emerald gaze. Huh! With a low shout, golden flames erupted from within him, his hair standing upright and turning golden. Super Saiyan transformation successful. This time he did not deliberately suppress the raging aura, but allowed it to fill his entire being. The desire to destroy and fight burned in his heart like wildfires. This is the feeling. Restlessness, unease. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and began to channel the power of the Tiger Talisman. The once balanced tiger power now acted like a potent sedative, forcibly intervening with the chaotic golden energy. Calm down. Sun Wuxiu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was attempting to tame this golden beast with sheer willpower. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. Sweat poured down like rain. Maintaining the transformation while sitting still was even more exhausting than fighting under 300 times gravity. That mental strain made him feel as if his brain was trembling. Huff. Huff. Finally, after 2 hours, Sun Wuxiu could no longer hold on and was forced to revert from his transformation, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Indeed. It's not easy. He let out a bitter laugh. It seems this year will be quite a trial. From that day on, the employees of Capsule Corporation noticed something strange. The legendary son-in-law seemed to have picked up a peculiar new habit, dyeing his hair. And not just any color, but a particularly bright shade of gold. Whether eating, walking, or even watering flowers in the garden, he sported that head of golden spikes with emerald green eyes. Wuxiu, are you really okay? In the restaurant, Bulma looked at the man across from her, emanating a golden glow and carefully slicing steak, her concern evident. I am fine. Sun Wuxiu's movements were somewhat stiff. He was trying hard to control the force in his hands. Now in Super Saiyan form, his strength had increased 50-fold. Even a gentle slice of steak, if not controlled properly, could turn the specially made alloy knife and fork into mere scraps of metal along with the plate. Crack. Just as he finished speaking, the fork he had accidentally applied a bit too much force to bend under his grip. Sun Wuxiu awkwardly stared at the fork, now reduced to scrap metal. It seems still not enough. He sighed, not reverting from the transformation, but instead grabbing a new fork, continuing his battle with the steak. This was the first step of training in full power, normalization. Not just in battle, but also maintaining this form in every detail of daily life until the body completely forgot the feeling of normal. In the first month, Capsule Corporation had to dispose of 300 plates, 50 chairs, and 3 beds ahem. While Bulma felt sorry for the furniture, she felt more concerned for Sun Wuxiu. She could see that even while sleeping, Sun Wuxiu's brow remained furrowed, that golden aura never extinguished. He was battling that power even in his dreams. By the 3rd month, things began to improve. Sun Wuxiu could now naturally pick up a glass to drink without crushing it. The coldness and restlessness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a gentle calm. It seems that the effect of the Tiger Talisman spell is even better than I expected. Sun Wuxiu stood in the gravity chamber, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. With golden hair and blue eyes, his aura was as calm as a still pond. If one disregarded his appearance, one could hardly sense that he was a monster with 500 million combat power. Next comes the increase in intensity. Sun Wuxiu activated the gravity system. Gravity multiplier 500 times. Under this gravity, he began high-intensity physical training while maintaining a state of complete calmness. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Beyond the earth, at the distant end of the snake path on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong, dressed in a Taoist robe with the words King Kai printed on the back, was chasing after a gorilla named Babris. Here the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. For Wukong, now this level of gravity was no longer an issue. Great. Wukong, your speed has increased again. King Kai, wearing sunglasses, drove a red vintage car, beside him holding a stopwatch in his hand. Hee. King Kai, I've already caught Babris. When will you teach me that? King Kai fist. Wukong asked excitedly. Don't rush, don't rush. Although your foundation is good, you need to train more to bear the burden of the King Kai fist. King Kai looked at Wukong and nodded silently in approval. That Saiyan kid is indeed a genius. In just half a year, not only has he adapted to this environment, but he has also learned a few of his cold jokes, which weren't very funny. If he can learn the King Kai fist and the spirit bomb, perhaps he could truly create a miracle. Bang! A small figure was violently slammed against a rock. Son Gohan got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze now less timid and more resolute. In front of him, Piccolo floated with his arms crossed, a cold expression on his face. What's wrong? Feeling weak already? Piccolo snorted coldly. If that's the case, you might as well go back to your mother for milk. That Sun Wuxiu handed you over to me not so I could watch you cry. I am not crying. Gohan gritted his teeth, his youthful face filled with stubborn defiance. I want to become stronger. I want to protect everyone like Dad and Uncle. Demon Flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, unleashing a blast of yellow energy wave. Oh, interesting. A subtle arc formed at the corner of Piccolo's mouth as he casually deflected the attack. Over the past 6 months, the progress of this little brat had astonished even him, the great Demon King. Is this the hybrid of a Saiyan and a human? It seems I can't be lazy anymore. Looking at Gohan charging again, Piccolo's fighting spirit was ignited. West City Capsule Corporation. 10 months had passed. The door of the gravity training room opened once more. This time Sun Wuxiu emerged, still sporting his golden hair. However, the aura he exuded had completely changed. If he was like a sharp sword when he first transformed, dazzling and dangerous to both himself and others, then now he was a divine weapon hidden in its sheath. Returning to simplicity, he wore an ordinary t-shirt, walking in the garden, even attracting a butterfly to land on his fingertip. The butterfly was not burned to ashes by the energy of a Super Saiyan, instead it rested on him as peacefully as if it were resting on a flower. Finally, I did it. Sun Wuxiu looked at the butterfly on his fingertip, revealing a relieved smile. Full power. Completely achieved. Now he could maintain this form effortlessly, as natural as breathing, with energy consumption reduced to a minimum, almost negligible. Moreover, due to the elimination of emotional fluctuations, his calmness and judgment in battle would reach an unprecedented height. Combat power. Although it hasn't skyrocketed 50-fold as dramatically as when I first transformed. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fist. But I can feel that my control over this 600 million combat power has reached 100. Even though 10 months have passed, my baseline combat power has only increased by 2 million, reaching 12 million. But now I could defeat the me from 10 months ago with just a single finger. This is the difference in realm. There are still 2 months. Sun Wuxiu looked up at the sky, his greenish-blue eyes seemingly piercing through the atmosphere, spotting 2 spherical spaceships rapidly approaching Earth. Vegeta and Nappa. Also the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Sun Wuxiu stretched, and the faint golden light around him appeared particularly divine under the sunlight. I'm getting a bit impatient waiting. I hope the surprises you bring will be worth my hard work over the past year. The winds began to stir. The final countdown to fate had begun. All warriors were sharpening their claws. Earth was ready to face the impending storm. Only time would tell if our little prince was ready to face the backlash. Year 762 of the Age of the Gods, November 3rd. This should have been an ordinary day. The citizens of East City were busy with their lives enjoying this hard-won time of peace. However, thousands of kilometers away from East City, on a desolate wasteland, a gathering that would determine the fate of Earth was quietly taking place. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Wuxiu held a small device resembling a tablet, the screen displaying two red dots of light rapidly crossing the atmosphere towards their coordinates. It seems the calculations were correct. Sun Wuxiu glanced at Bulma beside him, smiling as he said, as expected of a genius scientist, "This orbital prediction device is simply perfect." Of course, Bulma, dressed in a practical bulletproof vest and cargo pants, today held a modified high-energy laser gun. Though she knew it was useless, it made her feel secure. As long as I capture the gravitational waves outside the atmosphere, calculating the landing point is a piece of cake for me. This way those two won't have to destroy the city and waste Shenron's wish. Well done. Sun Wuxiu put away the device and directed his gaze towards the horizon. There the clouds were burning from high-speed friction, as if the sky were torn by two gaping wounds. They're coming. As soon as Sun Wuxiu's words fell, several sounds of breaking through the air echoed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flew in from different directions, landing steadily on the rocky wasteland. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha. At this moment, the four warriors from Earth had condensed their auras several times compared to a year ago. They had undergone hellish training in the Temple of the Gods, and their strength was now incomparable. Suddenly a loud sound echoed. A white cloak fluttered in the wind. Piccolo landed on the highest rock with his arms crossed, looking cold and aloof. Behind him was a young boy dressed in a similar style of Demon Clan robes minus the cloak. It was Sun Wufan. After a year of training under Piccolo, the Onsakribabi bookworm had completely vanished. In his place stood a small warrior with a resolute gaze exuding a wild aura. Although only 5 years old, the energy he radiated was even stronger than that of Krillin. Wufan, Krillin greeted joyfully. Wow, you've grown quite a bit. And this energy. It seems Piccolo has trained you well. Uncle Krillin. Wufan politely bowed, and despite becoming a warrior, his inherent courtesy remained unchanged. Piccolo snorted coldly. Stop trying to get close. If you hold me back in the fight later, I won't save you. Still the same as ever, Piccolo, Yamcha said with a wry smile. As the group exchanged pleasantries, a sudden whistling sound filled the sky. That's... Tien's three eyes turned simultaneously toward the heavens. A golden nimbus cloud appeared, carrying a youth clad in an orange King Kai outfit, descending like a shooting star. Everyone, in back. The familiar loud voice energized everyone. Bang! Sun Wukong leaped off the nimbus cloud and landed steadily. Although his outfit was tattered, his spirit was remarkably vibrant. The confidence and strength radiating from him brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance to everyone present. Wukong, Daddy. The crowd rushed forward. Hee, it seems everyone has gotten much stronger. Wukong, sensing everyone's energy, said in surprise. Especially Wufan, your aura is incredibly strong. Of course. Krillin laughed, giving Wukong a playful punch. We've been working our butts off this past year. But, how about you, Wukong? Did King Kai's training have an effect? Mentioning this, Wukong rubbed his nose, a proud smile appearing on his face. He slightly released his aura. Buzz, a wave of overwhelming energy instantly expanded from him, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. This energy. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Tien's forehead. How is it possible to be this much stronger than a year ago? Piccolo, standing on the rock, suddenly opened his previously closed eyes, staring intently at Wukong. His combat power. At least 10,000. Comparing it with the combat power calculation given by Sun Wukong previously, Piccolo was utterly shocked. After all, in the original story, Wukong's strength upon returning was just over 8,000. However, in this lifetime, with Sun Wukong as a stronger target ahead, Wukong, trained like his life, depended on it on King Kai's planet, significantly raising his base combat power to over 10,000. How about that? Surprised. Wukong, seeing everyone's astonished expressions, stood with his hands on his hips with a hint of pride. And I've learned an incredibly powerful secret technique. As long as I use that technique, my combat power can multiply several times. What? Even Piccolo couldn't maintain his calm demeanor. Multiply several times. That would be several tens of thousands. You're just bragging, Wukong. Yamcha said in disbelief. There can't be such a cheating technique. It's real. Wukong said seriously. That's King Kai's unique skill called the Kaioken. But it puts a lot of strain on the body. Right now I can only manage about 3 to 4 times at most. Even so, that would be a combat power of 30 to 40,000. Enough to easily defeat that Vegeta. The tension in the crowd instantly relaxed. That's great. With this, victory is assured. Krillin excitedly clenched his fist. Just then Wukong took a deep breath, and that overwhelming aura vanished like receding tide. At this moment, he looked like an ordinary Earth youth with a combat power value that might not even reach 5. But it's better to keep it in check most of the time, otherwise it would attract too much attention, Wukong said with a smile. He turned to look at Sun Wukong, who had been standing silently beside him. He walked over, a challenging glint in his eyes. Brother, how about it? This year I've been chasing after your shadow like crazy. The Kaioken is really powerful. If you learned it too, who knows, you might become even stronger. But right now, if I use the Kaioken, I might not lose to you. Seeing his brother's eager expression, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile. A base combat power of 10,000 combined with the fourfold Kaioken would amount to 40,000. Truly impressive. In the original timeline, this was already enough to dominate Earth. Unfortunately. Well done, Wukong. Sun Wukong patted his shoulder, his tone gentle, as if he were praising a primary school student who scored 100. The Kaioken is indeed a good technique. However, Sun Wukong didn't continue, merely waving his hand with a faint smile. For now I won't need it. If necessary later, I will learn it. Just kidding. His current normal combat power was 12 million. Transforming into Super Saiyan would yield 600 million. During this year, Sun Wukong spent most of his time controlling his aura to quickly reach full power without significantly increasing his training intensity, so his combat power growth wasn't particularly fast. Looking at his brother's calm demeanor as if he completely disregarded the 40,000 combat power, Wukong was momentarily stunned, and then his fighting spirit intensified. Indeed, my brother is unfathomable, Wukong thought to himself. Even after becoming this strong, I still feel like I can't see through him. Just then, dee-dee. The device in Sun Wukong's hand emitted a rapid alarm. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, and the previously relaxed atmosphere vanished. It's here, Piccolo shouted. Without him saying, everyone sensed it. In the sky, 2 massive fireballs fell like meteors, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure as they slammed down onto the nearby wasteland. Boom! The ground violently trembled, and a gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the air. A powerful shockwave mixed with debris and dust surged toward everyone like a tsunami. Everyone be careful, Wukong shouted, crossing his arms in front of him. At last the dust settled. 2 colossal impact craters emerged before the onlookers' eyes. At the center of each deep chasm, a gleaming white spherical spacecraft steamed faintly as its hatch slowly opened. A sharp metallic hiss echoed. 2 figures drifted gracefully from the vessels and descended toward the ground. The one leading the way was a broad-shouldered, bald warrior with thick, upward-curling mustaches. He wore the iconic battle armor of the Saiyans, his face twisted into a cruel smirk. This was Nappa. Behind him stood a shorter man, hair spiked defiantly skyward, arms crossed, expression haughty and icy cold. None other than Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Humph. So they're all here after all. Nappa tapped his scouter, scanning the distant Dragon Team warriors, and let out a shrill, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. Look, Vegeta, these trash heaps. Power level 5, 10. Their strongest barely scrapes a few hundred. Nappa pointed at Goku and the others, laughing so hard tears welled in his eyes. How could that useless Raditz possibly lose to vermin with such pitiful power levels? It's an absolute disgrace to the Saiyan race. Yet Vegeta did not laugh. His face darkened ominously. He cast a frigid, contemptuous glance at Nappa. Fool. Remove that worthless scouter. Vegeta. Nappa blinked, startled. Can't you see it? Vegeta sneered coldly. These Earthlings possess full mastery over their power levels. What you read is merely the facade they choose to reveal. Believe those numbers and rush forward. You'll be dead before your first step lands. Startled, Nappa recoiled and truly looked again. Indeed, not a trace of fear flickered in the eyes of those before him. TCH. So they're just a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing. Nappa spat disdainfully. Vegeta ignored him entirely, his predatory gaze sweeping the crowd, searching, probing, relentless. Then, his eyes passed over every face until they locked onto a black-haired man standing with hands tucked casually in his pockets, watching the scene unfold with detached amusement. In that instant, the very air around Vegeta froze solid. An avalanche of murderous intent erupted, tangible, suffocating, plummeting the temperature to sub-zero stillness. Found you. A vicious, razor-thin smile curled at Vegeta's lips, his teeth ground together with a low, grating crunch. That wretched cur who dared insult this prince. He took several slow, deliberate steps forward, eyes locked unblinkingly on Sun Wukong. Kashio. Vegeta's voice was hoarse and guttural, a demon clawing its way up from the abyss. Long time no see. Still got your tongue. I assumed you'd have cut it out yourself in terror. Faced with Vegeta's overwhelming, soul-chilling aura, the kind that would shatter ordinary men, Sun Wukong merely shrugged, even brushing a stray strand of hair from Bulma's forehead as the wind stirred it. Well, if it isn't our tragic Prince Tower. Sun Wukong turned, wearing that infuriating, effortless grin. What's wrong? Been Frisia's lapdog for a few days and already forgotten your own species. Barking like a rabid mutt at the first human you see. Nappa sucked in a sharp breath. This man, daring to speak to Vegeta like that. Was he truly suicidal? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta threw back his head and roared with manic savage laughter. Laughter born of pure, incandescent fury. Good. Excellent. Magnificent. He cut off mid-laugh, his eyes now grotesquely distorted feral. I had intended to grant you a swift death. But now, I've changed my mind. Vegeta extended a finger and slowly, deliberately pointed at each person present. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Bulma. I will tear apart everyone close to you, one by one. You'll watch their entrails spill onto the earth. You'll hear every shriek they utter. When the last of them lies dead, and you kneel before me begging for mercy. Vegeta moistened his lips, his eyes blazing with bloodthirsty hunger. I'll rip that contemptible mouth from your face, and crush every bone in your body one by one. Let this be your lesson. Provoking the Prince of the Saiyans is far more terrible than death itself. 10,000 times over. Boom. With Vegeta's roar, a terrifying aura erupted skyward, so immense it cracked the earth beneath him. Nappa grinned savagely, twisting his neck with a sickening pop as his power surged to 4,000. Then let's start with that brat. Nappa locked eyes on Gohan. Goku. Son Wuxio's smile vanished. His voice was calm, quiet. Final. Yes. Goku stepped forward, placing himself squarely before the group. His aura flared upward, wave upon wave, rising without pause. Looks like there's nothing left to say. Son Wuxio glanced at Vegeta, cold, unblinking. If you wish to play, then we'll oblige. But when someone ends up weeping, pleading for mercy, it won't be us. Sand and grit howled through the air. Battle loomed, imminent, inevitable. The wind screamed across the rim of the twin meteor craters where Nappa and Vegeta had landed. Nappa rolled his thick neck, joints cracking with a nauseating grind. A brutal, ravenous grin spread across his meaty face. In his fingers, he idly spun a single seed, the kind used to cultivate elite warriors, but made no move to plant it, unlike in the original timeline. Hey, Vegeta. Nappa crushed the precious cultivation seeds into fine dust between his palms and scattered them into the gale. Better save these trinkets. Just looking at these earthlings' arrogant ignorance makes my fists itch. If we're playing, then let me personally show them what true play looks like. Vegeta stood motionless, arms crossed, observing silently, neither approving nor interfering. His gaze remained fixed, unwavering on Son Wuxio alone. The so-called Earth Warriors held no interest for him whatsoever. Do as you please, Nappa, Vegeta said coolly. Don't waste too much time. Leave that wretch alive for me. As for the rest, kill them all. Understood. Nappa snarled, and took a single earth-shaking step forward. Tum. The ground trembled violently beneath his footfall. His murder-laden eyes swept the group, and settled inevitably on Piccolo, clad in Taoist robes of the Demon Clan, skin a deep, unmistakable emerald green. Wait. Nappa's eyes widened, as if beholding a miracle. He jabbed a thick finger at Piccolo, shouting, Vegeta, look quick, this guy? This green-skinned one. That hue, those antennae. He rubbed his bald scalp, stunned. Is this the Namekian? A Namekian? At the word, Piccolo stiffened, and even Vegeta, standing behind, raised a subtle eyebrow, turning his gaze toward the green warrior. Oh, indeed. Vegeta studied Piccolo closely, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. I hadn't expected any Namekians to survive on this desolate border world. I assumed their entire race had perished long ago, wiped out by climatic cataclysm or foreign invasion. What is that? Piccolo stood rigid, staring at Nappa, his heart hammering, his mind reeling with shock and disbelief. This was not the first time he had heard speculation about his origins. Yet coming from these two extraterrestrial beings, the words carried an unsettling air of authenticity. Am I an alien? A Namekian? Ha ha ha. So even you don't know, huh? Nappa sneered. Namekians are a race famed for their mystical prowess. Though their combat strength leaves much to be desired, they've always excelled at crafting bizarre and wondrous magical artifacts. Magical artifacts? Krillin and Yamcha exchanged a glance, and in that instant lightning struck their minds. Could it be? No way. Krillin blurted out in shock. That's why Piccolo and the Guardian were able to create the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. So it's because they're aliens. Because of the Namekians' innate magical aptitude. Ah, I see now. That explains everything. Yamcha too grasped the truth in a flash. Yet, their instinctive outburst instantly froze the atmosphere on the battlefield. What did you say? Vegeta, who had stood impassively until then, whirled around sharply, his cold, predatory gaze locking onto Krillin with lethal intensity. The Dragon Balls. The Eternal Dragon. A wish granted without limit. Though low and measured, Vegeta's voice thrummed with raw, unmasked greed and fervor. Hey, you bald little runt. Spill it. What are those things? Oh no, disaster. Krillin clapped both hands over his mouth, sweat pouring down his temples. Only then did it strike him. He'd just betrayed Earth's greatest secret before its most dangerous enemies. Nothing. I said nothing. Krillin shook his head, frantically stumbling backward. You fool, do you want to die? A terrifying aura erupted from Vegeta, crushing down upon Krillin like a physical weight. Speak up. Is it true? That wish can truly fulfill anything, even immortality. To a Saiyan who waged endless war across the cosmos, where death lurked at every turn, nothing held greater allure than eternal life. With infinite time, he could grow infinitely stronger, until one day he surpassed that accursed Frieza. Though trembling, Krillin clenched his jaw, defiance flaring deep within his bones. It's none of your business, he roared. Those Dragon Balls belong to Earth, and we'll never surrender them to scum like you. Vegeta laughed, a chilling, humorless sound, as murderous intent sharpened in his eyes. Good. Very good. Your tongue is sharp indeed. Then let's see how long your bones last, before your mouth does. Nappa. Attack. Right away. At Vegeta's command, Nappa launched forward without hesitation, white aura blazing around him like a comet hurtling through the sky. Target, the Namekian. Capture the creator of the Dragon Balls and the secrets would spill forth effortlessly. Not a chance. Piccolo snapped into focus, stunned by the revelation of his heritage, yet battle instinct overriding all else as he assumed a guarded stance. Everyone, watch out. Tien Shinhan Yamcha and the others ignited their ki in unison, bracing for combat. Yet, as Nappa closed in on Piccolo, a streak of tangerine orange shot away from the fray, racing straight toward Vegeta himself. Goku, Krillin gasped. Don't worry about me. Handle that giant. You take him. I'll deal with this short one. Goku's voice rang with exhilaration and unquenchable battle lust. He hadn't rushed to aid Piccolo, partly because he knew Piccolo's prickly pride. If he intervened, Piccolo would only bristle, and partly, more crucially, because Nappa's battle power stood at a mere 4,000. To Goku, whose base power now soared past 10,000, Nappa was simply too weak, too dull, to stir even a flicker of interest. Only Vegeta, whose power remained unfathomable, could make his blood sing. Oh, Vegeta didn't flinch as Goku bore down on him, arms still crossed, eyes dripping with disdain. Kakarot, you're practically begging for reincarnation. You think you can fight me? You dare. Vegeta scoffed. Nappa, stop playing around. Clean up that trash. Then come help me dispose of this pathetic younger brother of Raditz's. Clearly, even Goku's imposing presence failed to register in Vegeta's arrogant estimation, where 18,000 points of power rendered him nothing but a low-class warrior. Enough talk. Goku reached Vegeta in an instant, and drove a clean, brutal straight punch straight for his face. If you won't look at me seriously, I'll force you to die. A flash of ice-cold fury lit Vegeta's eyes. If this insect insisted on flying headlong into the blade, so be it. Then I'll kill you first. Vegeta moved at last, not with his hands, but with a lightning-fast kick aimed squarely at Goku's abdomen. The blow carried enough force to shatter mountains. Boom. Fist met foot. A thunderous guttural impact tore through the air, and the rock beneath their feet exploded into dust. Shockwaves rippled outward. Goku staggered back, 15 paces, while Vegeta himself slid half a meter backward. What a... His pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flickered across his face. This low-class warrior had blocked his strike, and with such staggering strength. Truly formidable. Goku shook out his numb arm, his eyes blazing brighter than ever. Kaioken. Crack. Crimson aura erupted, engulfing him completely. For safety's sake, Goku didn't hold back. He activated double Kaioken instantly. His power surged to 20,000. This is the battle I've been waiting for. He lunged again, twice as fast as before. In an instant, both warriors dissolved into afterimages, clashing violently across the barren wasteland. Each impact echoed like thunder, flesh meeting flesh, bone against bone. Meanwhile, Nappa's battle against the Z fighters unfolded as a brutal one-sided onslaught. Hiya! Piccolo roared, shucking his weighted gear, unleashing his full power, surging perilously close to 3,000. His palms gathered a searing mystic beam and blasted it point-blank at Nappa. Too slow, too weak. Nappa grinned savagely and took the blast full force against his bare chest. Boom! When the smoke cleared, he stood unscathed, brushing dust from his torso with casual contempt. Is this all you've got, Namekian? Damn it! Piccolo ground his teeth. Though he'd grown phenomenally over the past year, he still couldn't bridge the chasm between his own strength and Nappa's fourth standpoint, might honed by elite Saiyan training. Altogether, now. Tien Shinhan bellowed, his tri-beam charging to critical intensity. Krillin hurled his Destructo Disc. Yamcha guided his Spirit Ball. Kaiatsu strained with telekinetic force to bind Nappa's limbs. Gohan meanwhile circled warily, waiting for the perfect opening to unleash his Masenko. It was a desperate, grueling siege. Annoying flies. Nappa grew increasingly exasperated by these earthlings, whose combat power barely reached a few thousand. Though their attacks inflicted no mortal wounds, they nevertheless impeded his swift victory over Piccolo. Especially that bald man's disc-like energy slash, his Chi Yuan Zhan, had actually gashed Nappa's cheek. Damn you. I'll slaughter every one of you. Enraged, Nappa abandoned all restraint. A terrifying aura of white energy erupted from his body, and his speed surged dramatically. Boom. Tien Shinhan was sent flying by a single punch, crashing deep into the rocks, his fate unknown. Crack. Yamcha's leg snapped beneath a brutal kick. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Hee. Who's next? Nappa licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, his cruel eyes suddenly locking onto Gohan, who had been firing precise long-range energy blasts from afar. That brat, is he also a Saiyan? Was it you who kept hurling those feeble, stinging energy spheres, eh? Since you're Kakarot's son, I'll send you ahead to distract your father. With a savage grin, Nappa vanished in an instant. Gohan, run. Piccolo cried out in shock, lunging to intervene, but it was already too late. Nappa moved faster than sight, appearing behind Gohan in the blink of an eye. Die, brat. He raised his massive fist high, wind howling as it descended with crushing force toward Gohan's tender skull. One solid blow, and the boy would be obliterated. No. Chi-Chi, watching the battle through fortune-teller Baba's crystal orb far away, let out a cry of utter despair. At that decisive moment, snap. A soft, crisp sound. Nappa's colossal fist, capable of pulverizing boulders, froze midair. It hung there rigid as if clamped in unyielding iron. Huh. Startled, Nappa instinctively wrenched his arm, but found it utterly immovable. He followed the grip down to its source, and saw a tall, upright man who had appeared before Gohan without warning. One hand rested casually in his pocket, the other held Nappa's wrist with effortless nonchalance. A cold, temperatureless smile played upon his lips. Dare you lay a hand on my nephew? Sun Wushio tilted his head slightly, his obsidian eyes regarding Nappa as though gazing upon a corpse. How many lives do you possess to forfeit? You're that Kakuto? Nappa's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat broke across his brow. Just moments ago, he hadn't even registered the man's arrival. And this power. Let go. Panicked, Nappa roared and gathered a ki blast in his free hand, aiming to strike Sun Wushio. Pathetic. Sun Wushio spoke coolly. His grip tightened, and with a sudden brutal twist downward, crack. A sickening brittle snap echoed across the battlefield, the sound of shattering bone. Ahawk. Nappa shrieked like a slaughtered pig, his entire arm contorted into a grotesque spiraling knot. The sheer force drove him to his knees, crushing the earth beneath him, carving two deep craters where his legs struck the ground. In that instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Even Goku and Vegeta, locked in fierce combat, halted mid-battle and turned their gaze toward the scene. Goku, still amplified by the Kaioken, radiated crimson light. Seeing this, he grinned. So my big brothers finally stepped in. Vegeta's pupils contracted violently, his expression darkened to an abyssal fury. That useless Nappa actually got. Sun Wushio paid no heed to the stares around him. Still holding that commanding downward gaze, he looked upon Nappa, kneeling and shrieking in agony before him. Elder uncle. Gohan, recovering his senses behind him, stared at that towering backlit silhouette, eyes brimming with awe and profound relief. Good boy, close your eyes. Without turning, Sun Wushio murmured, what follows isn't fit for children's eyes. Gohan obediently shut his eyes. Sun Wushio turned his gaze fully upon Nappa, sweating profusely, face twisted in agony. Next life, learn to keep your eyes open. Before the final syllable faded, he released Nappa's wrist, and in the same motion lashed out with his right leg like a whip. He held back his full strength, but struck with surgical precision against Nappa's spine. Crack! A horrifying bone-shattering crack reverberated across the field. Ugh! Nappa vomited a gout of blood flecked with internal fragments, and instantly collapsed limp as discarded rags. His spine shattered, alive yet utterly ruined. Sun Wushio withdrew his foot with visible disdain, then seized Nappa's leg as though handling refuse, and flung him away with contemptuous ease. Whoosh! Nappa's massive frame soared like a ragdoll, landing precisely at Vegeta's feet in the distance. Here, you may have him back. Sun Wushio brushed his palms together, then delicately wiped his immaculate hands with a handkerchief. Dogs that bite indiscriminately ought to be taken home and dealt with by their own master. Vegeta looked down at the twitching broken heap at his feet. Nappa lifted his head with agonizing effort, mouth awash in blood, as he stretched a trembling hand toward Vegeta. Vegeta, save me. Vegeta's gaze remained glacial, devoid of pity, filled only with profound revulsion. A Saiyan incapable of movement holds no value. Nappa, you've disappointed me deeply. Vegeta reached down and grasped Nappa's outstretched hand. Just as Nappa dared hope Vegeta would pull him up, Vegeta jerked his arm upward with explosive force, launching Nappa high into the sky. Vegeta! What are you doing? Nappa screamed in abject terror, suspended midair. Farewell, Nappa, Vegeta intoned coldly. Two fingers aligned, a blinding beam coalescing at their tips. Since you've become worthless, turn yourself into fireworks instead. Boom! The searing beam consumed Nappa entirely. A violent explosion bloomed in the sky, brilliant, dazzling, like a pyrotechnic spectacle, reducing Nappa to ash. Silence blanketed the battlefield. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha. None could speak, stunned into mute disbelief. This was the Saiyan race. This was Vegeta. To slay a longtime comrade without hesitation, without remorse. Such chilling cruelty sent shivers down the spine. Vegeta lowered his hand, as if dismissing a trivial matter. Then he turned, his gaze sweeping past Goku, locking fiercely upon Sun Wuxiu in the distance. Within his eyes burned a maelstrom of furious, unquenchable battle lust. Very well, Kakushu, you have succeeded in provoking me. Since you so eagerly seek death, I shall oblige you. But first, Vegeta shifted his attention to Goku before him, still glowing crimson. Let me slaughter this red monkey, to warm up. Who? Vegeta hovered in midair, his chest heaving violently. He looked down at the group of Earth warriors, still brimming with fighting spirit, especially that Kaku's Sun Wuxiu, who always wore an irritating grin, and his inner fury threatened to incinerate his reason. Nappa is dead. That worthless fool who had followed him for over a decade. While his death was insignificant, it was still a slap in the face for him as the Saiyan Prince. Moreover, after the brief skirmish, or rather the one-sided humiliation, Vegeta's keen battle instincts revealed a harsh truth. If he didn't unleash his hidden ultimate move, he could truly lose today. That Sun Wukong was stronger than him in the twofold Kaioken state. The regular one, with a battle power of 10,000, was slightly stronger. And that Kaku's fellow, his move that just defeated Nappa, was unfathomable. Damn, since you all want to die so much, I'll grant you your wish. Vegeta suddenly let out a furious roar, transforming into a purple streak of light as he shot straight into the high sky. Is he trying to escape? On the ground, Krillin looked up, puzzled. No, that's not it. Wukong's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta. His energy hasn't weakened, it's become even more frenzied. What is he planning? Only Sun Wuxiu remained with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the sky, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He's going to find the moon. The moon. Krillin paused. What does he want with the moon? It's daytime. Fool. Piccolo snorted. Did you forget how Wukong transformed into a giant ape? Silence will. Before Piccolo could finish, everyone's faces turned pale instantly. The giant ape. That terrifying monster that only existed in nightmares. This is bad. Wukong exclaimed in alarm. If he transforms into a giant ape, his battle power will increase tenfold. That means 180,000. 180,000 battle power. It was a figure capable of vaporizing the entire Earth in an instant. Stop him quickly, Tien shouted anxiously. However, Sun Wuxiu waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Don't rush, let him search. Sun Wuxiu said lightly, he won't find it anyway. As expected. High in the sky, after breaking through the clouds, Vegeta looked around, his originally twisted smile gradually stiffening, finally turning into a frantic rage. Where's the moon? Where the hell did that damn moon go? According to calculations, it should be a full moon today. Why is it missing? Vegeta roared madly in the air. He suddenly looked down at the crowd below, his eyes bloodshot. It's you. It's you despicable lot who destroyed the moon ahead of time, isn't it? Oh, that was me. Piccolo admitted coldly, arms crossed to prevent Gohan from going berserk 6 months ago. Damn bastard. Vegeta trembled with rage. Without the moon, he could not transform into a giant ape, and without that tenfold power boost. But Vegeta took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze fell on Wukong and Sun Wuxiu. Kakarot has no tail, he can't transform. But that Kaku, that brat still has a tail? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Vegeta's eyes. If I transform, will he transform too? Even if he does, so what? Vegeta smirked arrogantly. Lower-class warriors turn into giant apes only to become mindless beasts that know nothing but destruction. But I, the noble Saiyan Prince, even if I transform into a giant ape, I can perfectly maintain my reason and combat skills. A beast driven only by instinct could never be a match for a genius warrior like me. In that case, Vegeta extended his right hand palm up as a special energy fluctuation began to gather. Though it will consume some energy, that is of no importance. I will let you witness the true terror of Saiyans. Combine. Artificial full moon. Virum. A sphere emitting blinding white light shot from Vegeta's hand, hovering high in the sky. The sphere released a specific Burzu light wave simulating the effect of a full moon. That is. On the ground, Wukong felt the blood in his body beginning to stir. Although he had no tail, the instinctive reaction still sent chills down his spine. This is bad. He can actually create a moon. Wukong shouted. However, it was already too late. In the sky, Vegeta stared intently at the sphere, his mouth curving into a grin. Ha ha, tremble, despair, thud, thud, thud. The heavy heartbeat echoed through the heavens and the earth like war drums. Vegeta's body began to swell violently, his battle suit straining tight, black hair growing wildly, fangs sprouting from his mouth, his once human face rapidly distorting and elongating. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant ape over 50 meters tall, radiating a destructive aura, appeared in the sky. 180,000 battle power. That terrifying wave of energy, indescribably powerful, instantly swept across the entire hemisphere. The ground trembled, the sea roared. This is a Saiyan. Krillin sat slumped on the ground, staring at the monstrous figure that blotted out the sun, his lips trembling slightly. Despair. True despair. In the face of this power, they felt as small as ants. Kaxi. The giant ape Vegeta lowered his head, his massive blood-red eyes locking on his son Wuxio on the ground. Though his voice was now heavy like thunder, Vegeta's tone was still recognizable. How about it? This power. Does it make you feel despair? Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. Die. Boom. The giant ape Vegeta lifted a foot, crashing down like a mountain. This foot covered an area of several dozen meters, leaving no place to hide. Run. Wukong shoved Krillin and Gohan aside, charging toward the giant foot. Threefold Kaioken. Boom. The red energy surged, and Wukong's battle power instantly soared to 30,000. He braced himself to block the foot. However, 30,000 against 180,000. The gap was simply too vast. Bang. Wukong fell as if he had been struck heat-in by a planet, his arms instantly broken, and he was brutally stomped into the ground. Ugh! Wukong let out a painful scream. Wukong! Krillin and the others gasped. Ha ha ha! Is this your strength, Kakarot? The giant ape Vegeta laughed crazily, pressing down with force. So weak. So weak. It's like squashing a bug with ease. Damn! Wukong, trapped in the dirt, felt as if his organs were about to shatter. But he couldn't lose. If he lost, Gohan, Krillin, and the Earth would all be doomed. I can only go all out. Wukong gritted his teeth, flames of madness igniting in his eyes. Body. Must hold on. Fourfold. No. Fivefold Kaioken. Boom. A far more violent crimson aura erupted from beneath the giant ape's feet, forcibly lifting that colossal foot into the air. N50,000 combat power. Oh, still struggling, and the giant ape Vegeta showed mild surprise. Nothing more. With a savage grin, he channeled his entire strength into that foot and stomped down with crushing force. Be shattered now. Crack and poo. Goku could no longer hold on. A gush of blood burst from his mouth, his crimson aura instantly dissipated, and his body collapsed utterly into the deep crater, his life hanging by a thread. Dad! Gohan screamed, lunging forward. But Piccolo held him back with iron grip. Don't go. You'll only die. Piccolo roared, but his own body trembled. It was over. Null was lost. Against a monster of this caliber, strategy and skill had become utterly meaningless. This was not even a battle within the same dimension. Vegeta lifted his foot and glanced coldly at Goku, barely breathing in the crater below. Truly tenacious vitality, but it ends here. And then he turned his massive head, those scarlet eyes locking on his son Gokushu, who had stood motionless all along at a distance. Next, it's your turn, Kakushu. And what? Paralyzed with fear. Forgotten how to flee. Nor do you wish to transform into a great Simon to amuse me? Vegeta sneered at the tail swaying behind son Gokushu. Go on, transform. Let me see the grotesque, mindless spectacle of this low-class monkey. Yet, facing certain death, facing the suffocating pressure of 180,000 combat power, and son Gokushu remained standing. He kept his head bowed, eyes closed, refusing to glance at the artificial moon above. Transform. A faint chuckle escaped him as he shook his head. That crude, volatile form holds no interest for me. Knee's eyes opened, not toward Vegeta but toward his own fist. To deal with a brute like you who relies solely on raw strength. This is more than enough. Before the final word faded, Shwa. Son Gokushu vanished, utterly without trace. He disappeared from every retina present, leaving not even a flicker of afterimage. Vegeta froze, instinctively scanning the sky. Hiding. Useless. I will obliterate this entire planet. You have nowhere left to run. At that very instant, a calm voice pierced the immense silence, suddenly unervingly close. right beside his colossal ear. In, who said I was hiding? Wah! Naviri hair on Vegeta's body bristled, and he whirled his head around violently. There, hovering effortlessly behind his shoulder, was that tiny figure casually brushing dust from the thick tree trunk-like fur on Vegeta's neck. This, and below Krillin Piccolo and the others stared dumbfounded. And how did he get up there? Nan, daring to stand that close to such a monster. Vegeta, in-son Gokushu gazed upon that enormous monstrous simian visage, and a subtle serene smile curved his lips. Slowly he raised his right fist. And no dazzling aura coiled around it, no thunderous roar heralded its arrival. It was simply an ordinary punch, yet it cleaved the air with a streak of white chi striking not the face itself but the space before it. Let me show you something extraordinary. In boom. In-son Gokushu struck. Knee's movement appeared unhurried, yet carried an indescribable crushing weight. The chi blast surged forth, and the moment it touched the giant ape's cheek in time seemed to freeze. And then, a visible blinding white chi beam pierced straight through Vegeta's massive skull, rocketing skyward, ripping a colossal fissure through the atmosphere itself. Ow! And Vegeta didn't even have time to scream. Knee's 18th House Sancombe bat power body, invincible, unshakable, shattered like thin parchment before that single blow. The sheer impact contorted his face beyond recognition, several enormous fangs shattered and flew outward. In SSSSHHH, KRRL. The 50-ma turtle ape was launched like a baseball, hurtling thousands of meters before crashing into a distant mountain range. The entire range collapsed instantly, rock and debris burying everything. And the earth convulsed, dust blotted out the sun. None punch. Just one. That invincible giant ape, the very embodiment of despair against whom even five-fold Kaioken had been powerless, had just been knocked away. Silence. An absolute deathly hush descended upon the battlefield. In Krillin's jaw hung slack, dislocated unbeknownst to him. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes bulged from their sockets. Even Piccolo stood frozen, his worldview utterly shattered. Is this the dream? Yamcha pinched himself hard. Yipe. Painful. The nearby crater. Gravely wounded Goku lifted his head with great effort, gazing up at that solitary figure still poised mid-punch in the sky. Blood streamed from his mouth, but he grinned radiant and fierce. Heck off. Of course, you're still that strong. Brother. Bulma leapt into the air ecstatic. Yes, we won. I knew it. My husband is the greatest. Monkey Prince. One punch, obliterated. Nat came house, Shishi clutched her crystal ball weeping with joy. Thank goodness. Everyone's saved. Big brother Gokushu long live. Master Roshi wiped sweat from his brow behind his sunglasses, his eyes burned with awe. This power has long since transcended the realm of mortals. At the lookout, the kami exhaled deeply, his ancient heart nearly failing from relief. Thank heavens he was there. Far away on King Kai's planet, the deity perceived the event through his antennae, sweat drenching his forehead, his sunglasses slipping down his nose. That Saiyan, that Son Gokushu. Who is he? That punch, seemingly simple, yet the density of chi within it, unimaginable. Had he not restrained himself, that single strike might have pierced clean through earth itself. King Kai swallowed hard, a profound instinctive reverence rising within him. Such a being has emerged on earth, on the battlefield, and the dust settled. Son Gokushu lowered his fist, serene, unruffled, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. He gazed toward the distant ruins where the mountain range once stood, and sighed softly. Perhaps I applied slightly too much force, and still I held back 99%, so he should survive, I hope. In the rubble, Vegeta had reverted to his humanoid form. His tail either crushed during impact, or simply severed by the sheer force of the transformation's collapse. Now his bones were pulverized, his body embedded like wet clay into the fractured stone. Only his eyes retained the faintest ability to twitch. The arrogance, the fury, they were gone. Only bottomless terror remained, bewildered emptiness, and the total shattering collapse of his entire philosophy of existence. Punch. Thighs, cannot be. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. That instant Vegeta's world crumbled entirely. On the desolate Gobi Desert, the wild wind swept up the sand and gravel, emitting a mournful wail as if heralding the end of this earth-shattering battle. The once towering mountains have been reduced to flat ground, replaced by a massive smoldering pit. In the center of that pit, the once invincible Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, now lay slumped among the rubble like a pile of mud. His proud battle armor was completely shattered, his body drenched in blood, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest confirming that he was still alive. In the sky, Sun Wushio slowly descended. The aura around him had dissipated. Aside from a bit of dust on his clothes, he looked as relaxed as if he had just returned from a walk in the park. Is everyone still alive? Sun Wuxiu turned around looking at his companions in the distance, some lying down, others half kneeling. Brother. Goku struggled to raise a hand, his face covered in blood, yet managed to squeeze out a weak smile. Your punch was incredible. Cough cough. Not just Goku, Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Shinhan, and others though not dead were all in a state of injury, finding it difficult to even move a finger. Don't speak, conserve your strength. Sun Wuxiu walked to Goku's side and crouched down. Hang in there. He extended his hand and pressed it on Goku's chest. Magic of the horse talisman revitalization activated. A gentle white light erupted, and a warm life-filled energy flowed through Goku's entire body in an instant. Broken bones reconnected, torn muscles healed, and the depleted chi sea was replenished. Only a few seconds had passed. Wow. I've come back to life. Goku suddenly jumped up lively and energetic, waving his fist. This is amazing. I even feel this technique is more effective than a Senzu bean. Let's check on Gohan. Sun Wuxiu patted his shoulder and then moved to the next injured person. Soon, under the divine power of the horse talisman, Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Shinhan, Dend, and Yamcha. Even the aloof and prideful Piccolo, who was reluctant to receive treatment, was fully restored to health. Is this the ability of Master Wuxiu? It's simply a miracle. Yamcha exclaimed, touching his leg that had once been broken. This is unbelievable. Meddling in others' business. Piccolo snorted softly, but this time his voice was much weaker, evidently lacking conviction. After their injuries healed, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards the deep pit. There lay a dying enemy. Is that guy still alive? Krillin asked cautiously. We'll find out if we go take a look. Sun Wuxiu led the way, and everyone gathered at the edge of the pit. At that moment, Vegeta had returned to his humanoid form. But he was gravely injured, his bones shattered, lacking even the strength to crawl up, staring fiercely at the others above, with eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Cough cough. If you want to kill me, then do it. Vegeta's voice was hoarse and weak, yet the arrogance ingrained in his bones remained undiminished. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I will never beg for mercy from you. Seeing this once dreaded demon now in such a state, everyone felt a mix of emotions. That bastard still wants to kill everyone and then sell the earth. Krillin clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. We absolutely cannot let him go. Yamcha echoed, exactly. Keeping such a demon alive is a disaster. We should kill him while we can. Even Piccolo raised his hand, a purple beam of light gathering at his fingertips, coldly stating, while I would love to defeat him myself, since he is already a waste, let me send him off in style. Just as Piccolo was about to act, a desperate voice suddenly rang out. Goku bolted forward, arms wide open, blocking Vegeta. Goku, what are you doing? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Get out of the way. That guy wants to kill us. No, we can't kill him. Goku looked at Vegeta behind him, his eyes filled with a pure and unwavering desire. Why? Piccolo shouted angrily. Are you out of your mind? Because he is strong. Goku clenched his fists and said earnestly, in that battle just now, although I lost, I fought with all my might. I still want to fight him again in the future. I want to win against him with my own strength, fair and square. Not by relying on my brother. Goku turned to Sun Wuxiu, his eyes filled with pleading. Brother, I know this request is selfish, but I beg you, let him go this time. I promise. Next time I will definitely become stronger. Strong enough to defeat him on my own. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at Goku as if he were insane. To let a potential future opponent go free. What kind of reasoning is that? Goku, are you crazy? Krillin exclaimed, jumping up in agitation. What if he comes back to Earth for revenge later? What if Master Wuxiu isn't here next time? Then it's my responsibility. Goku said firmly. If I lose, it means my training wasn't sufficient. Everyone fell silent. Although they found Goku's reasoning incomprehensible, they all knew that if not for Goku risking everything to buy time, they might have perished long ago. In the end, all eyes turned to Sun Wuxiu. He was the strongest here and had defeated Vegeta. This decision could only be made by him. Sun Wuxiu looked at his pleading brother, then glanced at Vegeta in the pit with a complicated expression. In fact, he had anticipated Goku would act this way. This is Sun Wukong, a pure martial enthusiast, a Saiyan who would go to any lengths to pursue strength. Moreover, let him go. Sun Wuxiu spoke calmly. What a... Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. Master Wuxiu, even you. Do I think Goku is right? Sun Wuxiu shook his head and smiled. No, I think Goku is a fool. But... Sun Wuxiu approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Vegeta. There are not many Saiyans left in the universe. Besides the two of us brothers, there are only a few others, and this useless prince. Although he is a bastard and a villain, he shares the same blood after all. Sun Wuxiu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Moreover, killing him serves no purpose. A dead prince is merely a pile of rotten meat. But if we let him live, perhaps in the future he could bring us some surprises. What? What did you say? Same clan. There's no need to kill each other. Vegeta felt his worldview being shattered. In his understanding, Saiyans were cold-blooded fighting machines. The law of the jungle was the only rule. Companions without value could be easily disposed of, such as Naba, and defeated enemies must be completely eradicated. But now, this guy named Kashi, who clearly possessed the power to crush him, was talking about bloodline and surprises. Is this what they call the kindness of Earthlings? Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to get up only to fall back heavily. How disgusting. But, since you all want to die, I shall fulfill your wishes. Vegeta trembled as he pulled out the remote control from his pocket. Beep. Not far away, a white spherical spaceship immediately flew over and landed beside the deep pit. Vegeta used all fours, crawling into the spaceship like an injured beast. At the moment when the hatch was about to close, Vegeta turned his head, revealing a chilling smile on his bloodstained face. Kashi and Kakarot, do you think sparing me demonstrates the ease of a strong warrior? Wrong. Dead wrong. You will regret it. You will definitely regret today's decision. Vegeta's voice became hoarse with excitement. Since you all enjoy playing the game of kindness, let me tell you a truly desperate piece of news. The Dragon Ball you mentioned earlier, the one that can grant any wish. That news has already been transmitted out through my detector. What? Krillin's expression changed slightly. Who did you send it to? Seeing the terrified expressions of everyone, Vegeta revealed a sense of vindictive pleasure. Frieza. He uttered the name that made the entire universe tremble. The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. He has always yearned for immortality. With his character, upon learning of the Dragon Balls, he will definitely not let this opportunity go. He will surely head to that place called Namek to seize the Dragon Balls there. Once he obtains eternal life, even the combined forces of the universe will not be his match. By then, Vegeta looked at Son Goku, his eyes glinting with malice. He will definitely come to Earth. Because there are Saiyans here and a presence that displeases him. He will personally turn this planet along with all of you into cosmic dust. This is the price you pay for sparing me. Ha ha ha. Amidst a fit of manic laughter, bang. The hatch closed. The spaceship blasted flames, carrying this Saiyan Prince filled with hatred and curses, disappearing into the vast sky. This time no one cheered, no one felt relieved. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Frieza. Krillin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Who is that? Sounds like someone really powerful. The Cosmic Emperor. Piccolo's face also turned extremely grim. Just the title alone was enough to instill a heavy sense of pressure. That guy should not be lying. Son Goku scratched his head, though he didn't fully understand. He sensed the gravity of the situation. Brother, is that Frieza even stronger than Vegeta? Everyone looked at Son Goku. Son Goku had indeed mentioned this name when he was cursing Vegeta as a wild dog. Stronger? Son Goku looked at the sky, his expression growing profound. Not just stronger. If Vegeta is like a slightly stronger wildcat, then Frieza is a true Tyrannosaurus. His combat power. Just as Son Goku was about to reveal that despairing number starting at 5300, peaking at 12 million. Suddenly, hey, Goku, Goxio, can you hear me? I am King Kai. A frantic voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. It was King Kai, far away on King Kai's planet. King Kai. Son Goku was taken aback. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Stop with the nonsense. King Kai's voice trembled, clearly terrified to the extreme. Is what that Saiyan just said true? Is Frieza really going to Namek? It should be true. Son Goku said. This is bad. It's all over. King Kai let out a desperate wail. If it's that guy, if it's that demon, you must never provoke him. Absolutely not. Even if Earth is destroyed, you must never provoke Frieza. Why King Kai? Son Goku was puzzled. Is he that terrifying? Terrifying. That doesn't even begin to describe it. King Kai took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm himself. Listen carefully, Goku and Goxi. Although your current strength is great, even capable of defeating Vegeta. But, before Frieza, you are as fragile as newborn infants. He is the most evil, most powerful, and most brutal emperor in the universe. With just a flick of his finger, he can destroy countless planets like Earth. Even the god who governs the northern galaxy would retreat in fear upon seeing him. So I command you. Absolutely. You must not go to Namek. And you must not attempt to stop him. That would be seeking your own death. King Kai's warning struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. What kind of existence could even make King Kai so fearful? How strong could it be? Fear began to spread. Krillin and Yamcha were already so scared they could barely stand. However, amidst this panic, Son Goku laughed. He was not intimidated by King Kai's warning, instead a hint of anticipation glimmered in his eyes. Frieza, huh? He murmured softly, finally going to face off against him in the Namek saga. He turned to the crowd who were already dumbfounded with fright, and then glanced at the confused yet curious Goku. Everyone, Son Goku, clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Although what King Kai said was terrifying. But if we do not go to Namek, the Namekians are actually a benevolent race, and now they face extinction due to our Earthlings' misstep. If we do not go there to stop him, the Namekians will be slaughtered, which is something I do not wish to see. Moreover, if Frieza obtains immortality, the universe will truly be doomed. So, Son Goku's eyes were as resolute as iron. We must go to Namek. Prepare yourselves, a new adventure is about to begin. Across the desolate wasteland where Vegeta had fled, the air still hung heavy with the acrid aftertaste of cataclysmic battle. Yet now, beyond the lingering echo of the Kai's anguished cry reverberating in their minds aflame, unprecedented, fierce, and unquenchable, burned fiercely within each of them. You truly intend to go? The Kai's voice trembled with exasperated despair, as if watching promising disciples march blindly toward ruin. That is Frieza, a demon before whom even gods dare not raise their eyes. How can you fools remain so stubbornly deaf to reason? Your Highness, thank you for your concern. Goku scratched his head, his face breaking into that disarmingly innocent grin, the kind that disarms even wrath itself. But just thinking there's someone that strong out there in the cosmos makes me too excited to sleep. If I don't fight him, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. You battle-obsessed wild monkey. The Kai choked on his own indignation. I'm going to. Piccolo stood motionless, arms crossed, his white cape billowing fiercely in the wind. His gaze pierced the distant star-strewn void, not with fear, but with the quiet, aching yearning of one seeking lost roots. That is my homeworld. Now that I know my people still dwell there, I will not stand idly by while they are slaughtered. And besides, a cold, razor-edged smile flickered across Piccolo's lips. If I do not seize this chance to transcend my limits, how could I ever slay that Saiyan Prince, or surpass you, Goku? Haha, anytime. Goku flashed a wide, toothy grin. Though Krillin and Gohan still trembled, faintly swept up in the tide of such blazing resolve, they too nodded. Firm, unwavering, resolute. If everyone's going, then I won't be left behind. Krillin clenched his fists. For Earth's sake. Watching this band of gloriously reckless souls, Grandpa's son Gohan nodded, quietly, deeply satisfied. This was the true spirit of the Z Fighters. Since the decision is unanimous, we depart in 3 days. Grandpa's son Gohan sealed the decree with finality. Dr. Briefs has nearly completed the spacecraft modifications. For these next 3 days, return home, rest well, and prepare your gear. Especially you, Gohan. Grandpa's son Gohan glanced at his 5-year-old nephew standing beside him. So young, yet already bearing the solemn gravity of a seasoned warrior. You'll still have to get past your mother. At the word mother, the same boy who'd faced Raditz without flinching instantly shrank back, his small face flooding with pure, unadulterated dread. Mount Pauser, the sun residence. What? Leaving again? And into space? Shishi's shriek pierced the air with such force it rivaled Frieza's death beam. Windows rattled audibly in their frames. Absolutely not. No way. Hands planted firmly on her hips, Shishi stood like a ferocious hen shielding her chick, blocking Gohan with her body, glaring furiously at an embarrassed Goku and Grandpa's son Gohan, who remained calmly smiling beside him. Gohan is only 5. Last year that green-skinned monster snatched him away. He suffered unimaginable hardship out there. Just when he's finally home safe, you want to drag him off to Namek to fight aliens. This is child abuse. I'm reporting you both. Tears welled in Shishi's eyes as she gazed at Gohan's small hands, still bearing faint traces of old wounds though long healed, her heart clenching with unbearable tenderness. Gohan is destined to become a scholar, to attend university. He cannot spend his childhood running wild with you brutes. Goku fidgeted desperately nearby, scratching his ear and tugging at his hair, but Chi-Chi, Gohan really is strong, and this mission is about silence. Only scholarship leads to true success. Shishi refused to hear another word. As tension threatened to freeze the room, Grandpa's son Gohan cleared his throat softly and stepped forward. Ahem. Chi-Chi, please calm yourself for a moment. Let me offer a few words. At the sight of her elder brother-in-law, Shishi softened slightly. After all, he was the family's pillar, and his counsel was always measured, wise, and grounded. Brother, tell me, surely this is utterly absurd. Wiping tears from her cheeks, Shishi pleaded. Indeed, Grandpa's son Gohan nodded gravely. Sending a 5-year-old into war does sound absurd. But Shishi, let us shift our perspective. A shift in perspective. Precisely. Pulling up a chair, Grandpa's son Gohan sat, his expression transforming into one of serene authority, like a visionary educator charting the course of human intellect. Chi-Chi, you wish for Gohan to become a scholar. That is noble. But what defines the greatest scholar? Is it one who buries himself in texts, never stepping beyond his own threshold, a mere bookworm? Or is it one whose horizons stretch across galaxies, whose wisdom is forged not just in libraries, but in first-hand encounters with alien civilizations themselves? Shishi paused, stunned into silence. Well, I suppose. Seizing the opening, Grandpa's son Gohan smoothly transitioned, not into persuasion, but into enlightenment. Consider today's children. Their competition is fiercer than ever. When Gohan applies to university, or later interviews for work, what if the examiner asks, "Where did you travel as a child?" Other children reply, "I visited West City Amusement Park," or "I went to the seaside." Then Gohan simply replies, calm and unruffled, "Oh, nothing much. At 5, I journeyed aboard a starship to Namek, conducted field research on extraterrestrial ecology, and mastered an additional language, Namekian." Mimicking the effortlessly elegant, self-assured tone, Grandpa's son Gohan spread his hands lightly. Doesn't that instantly elevate his stature? Doesn't that redefine the very scale of possibility? This isn't war. It's an interstellar academic excursion, the ultimate head start for the next generation. Think, how many children on Earth will ever have such an opportunity? This is a credential so luminous it would blind any interviewer, etched forever into his legacy. Shishi's eyes lit up, not merely bright, but blazing with the golden radiance of a Super Saiyan. Interstellar, academic, excursion. She murmured, already envisioning Gohan in scholarly robes, standing atop a grand stage beneath the infinite cosmos. Actually, that does make perfect sense. With a sharp, decisive clap, Shishi's fury vanished, replaced by the incandescent fervor of a parent dreaming of her child's glorious ascent. Exactly. Modern education prizes experiential learning above all. 10,000 volumes read pales beside 10,000 miles walked. And Gohan, he walks 10,000 light years. This is revolutionary. Go. He must go. Shishi seized Gohan's shoulders, her eyes burning with volcanic intensity. Gohan. On Namek, observe everything. Record everything. When you return, you will write a journal, no fewer than 10,000 characters, entitled My Namekian Spring Excursion Diary. Do you understand? Gohan. Goku. Thus, under Grandpa's son Gohan's dazzling pedagogical rhetoric, the most formidable obstacle, Shishi, not only granted swift approval, but spent the night packing Gohan's satchel with notebooks and pencils. And faithful to tradition, she gave him a neat, rounded bowl cut, so the Namekians would find him pleasing to look upon. 3 days later, in the Western capital at Capsule Corporation's launch site No. 1, a massive futuristic silver spaceship stood quietly on the launch pad. This spaceship was modified from the Namekian ship that the Celestial visited when he came to Earth, incorporating Dr. Brief's most advanced spatial folding technology and gravity control system. Wow, it's so big. Son Wukong circled around the spaceship several times, excited like a child. Dr. Brief held a pipe in his mouth and a remote control in his hand, proudly introducing, "This spaceship is my masterpiece. The internal space is very spacious, and according to Wuxia's requirements, I have specially divided several areas. The living area, rest area, and cockpit are not worth mentioning. Most importantly, the training area." The doctor pressed a button and a holographic structure diagram displayed on the side of the spaceship. "Here is the No. 1 training room where the maximum gravity can reach 100 times prepared for you, Wukong. Here is the No. 2 training room with maximum gravity from 10 to 20 times, suitable for Gohan and Krillin to undergo adaptive training. Moreover, the spaceship is equipped with the most advanced self-repair system and a fully automatic kitchen. Just put in the ingredients and anything you want to eat can be made." "That's amazing." Wukong and Gohan's eyes lit up. For the Saiyans, having food and training is heaven. One by one, the others boarded the ship. Piccolo remained aloof, occupying a corner of the spaceship by himself, while Krillin and Gohan excitedly explored everywhere. Just as the hatch was about to close, Sun Wuxia walked over, holding a heavy bag in his hand. "Here." He threw the bag to Krillin. Krillin caught it, opened it, and exclaimed, This is all senza beans." The bag was full, at least 100 of them. "I cleared out the cat hermit stock," Sun Wuxia said with a smile. "Use them sparingly, don't eat them like regular meals. These beans can save lives at crucial moments. Rest assured, senior brother." Krillin treasured the bag and put it away. "All right, it's almost time." Sun Wuxia stepped back a few paces, looking at the crowd standing at the hatch. Wukong suddenly realized something and asked, "Hey, brother, aren't you coming aboard?" Everyone was also taken aback. "Yeah, Wuxia, if you don't go, they might not be able to defeat Frieza." Bulma also looked puzzled. This time he isn't going because Piccolo has the inherited memories to speak Namekian, so translation isn't needed, and in the original it was because no one could pilot the ship. This time it's fully automatic. "I'm not taking the spaceship with you." Sun Wuxia waved his hand, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. "Why not? Are you not going to Namek?" Gohan asked. "Of course I'm going." Sun Wuxia pointed to the sky. But flying in a spaceship is too slow. Oh, it will take a month. I have a faster method. A faster method. Everyone was confused. Is there a method faster than this super lightspeed spaceship? Don't worry about that, you all go ahead first. Sun Wuxiu did not explain. When you reach Namek, just as you land, you might see me. Be careful on the way, especially you Wukong, you don't break the spaceship. Although filled with doubt, everyone nodded, trusting Sun Wuxiu. Then, well, wait for you on Namek. Brother, Wukong waved his hand. Boom, the hatch closed. The massive engine expelled blue flames, and the spaceship slowly ascended under the support of the anti-gravity system, then suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light that broke through the atmosphere, disappearing into the vast universe. After sending off the main group, Sun Wuxiu's smile gradually faded. All right, they have all set off. He turned to Bulma beside him. Bulma, is everything ready? Yes, it's all here. Bulma brought Sun Wuxiu to the underground secret chamber of Capsule Corporation. In the center of the secret chamber, 7 orange-yellow Dragon Balls lay quietly on the pedestal, emitting a faint glow. These were collected using the Dragon Radar again over the past year. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Sun Wuxiu wasted no time and directly recited the incantation. Buzz. The familiar scene unfolded once more. The entire sky of the western capital darkened instantly, golden lightning tore through the heavens, and the imposing green Shenron coiled majestically above Capsule Corporation. Whoever gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what kind of wish it is, I can grant it, but only one. The voice of Shenron was deep and grand. Sun Wuxiu looked up, his gaze fixated on Shenron. His wish this time had been carefully considered. Although his fighting power was already quite strong, the most troublesome aspect of traveling through the universe was the journey. Wukong's instant transmission was indeed useful, but it required Ki as a beacon. If he wanted to go to a planet with no one on it, or if the other party concealed their Ki, he wouldn't be able to teleport. On the other hand, the instant transmission of the King Kai's servant Jebet was the real divine skill. It did not require Ki. As long as there was a target location, one could freely travel to any corner of the universe, even entering special spaces like the King Kai's realm. Shenron, Sun Wuxiu shouted loudly, my wish is, please grant me the instant transmission ability like Jebet, the servant of King Kai, to ignore distance and space and go anywhere I want. Shenron fell silent. His red eyes flickered for a moment, seemingly assessing the feasibility of this wish. After a long while, Shenron slowly spoke, this wish. I cannot fully grant it. That kind of ability involves higher dimensional divine rules which exceed my capabilities. So it really can't be done. Sun Wuxiu felt a bit disappointed, as the Earth Shenron's abilities were indeed limited. But Shenron's tone shifted. Although I cannot grant you that kind of ability that completely ignores the rules, I can bestow upon you a skill that is an evolved version of the instant transmission used by the Yardrat. Oh, Sun Wuxiu's eyes brightened. What kind of evolution? Shenron explained. First, it retains the original instant transmission's sensing key function, allowing you to teleport to any place with a life aura. Second, for places you have previously visited, you can leave spatial coordinates, allowing you to directly teleport there even without key. This is already my limit. After hearing this, Sun Wuxiu's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. This was enough. Although it wasn't as overpowered as Jebet's, this was already the perfect upgrade of Wukong's instant transmission. With the ability to fly once you've been there and fly upon sensing chi, where in this vast universe can't one go? Good. That's the wish. As you wish. The divine dragon's eyes flashed with a red light. Buzz. Sun Wuxiu suddenly felt a strange stream of information surge in his mind, as if a door to a new world had been opened. The structure of space no longer appeared indestructible to him, but instead filled with countless foldable nodes. The wish has been granted. Goodbye. The divine dragon transformed into light and vanished, the 7 Dragon Balls once again turning into stones and flying into the distance. How was it? Did it work? Bulma asked curiously. You'll know once you try? Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes lightly, placing 2 fingers on his forehead. He searched in his mind for that familiar aura that had just departed. Found it. It was the immense and vibrant chi of Goku, who was rapidly flying outside the atmosphere on a spaceship. Whoosh! Sun Wuxiu's figure instantly vanished into thin air. Outside the atmosphere, inside the spaceship, Goku was excitedly bouncing in the gravity chamber, while Krillin and Gohan were exploring the kitchen. Suddenly, hey, looks like you guys are adapting well. A familiar voice resonated behind everyone. Wow! Krillin was so startled that he dropped the drink in his hand. Goku turned around abruptly, his eyes nearly popping out. Brother, is that you? There stood Sun Wuxiu leisurely holding an apple he had casually picked up in the secret room, taking a crunchy bite. How did you get up here? Piccolo was also stunned. We're currently in outer space, and the spaceship is already approaching light speed. This is my new ability. Sun Wuxiu smiled and pointed to his forehead. Instant transmission. As long as I think about it, no matter how far you fly, I can arrive in an instant. That's so unfair. Goku drooled with envy. I want to learn that too. It's way more convenient than the flying Nimbus. I can teach you when the opportunity arises. Sun Wuxiu patted Goku on the shoulder. Alright, I just came to say hi and test my skills. You fly slowly, I need to go back and catch some sleep. He'll come over when you reach Namek. After saying that, whoosh, Sun Wuxiu's figure vanished again just as suddenly as he had arrived. All that was left was a group of people in the spaceship staring at each other, questioning life. This is too demoralizing, right? Krillin said with a bitter face. We still have to endure a month on this spaceship while he can go home and sleep anytime. This is the gap. Yamcha sighed. Only Goku's eyes shone even brighter. Brother is indeed the strongest. I must work hard too. I can't fall too far behind. Earth Capsule Corporation's secret room. Whoosh. Sun Wuxiu reappeared. Wow, did it really work? Bulma exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise at the sudden appearance of Sun Wuxiu. Yes, it's perfect. Sun Wuxiu glanced at his watch. The round trip took less than a minute. Now going to Namek is just a matter of a thought. He wrapped his arm around Bulma's waist and walked out of the secret room. Let's treat this month as a vacation for us. When they reach Namek, the real show will start. Sun Wuxiu looked out at the starry sky where a war concerning cosmic dominance was brewing. A month later, in the vast depths of the universe, a silver spaceship was traversing through the sea of stars at a speed many times faster than light. Inside the ship, in the gravity training room, Zone 1. Beep, beep, beep. The red alarm light flashed wildly, and the gravitational value on the display was locked at 100 times. But that was not the main point. The main point was that in this gravity environment that felt like hell even for elite warriors, and nearly self-destructive frenzied training was taking place. Two figures, one large and one small, were in midair engaged in fierce combat. Goku, bare-chested, had muscles as hard as steel, and every punch he threw produced sonic booms. And facing him was none other than the 5-year-old Gohan. At this moment, Gohan's eyes were fierce, his movements sharp, completely devoid of any semblance of a child. Bang! Goku landed a heavy punch directly into Gohan's stomach, sending him crashing down into the specially designed alloy floor, creating a deep pit. Puff! Gohan spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly weakening to the extreme, appearing as if he was about to perish. If it were before, Krillin would have rushed and screaming to save him. But now Krillin just sat to the side, holding a bag of senzu beans, numbly munching on snacks, even feeling a bit drowsy. Here, Krillin casually tossed a senzu bean over. The barely conscious Gohan managed to catch it and shoved it into his mouth. Crunch. The next second, boom. An even stronger wave of energy erupted from Gohan's body. He jumped out of the pit, his injuries healed, and his fighting power surged dramatically. Bring it on, Dad! Gohan shouted as he charged again. Alright. Goku excitedly welcomed the challenge. In a corner, Piccolo sat cross-legged, veins bulging on his forehead, his usually cold face now filled with existential doubt. These two monsters. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Over this past month, he had witnessed firsthand what it meant to have the Saiyan cheat code. At first, while there was a gap between him and Goku, it hadn't reached the point of despair. But ever since they boarded the spaceship backed by the 100 senzu beans provided by Sun Wuxiu, it had become the beginning of a nightmare. This Saiyan father-son duo completely treated the passive skill of reviving stronger after near death as their daily leveling up method. Every day, it was mutual beatings nearly to death, eating beans, reviving, and doubling their combat power. Such a cycle repeated endlessly. It was like exploiting a bug. Is this the true use of the 100 senzu beans that Wuxiu gave? Tien Shinhan wiped cold sweat beside him. So unfair. How are we supposed to catch up? Finally, the spaceship's intercom relayed an automated voice set by Dr. Brief attention, passengers, we are about to arrive at Namek. Please prepare for landing. Phew. Goku exhaled, halting his actions. He wiped his sweat, feeling the vast power within him, and a confident smile crept onto his lips. We've finally arrived. Goku. Krillin cautiously approached, holding the makeshift power level detector made by Bulma. Can I measure your current normal combat power? Sure. Goku relaxed his body and restrained his aura. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the detector began to fluctuate wildly, finally settling on a value that nearly made Krillin's eyes pop out. 500,000. 500,000. Kellen let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A normal state of 500,000. Then if you use the Kaioken. My physical strength has improved. I can probably push the Kaioken to 10 times now, Yukon casually remarked. 10 times. That means 5 million. Yamcha's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. A month ago, they were already despairing over that 18,000 of Vegeta. A month later, Wukong's base battle power could crush 20 Vegetas with a single hand. Is this still human? No wonder he is a Saiyan. Piccolo took a deep breath, though reluctant, he could only admit it. After a month of grueling training, his battle power had only reached around 50,000, which was already astonishing as Naru was only 42,000. But compared to Wukong, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Alright, prepare to land. Namek. This was a peculiar planet with 3 suns where it was always daytime. The sky was an eerie green, and the ground was covered in blue grass filled with exotic charm. Boom! The silver-white spaceship landed on a plain. The hatch opened, and everyone filed out. Is this my hometown? Piccolo stepped onto the land, feeling the familiar elements in the air, as if something deep within his soul was stirred. What a strange feeling. The air here seems so comfortable. Gohan curiously looked around. Don't be careless. Wukong's expression suddenly turned serious. I've sensed several evil auras, and they're extremely strong, especially in that direction. Wukong pointed into the distance. One of the auras is so deep it feels like an abyss. That must be Frieza. This aura is indeed terrifying. Piccolo frowned as well. Though it's far away, that oppressive feeling is still unsettling. No matter what, we need to find the Dragon Balls. Kellen pulled out the dragon radar and pressed the switch. Beep, beep, beeped. Several light spots instantly appeared on the screen. Got it. And look, Kellen pointed at the 3 light spots clustered together on the screen. There are 3 Dragon Balls together, and they are moving. That's in Frieza's direction, Wukong said in a deep voice. It seems that guy has already collected 3 of them. What should we do? Yamcha asked. Should we just go grab them? No, let's not rush. Wukong shook his head. Even though I've become much stronger, Lord Kai said that Frieza can transform, and his true power is unfathomable. Until we figure out his true strength, it's better not to engage directly. Our goal is to prevent him from making a wish. As long as we can find a Dragon Ball and hide it first, he won't be able to do anything. Good idea. Everyone nodded. The radar showed that the nearest Dragon Ball was in a village not far from them. Let's go. Full speed ahead. Namek, a certain village. At this moment, it was suffering a catastrophic disaster. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, we'll kill all of you. A group of alien soldiers dressed in combat suits surrounded a group of defenseless Namekians. Leading them was a fat man with pink skin covered in spines. Doria. He was Frieza's trusted lieutenant with a battle power of 22,000. We will never submit. The elder of the Namekians guarded the children behind him, though scared his eyes remained firm. Seeking death. Doria sneered, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave. Just then a furious shout descended from the sky. Stop! Who is it? Doria was startled and looked up. He saw several figures in strange martial arts uniforms descending from the air, standing in front of the Namekians. Oh, I didn't expect there would be other visitors here. Doria pressed a button on his scouter, revealing a disdainful smile. Battle power 5,000. 3,000. A bunch of trash. He did not detect Wukong, as Wukong habitually suppressed his energy, appearing like a weakling with a battle power of 5. Trash. Kellen rubbed his bald head and laughed. If this were before, I might have been scared to hear that. But now, Gohan, how about you practice on this fat guy? Kellen turned to Gohan beside him. Sure. Gohan stepped forward and his aura erupted in an instant. What? Doria's scouter suddenly went off. Battle power. Over 40,000. How is that possible? A little brat. No. Doria screamed in terror, wanting to dodge, but the speed was too fast. Boom. The beam instantly engulfed Doria's plump body, blasting him into a blackened state, smoke billowing from his mouth. Gohan had still held back, otherwise there would be nothing left of him, not even scraps. Instant kill. The surrounding Frieza soldiers were all dumbfounded. That was Lord Doria, Frieza's right-hand man. He was actually taken out in one move by a little brat. Quick, run away. The remaining soldiers turned to flee. Don't let a single one escape. Piccolo said coldly. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams shot out from his fingertips, and those soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. The Z-fighters showed no mercy to the invaders. The battle ended too quickly, so quickly that even the elder of Namek had yet to react. Thank you all for saving us. The elder knelt on the ground, thanking with the surviving villagers. Among them, a little Namekian in a white robe. Dondi was looking at Gohan with admiration. You're welcome, we are friends from Earth. Wukong smiled, helping the elder up. Actually, we are here to find the Dragon Balls as well, but we are here to stop Frieza. After some conversation, upon learning that Piccolo was also a Namekian, the elder completely let down his guard and handed over the Dragon Balls from the village. By the way, dear benefactors, as everyone prepared to leave, Dondi suddenly tugged at Gohan's clothing. I see you are strong, but that Frieza is even more terrifying. If you want to become even stronger, I can take you to meet the Grand Elder. Grand Elder? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, Dondi said earnestly. The Grand Elder is the oldest and wisest person on our Namek. He possesses a special ability that can unlock the hidden potential within a person. Unlock. Potential. The moment these 4 words were uttered, everyone's eyes lit up. Really? There's such a good thing. Hurry. Take us there. Atop the tallest stone pillar on Namek. Inside a colossal, uniquely shaped structure. The elder, immense in stature and seated upon his throne, slowly opened his weary eyes. Friends who have journeyed from afar, I sense the radiant light of justice within your hearts. His voice was aged and frail, yet imbued with profound wisdom, an insight honed by centuries of discerning truth. And, oh my child, the elder gazed upon Piccolo, his eyes brimming with tender affection. Though your heart once darkened, I feel it now. Your spirit is returning to the righteous path. You are the descendant of that brilliant warrior Kadots. Yes, elder. Piccolo turned his face aside. Though few words passed his lips, his eyes flickered with quiet emotion. Time grows short. The demon Frisia draws near. The elder extended his massive hand. Come forth, children. Let me awaken the slumbering power within you. Krillin stepped forward first. VVVV. Gently the elder placed his palm upon Krillin's bald head. Seconds later, wow! Krillin felt as if a volcano had erupted inside him. His battle power, once barely over 10,000, soared instantaneously. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 75,000. Krillin's aura swelled several-fold. My goodness, am I truly this strong? He stared at his own hands, trembling with exhilaration, on the verge of tears. 75,000 battle power. Had this been during Earth's defense, he could have humiliated Vegeta, before his great Saiyan transformation, on the ground 100 times over. Next came Gohan. As a Saiyan human hybrid, his latent potential was boundless. Under the elder's guidance, his battle power shattered the 200,000 threshold, and continued climbing relentlessly. Such terrifying potential. Even the elder was momentarily taken aback. Then came Piccolo. As kin, the elder bestowed upon him not only amplified potential, but also a subtle, soul-deep guidance. Piccolo's battle power surged into the hundreds of thousands. Finally, it was Son Goku's turn. Goku approached the elder and bowed deeply with solemn respect. Please, grandfather. The elder studied Goku, a rare glint of astonishment flashing across his ancient gaze. A Saiyan, truly an incomprehensible race. Within you slumbers a force so immense even gods would tremble. And you have already forged your body to a state of absolute perfection. Very well, let me see just how far your limits extend. Gently the elder's palm settled upon Goku's iconic spiky hair. Boom! In that very instant, the elder's entire chamber convulsed violently. A torrent of golden aura erupted uncontrollably from Goku's body, a storm of pure unrefined energy. This key, Krillin and Gohan were flung sideways, unable to remain upright. Piccolo stared, eyes wide with disbelief, his pupils nearly bursting from their sockets. 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. That overwhelming presence kept surging upward. Goku's base power, 50,000, burst forth like a dam breaking as the elder drew forth every last reserve of energy hidden deep within each cell of his being. It was the culmination of countless battles and relentless training. It was the indomitable physical refinement wrought by the Kaioken's thousand-fold crucible. At last, when that golden aura stabilized and reseated back into Goku's form, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had grown unfathomably deep. With every movement, space itself seemed to ripple in resonance. Goku exhaled a plume of white vapor and clenched his fist. So this is my strength now. He did not need a scouter. He simply knew. He could intuitively sense the number. Base form, 3 million. That figure matched precisely the foundational battle power Goku attained in canon, after enduring brutal life-or-death combat and recovering in Namek's medical chamber, just before confronting Frisia's final form. Yet now, he had achieved it mere moments after arriving on Namek, following only a single awakening of latent potential. 3 million. Piccolo, gifted with unique sensory perception, vaguely grasped Goku's current might. That number filled him with despair, yet also with an unprecedented, unshakable calm. This power. Goku lifted his gaze toward the horizon, the direction where Frisia's vessel loomed. Within his eyes burned a battle lust fiercer than ever before. Frisia, with this strength I believe I am finally worthy of a true fight with you. Everyone. Goku turned to face his transformed comrades, a confident smile spreading across his face. Now that we've all grown stronger, there's no more need to hide. Let's go. We'll gather the remaining Dragon Balls, then confront Frisia Hedon. Yes. Their voices rose as one, resounding with thunderous resolve. Empowered thus, they were no longer a fugitive band skulking in shadows, but a formidable third force capable of reshaping Namek's very destiny. Meanwhile, on Earth, West City Capsule Corporation Gardens. Sunlight bathed the afternoon in golden warmth. A gentle breeze stirred the flower beds, carrying sweet fragrance through the air. Sun Xiao tried this new blend of black tea. Bulma, dressed in an elegant long gown, offered a steaming cup to the man seated across from her. Sun Xiao accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, a look of serene contentment softening his features. It's excellent. Very aromatic. Are you absolutely certain you won't go? Bulma rested her chin on one palm, studying him thoughtfully. According to your readings, Goku and the others' auras surged dramatically just now, especially Goku's. It seems almost terrifying. If their power has risen so sharply, surely the battle on Namek will begin soon. No rush. Sun Xiao set down his teacup, selected a dainty biscuit, and bit into it with tranquil ease. Though Goku's base strength is formidable, now he still lacks the precise pressure needed to draw out Frisia's ultimate form. Moreover, Sun Xiao's gaze drifted skyward, into the fathomless azure, as if piercing across infinite, star-choked voids. Only when Goku truly clashes with Frisia's forces, when their ki collide, will that spatial coordinate become perfectly clear. Then with but a single thought, I shall arrive upon the battlefield in an instant. For now, Sun Xiao smiled warmly as he poured Bulma another cup of tea. It's far more important to finish this afternoon tea with my beloved wife. Bulma blushed, her heart swelling with quiet sweetness. Smooth talker. On Namek, the tides of fate were turning swiftly. Inside Frisia's flagship. What a Dodoria, that incompetent fool has gone silent. Frisia, seated upon his floating throne, crushed his scouter in his fist, his expression dark as storm-racked midnight. Zarbin, where's Vegeta? That traitorous Vegeta has indeed arrived on Namek. He's been seizing Dragon Balls across the planet, and just now ambushed one of our outposts. Zarbin stood respectfully nearby, delivering his report with unwavering composure. That wild monkey. Frisia sneered. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Send the order down, and have the Jinyu Force come immediately. Bring the latest detectors. Yes, Lord Frisia. However, aside from these three factions, outside the atmosphere of Namek, a colossal and more sinister, deep purple spaceship was slowly entering orbit. On the bridge of the spaceship, a tall extraterrestrial, resembling Frisia's final form, with an even colder and deeper gaze, was staring through the porthole at the green planet below. He was swirling a glass of crimson liquid in his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That fool Frisia. I heard he's in a dire situation over some orbs here. He hasn't even cleaned up the remnants of the Saiyans. It seems this older brother has to come and help him tidy up the mess. Guldo, Frisia's elder brother. This powerful being, who should not have appeared at this moment, descended with an even more terrifying despair than Frisia. On Namek, three suns hung high in the sky, illuminating this green, alien land without a hint of shadow. However, beneath this bright facade, a dark current was surging violently. Hundreds of kilometers away from the Grand Elder's residence by a clear lake. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere. Two figures burst from the water and landed on the grassy shore. It was the little Gohan, wearing Demon Clan robes, and Krillin, donning the Turtle School outfit. Krillin tightly clutched a large, orange glowing Dragon Ball. Phew. That was close. Krillin wiped his face, casting a lingering glance at the distance. Fortunately, that Vegeta hid the Dragon Ball in the water, and without the Dragon Radar, we definitely would have been discovered. My strength and Gohan's might not be a problem against him, but attracting Frisia's attention would be quite bad. Uncle Krillin, let's hurry. Gohan sensed the surroundings warily. I feel Vegeta's energy moving toward us. He might have discovered the Dragon Ball missing. All right, let's find Goku and Piccolo. Tian Shinhan and Chaozu should be on their way too. The two did not linger. They erupted with energy, transforming into two streaks of light, flying close to the ground, quickly disappearing into the horizon. A few minutes later, boom! A purple figure crashed to the ground like a meteor by the lake, creating a massive, deep pit. Vegeta. At this moment, he was no longer the calm figure he was when he first arrived on Namek. His white battle suit was covered in dust, and his face was filled with frantic rage. He rushed to the lakeshore, staring at the lakebed where the water had been pushed aside by his earlier force, now utterly empty, his eyes almost popping out. Gone. Gone. The Dragon Balls I painstakingly hid here. Disappeared. Who is it? Is it Frisia's people? Or those Earth rats? Vegeta roared to the sky, a terrifying wave of energy evaporating the lake water. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. During this time, he had leveraged the Saiyans' ability to revive near death after being severely injured by Goku, and his combat power surged from 18,000 to around 30,000. He originally thought he could swagger around, even having the opportunity to sneakily steal the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality. After training to a sufficient strength, he would challenge Frisia. But now the Dragon Balls were lost. Wait. Vegeta forced himself to calm down, closing his eyes and clumsily using the energy sensing technique he had just recently learned. This energy is moving towards Frisia's spaceship, and there are several other energies. Kakarot, that Namekian, and that three-eyed one. They actually gathered together, and they are all heading towards Frisia. This group of fools, are they looking for death? Or is it? Although reluctant for the Dragon Balls and for immortality, he had no other choice. Perfect. Let them fight Frisia's monster to a standstill while this prince reaps the benefits. Determined, Vegeta suppressed his energy like a cunning vulture, quietly followed behind. Frisia's spaceship docking area. This was an open plain. The massive circular spaceship stood like a steel fortress in the center. Beep, beep, beep. Lord Frisia. The detector has reacted. Outside the spaceship, a panicking surviving soldier rushed over, holding the detector. There are several combat power readings over 10,000. They are rapidly approaching here. Oh, Frisia, sitting in his floating baby pod, swirled a glass of wine in his hand, his pink tail lightly tapping the ground. Combat readings over 10,000. Does that mean the Dragon Balls are coming to me? Frisia elegantly took a sip of wine, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What excellent service indeed. I was still a bit troubled by Dodoria's death, but now it seems I've saved myself quite some trouble. My lord, the incoming combat power readings are very high. The soldier looked at the detector, his voice trembling. Especially the one in the lead, the reading keeps fluctuating. No, the detector exploded. Bang! The detector emitted a puff of black smoke. What a fuss! Frisia snorted coldly. It's just a group of brute monkeys. Just then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 figures descended from the sky, landing heavily on the rocks 50 meters in front of Frisia. Dust billowed. Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Shinin, Yamcha, and Chaozu. The Z warriors had gathered except for Goku's son, and behind them 3 massive Namekian Dragon Balls were neatly arranged on the ground. Frisia had collected 4 in total, while Goku and the others had originally gathered 2, plus 1 they stole from Vegeta. Yo, are you the one called Frisia? Goku placed his hands on his hips, curiously scrutinizing the little figure in the baby pod. Looks quite unique, and this energy is indeed strong. Very strong. There was no fear in Goku's eyes, only excitement at encountering a formidable foe. You dare to be rude to Lord Frisia? A soldier beside him raised his gun to shoot. Silence. Frisia raised a finger, and the soldier immediately fell silent, retreating to the side. Frisia controlled the floating chair to slowly glide forward, his blood-red eyes scanning over everyone before finally resting on the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, a glint of greed flashing in his gaze. Oh ho ho, what a truly moving spectacle. A few ants too ignorant of their own mortality have delivered the Dragon Balls, pieces even I failed to gather, right into my hands. In gratitude for this so-called loyalty, I may grant you a swifter, less painful death. Give them to you. Humph. Vegeta sneered and shrugged off his weighted cape. You flatter yourself far too much. We brought the Dragon Balls here not to serve you, but to make our wish before your very eyes so you may witness the shattering of your ambition. Oh, Frisia narrowed his eyes. How intriguing. And just who, pray tell, do you think you are? At that moment, tension crackled like lightning, battle poised to erupt at the slightest provocation. Behind a colossal boulder in the distance, Vegeta held his breath, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon the confrontation. Cold sweat streamed down his temples like falling beads. This cannot be. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from sheer, overwhelming shock. Just moments earlier, the instant Son Goku and the others had landed, he had sensed it, a key, though still restrained, vast and unfathomable as an endless ocean. Kakarot, that low-class warrior. Even now, without lifting a finger in combat, I can feel it. The energy coiled within him is bottomless. A month ago on Earth, his base power was merely 10,000. Then why now? Why do I feel as though a single fingertip from him could crush me utterly? This disparity isn't a matter of mere multiples. It's a chasm tens, even hundreds of times wider. Not only Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze swept across Piccolo, Gohan, and even Tien Shinhan, the three-eyed warrior. That Namekian's power has surged into the hundreds of thousands. And that boy, is he truly Kakarot's son? Even those bald ones, and that three-eyed freak, surpass my current strength. What in the blazes have these fools been feeding on? Vegeta's jaw clenched until his teeth ached, his nails dug deep into the rock face, leaving grooves in stone. He felt the title prince of the Saiyans dissolve into bitter irony. At the heart of the battlefield, Frisia did not deign to regard Goku and his allies as true threats. In his estimation, no matter how formidable their power, it could never eclipse his own. Since you are so eager to meet your end, then I shall. Frisia raised a hand to strike. Suddenly, a strange, piercing shriek tore through the sky. It was the sonic boom of an advanced spacecraft breaching the sound barrier. My. Frieza paused mid-motion, and a flicker of genuine delight crossed his face. Oh ho ho. It seems my ace has finally arrived. All eyes lifted skyward. 5 gleaming white spherical starships descended in perfect formation, a flawless pentagram suspended against the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous impacts shook the earth as the vessels landed in unison behind Frieza. Their hatches slid open simultaneously. Those are. Krillin swallowed hard. More enemies. Goku squinted upward. These 5 auras, none are weak. Especially the one at the center. As dust settled, 5 figures emerged, each distinct in build and clad in bizarre, ornate battle armor. They did not attack. Instead, with eerie synchronicity and a cringe-inducing, almost absurd precision, they launched into aerial acrobatics, flips, poses, and theatrical flourishes. Raikum, a burly redhead, struck a bodybuilder's pose. Berter, a tall blue-skinned man, froze mid-sprint, radiating velocity. Jeez. Guldo, a squat green toad-like figure, contorted into a grotesque, constipated stance. Last came the captain, purple-skinned, horns standing centered among them. Kingu. He balanced on one leg, arms crossed in a pose of impossible difficulty. Together they formed a tableau, backdrop shimmering with phantom explosions and an invisible, triumphant score. We are the strongest elite force in the entire universe. The Ginyu Force. Silence. An absolute suffocating silence. The battlefield's grim gravity shattered instantly. An awkward gust swept across the plain, lifting brittle leaves in its wake. Across the field, Goku stood slack-jawed, his expression frozen, his mind clearly overloaded. What is this? Goku turned blankly to Piccolo. Piccolo's emerald face darkened to near black, veins throbbed violently at his temples. Don't ask me. I have no idea who these lunatics are. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes narrowed in profound discomfort, his gaze averted as if witnessing sacrilege. Are we certain these are legitimate adversaries? It feels like our IQ just dropped. Kaiatsu peeked out from behind Tien, whispering, "Good heavens, that short one's pose is so ugly." Even Vegeta, hidden in the shadows, covered his face in mortified disbelief, ashamed on behalf of Frieza's entire army. These fools unchanged as ever. And yet the most excruciating embarrassment belonged to Frieza himself. The Galactic Emperor sat rigid in his hovering throne, his pale cheeks flushed with unmistakable crimson. One hand pressed to his brow, as if suppressing an eruption, his tail lashed erratically with suppressed agitation. Most impressive, Captain Ginyu. His voice remained polished, refined, but beneath its elegance seethed a barely contained snarl. I acknowledge your boundless enthusiasm, but this is a battlefield. Might you temper your exuberance, just slightly? Frieza swore inwardly. Were it not for their undeniable combat prowess and the utter lack of competent alternatives, he would vaporize them all into glittering fireworks on the spot. Such shameless theatrics degraded the very prestige of the Frieza force. Yes, Lord Frieza. Captain Ginyu snapped to attention, saluted crisply, and assumed an expression of solemn gravitas. So these are the Dragon Ball thieves? Hardly intimidating. Yet, while everyone else recoiled in bafflement or disdain, one person stood apart. Gohan. Though outwardly vigilant, his clear, wide eyes shimmered with an unfamiliar, fervent light. He watched each Ginyu Force member, not as a threat, but as a masterwork, every stance, every angle of posture, even the subtle tilt of a fingertip absorbed with rapt intensity. That red-haired giant's pose conveys raw, overwhelming power. The blue one's speed stance flows with perfect kinetic grace, and especially the captain's pose. It looks absurd, but somehow, undeniably magnetically cool. Deep within Gohan something stirred, an ancient dormant spark. The inner spirit of the Super Saiyan hero, that adolescent yearning for grandeur and awe, had just been pierced by the Ginyu Force's flamboyant ki and wrenched irrevocably ajar. If one day I could design my own entrance pose. Gohan quietly mimed a gesture at his side, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fortunately, Piccolo beside him had not noticed the moment. Enough idle talk. Frieza finally broke the awkward silence, issuing his command coldly. Kuei, the Dragon Balls are over there. Your mission is to secure them, and then... Frieza pointed toward Goku and the others. Clean up this trash. As you command, your majesty. In an instant, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force scattered, encircling Goku and his allies. Let's play a little game. Captain Ginyu produced a rock-paper-scissors device. We'll decide who fights whom by chance. How does that sound? No problem. They'll take those 2 runts, Krillin and Gohan. Guldo drooled as he stared at Krillin. That 3-eyed fellow is mine. Jeez tossed his white hair. That pretty boy, Kaiatsu, is mine. Rikum pointed at Kaiatsu. Watching this group utterly dismiss them, Goku sighed helplessly and cracked his neck. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Not a bad thing either. Goku glanced at Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu beside him. Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu. Listen closely, Goku murmured. These 5 aren't weak, especially their captain. But precisely for that reason, this is the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of your cultivation. Piccolo, and I will hold back for now. These foes are yours to handle. All right. Hearing Goku's words, Krillin rubbed his bald head and grinned confidently. Don't worry, Goku. We're no longer the feeble novices we once were. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, veins pulsing fiercely across his forehead. Exactly what I wanted. I too wish to discover just how profound the latent power awakened by the Elder Guru truly is. I'll do my best. Kaiatsu summoned his courage. Gohan, brimming with battle fervor, perhaps secretly eager to observe those poses up close, assumed a fighting stance. All right, then go forth. Goku and Piccolo exchanged a glance before stepping back several paces, arms crossed, assuming the poised stance of seasoned overseers. Let these aliens witness the might of Earth's warriors. The great battle erupted in that very instant. Guldo lunged toward Krillin and Gohan. Rikum confronted Tien Shinhan. Jis and Berta snarled as they charged the remaining Kaiatsu. As for Captain Jinyu, he held back, standing apart, scanning the field, searching for the true powerhouse. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Son Gokushu still savored his afternoon tea. Unaware the battle had yet to reach its fever pitch, its energy signatures still subdued. Namek Frisia's landing site. The tense, silent battlefield ignited in that instant. Die brats. Guldo, the short, stout alien with 4 eyes, grinned savagely as he charged toward the seemingly most vulnerable targets, Gohan and Krillin. Lord Frisia ordered you erased. So let me begin by snapping your limbs, then savor your slow, agonizing demise. Guldo drew a deep breath, preparing to unleash his ultimate ability, time suspension. Yet, too slow, a youthful yet chilling voice whispered beside his ear. Wah! Before Guldo's eyes could even twitch, searing pain exploded in his abdomen. Boom! Gohan's figure materialized before him without warning, his tiny fist wreathed in blazing white aura, slamming with devastating force into Guldo's soft belly. Wah! The breath Guldo had gathered to halt time was violently expelled. He flew backward like a rag doll, crashing headlong into solid rock. Eyes rolled white, unconscious before impact. One strike, instant annihilation. Is this the potential unlocked by the Elder Guru? Gohan gazed at his fist, eyes alight with exhilaration. It feels as though power surges endlessly from within. Elsewhere, Rikum, the crimson-haired behemoth, struck what he deemed a dashing pose, beckoning Tien Shinhan with a flick of his finger. Hath 3-eyed brat, my Rikum vanishing cannon is. You talk too much. Tien Shinhan's expression remained impassive, yet his third eye flared wide open. His hands rose into position. New Kikaho. Boom! A colossal rectangular shockwave, terrifying in its raw destructive force, engulfed Rikum's massive frame in an instant. No scream, no struggle. When the light faded, only a bottomless, perfectly square crater remained upon the earth. As for Rikum, not even ash remained. Impossible. Jis and Berta recoiled in sheer terror. Rikum and Guldo annihilated in an instant. What manner of monsters are these? Your turn. Kaiatsu extended a small hand, his psychic power activating, instantly freezing Jis mid-flight. Meanwhile, Krillin's Destructo disc hovered fully charged. Shink! A golden ring sliced through the air. Jis, boasting the moniker Red Lava, never even managed to unleash his signature technique before his head parted from his shoulders. At the same time, Berta, the self-proclaimed fastest being in the universe, proudly attempted to toy with them using his speed. But in the next breath, a figure stood before him. Yamcha, the desert warrior, merely flicked his wrist. Snap! Like swatting a mosquito. Berta slammed deep into the earth. Only his 2 long blue legs jutted out, twitching feebly. In less than a minute, the Jinyu force, renowned across the cosmos, feared by countless worlds, lay decimated. Only Captain Jinyu remained standing. Is this truly us now? Krillin stared at the fallen enemy's hands, trembling with exhilaration. Unbelievably strong. This sensation of overwhelming dominance. Pure, unadulterated triumph. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Piccolo, who rarely offered praise, allowed a rare, approving smile to cross his lips. Well done. You've brought no shame to Earth. Far off, Vegeta, crouched behind a boulder, stood utterly petrified. His jaw hung slack, eyes bulging wide, frozen rigid as though struck by lightning. What kind of joke is this? His voice trembled uncontrollably. That was the Jinyu force. Elite warriors, each boasting combat power exceeding 40 or 50,000. And yet, they were slaughtered like chickens by these earthlings. What are these creatures? Vegeta felt his entire worldview shatter anew. His proud Saiyan heritage, once his supreme birthright, now seemed utterly worthless before these earthborn prodigies. At that very moment, shoo, a faint ripple shimmered through the air. A figure materialized out of thin air, directly between Sun Wukong and Piccolo. He wore casual attire and held an exquisitely crafted teacup, its rim curling with delicate wisps of steam. His posture was utterly at ease, as if he had just strolled over from his own backyard garden. Well, looks like I've arrived right on time. Sun Wuxiu took a slow sip of tea, then swept his gaze across the battlefield, nodding with quiet approval at the scattered corpses strewn haphazardly around. Clean, decisive, no wasted motion. It seems the Elder Master's potential cultivation has truly borne fruit. Brother, you're really here? Did you use instant transmission again? Wuxiu. Seeing their pillar of strength arrive, everyone felt an immediate surge of reassurance. How are you holding up? Uninjured. Sun Wuxiu clapped Sun Wukong lightly on the shoulder, then glanced briefly at Piccolo. Your aura is strong, and your battle power has surged dramatically. Humph. As if I needed you to tell me that. Though Piccolo's words remained sharp, the tension in his eyes visibly eased. After exchanging greetings with the others, Sun Wuxiu suddenly turned his head toward a massive boulder in the distance. There stood no one, yet in his eyes a trembling little mouse cowered behind it. Hey there, Prince Tragedy Tower. A wry smile flickered at the corner of Sun Wuxiu's lips as he called out, voice clear and resonant. Must be exhausting hiding like that. Your legs aren't numb yet. Why don't you step out and catch some fresh air? Behind the rock, Vegeta froze, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. How is this possible? I suppressed my aura perfectly, even held my breath, slowed my heartbeat to its absolute minimum. Then how did he detect me? Vegeta's heart hammered with shock, but having been named, further concealment was pointless. Gritting his teeth and face dark with fury, he strode out from behind the boulder. Kakushu. Vegeta locked his gaze onto Sun Wuxiu, searching desperately for any flaw, any tell. How did you find me? I assure you my stealth technique is flawless. Neither Piccolo nor Kakarot sensed me. Does your perception truly surpass even that? Watching Vegeta stand tense, as though facing mortal peril, yet tinged with fierce curiosity, Sun Wuxiu smiled. A dazzling, infuriatingly smug smile. Oh, that? Sun Wuxiu shrugged, utterly nonchalant. Actually, I didn't detect you at all. Nanny. Vegeta blinked, stunned. I just bluffed off the cuff. Sun Wuxiu grinned mischievously. Given your suspicious, sneaky nature, I figured you'd be lurking nearby spying. So I called out, randomly. Never imagined you'd actually emerge. Tisk tisk tsk, what do we call that? Guilt by conscience. Silence. A silence so profound it felt like death itself had paused. Vegeta stood rooted in place, his face paling, flushing crimson, deepening to violet, then finally settling into a sickly ashen blue. The legendary facet turned indigo fromage. Humiliation. Unprecedented, searing disgrace. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could he possibly have fallen for such a crude psychological ploy? Why you bastard? Vegeta trembled violently, his pointing finger spasming uncontrollably. You dared mock me. And what if I did? Sun Wuxiu's smile vanished, his eyes turning glacial in an instant. Do you object? Just one glance. And Vegeta felt himself pinned beneath the gaze of an ancient primordial beast, his furious retort choking silently in his throat. It was absolute, overwhelming dominance. TCH. Vegeta ground his teeth, swallowing humiliation whole, and turned his head sharply away, speechless. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. At last Captain Jinyu, who had remained motionless until now, spoke. His gaze drifted over his fallen squad members, not sorrowful but alight with eerie fervor. Never imagined such formidable warriors would dwell upon this remote planet. His eyes swept across the group. That child, Gohan, radiates the strongest aura, explosive beyond measure. The bald one and the three-eyed warrior are no slouches either. But Jinyu's gaze finally settled upon Sun Wukong, who had not yet lifted a finger. A veteran warrior's instinct whispered this seemingly dim-witted man was the most terrifying presence here, aside from the newly arrived Sun Wuxiu, whose depth he couldn't even fathom. His base battle power is deliberately suppressed, but beneath lies unfathomable potential. If only I could claim this body. Avarice gleamed in Jinyu's eyes. He knew, alone he stood no chance against this monstrous assembly. His sole path to victory lay in one desperate gambit, change. Jinyu moved, suddenly violently. Yet he did not strike Sun Wukong. Instead, he slammed his fist hard into his own chest. Pooh! Blood erupted in a violent spray. Jinyu had just mutilated himself. The sheer unpredictability left everyone momentarily stunned. Has he lost his mind? Krillin frowned in confusion. Yet in the next instant, Jinyu, enduring searing agony, spread his arms wide toward Sun Wukong, a cruel, triumphant grin twisting his lips. Sun Wukong, your body is mine. John. The incantation was almost complete. A violet beam, a soul-swapping torrent, blasted forth from his mouth. Should it strike Sun Wukong's soul, would be forcibly transplanted into Jinyu's mangled vessel, while Jinyu seized control of that limitless Saiyan physique. Yet, he had calculated everything, except for one variable, a cheat who'd read the script. At the precise instant Jinyu's mouth opened to utter the final syllable. Too noisy. Sun Wuxiu hadn't even lowered his teacup. He simply raised his other hand, index and middle fingers pressed together. Boom! A razor-sharp, rectangular blast of white energy erupted, moving faster than perception itself, striking Jinyu square in the chest. Wah! Jinyu never even registered fear. In that cataclysmic torrent of raw power, his body, his soul, and even the half-emitted violet beam vanished in an instant, utterly vaporized. Not even ash remained. Only a bottomless, perfectly square crater scorched into the earth. Silence fell once more, absolute suffocating. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin. They all stared dumbfounded at the crater, then slowly turned to Sun Wuxiu, calmly sipping tea as if nothing had happened. What just happened? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Did that guy try to say something to me? Nothing much. Sun Wuxiu blew gently across the surface of his tea. He wanted to greet you, but after all this time showing up late for a simple hello struck me as terribly rude. So I told him to be quiet. Everyone. That was pure unadulterated tyranny. In the distance, Frisia's expression had darkened to the point that it seemed ready to drip with water. The Jinyu force had been completely annihilated. Moreover, it had happened right under his nose as if they were mere chickens being slaughtered. A bunch of useless trash. Frisia gazed at the Jinyu force, which had been swiftly dispatched, particularly the captain, who hadn't even managed to unleash a move before being vaporized, his face darkening even further. It seems that this king must intervene personally. Frisia slowly stood up from his floating chair. As he moved, a suffocating and exceedingly evil aura swept across the entire plane like a tsunami. 53000 battle power. The ground of Namek began to tremble violently, and the clouds in the sky were blown apart by this force, revealing the green heavens. What a terrifying aura. Although Krillin and Gohan had also grown stronger, they still felt an instinctive fear in the face of such overwhelming pressure from the Cosmic Emperor. That's more like it. Sun Wukong stood aside with his arms crossed, his combat spirit fiery, yet he showed no rush to take action. Piccolo, this form is yours to handle. Wukong said. It's a perfect opportunity to test the results of the Elder's efforts to unlock your potential. Just as I wish. Piccolo sneered, shedding his heavy-weighted gear. Boom. The equipment hit the ground, creating a deep pit. Piccolo's aura surged instantly, seemingly matching Frisia's first form in power. Oh, a Namekian. A hint of surprise flashed in Frisia's eyes. I didn't expect such a weak race as the Namekians to have an individual with such considerable combat power. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Piccolo shouted, his form like lightning as he charged towards Frisia. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in fierce combat midair. What was shocking was that the fearsome Frisia failed to take down Piccolo instantly. Piccolo's strikes were fierce and lethal, and he managed to hold his ground against Frisia's first form, even gaining a slight upper hand in technique. How is this possible? Vegeta in the distance was wide-eyed. That Namekian, actually able to fight Frisia to a standstill. Haha, Piccolo has gotten stronger. Wukong watched with great interest from the side. His usual combat power had reached 3 million, and this level of battle appeared to him like a slow-motion replay. I'm waiting. Wukong thought to himself, waiting for him to reveal his true strength. Currently, Frisia was not yet up to par for me to gauge. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the fierce battle, Sun Wuxiu quietly withdrew from the center of the battlefield. His form flickered, arriving beside Dandy, who was hiding behind a rock. Little Dandy was nervously watching the distant fight when he suddenly sensed someone beside him, almost calling out in surprise. Shoo! Sun Wuxiu raised a finger, signaling for silence. You are that big brother who suddenly appeared. Dandy recognized Sun Wuxiu. That's right, I am Wukong's brother and a friend of Earth. Sun Wuxiu squatted down, looking at this future Earth deity with a gentle tone. Dandy, the situation is very dangerous now. Although Wukong and the others can hold off Frisia, he still has transformation abilities. If he transforms, Wukong and the others will not be able to contend with him. Therefore, we must take advantage of this moment to do something of utmost importance. Dandy was momentarily stunned and asked, the most important thing? That's right. Sun Wuxiu pointed to the 7 Dragon Balls scattered on the edge of the battlefield, which had been ignored since the battle began. Make a wish. Only the power of Shenron Purunga can ensure that this battle proceeds without concern. You know the incantation to summon Shenron, right? Yes, as long as I recite the command in Namekian. Dandy nodded. Very good. A spark of determination flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Then let's not waste any time. He glanced at Frisia, who was engaged in a heated battle and completely oblivious to them. Chicken talisman telekinesis. Buzz. The 7 large dragon balls scattered on the ground suddenly levitated suspended in midair without anyone noticing. Let's go. Sun Wushio grabbed Dandy's shoulder while simultaneously controlling the 7 dragon balls. Whooshed. They teleported away in an instant. The figures of the two along with the dragon balls instantly vanished from their original spot. The next second they appeared on a deserted island thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield. It was quiet and remote, a perfect place to make a wish. Sun Wushio set down the dragon balls and said to the bewildered Dandy, "Hurry. Dandy, summon Shenron. You must be quick, before Frisia realizes what's happening." Although Dandy was still somewhat disoriented, he understood the urgency of the situation. He took a deep breath, spread his arms, and loudly shouted the incantation in Namekian towards the 7 dragon balls on the ground. "Come forth, Shenron Purunga. Please grant my wish." Rumbling. The once bright Namekian sky suddenly turned pitch black. That was the omen of Shenron's descent. On the battlefield, Frisia, Wukong, Piccolo, and the hiding Vegeta all halted their actions simultaneously, gazing in shock at the sky. The sky is dark. Frisia suddenly turned his head to look at the place where the Dragon Balls had been placed. It was empty. No. Frisia let out a heart-wrenching roar. "My Dragon Balls. Who did it? Who stole my immortality? I must go make a wish." Frisia disregarded Piccolo and exploded into full speed, turning to fly towards Shenron. Trying to run. No way. Piccolo, although unaware of what had happened, understood that he must not allow Frisia to succeed. Demon Light Cannon. Piccolo gathered a thick beam of light with both hands directly blocking Frisia's path. "Get lost, you green-skinned bug." Frisia, furious, casually waved to disperse the beam, but was forced to halt his steps. Gazing at the distant darkness at the wish that was possibly being fulfilled, Frisia grew anxious. He was truly anxious. "There's no time. If I transform slowly, the wish will be snatched away." Frisia's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his reason snapped at that moment. "Unforgivable. You insects. Since you want to see my transformation, I shall let you see it to your heart's content." "Ah!" Frisia roared to the heavens. He did not undergo the slow transformations of second and third forms, as in the original work. To save time, and to vent his towering rage, Frisia chose the most extreme method, directly unleashing all his power to enter his final form. The sound of cracking echoed as Frisia's armor began to shatter. Although his body did not grow larger, it became noticeably smaller and rounder. However, that aura, the aura that was originally only 5300, was now skyrocketing at a geometric rate. 1 million, 10 million, 50 million. Boom. A terrifying energy storm potent enough to disintegrate the entire Namek erupted around Frisia. Piccolo was the first to bear the brunt, hurled thousands of meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. What is this?" Piccolo was horrified. As the dust settled, a figure appeared before everyone. Snow white, with purple spots, tall and smooth in appearance. Though tall in appearance, it does not mean he is actually tall. Do take note, after all, the king is only 1.5 meters tall. Frisia's final form. "Ha ha ha." Frisia sneered, disregarding the shock of the crowd. "Die, your wish is mine." Frisia moved. This time his speed was at its utmost. Piccolo didn't even have time to react before Frisia disappeared. His target was clear, racing straight towards the dragon. However, just as Frisia was about to break through the encirclement, a red figure abruptly crossed the barrier of time and space, blocking his path. "Hey Frisia, where do you think you're going?" The voice of Sun Wukong rang out. At that moment, Wukong was enveloped in an almost tangible deep red aura with muscles bulging, distorting the surrounding space. Kaioken, 20 times. Boom. 3 million standard battle power amplified to 60 million in an instant by the 20-fold Kaioken. Though still inferior to Frisia's full power of 120 million, it was sufficient to block Frisia, who had yet to unleash his full strength. "Get back to me." Wukong roared, delivering a powerful punch infused with all his strength, striking Frisia's delicate face. Bang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums echoed. Frisia, who had been charging towards the dragon, was abruptly halted by this punch. The immense impact distorted Frisia's face, sending him flying back like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground. What? In the distance, Vegeta's jaw dropped in disbelief. Kakarot. He actually knocked that form of Frisia away with one punch. On the battlefield, the red aura dissipated. Wukong took a deep breath, shaking his slightly numb hand, gazing at the deep pit with excitement in his eyes. What a tough face. However, now you should be able to behave for a while, right? Meanwhile, on a distant deserted island, a massive, muscular, and imposing Namekian dragon, Purunga, rose like a mountain, looking down at Sun Wukong and Dandy below. "State your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant you 3 wishes." Sun Wukong looked at the dragon and sensed the sudden surge of energy from afar. He immediately understood the situation, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. Sorry, little Frisia. This game of chess is mine to win. On Namek, an uninhabited island. Under the pitch-black night sky, the enormous Namekian dragon, Purunga, watched the tiny humans below with its crimson eyes waiting for the wishmaker to speak. For my first wish. Sun Wukong did not rush to save the world, but instead contacted King Kai directly through telepathy. King Kai, are you there? Yes. I'm watching. On the distant King Kai's planet, King Kai was sweating nervously. Wukong, you just scared me to death, but you actually seized the chance to make a wish. To make a long story short, King Kai, I want to use my first wish to directly learn and perfectly master your ultimate technique, Kaioken. Do you agree? Huh. King Kai was taken aback. You want to learn Kaioken, but that technique places a heavy burden on the body. No worries, I'm a Saiyan, and I have a unique recovery ability. All you have to do is nod in agreement, the rest is up to the dragon. Okay, since it's you, I have no objections. I already taught it to Wukong, so if you want to learn it too, go ahead. Thank you. After receiving the authorization, Sun Wukong immediately turned to Dandy. Dandy, for my first wish, let me instantly learn and perfectly master the Kaioken technique, including its principles and bodily adaptation. Dandy nodded and immediately relayed the message to Purunga in Namekian. Buzz. Purunga's eyes flashed with red light. There were no earth-shattering effects, but Sun Wukong felt as if a massive stream of information was forcibly injected into his brain. The flow of energy, the burden points of the body, the principles of amplification, the compression and explosion of energy. Countless mysteries of the Kaioken came together in that moment, as if he himself was the creator of this technique. Who? Sun Wukong clenched his fist, feeling the red energy within him ready to ignite at any moment, a wild smile appearing on his lips. So this is the Kaioken. The reason he chose to use a wish to learn this technique was not merely for convenience, but to confirm a hypothesis that had troubled Dragon Ball fans for many years. In the original story, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong completely abandoned the Kaioken until the 20-fold Super Blue Kaioken in Dragon Ball Super. The official explanation is that the Super Saiyan transformation itself is an extremely violent change that places a heavy burden on the body, while the Kaioken also drains the body, causing energy to go berserk. Combining the two is like throwing a grenade into a barrel that is already full of gunpowder, resulting only in bodily collapse or even death. But Sun Wukong touched his chest, where the power of the Tiger Talisman was slowly circulating, maintaining the absolute balance of yin and yang energy within him. I have the Tiger Talisman to balance the rage, the Horse Talisman to heal bodily injuries, the Ox Talisman to enhance physical resilience, and even the Dog Talisman for immortality. Since Super Blue can stack with the Kaioken, then theoretically, as long as I can suppress that unrest with the Tiger Talisman, I should be able to stack the Kaioken on top of my Super Saiyan form. Even if it's just double. 600 million doubling to 1,200,000,000. That would be an absolute power capable of obliterating everything. But it wasn't the time to experiment with that. The immediate priority was to handle the mess at hand. For my second wish, Sun Wukong pulled back his thoughts, looking at Dandy. I beseech the dragon god to restore in perfect wholeness the corpses of all Namekians slain by Frisia and his minions during this recent period, and to temporarily suspend the reincarnation of their souls. Dend froze, then tears welled up in his eyes. Brother Wuxiu, you mean to? Exactly, replied Sun Wuxiu. Once our battle concludes, we shall revive them using Earth's Dragon Balls. Sun Wuxiu gently ruffled his hair. Hurry, make your wish. Yes. As the Namekian incantation fell silent, Purunga shimmered once more with crimson light. The wish was granted. Though the fallen did not instantly return to life, their bodies were enveloped in a soft, radiant glow, halting decay entirely. The final wish. Sun Wuxiu gazed toward the distant battlefield where Frisia's aura surged ever more violently, and Goku's own flickered, waning. I wish to transport every living Namekian on this planet, as well as all the preserved corpses just now safeguarded, to another uninhabited habitable world elsewhere in the cosmos, one safe from Frisia and his forces. This was the most prudent course. So long as the people survived, even if Namek itself were shattered, it could later be restored by the Namekian dragon god. This means everyone is saved. Dend trembled with overwhelming emotion, summoning every ounce of strength to utter the final wish. VVVV. Purunga emitted a deep, resonant roar. Your wish has been fulfilled. In that instant, countless beams of white light erupted skyward across Namek, the fleeing Namekians and the luminous corpses cradled in sacred radiance. Even Den, standing beside Sun Wuxiu, began to fade into translucence. Brother Wuxiu, thank you, he cried out through tears in his final moment before vanishing. Please, defeat that demon. Rest assured. Sun Wuxiu smiled and waved farewell. The next second, the colossal dragon Purunga dissolved into 7 stone orbs and vanished along with Dind instantaneously teleported to the new Namek. Only Sun Wuxiu remained upon the solitary island. At the landing site of Frisia's ship, the heart of the battlefield. Boom. Goku was hurled away by Frisia's tail, crashing violently into a cliffside, his body buried beneath cascading rubble. The other Z-fighters too had sustained injuries from the battle shockwaves. Huff huff. Struggling free, Goku emerged bloodied, the crimson glow of Kaioken dimmed upon his battered frame, blood trickling from his lips. He truly is formidable. At base, Goku's power stood at 3 million, amplified 20-fold by Kaioken, it soared to 60 million. Yet facing him, Frieza, in his final form's natural state, not yet exerting full muscular power, had already surged to 6 or 7 million, decisively surpassing Goku. So this is what a Saiyan is. Frieza hovered gracefully midair, brushing dust from his attire with a smirk of mocking amusement. You've forced me into this form, and even drawn a modicum of effort from me. You may well take pride in that, wild monkey. However, Frieza glanced upward. The sky, once pitch black, suddenly reverted to Namek's sickly green hue. The dragon had vanished, and there was no sign whatsoever that Frieza's wish for immortality had taken effect. His smile froze, rigid hollow. A searing, humiliating void, like drawing water with a bamboo basket, flooded his mind. The wishes have been used. My immortality gone. That brat, and the thief who stole the Dragon Balls. Frieza lowered his head, his entire body trembling violently. Rage absolute and uncontainable consumed him. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Kirkum. Frieza exploded into full fury. No longer toying with Goku like a cat with prey, he unleashed lethal intent. Vanishing in a blur and reappearing before Goku, driving a crushing knee into his abdomen. URK. Goku's eyes bulged, acid-laced blood spewed forth as his spine arched backward like a boiled shrimp. Die. Frieza brought both hands together and slammed them down upon Goku's back like a celestial maul. Crunch. Goku plummeted like a meteor, carving a bottomless crater into the earth. It's not over yet. I will never forgive you so easily. Frieza shot skyward and raised a single hand. Upon his fingertip, a black and crimson energy sphere swelled, a sphere radiating pure annihilation, expanding in an eye blink to hundreds of meters in diameter. The Death Ball. If my wish is lost, then this planet holds no further value. Frieza's refined features twisted into grotesque, unhinged madness. Stop! Krillin and Gohan screamed in despair from afar. Before such a technique, capable of detonating a planetary core, they were utterly powerless. At that very instant, Shi-I, a figure materialized without warning, directly beneath Frieza and the colossal sphere of destruction. Dressed casually, hands tucked in his pockets, he strolled with serene nonchalance, as if ambling through his own backyard, not standing before an apocalyptic blast. Well now, such temper. Sun Wuxiu glanced up at the energy sphere thousands of times larger than himself, then at Frieza's frenzied visage, and offered a calm greeting. Careful. Too much inner heat invites wrinkles, your majesty, Frieza. You are. Frieza halted mid-motion, eyes locked fiercely upon the sudden intruder. That face, that infuriating composure. It's you. Recognition struck him like lightning. You stole my Dragon Balls. Stole. Sun Wuxiu arched a brow, spreading his palms innocently. One must choose words carefully, your majesty. I happened to pass by and saw 7 spheres lying discarded on the ground, unattended, unclaimed. I assumed some careless lout had abandoned them recklessly. Such littering harms the environment. So as an environmentalist, I simply collected them for responsible reuse. Were they yours? Sun Wuxiu feigned astonishment, covering his mouth. Oh dear, I do apologize. Why didn't you say so earlier? If only you'd engraved your name upon them, I'd have returned them at once. Silence. A deathly absolute hush. Below, Krillin and Gohan stared dumbfounded. This is outright audacious. Krillin blurted. PFFFT, ha ha ha, cough cough. Even grievously wounded Goku burst into laughter, laughing so hard he spat blood. And Frieza, his face was no longer merely dark. It contorted beyond recognition, veins erupting across his temples like taut cords threatening to burst. You dare humiliate this sovereign so. Frieza shrieked, voice raw with hysteria. I will kill you. I will tear you limb from limb, and reduce this accursed planet to atoms alongside you. Die now. With a furious sweep of his arm, Frieza hurled the colossal death ball downward, toward Sun Wuxiu and toward Namek itself, with cataclysmic force. Yet, confronting a blow capable of obliterating an entire planet, Sun Wuxiu did not flinch. Slowly he raised both hands and assumed a classic poised stance. Perfect. A flash of sharp brilliance flickered in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. I've just mastered this new technique. Let you serve as my first test subject. I wonder how many times my current physical resilience can withstand. No matter, I'll try it now. Sun Wuxiu drew a deep breath. The qi within his body erupted like a volcanic cataclysm. Kaioken. Tenfold. Boom. A dense, near-tangible crimson aura surged violently from Sun Wuxiu's body, dyeing him blood-red from head to toe. Base power 12 million. Tenfold Kaioken. 120 million. This figure precisely matched Frisia's absolute maximum output. Yet at this moment Frisia had not unleashed his full power. The destructive sphere he fired possessed no more than 70 or 80 million units of force. Thus, get back, right now. Sun Wuxiu roared, thrusting both palms forward with explosive force. Kamehameha wave. Boom. An immense cobalt blue energy column, coiling with scarlet lightning, surged upward like a reversed galactic river, crashing headlong into the black and crimson annihilation sphere. What a... Frisia felt an irresistible, overwhelming force surge against him. The sphere, previously descending, halted midair for a heartbeat, then began recoiling backward. No, impossible. Frisia's eyes widened in terror. He tried to evade, but the counter-thrust was too swift. Kuruilum. The annihilation sphere and the Kamehameha wave fused, streaking past Frisia's side into deep space, and detonated in the distant void, blooming into a dazzling stellar firework. Though he narrowly avoided the direct blast, the shockwave still struck Frisia. Pooh! He was hurled backward by the concussive blast, a long gash splitting his cheek, leaving him battered and humiliated. Stabilizing himself, he touched his cheek with trembling fingers. Blood. Since his birth, not even counting his father King Cold, no one had ever drawn his blood. Who are you? Frisia locked his gaze upon the man, radiating crimson light and terrifying aura, his voice for the first time trembling with raw uncertainty. Such power. How could you possibly be a Saiyan? Sun Wuxiu dissipated the Kaioken aura, reverting to his usual relaxed composure. He brushed his palms together, glanced at Frisia, and spoke calmly. My name is Kaishio. As you see, I'm merely an ordinary Saiyan. Ordinary? Saiyan. Frisia felt his intellect insulted. What so-called ordinary Saiyan possessed such power? At that very moment, a wild, arrogant laugh echoed up from the ruins below. There stood Vegeta, clutching his injured arm, struggling upright. Pointing at Frisia hovering in the sky, his face twisted with malicious glee. His wound had been inflicted by the collateral shockwaves of Frisia and Goku's earlier battle. With only 30,000 battle power, Vegeta was little more than cannon fodder here. His survival owed solely to protagonist's grace. Did you see that, Frisia? That is your deepest nightmare made flesh. That is the Saiyan legend itself. You're finished. Utterly finished. Before you stands the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta had no idea whether Sun Wuxiu's power stemmed from Kaioken or something else entirely, but he knew its magnitude was monstrous, far surpassing Frisia's might. Without hesitation, he bestowed the title Super Saiyan upon Sun Wuxiu to shatter Frisia's psychological resolve. Super Saiyan. At the phrase, Frisia's pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, it was the legend he feared most. But, Frisia suddenly chuckled low, his laughter swelling into manic, unhinged peals. Super Saiyan. With mere crimson aura. Don't make me laugh. Frisia abruptly silenced his laughter, his gaze turning glacial, piercing, lethal. Though your strength did surprise me, even exceeding my current output. But, do you truly believe this is the full extent of my power? Frisia slowly spread his arms wide, his muscles writhed and swelled, his aura surging once more. How utterly naive. Since you yearn so desperately to witness hell, then I shall show you what true 100% power really means. Once I unleash my full strength. Frisia's gaze locked onto Sun Wuxiu, brimming with unshakable absolute confidence. In an instant, just one fleeting moment, and every one of you will crumble into cosmic dust. Suddenly, above the ruins of Namek, gales howled and lightning split the sky. Frisia hovered high above his body, undergoing grotesque transformation, his once slender, smooth form now bulging with explosive titanic musculature. Veins pulsed like writhing earthworms beneath his pale skin, thick knotted tendons erupted across his forehead, on the verge of bursting. Ho. It seems you still fail to grasp the gravity of your predicament. Frisia's voice had deepened, grown hoarse, a consequence of sheer power compressing his vocal cords. Though that last strike left me disheveled, even drew my blood. Frisia threw his arms wide, a violent violet-black aura exploded outward, warping the very fabric of space around him. That was merely 70%, no less than my true capacity. Now, I am ascending to my absolute 100% form, namely 120 million battle power. Once this transformation completes, even your so-called Super Saiyan will be nothing but a slightly stronger monkey before His Majesty. The sheer intensity of this aura was unbearable. From afar, Krillin, Gohan, and the others were thrown off balance by the pressure, struggling even to draw breath. 120 million. Vegeta lay half prostrate, his face ashen. That monster concealed this level of power all along. All over, completely over. Yet, as terror paralyzed every soul before Frieza's apocalyptic declaration, a voice rang out, laced with skepticism, even faint mockery, utterly incongruous and perfectly untimely. Is that so? Sun Wuxiu remained in tenfold Kaioken, crimson aura blazing, gazing serenely at the rampaging Frieza. He tilted his head, wearing an expression that said plainly, "Are you joking? I don't believe you." 3 simple words, low in damage, devastating in insult. Frieza's escalating aura stuttered, almost choking him mid-transformation. He doesn't believe it. He actually said he doesn't believe it. As the Emperor of the Universe, as the fearsome Frieza, when has he ever been questioned like this in his life? What? What did you say? Frieza trembled with rage, the veins on his forehead pulsing vigorously, whether from the side effects of gathering energy or simply from being infuriated by Sun Wuxiu. I said I don't believe it. Sun Wuxiu shrugged and said matter-of-factly, "Look at you yelling and shouting like you're constipated, yet the energy is just that much. You say 120 million. I could just as easily claim I have 10 billion. Unless you hit me to prove it, otherwise I'll assume you're just boasting." What? Nonsense. Frieza's reason completely shattered at that moment. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Since you want to die, then I shall grant you that. Let you personally experience what it means to face 100 hell. Boom. Frieza no longer held back and unleashed all his power. The ground of Namek began to crack and magma erupted from the crevices. The entire planet seemed to wail under this force. Although Frieza's form became somewhat bloated, his speed and strength reached an astonishing level. Die. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared. In the next second, he appeared directly above Sun Wuxiu, fists clenched, crashing down with world-destroying power. This strike was enough to shatter continental plates. However, facing this deadly blow, a glint of madness flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Bring it on. He did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Although as soon as that golden aura flared, Frieza would instantly become a lamb ready for slaughter. However, Sun Wuxiu did not want to do that. He was conducting an experiment regarding the physical limits of a Saiyan. Since my normal state can easily withstand 10 times the Kaioken without any pressure, then based on this can I break through that theoretical limit? In the original work, Goku eliminated the Kaioken after transforming into a Super Saiyan because the Super Saiyan form itself is an extremely burdensome transformation. Combined with the Kaioken's body-damaging technique, the body would instantly collapse. Normally, the Saiyan body can handle up to 20 times the Kaioken as the limit. Further increasing the multiplier would not only be counterproductive, but could also lead to bodily collapse, far less effective than the 50 times increase of a Super Saiyan, and also less stable. But that was for ordinary Saiyans. Sun Wuxiu was different. Within him, there were 3 talismans capable of defying fate. Tiger Talisman, Yin-Yang Balance, suppressing chaotic energy. Ox Talisman, enhancing the body, increasing muscle resilience. Horse Talisman, removing external forces, instantly repairing damage. This does not even account for the safety net that prevents him from dying. The Dog Talisman. This is my confidence. At the moment Frieza's heavy hammer was about to descend, Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and the energy within him instantly boiled to its peak. Kaioken, 20 times. Boom. The originally deep red aura instantly became even more violent, darkening to the point where the surrounding space began to distort under the strain of this energy. Sun Wuxiu did not block, but instead twisted his body to avoid Frieza's heavy hammer at an extremely odd angle. Following that, bang, a spinning kick solidly struck Frieza's cheek. Ugh. Frieza felt as if his head had been struck by a meteor and his entire body was sent flying sideways, crashing through one mountain after another. Huff. Huff. Sun Wuxiu landed, gasping for breath. 20 times. My body feels slightly heated, my muscles have a slight tearing sensation. But the Horse Talisman has instantly healed it. This means that 20 times is completely within my safety zone. This was thanks to his years of almost insane physical training in the gravity chamber, making his normal body quality far exceed that of Goku during the Namek saga. Since 20 times is not an issue. Sun Wuxiu looked at Frieza, who was rushing out from the ruins in the distance, the madness in his eyes intensified. Then, 30 times. Boom. The red aura surged once more. Sun Wuxiu charged towards Frieza. The two figures collided in midair. Frieza originally thought that his 100 power was enough to crush this monkey, but he was horrified to find that the opponent's power was still increasing. 40 times. Crack. This time Sun Wuxiu heard the sorrowful cries of his own bones. The burden of 40 times the Kaioken had completely surpassed the physical limits of a Saiyan. His skin began to ooze fine beads of blood and muscle fibers started to rupture extensively. Excruciating pain. The kind of pain that felt like being thrown into a meat grinder. But, just as his body was about to collapse, buzz, the light of the horse talisman surged within his soul. Those recently ruptured muscle fibers were instantly repaired, even more resilient than before. Destruction repair. Destruction repair. This was an extremely dangerous yet incredibly powerful dynamic balance. As long as the repair speed of the horse talisman could keep up with the collapse speed of his body, then the Kaioken would have no limits. Ha ha ha. So good. Son Wookiee laughed heartily under the pressure of 40 times the Kaioken. He landed a punch on Frisia's stomach. Cough. Frisia's eyes bulged while spewing out. This is impossible. Frisia clutched his stomach, his face filled with disbelief. Your body. Clearly it is collapsing. How can you still unleash such strong power? He could see that Son Wookiee's current state was like a porcelain doll full of cracks ready to shatter at any moment. But this porcelain doll had somehow managed to crush him a block of iron. Because Son Wookiee wiped the blood from his face, the result of broken capillaries, and revealed a fierce and excited smile. I have health insurance. Next, this is the limit. Son Wookiee took a deep breath, squeezing out all the energy and potential within him. He was going to challenge the forbidden zone that even Goku dared not touch. Kaioken, 50 times. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sky of Namek turned blood red. The aura surrounding Son Wookiee had become so intense that it was blinding not just chi, but a burning vitality. Son Wookiee's skin split open in an instant, blood erupting like a fountain until he was little more than a figure drenched in crimson. Pain, bone deep, as if every cell cried out for mercy. Yet on the brink of annihilation, the power of the Mafu talisman surged to its utmost. A white healing light and a red tide of destruction twisted madly within him, preserving a perilous balance. Its normal output was 12 million. 50-fold. 600 million combat power. What does that even mean? It was as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan incarnate. Felisa. Son Wuxio issued a bestial roar and then vanished. This time there was no afterimage. Felisa only saw a blur, and the next instant a face smeared with blood and like an azure demon was pressed before him. Farewell. In the span of a single second, he unleashed 100 blows. Each fist carried the dreadful force of 600 million combat power. Felisa was like a ragdoll savage through the air, unable even to scream. Each cry was cut off by the next crushing blow. Impossible. Impossible. Fearless's mind emptied. I am the emperor of the universe. I am the strongest. I am 120 million. Why? Why was he struck down with no strength to resist? What kind of monster was this man? Final strike. Son Wuxio clasped his hands and raised them high over his head. Down. With a thunderous hammer blow, he smashed into Fearless's skull. A sickening crack. Felisa felt his skull shatter. With a howl, he became a purple meteor and plunged straight down in a scene of utter carnage. The soil of Namek was split to pieces by the impact. Felisa was driven hard into the mantle. The colossal shockwaves stirred tsunamis of unimaginable height and made the whole planet tremble. High above, Son Wuxio released the Jiwang fist. The tearing, searing agony evaporated as if a curtain had fallen. 50-fold. Still too taxing. He looked at his hands, returned to normal, and let out a light laugh. My body survived, but that pain is beyond human endurance. Yet, the raw fist-to-flesh crushing sensation, used sparingly, is far more intoxicating than a Super Saiyan transformation. Below, all the warriors on Namek, including those watching from afar, were stunned into silence. We won, Kellen stammered. That terrible Felisa was beaten like a dead dog by senior brother Wuxio. So strong. Vegeta almost fell to his knees, his gaze vacant. He had thought the Super Saiyan was the ultimate form. But the crimson force Son Wuxio had displayed was no mere Super Saiyan. It was a more furious, more unreasonable beast of power. Wonderful. Brother One. Wukong cried out with excitement. If not for his wounds, he would have leapt forward to embrace Son Wuxio. On King Kai's planet, King Kai leapt to his feet, his shades nearly lifted off his face. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. 50-fold Jiwang fist. What is a Saiyan body made of to endure such strain? No matter how you look at it, we won. The universe is saved. The whole of Namek seemed to bask in the euphoria of victory. Son Wuxio descended slowly, hands returning to his waist, preparing to finish the barely breathing Felisa in the pit with a final Guai Qigong, turtle-style, energy wave. Guai Qi. Yet on the eve of triumph, as the blue light began to coalesce, a blade of chill pierced every heart. It was not mere cold, it was pure malevolence. A presence far larger, far deeper, and immeasurably colder than Fearless's was hurtling toward them from beyond Namek's atmosphere. Son Wuxie's movements froze. He lifted his head to the sky. The clearing that came with Fearless's defeat was suddenly swallowed by shadow. This aura, Sun Wuxia's pupils tightened, stronger than Felisa, and its nature is similar. Could it be? On King Kai's planet the merriment died, as if a hand had clasped a throat. King Kai's antennae trembled violently, his plump face drained of color, and cold sweat poured down. No, it can't be. He whispered, his gaze trembling as he turned toward the heavens. There, a deep purple starship, more sinister and larger than Fearless's vessel, slowly tore through the clouds and descended over Namek. On the bridge stood an alien who resembled Felisa, but was taller, his body encased in a layer of purple bioarmor. He stood with arms crossed, blood-red eyes peering through the viewport, looking down on the battlefield with the contempt of one who surveys ants at play. That useless Felisa. The alien spoke slowly, his voice low and magnetic, yet bearing a despairing majesty that chilled the soul. Was bested by a few wild monkeys. How shameful for the Frost Demon clan. King Kai, through telepathic means, relayed the grim tidings to all with a voice of utter despair. Wukong, Wuxiu, run. Run for your lives. The warning came in a chorus of panic. That man. He is Fearless's elder brother. Gula. Despair fell anew, greater this time. With the roar of engines, the massive purple ship, like a steel behemoth from hell, descended upon Namek's scarred surface. The landing shockwave whipped up a gale that stung everyone's faces and almost forced their eyes shut. From the bottom of the crater, the half-dead Felisa, who seemed to be slipping into death, suddenly issued a chilling, triumphant laugh. Coughing up purple blood, his hateful eyes fixed on Sun Wuxiu, he spat venom. Damn, you wild monkeys. And you insects. Your deaths are at hand. He croaked. My brother. Gula. Though I hate to admit it, his power surpasses mine. You trash. Prepare to be ground to powder. Hearing Frisia's arrogant taunts, Krillin and Gohan instinctively shivered. Though Sun Wuxiu's awe-inspiring display of the 50-fold Kaioken moments earlier had left them breathless, their eyes now fell upon that ominous spacecraft radiating boundless malevolence, and then upon Wuxiu's own skin, cracked and strained from overwhelming physical stress. Senior brother Wuxiu. Can he truly still fight like this? Krillin asked, voice thick with worry. Gohan, though confident in his uncle, clenched his fists tightly. At that very moment, clang, the spacecraft's hatch swung open. A towering, cold, and merciless figure emerged, his body encased in a violet bone-like carapace, flanked by an elite legion of armored troops. Cooler. Unlike Frisia, he did not recline upon a hovering throne. Instead, he strode forward with grounded, deliberate steps, each one heavy with oppressive authority. His crimson eyes swept across the battlefield before settling upon the battered, humiliated Frisia. Humph! A low, resonant snort escaped Cooler's lips, disdainful, magnetic, and utterly contemptuous. How disgraceful, you foolish younger brother. A so-called cosmic emperor reduced to this wretched state by a few wild monkeys. Do you truly require your elder brother to rescue you? Frisia trembled with fury at his sibling's mockery, his already grievous wounds splitting anew under the surge of rage. Silence. Cooler. Frisia roared. Don't stand there mocking me. This wild monkey, this man named Caxio. According to Vegeta, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. You'd do well to tread carefully, or risk being slain by him. The legendary Super Saiyan. At those words, Cooler turned his gaze, finally, upon Sun Wuxiu. He appraised the black-haired warrior up and down, imposing in aura yet unremarkable in appearance, the Kaioken long since deactivated. Suddenly he threw back his head and laughed, a booming derisive peal of mirth. Ha 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 ha. Frisia, it seems you've truly lost your wits. This man, a Super Saiyan. Cooler pointed directly at Wuxiu, his face twisted with undisguised scorn. The legendary Super Saiyan is golden, a radiant warrior of myth. This fellow, merely a brutish mutated ape, nothing more. Even if he were the Super Saiyan, what of it? Cooler clenched his fist. A terrifying aura erupted around him, swirling like a vortex of absolute dominion. Before my invincible power, legends are but hollow jests. Faced with Cooler's haughty condescension and unbridled mockery, Sun Wuxiu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. He showed no anger, not even a flicker of irritation. Instead, he casually dug a fingertip into his ear, then blew on it with a look of profound distaste. Tell me, Wuxiu said, fixing Cooler with a tone so deliberately insolent, it bordered on provocation. Does your Frost Demon clan suffer from some sort of hereditary affliction? What? Cooler blinked, momentarily stunned. Yes, the chronic tendency to boast incessantly. Wuxiu shrugged, gesturing first toward the crater where Frisia lay, then at Cooler himself. Look at that dwarf. He kept crowing about being the cosmic emperor, shouting about 100% power, puffing himself up like a thunderclap. And what became of him? Now he lies in that pit bleeding like a dying cur. And you stride forth with the same pompous swagger. I wonder, do you believe the louder your mouth roars, the less your body will ache when struck? Or perhaps, a faint icy smirk curled Wuxio's lips. Your clan's time-honored tradition is my strength may be modest, but my tongue is unbreakable. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, even Vegeta stood frozen mouths agape, staring at Wuxio in stunned disbelief. Too scathing. His tongue was sharper than his fists. He'd once called Vegeta a stray dog on Earth who later mocked Frieza as a dwarf, and now barely seconds after Cooler's entrance he'd eviscerated him with ruthless wit. Was this truly the same gentle, refined uncle? Or senior brother they knew? Or had they unwittingly awakened a master of the ancient art of verbal annihilation? You dare? Cooler's face flushed iron gray, genuinely incensed. As a galactic overlord, he had never endured such humiliation. If you're so eager for reincarnation, I shall grant it. Boom. Without another word, Cooler vanished, leaving only a ripple in the air. In the next instant, he reappeared before Wuxio, his handblade descending in a strike capable of cleaving planets apart. Well met. A flash of brilliance ignited in Wuxio's eyes. Kaioken, 20-fold. Boom. Crimson energy erupted once more. This time Wuxio did not unleash the full 50-fold Kaioken he'd used against Frieza. He knew, with Cooler's current form, 20-fold would suffice to seize decisive advantage. Crack. Wuxio blocked the handblade with one arm, then drove a devastating counterpunch straight into Cooler's jaw. Ugh. Cooler grunted, hurtling backward through the air. What? Cooler stared in utter disbelief. In his base form, his battle power far surpassed Frieza's. Yet this monkey had sent him flying with a single blow. Don't stand there gawking. The battle has only just begun. Like a shadow fused to bone, Wuxio closed the distance, unleashing a tempest of fists and kicks. Thud, 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 thud. Bolstered by the 20-fold Kaioken, his battle power surging to 240 million, Wuxio overwhelmed Cooler's base form, whose power hovered around 100 million, reducing the tyrant to little more than a helpless punching bag tossed violently through the sky. Grara, you wretch. Cooler howled in pain, his armor splintering under the assault. Damn you. With a sudden lunge, Cooler seized Wuxio's incoming kick, using the momentum to recoil, hovering midair as he gasped for breath. Shock and fury burned in his eyes. I hadn't imagined you truly possessed such power. Perhaps Frieza's defeat wasn't unwarranted after all. Wiping purple blood from his lip, Cooler's gaze turned suddenly glacial, sinister, calculating. But if you presume this is the zenith of my might, you are grievously mistaken. Oh. Wuxio paused, feigning curiosity. So, you're going to transform? Precisely. Cooler spread his arms wide, his expression twisting into something feral and feverish. My foolish younger brother Frieza always arrogantly believed 3 transformations marked the ultimate limit. Yet he failed to grasp. I, Cooler, discovered the secret of transformation long before him. And I have evolved one stage further. What a... Felisa, crouched at the bottom of the pit, heard those words and nearly leapt in shock. One more transformation for me. How is that possible? Watch closely. This is the true face of despair. Gula bellowed, and a feral roar escaped him. A thunderous rumble rolled across the heavens. Namek's star convulsed violently, once more an upheaval far more terrifying than when Felisa had transformed. Gula's body began to wrench itself into a new shape. For sharp horns sprouted from his formerly smooth brow, his spine rose in a jagged ridge, shoulders and limbs bristled with razor-bone spines, and his mouth became shrouded by a mask-like plate of bone. He grew larger, more hulking, of brutal beauty, of sheer destructive potential. And his ki surged upward at a truly horrendous rate. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. At last the number froze at a despairing figure, 470 million. This aura was like a mountain pressing down, so heavy that every breath drawn by those present felt choked. What kind of monster is this? Spike trembled, cold sweat running down his face. Such a tier of power lay utterly beyond his comprehension. This is my final form. Gula's voice deepened into something terrible and reverberant as his metamorphosis completed. He flexed a fist wrapped in bone spines, tasting that world-shattering strength within him, and turned a cold gaze on Sun Wuxio. Now, you wild monkey. Can you still laugh? I will crush every bone in your body, grind you to dust, make you regret ever being born. Facing this near-invincible Gula, Sun Wuxio floated serenely in the air. No trace of fear clouded his face. If anything, there was a curious semblance of gladness. 470 million, huh? Sun Wuxio murmured. Impressive. Much stronger than that stinking brother of Felisa. Still, he lifted his head and fixed Gula with a look taunting calmly. You got uglier after transforming, and somehow more full of nonsense. Is that your final trump card? You're asking for death. Gula raged and lunged. Yet at that moment Sun Wuxio did something nobody expected. He exhaled, The deep crimson aura of Jie Wang Quan, Kaioken, that had enveloped him began astonishingly to fade. He relinquished the Jie Wang Quan and returned to his ordinary state. What a... Kellen cried out. Wuxiu senior brother. What are you doing? Are you out of stamina? Quick, give him Xian Do. Kellen fumbled for a pouch ready to hurl it. Gula laughed a thunderous, ear-splitting sound. What now? Giving up the fight? Weren't you so proud a moment ago? Now you know despair. It seems your body is far more honest than your mouth. Too bad it's too late. Even if you kneel and beg, I will not spare you. A pall of hopelessness fell over everyone present. To them, Sun Wuxia's earlier appearance had plainly signaled exhaustion. He could no longer sustain the high-intensity Jie Wang Quan. In truth, it only looked as if he bled profusely and was terrifying he had already recovered. Facing a Gula many times stronger and lacking the Jie Wang Quan, Sun Wuxiu seemed to have but one fate left: death. Yet Sun Wuxiu ignored Kellen's shouts and Gula's jeers. He stood motionless in the void and slowly closed his eyes. The wind stilled. The battlefield fell into an eerily suspended silence. What is he doing? Waiting to die? Felisa watched puzzled. As Gula sneered and prepared to surge forward for a killing blow, there came a single muffled heartbeat, a thud that slipped into every ear with uncanny clarity. Then, thud thud, the earth began to tremble. The once calm sky blackened, golden streaks of lightning began to lash wildly through the clouds. This was not the darkness that heralds a dragon's arrival, but an oppressive stillness before a storm. What is this sensation? Gula halted, a nameless unease crawling into his chest. Sun Wuxia's eyes remained shut. Inside him, the cells that had long been saturated to their limit were being kindled by sheer will. No fury was required. No sorrow. Only the switch he had prepared for so long. A cold, exquisite curve curved the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, he flung his eyes open. Those once dark pupils blazed, turning to a heart-stopping sea green. He screamed, and a pillar of golden light erupted from him, piercing the heavens and stabbing into the clouds above. The very surface of Namek stars split asunder. Oceans reversed their flow, countless stones lifted as if gravity had been betrayed. A fully realized Super Saiyan is transformed in an instant. There need be no fanfare, but to show off once in a lifetime has its own meaning. In that blinding gold light, Sun Wuxia's black hair shot upright and was suffused with radiant gold. An aura 50 times greater than his former Jie Wang Quan, vaster, purer, both sacred and terrifying, swept across the planet in an instant. Base form, 12 million. Super Saiyan transformation, 50-fold amplification. Combat power, 600 million. The force of that Kawav shoved Gula back several hundred meters. He braced his hands before him, eyes wide with dread. As the light subsided, a warrior hung in the air, his body wreathed in golden flame, hair like molten sun and eyes ice gold and green. Every muscle in him seemed to contain the power of a cosmic explosion. The pressure alone made even final form Gula tremble deep within his soul. Below, Vegeta watched that golden silhouette, with tears streaming down his face, his whole body shaking. That golden figure, Vegeta knew without doubt, was the very Super Saiyan he had worshipped and pursued his entire life. Super. Sun Wuxiu turned slowly, his emotionless sea-green eyes fixed on the stunned Gula. He spoke, his voice soft, yet as clear as an oracle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Super Saiyan from Earth. Sun Wuxiu. Or, you may call me Kaxi. He curled a finger toward Gula. Round 2 begins. Namek, a scarred and ravaged world. Golden light radiant as the rising sun bathed this planet, once crowned by emerald skies, in sacred luminous gold. Sun Wuxiu hovered motionlessly in midair. His hair stood erect like molten gold, his jade-green pupils reflected the devastation of the battlefield. The golden aura blazing around him bore no resemblance to the wild, uncontrolled surges of Frisia or Cooler. It flowed with the serene precision of liquid, dense and unwavering. Yet it was precisely this stillness that inspired utter despair. 600 million. Below, Piccolo swallowed hard. Even from afar he felt that power, a fathomless abyss beyond comprehension. No, it is not merely numerical superiority. Goku, now recovered from his initial shock, fixed his battle-hungry gaze upon Sun Wuxiu, eyes blazing with fervent awe. Brother's ki is utterly pure. Though his Super Saiyan transformation radiates overwhelming fury, his heart remains as tranquil as a still lake. This state is perfection itself. We've won. Krillin punched the air, elated. This ki surpasses Cooler's, without question, and by an immense, incalculable margin. Naturally, Vegeta knelt on one knee, cradling his wounded arm. Though battered and bleeding, his face twisted into a feverish, rapturous grin as he gazed upon the golden figure. That is a Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the entire universe. How could such power ever be defeated by a mere frost demon? In stark contrast to the Z-fighter's jubilation stood Cooler, his expression contorted as if he had just swallowed a live insect. This is... Floating at the apex of his final form's altitude, Cooler now felt like a mortal gazing up at a god from the foot of a mountain. That golden key did not press down deliberately, yet its very presence screamed at his primal instincts, flee. Flee immediately. No. Impossible. Cooler violently shook his head, forcibly suppressing his terror. Who was he? He was Cooler, the supreme cosmic overlord, stronger and more flawless than even Frisia. Could he truly be cowed by a golden monkey? Bluffing. It must be bluffing. With a shriek of hysteria, Cooler roared, his mask-like facial bones grotesquely warped by twisting muscle. Super Saiyan. Legend. All eyes. The Frost Clan reigns supreme across the cosmos. I am invincible. Die. Boom. Cooler erupted. His 470 million power level surged to its absolute limit. He became a violet meteor tearing through space with apocalyptic force as he hurled himself straight at Sun Wuxiu. This strike held no artifice, only raw power and blinding speed. He would shatter the legend that terrified him with sheer undeniable might. Yet before this cataclysmic blow, Sun Wuxiu did not so much as lift an eyelid. A futile struggle. At the instant, Cooler's bone-spined fist neared Sun Wuxiu's face. Snap. A soft, quiet sound. Sun Wuxiu raised his left hand, casually, fingers splayed. That slender, unassuming palm became an immovable wall of size, stopping Cooler's all-out punch dead in its tracks. Utterly motionless, not a single ripple disturbed the golden aura surrounding him. Wah! Cooler's pupils contracted violently, before he could even process it. Too weak. Sun Wuxiu remarked, tone flat and detached. In the next breath, his wrist flicked lightly. Boom! An irresistible force surged up Cooler's arm. The world spun. He felt like a rag doll swung wildly, hurled backward with brutal, contemptuous ease. Not yet finished. Sun Wuxiu vanished, then reappeared, instantly poised directly in Cooler's trajectory of flight. Thud! A crushing knee strike slammed into Cooler's spine. Gah! His eyes bulged, violet blood erupted in torrents. Viscera torn loose and spewed forth. Is this the strength of a galactic emperor? Sun Wuxiu's voice was glacial, devoid of warmth. Thud! 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 What followed was nothing short of one-sided annihilation. 600 million versus 470 million. Though numerically the gap seemed narrow, barely over 100 million. In elite combat, such a difference was an unbridgeable chasm. Moreover, Sun Wuxiu wielded peerless martial mastery and absolute control over his full power. Cooler became little more than a kicked ball, flung helplessly through the air. His bony armor shattered, his vaunted physique was pierced and pulped, his consciousness blurred at the edges. Yet, undeniably, the Frost Demons possessed life force tenacious beyond measure. Even battered thus, Cooler refused to die, and still sought to retaliate. "D-damn you!" He gasped raggedly, eyes seething with venom. Still breathing, Sun Wuxiu hovered above, observing the blood-soaked monster from on high, deliberately withholding the final blow. For he intended to test a bold idea, one conceived long before acquiring the Kaioken wish and never attempted in the original chronicles, a reckless, unprecedented notion. Since I happen to have a perfect training dummy at hand. Sun Wuxiu sensed the immense, but tamed lamb-like, Super Saiyan energy within him, perfectly balanced by the Tiger Talisman. And the Horse and Dog Talismans remained primed and ready. Then, shall I attempt that? A maddening, inscrutable smile curled at the edge of Sun Wuxiu's lips. Hey, Cooler. Sun Wuxiu halted his assault and beckoned downward with two fingers. You are weak, but your body endures punishment remarkably well. Perfect. You'll serve as my test subject. TT is subject. Cooler staggered up from the rubble, battered yet chilled by a sudden chilling premonition. Precisely. Sun Wuxiu drew a slow, deep breath and closed his eyes. He began regulating his respiration. Then, while maintaining his Super Saiyan state, he commenced channeling a technique long deemed forbidden. What is he doing? Piccolo and the others frowned in alarm from afar. That stance. Could it possibly be? Only Goku, recognizing the posture, instantly paled. No, surely not. Goku cried out. Brother, he intends to perform it, while already in Super Saiyan form. What about that form? Krillin asked, bewildered. It's suicide, Goku shouted. Super Saiyan Ki is inherently volatile. If layered with Kaioken's body-shattering strain, his frame will disintegrate instantly. What a shock rippled through the group. Kaioken. But it was already too late. High above in the sky, Sun Wuxiu's eyes snapped open. In those emerald green eyes, alongside the golden brilliance, a faint crimson fervor emerged. Double the power. An unprecedented, eerily powerful aura erupted from within Sun Wuxiu. The originally pure golden flame was enveloped by a layer of blood-red glow from the king of the world's fist. Gold and red intertwined. The atmosphere of planet Namek was torn apart by the impact of this dual energy, revealing the vastness of outer space. Crackle. Thin cracks appeared on the surface of Sun Wuxia's skin, a sign that his body could not withstand the tremendous burden. However, in the next moment, the white light from the Ma Fu charm flowed within him, and those cracks healed instantly. The pain was smoothed away as soon as it arose. The raging energy was forcibly suppressed by the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram of the tiger charm, turning into a gentle caress. It was successful. This is Super King of the World's Fist, though it is merely double the power. Normal state of 12 million x Super Saiyan 50 times x King of the World's Fist 2 times 1. 2 billion combat power. At this stage, the normal combat power is slightly lower, hence it does not seem very strong. It will be better during the Android Saga, readers, please forgive. In this moment, Sun Wuxia felt like the only true deity in this universe. This aura. On King Kai's planet, the king was completely collapsed on the ground, his sunglasses shattered. He actually did it, overlaying the king of the world's fist on top of Super Saiyan. This is a taboo that even the gods dare not imagine. On the battlefield, Gula stared at the man enveloped in gold and red flames. His body had become too stiff to move. Even if he was arrogant and ignorant in the face of 2 billion combat power, he understood a fact. He was just a joke. It's over. Gula closed his eyes in despair. Whoosh! Sun Wuxia vanished. This time, even the spatial fluctuations were absent, because his speed had reached a point where even space could not respond. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Gula face to face. The terrifying high-temperature air wave melted the mask and bones on Gula's face. In your next life, remember not to provoke Earthlings, Sun Wuxia said softly. Then with a gentle punch that seemed to require no effort, bang. This punch struck Gula's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Immediately after, Puh! Gula let out the most mournful scream of his life. A massive void exploded behind him. The force of that punch not only pierced through his body, but also penetrated the entire crust of planet Namek, shooting out from the other side of the planet. Whoosh! Gula's entire being was launched into the sky like a discarded satellite by that punch. It's not over yet. Sun Wuxia did not pursue. He merely slowly brought his hands to his waist, striking the most classic pose. In his palms, golden and red energy wildly gathered, compressed to an extremely terrifying density. Kamehameha, Ki Blast, Wave. A golden beam over a kilometer in diameter and entwined with red lightning shot up into the sky with the will to annihilate everything. The beam instantly engulfed Gula in midair. No. I'm the strongest in the universe. I am. Gula's voice vanished within the beam. In the face of that energy torrent with 2 billion combat power, his body, his cells, even his soul were completely disintegrated and obliterated in an instant. Not even ashes remained. The beam broke through the atmosphere, flying into the depths of the universe until it disappeared from sight. Gula was finished. He died without a chance of revival. Huff! Sun Wuxia slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, releasing the state of the king of the world's fist, retaining only the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Although his body was fine with the help of the Ma Fu charm, the mental tension still made him somewhat fatigued. It seems that double power is the current limit. Sun Wuxia thought to himself. If it goes any higher, the Ma Fu charm might not be able to keep up. But this is enough. Just when everyone thought the battle was completely over and prepared to cheer, a voice filled with resentment and madness suddenly came from the deep pit below. Die! It was Frisia. That guy who had been playing dead took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to Sun Wuxia to secretly gather a small energy ball capable of detonating the planet's core. Since my brother is dead, since the Dragon Balls are gone, then you all can accompany me in death. Frisia sneered as he slammed the energy ball towards the ground. He belonged to a race that could survive in space. As long as the planet exploded, the Saiyans would undoubtedly perish while he could survive. This was a last-ditch effort for mutual destruction. Oh no! Goku and Piccolo's expressions changed drastically. If that energy ball hits the planet's core, it would truly be over. However, before the energy ball could hit the ground, such a little trick, don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Sun Wuxia's indifferent voice echoed from the sky. He instantly turned around, his eyes shining brightly. Pig charm, electric heat, ZZZ. 2 golden laser beams, Super Saiyan enhanced version, shot out from his eyes. The speed of the beams was astonishingly fast, arriving before the energy ball and instantly hitting it. Boom. The energy ball was detonated in midair. The 2 laser beams did not stop, but penetrated through the explosion flames precisely and without obstruction. Puff! They pierced through Frisia's chest and forehead. Ugh! Frisia's movements froze. He lowered his head, unable to believe the charred hole in his chest. How is this possible? I am the Emperor of the universe. I don't want to die. The light in Frisia's eyes gradually faded. Thud. His body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. To be safe, Sun Wuxiu even followed up with a Kamehameha, completely obliterating Frisia's corpse, ensuring he was dead beyond resurrection. Thus, the Frost Demon race, which had dominated the universe for many years, Frisia Gula and King Cold, though he hadn't appeared, yet it was similar. On this remote planet, Namek was completely ended by the same Saiyan. The wind stopped. The entire world finally fell silent. Sun Wuxiu slowly descended to the ground, his golden hair gradually turning back to black and his eyes returning to their depths. He looked at the stunned crowd and revealed that signature smile that reassured everyone. Mission accomplished. Friends, it's time for us to go home for dinner. Namek, once a beautiful and verdant planet, is now a site of devastation. The ground is riddled with bottomless cracks, molten lava flows through the ravines, and the air is thick with the scent of gunpowder and charred remnants. Although most of the destructive energy from Frisia and Cooler was intercepted or shattered by Sun Wukong, the residual shockwaves of such a battle have left indelible scars on this planet. However, the good news is that this planet did not explode. Although the Namekians have all relocated, the lack of an explosion doesn't seem to hold much significance. But even as a memento, it's still something worthwhile. It's finally over. Krillin plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily, but a smile could not be suppressed on his face. Soon, as if recalling something, he grabbed a handful of senzu beans from a bag and distributed them to everyone like candy. Come on, everyone gets a share? Don't be shy. Crunch. Gohan received a senzu bean, chewed it, and swallowed. In an instant, the fatigue and pain from the battle vanished, and his bright eyes regained their spark. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. Wow, I feel my strength returning. This kind of thing. Vegeta, though tough in demeanor, still accepted it when Krillin offered, swallowing it in one gulp. Feeling the peak state of restoration within him, Vegeta cast a complex glance at the black-haired man who was slowly descending from the air. Sun Wukong. At this moment, he had shed the terrifying Super Saiyan form and returned to his usual appearance. He still wore that slightly tattered casual outfit, hands in his pockets, looking like an ordinary handsome guy rather than the god of war who had just saved the universe. Is everyone back to normal? Sun Wukong walked up to everyone, scanning each face. Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha. Not a single one was missing. In a high death rate arc like the Namek saga, this was nothing short of a miracle. Yes, we're all fine. Goku waved his fist in excitement, saying, "Brother, that move just now was so cool." The red aura of the King Kai fist mixed with the golden aura of the Super Saiyan was simply unrivaled. Yes, Brother Wukong. Krillin chimed in, grinning widely with stars in his eyes. My goodness, I never thought a single person's power could reach such heights. The formidable Cooler just moments ago seemed like an infant before you. Though Piccolo said nothing, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Sun Wukong held not just awe, but deep recognition. All right, let's save the flattery for later. Sun Wukong smiled and waved his hand, pointing at the sky. I've already arranged for the Namekians through the Dragon Balls. They should now be settling on the new planet. There's nothing worth lingering here anymore. We should head home now. Home. Yamcha paused for a moment, pulling out a space capsule containing the spaceship. But Wukong, it takes at least a month to get back by spaceship. Even though we won that battle, all I want now is to lie on a soft bed and sleep immediately. What spaceships? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, pointing at his forehead. Have you forgotten how I got here? Instant transmission. Gohan exclaimed in delight. Uncle, are you going to take us back with instant transmission? Smart. Sun Wukong nodded. Although bringing so many people with instant transmission might take a bit of effort, it's still better than being cooped up for a month. Come on, everyone, gather around, put your hands on me or on anyone touching me. Yay, Jay. Everyone cheered and rushed over. Goku threw his arm around Sun Wukong's shoulder. Gohan clung to Goku's leg while Krillin, Yamcha, and the others piled up together. Even Piccolo, though somewhat awkward, quietly placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder. However, there was still one figure standing alone in the distance. Vegeta. He crossed his arms, turned away from everyone, gazing at the barren horizon with an air of aloofness, as if proclaiming, "This childish game is beneath a prince like me." But in reality, his ears were perked up and his eyes occasionally glanced this way. Is Vegeta not coming? Krillin whispered. Don't mind that gloomy guy. Yamcha scoffed. He might still want to kill us. Sun Wukong glanced at the stubborn figure, secretly amused. The more you ask at Sundara, the more they act up. To deal with Vegeta, you must employ a special tactic, such as throwing out a bait he can't refuse. Ahem. Sun Wukong suddenly cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice as he spoke to Goku. By the way, Goku, you should have seen that golden Super Saiyan transformation clearly, right? Yes, I saw it clearly. Goku nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with yearning. It was amazing. That kind of power. Brother, I want to transform too. I want to be as strong as you. Don't worry, Goku. Son Wukong's voice was filled with allure, clearly reaching Vegeta's ears. In fact, the so-called Super Saiyan is not some Ancient Millennium miracle. It's not something only the chosen ones can achieve. Wah! What? In the distance, Vegeta's body stiffened suddenly, his ears twitching. Son Wukong continued, as long as you are a Saiyan with Saiyan blood flowing in your veins, theoretically, you all have the potential to transform. Whether it's you or Gohan, you all have the chance to become like that. Really? Goku exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Son Wukong's clothes. Then how do I transform? You seem to have mentioned it to me before. Is it because I need to be very angry? Anger is just one of the catalysts. Son Wukong shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. In fact, there is a very crucial secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. This secret involves a special substance in science known as S cells. As long as you grasp this secret and combine it with specific training methods. Son Wukong suddenly stopped here. He chuckled and patted Goku on the head. As for the specifics, it's too windy and sandy here, making it inconvenient to talk. He'll tell you slowly when we get back to Earth. Goku's voice elongated in disappointment. Why like this? Brother, you're so mean. You only say half of it. This is called maintaining an air of mystery. Son Wukong grinned mischievously. Alright, everyone hold steady, we're about to take off. Just as Son Wukong prepared to activate instant transmission. Wait a minute. A desperate, angry shout, tinged with a hint of frustration, suddenly echoed from afar. There stood Vegeta, charging like a whirlwind, fixated on Son Wukong. On that face often marked by pride there now lay a clear urgency of I want to know, but I won't say it. You bastard. Vegeta pointed at Son Wukong, his finger trembling. What you just said. Is it true? What secret? What S cells? Are you teasing this prince by only saying half of it? Seeing Vegeta's frantic state, Son Wukong spread his hands innocently. Did I? I was talking to my brother, not you. Besides, don't you want to stay here as a wild man on this deserted island? If that's the case, then you can stay here and ponder life slowly. We Earthlings are heading home for a party. Goodbye, tragic prince. As he spoke, the energy within Son Wukong began to surge, as if he would disappear at any moment. You bastard. Vegeta was truly anxious. For a Saiyan who valued strength above all, nothing was more enticing than the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Especially after witnessing Son Wukong's earth-shattering power, his desire to become stronger burned with fierce intensity. If he didn't uncover the secret, he felt he might suffocate. Who said I wouldn't leave? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face flushed as he shouted. This prince is merely surveying the terrain, right? Surveying the terrain. Since that secret is on Earth, this prince will naturally go to Earth to conquer it. That's right. I am going to conquer Earth, not to listen to your lecture. Watching Vegeta desperately trying to save face, everyone couldn't help but want to laugh, but restrained themselves due to his temper. Oh, is that so? Son Wukong looked at him with a playful smile. Since it's on the way, let's go together. However, there's no more space, find a spot for yourself. Vegeta looked at the lower-level warriors and Earthlings huddled together like a stack of pancakes, his face displaying extreme disdain. For him, the noble Saiyan Prince, to do such a hand-holding action. But, for the sake of becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta let out a heavy snort, turning his face away as if he had suffered a great injustice. He extended a finger reluctantly and quickly poking it at Goku's shoulder. Kakarot, if you dare move, I'll kill you. Don't worry, Vegeta. Goku grinned foolishly. Alright, everyone is here. Son Wukong put away his smile, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, his perception instantly traversing countless light years, locking onto that blue planet. Target, Earth Capsule Corporation. Let's go. Whoosh. In the desolate winds and sands of Namek, the figures of the group instantly twisted, faded, and disappeared completely. Only this battered planet remained quietly awaiting the revival of new life under the illumination of 3 suns. Earth West City Capsule Corporation. This was a grand party long planned. Although Son Wukong had only been gone for a short, while every second felt excruciating for Bulma, who remained on Earth. Especially when she watched the live broadcast from Namek, a special device she had made and had Son Wukong take with him. Seeing the cataclysmic battle scene, her heart raced to her throat. Only when she saw Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan and punch through cooler did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Quick. Add 2 more grills over here. What about that giant cake? Why hasn't it been brought out yet? And the drink tower over here. It had to be the highest one. At that moment, Bulma was directing dozens of servants and robots in her private garden, which was larger than a soccer field in a flurry. Bulma, isn't this a bit over the top? Next to her launch in her blonde state, quipped while cleaning a machine gun. There are only a few of them, right? Isn't this enough food for an army? You don't understand. Bulma crossed her arms looking exasperated. There are 3. No for super glutton Saiyans. Whether this amount can fill their gaps is still uncertain. And Bulma looked toward the sky, her gaze softening. This is a triumphant feast for the heroes, of course it has to be the most grand. Just then whoosh. The air suddenly warped over the lawn in the garden. Immediately after, a large crowd appeared, as if by magic. Wow, they're really back. So fast. Just moments ago they were on Namek, and in the blink of an eye they're home. Before they could steady themselves, they were drawn in by the tantalizing aroma surrounding them. Meat. It smells like meat. Goku's nose twitched, his eyes instantly turning into searchlights locking onto the mountain of roasted whole cows. I'm so hungry. I'm diving in. Me too. Gohan, not caring about any etiquette, rushed after his dad. Ah, these 2 foodies. Son Wukong chuckled, shaking his head, then straightened his clothes looking at the figure rushing toward him. Wukong. Bulma dashed over without hesitation, leaping onto Son Wukong. Welcome home. Son Wukong steadied her, spinning her around twice before kissing her deeply on the lips. I'm back, my wife. Around them warm applause and cheers erupted. Even the usually serious Piccolo found a corner to sit, holding a cup of water, watching the lively scene with a slight smile. This trip to Namek, meeting family from his homeland, had also enlightened him on many things. Meanwhile, at another corner of the dining table, Vegeta stood alone, holding a chicken leg, unsure whether to eat or not. Watching these dishonorable warriors gorge themselves and laugh, he felt utterly uncomfortable. A bunch of idiots. Ultimately, Vegeta bit down hard on the chicken leg, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards Son Wukong, who was showing affection with Bulma. Kakarot, that guy, the secret of the Super Saiyan. This prince will surely uncover it. Then, surpass you. This night the night sky of Earth was exceptionally brilliant. With no alien threats, no shadows of death. Only delicious food, fine wine, laughter, and boundless dreams for the future. Thus the Namek saga came to a perfect conclusion. The new era belonging to the Saiyans and a more grand and tumultuous future, androids, Cell, Majin Buu, God, and God, etc. quietly began amid this laughter and joy. In the capital of the West, in the bedroom of Sun Wuxiu and his wife. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes, but did not immediately get up. The sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, casting a warm glow on the soft round bed. The air conditioning temperature was perfectly adjusted by the intelligence system, making it hard to get out of bed. He turned his head to look at Bulma, who was still asleep beside him. At this moment, the world's richest heiress and genius scientist was curled up in the blanket like a lazy kitten. Her blue hair was scattered messily on the pillow, and a hint of glistening moisture lingered at the corner of her mouth, as if she were dreaming sweetly. The grand victory party from last night lasted deep into the night, and even Bulma, who was usually full of energy, felt too tired to move at this moment. Of course, the reason she didn't want to move now might be due to other factors. Sun Wuxiu's gaze softened as he gently brushed her nose with his finger, then leaned down to place a light kiss on her smooth forehead. Good morning, my queen. After doing all this, he seemed to fear waking the dreamer, and with a flash he vanished from the room. The next moment, deep underground in the gravity training room. As Sun Wuxiu appeared, the sensing lights automatically turned on, illuminating the spacious silvery white space. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with a sense of solemnity and silence. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and did not rush to activate the gravity system. After the battle on Namek ended last night, the moment his body relaxed, he faintly felt a change in the chi within him. It felt as if a rushing river had suddenly widened into a vast sea. That was a Saiyan's unique and unreasonable passive skill, near-death resurrection and strength enhancement. Although I wasn't truly near death yesterday, under such intense strain my body must have collapsed and reformed countless times. Sun Wuxiu walked to a corner of the hall. There stood a uniquely designed instrument. It resembled a huge transparent cylindrical chamber surrounded by numerous complex pipelines and displays specially customized for him by Bulma. Extreme Power Detection Device Beta version. Unlike the easily explosive single-sided detectors, this device utilized the latest energy capture probe and overload-resistant chip from Capsule Corporation. As for how much it could withstand, according to Bulma, it could theoretically handle power levels below 1 billion without exploding. So all he had to do was not transform. Let me see how much have I gained from this battle. Sun Wuxiu stepped into the cylinder and pressed the start button. Beep. System starting. Energy shield activated. Please release your aura tester. An electronic synthesized voice sounded. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, no longer suppressing the power within him. Whoosh. At first it was like a gentle breeze brushing against him. Then boom. A wave of white energy erupted around Sun Wuxiu, exploding within the confined space. Although he hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, the aura in his normal state was still overwhelmingly suffocating. The numbers on the display began to fluctuate wildly, the speed so fast that even the afterimages were indistinguishable. 5 million. 8 million. 10 million. In just an instant it broke through his previous normal limit, 12 million. But this was just the beginning. The values continued to soar. 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. Finally, the speed of the numbers began to slow down, ultimately stabilizing at a heart-pounding value. 210,000,000. 21 million. Sun Wuxiu gazed at the number on the screen, and even though he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is this the Saiyans bug? Just from one battle. First activating the 50-fold Kaioken, bringing the body to the brink of collapse, then being restored by the talisman. Next transforming into a Super Saiyan, reapplying the Kaioken, tearing the body apart once more, then restoring it again. This cycle of destruction and reformation was simply the most efficient evolutionary catalyst for Saiyan cells. Overnight, his normal combat power skyrocketed by 9 million. If Vegeta found out, he would probably be so jealous that he would spit blood on the spot. To put things into perspective, Frieza, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, had a normal first form power level of just 53000. Now Sun Wuxiu, with just a finger in his normal state, could crush 41st form Frieza. The power has indeed surged. Sun Wuxiu did not feel pleased by this number. Instead, he furrowed his brow. He began to try to rein in his aura. Converge. The chi cyclone within him began to reverse the immense energy forcibly compressed and hidden deep within every cell of his body. The numbers on the detection device started to plummet rapidly. 10 million, 5 million, 100,000. The smaller the number, the slower the rate of decline. When the value dropped to around 500, Sun Wuxiu felt a distinct resistance. The newly grown power felt like wild stallions, not entirely obeying his commands, racing around within him and emitting residual waves. Calm down for me. Sweat beaded on Sun Wuxiu's forehead as the balancing power of the Tiger Talisman operated at full force, combined with the state of stillness he comprehended in the heavenly temple, forcefully suppressing this agitation. Eventually, the screen's number stabilized at 1048. Over 1,000. Sun Wuxiu looked at this number, sighed, and shook his head in dissatisfaction. As expected, the power gained from exploiting the bug, the Saiyan passive, is ultimately not as obedient as the strength cultivated step by step. In the past, I could control my combat power at 1-0, achieving perfect aura concealment. But now, because the power has grown too quickly, my control can't keep up. This was the difference between a nouveau riche and a noble. Although he had more money, more chi, his demeanor control had not caught up. A combat power leaking over 1,000, to a master it stands out like a bulb in the dark. Sun Wuxiu stepped out of the detection device, his gaze sharpening. This was not only a matter of whether his combat power could be reined in, but also whether he could fully unleash his own strength. The focus of my next training, aside from adapting to this stronger power, must be to compress this inflated chi back down until I can control it to single digits again. Only power that is perfectly mastered is true power. However, before that, Sun Wuxiu flexed his wrist, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Now that the warm-up is complete, let us go all the way, verify that hypothesis once and for all. He strode to the center of the cultivation zone. In yesterday's battle, while in Super Saiyan form, he successfully layered twofold Kaioken and obliterated Gura in a single instant. At that moment, he felt a faint sensation of bodily tearing, but well within the restorative capacity of the Ma Talisman, even bordering on effortless. Today, his combat power had risen further. Then, what about threefold? This was an extraordinarily perilous experiment. In the original canon, Ultra Blue Goku nearly shattered his body from uncontrolled ki when attempting 20-fold Kaioken. Yet Sun Wuxiu now possessed no divine aura, but he did wield the talisman as an external cheat. Let's begin. Sun Wuxiu drew a deep breath, his cells ignited instantly within. Hiya! Golden light erupted. Super Saiyan transformation activated. Base power 21 million amplified 50-fold. At this very instant, his combat power soared to a staggering 105 million, a level far surpassing early Super Saiyans from the Android saga. It feels effortless. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fist. He had long mastered the full power form, wielding it was as natural as breathing. Next, Sun Wuxiu's gaze hardened. He began channeling his ki along the precise pathways of Kaioken, accelerating, compressing, and colliding it violently through his meridians. Kaioken, twofold. Boom! A crimson aura instantly engulfed the golden radiance. Combat power doubled to 2.1 billion. Still no issue. Sun Wuxiu assessed his physical state. His skin flushed only faintly, no fissures appeared at all. The Ma Talisman didn't even need to operate at full capacity to sustain this state. With 2.1 billion combat power, defeating a newly debuted Android 17 would be no more difficult than slaying a chicken. Indeed, rising base combat power enhances the body's tolerance threshold. Then, let us push past the limit. Madness blazed at its zenith in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. He held nothing back. not a trace of hesitation, as he focused every ounce of his spiritual energy into that singular explosive moment. Kaioken, threefold, crocker crocker crocra. This time it was no mere shockwave. It was spatial resonance. The entire gravity cultivation chamber, even with its highest-tier energy shield activated, shuddered violently while alarms screamed throughout the underground base. An indescribable, terrifying energy detonated within Sun Wuxiu. Golden radiance and deep crimson vitality raged and intertwined, finally coalescing into a sinister, ferocious dark gold. Pain, excruciating pain, as if molten lava surged through his veins, or as if every cell were ground beneath a colossal millstone. Greowa. Sun Wuxiu let out a guttural roar. Countless fine lacerations burst across his skin, blood vaporized into crimson mist before it could even flow. Combat power, 3.15 billion. What does such a number even signify? Even Super Saiyan 2's transformation yields only a 100-fold increase, yet he had already achieved 150-fold amplification. My body is about to explode. Sun Wuxiu felt like an overinflated balloon stretched to its absolute breaking point. The Ma talisman whirled frantically, a white healing light darted across his insides, desperately extinguishing fires, but destruction still outpaced repair at a terrifying rate. I must release it. In this state, failure to strike would cause his body to collapse first. Sun Wuxiu snapped open his bloodshot eyes and locked onto the ultra-alloy target ahead, the very device designed to measure raw power. Shatter, for me. He raised his left arm. No technique, only the most primal direct straight punch. Boom. Fist launched. It never touched the target. For an instant before impact, the 10-meter-thick ultra-alloy wall disintegrated into powder under the hyper-compressed air blast. The blast tore onward, shattering successive walls' defensive layers and even part of the bedrock, leaving behind a bottomless chasm. But the cost was devastating. Splutter. At the exact moment the fist's force detonated, Sun Wuxiu's entire left arm, starting from the shoulder, exploded outward like an overloaded cannon barrel. Not broken, not fractured, utterly annihilated. Flesh flew in all directions, bone turned to dust. His once powerful left arm vanished entirely, leaving only a ghastly gaping wound at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ugh! Sun Wuxiu grunted the agony, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet he did not fall. The instant his arm detonated, he deliberately dispersed all his ki. Golden light faded. Crimson aura died. He reverted to his base form, pale as parchment, swaying unsteadily, his left shoulder wound grotesquely exposed. Huh. Sun Wuxiu gasped, raggedly staring at his empty shoulder, not with fear, but with a grim, exhilarated smile. So this is the price of 150-fold amplification. Indeed. Still too much to bear. Yet, Sun Wuxiu's gaze sharpened. As long as I don't die, I win. Deep within his soul, the Ma talisman, embodying healing and restoration, blazed with unprecedented brilliance. This was no ordinary healing. This was limb regeneration. VVVRRR. Swarms of luminous white particles converged rapidly upon the wound at Sun Wuxiu's left shoulder. A miracle unfolded. Before the naked eye, ivory bones extended and knit themselves anew, crimson muscle fibers wove and entwined with astonishing speed, blood vessels reconnected, nerves resynapsed, skin sealed over, all within 5 seconds. A brand new flawless left arm regrew. Sun Wuxiu flexed his fingers experimentally, agile, powerful, even more vibrantly alive than before. Perfect. Sun Wuxiu clenched his reborn fist, awe light in his eyes. The Ma talisman's power truly operates at a fundamental law level. So long as one isn't instantly reduced to ash, even with only a head remaining or merely a final breath, it can pull you back from oblivion and restore every missing part. Such regenerative capability defies reason, even more so than Majin Buu, who requires ki to regenerate, whereas the talisman functions as immutable law, consuming no stamina. Though brutal and self-destructive, this experiment yielded an exhilarating conclusion. First, Super Saiyan combined with threefold Kaioken is viable. Though currently sustainable for only a single strike before limb collapse, it remains a decisive trump card. Second, the Ma talisman's regenerative capacity has been rigorously tested, granting Sun Wuxiu infinite room for trial, error, and refinement. Since I've lost one hand, Sun Wuxiu traced his newly regenerated left arm, then cast his gaze once more toward the combat power analyzer. Given the Saiyan race's passive trait, shouldn't such a severe injury, upon recovery, trigger a massive surge in combat power? He stepped once again into the analyzer. Initiate. The aura explodes. Combat power surges dramatically. 22 million, 24 million, 25 million. Finally, the number stabilizes at 250,000. Sun Wuxiu looked at this number, his brow slightly furrowed. I wasn't injured this severely yesterday, yet my power increased by 9 million. Today, with my hand blown off, it only increased by 4 million. This result did not meet his expectations. Logically, the heavier the injury, the greater the increase upon revival. It seems my previous conjecture was correct. Sun Wuxiu stepped out of the instrument, draping a towel over his shoulders, lost in thought. The Saiyan's near-death revival passive is indeed a bug, but it is not infinitely stackable. Essentially, it is a rapid realization of potential. It's like squeezing water out of a sponge. If the sponge itself has no water left, potential exhausted, no matter how much you squeeze injury, you won't get much out. Although I have laid a solid foundation over the past few years, the continuous explosions over the past 2 days have already squeezed out most of the potential accumulated at this stage. If I do not engage in new foundational training or break through my state of mind to expand my capacity, relying solely on self-harm to boost combat power will yield diminishing returns until it becomes completely ineffective. Having come to this realization, Sun Wuxiu felt at ease. 25 million is my normal state. This is nearly the limit of what my body can contain. Continuing to push further will not yield much more. Haste makes waste. Sun Wuxiu wiped the sweat from his body and got dressed. In the days to come, I cannot be so aggressive anymore. I need to fully digest this 25 million power and compress it back to a single digit. And there's the side effect of the threefold Kaioken. If I can enhance my physical strength through training, perhaps I can reduce the side effects to the level of muscle tearing, allowing me to maintain it, even aiming for 4 times. Having formulated the next training plan, Sun Wuxiu stepped out of the gravity chamber. At this moment, the sky outside was already bright. I'm starving. The Saiyan law of energy conservation, the more output, the greater the appetite. That recent rebirth from losing a limb likely consumed half of his stored calories. I wonder if Bulma is awake. Sun Wuxiu rubbed his belly and walked toward the dining hall. I hope today's breakfast is enough. Otherwise, I'll have to urgently call for the chef. The sunlight cast a warm glow down the corridor, elongating his shadow. Though the pain of losing an arm still lingered in his nerve memory, Sun Wuxiu's steps were exceptionally light. Because he knew, on this path to becoming the strongest in the universe, he had taken another solid step forward, even if that step was made on the blood and flesh of his own body. As long as he could grow stronger, everything was worth it. The morning in West City was bright and beautiful, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. However, in the luxurious dining hall of the Capsule Corporation, which could accommodate hundreds, a scene reminiscent of hungry ghosts reincarnated was unfolding, a food war. Crunch, crunch. Gulp, gulp. 2 figures were hunched over a mountain of plates, their hands becoming blurs as they frantically stuffed food into their mouths. One more bowl. Over here too. Bring Prince some meat. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, this fated pair of rivals, seemed to be competing even during breakfast. The plates on the table piled up at a visible rate. If not cleared away in time, they might reach the ceiling. As the host, Sun Wuxiu sat gracefully in the main seat. He held a freshly brewed cup of coffee in one hand and the latest newspaper in the other, occasionally glancing helplessly at the 2 competing Saiyans. I say, do you 2 really have to compete in this regard? Sun Wuxiu put down the newspaper and sighed. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxiu were very close, so from time to time Sun Wuxiu would invite their family over to stay for a while. Having just experienced the battle on Namek, he conveniently let them stay here last night. Vegeta, having nowhere to go, was assigned a guest room by Sun Wuxiu, and the soft rice prince did not hold back and directly moved in. Mainly because he had not yet extracted the secret of Sun Wuxiu's transformation into Super Saiyan, which was more important to him than his life at this stage, so even if it meant being a bit thick-skinned, he had to stay. Especially you, Vegeta. Didn't you say you're a noble prince? Could you eat a bit more? Like a noble? Less nonsense. Vegeta replied, his mouth full of chicken legs, his words mumbled. Science eating is also part of training. If I lose to Kakarot, this low-level warrior, even while eating, what kind of prince am I-ish? I won't lose either. Wukong was equally unwilling to back down, shoving a whole roasted pig into his mouth. Bulma, watching this scene, was both exasperated and amused, and could only instruct the chef robots to turn up the heat. 1 hour later, the 3 of them, fully fed, arrived at the vast lawn in the backyard of the Capsule Corporation. A gentle breeze blew as Sun Wuxiu stood between 2 large trees, gazing at the 2, eager though Vegeta still had his arms crossed Science before him. All right, now that we're full, let's talk about business. Sun Wuxiu's expression turned slightly serious. Regarding the secret of transforming into Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Wukong, who had been picking his teeth, immediately sat up straight, while Vegeta crossed his arms, his ears perked up like antennas. Though his gaze was elsewhere, his focus was likely sharper than during an important exam. First, I need to correct a misconception you both have. Sun Wuxiu extended a finger. Transforming into Super Saiyan is not simply achieved through anger. Anger is merely a trigger or a switch. The real key to whether one can transform lies in a special substance within the Saiyan body. I refer to it as S-cells. S-cells. Wukong and Vegeta asked in unison, looking bewildered. That's right. Sun Wuxiu nodded, beginning his lecture that combined elements from his past life's Dragon Ball Super with his own understanding. S-cells are unique energy cells in Saiyans. The more of these cells you have, the easier it is to break through your limits. To increase S-cells, aside from necessary training, the most important aspect is having a peaceful heart. Huh. Vegeta seemed to hear a joke, nearly jumping up. A peaceful heart? Are you kidding me? We are a warrior race. The most brutal fighters in the universe. What we seek is slaughter and destruction. Where does peace come into play? That's why you were unable to transform before. Sun Wuxiu shrugged, speaking directly to the point. Former Saiyans lived perpetually amid slaughter and fury, keeping their cells chronically suppressed, thus existing in vanishingly small numbers. Hence, even those of extraordinary combat prowess remained incapable of transformation. Now consider Kakarot. Wukong Xiu pointed towards Son Goku. Having grown up on Earth, his heart remained pure and unclouded by malice. His cell count had long since crossed the threshold required for transformation. Vegeta's expression stiffened. Though loath to admit it, he could indeed sense within Kakarot a terrifying purity, so profound even he felt wary. Once sufficient cells are present, two stringent conditions must still be met. Wukong Xiu raised his second finger. First, base combat power must exceed 3 million. Second, an overwhelming emotional surge, typically incandescent rage, must ignite the cells, triggering a cascading physiological reaction. This is known as the rage-induced transformation method. At this, Wukong Xiu turned toward Vegeta with a faint knowing smile. Vegeta, your current combat power has risen only to 30,000, still immeasurably distant from 3 million. Moreover, your heart is turbulent. Your cells are likely scarce beyond measure. So you must train further. Stung to the core, Vegeta flushed crimson and white, gritting his teeth. And Kakarot? Didn't he already possess 3 million base power on Namek? Does that mean he can transform now? Theoretically, yes. Indeed. Wukong Xiu nodded. Should something push him to absolute fury, say Krillin's death. Hey, brother, don't jest about that. Krillin must not die. Goku waved his hands frantically. I was merely offering an example, Wukong Xiu replied with a wry smile. Goku scratched his head, frowning. But stirring such overwhelming anger truly feels impossible. I rarely grow angry at all. Then how about you, brother? Goku suddenly brightened, gazing curiously at Wukong Xiu. How did you transform? Did some extraordinary outrage provoke you? Vegeta snapped his head around toward Wukong Xiu. Indeed, when he transformed, his composure had been chillingly serene, utterly unlike one who'd surrendered reason. Me. Wukong Xiu smiled mysteriously, raising his third finger. This brings us to the second method of transformation. Should your heart remain too tranquil to generate peak fury, or should you refuse to rely upon such volatile emotion? There remains another path. That path is mastery through might. His voice deepened, resonant and commanding. Refine your base combat power to its absolute zenith, 10 million. T10, 10 million. Both Goku and Vegeta drew sharp, staggered breaths. 3 million was already astronomical. 10 million. Was such a realm even attainable by mortals? Precisely. 10 million, Wukong Xiu affirmed. When bodily fortitude and total ki volume reach this apex, cells saturate to the point of overflowing. Then no fury is required. Turning, Wukong Xiu pointed to the center of his upper back between the shoulder blades. Simply concentrate all your energy into this single point. You will feel a subtle tingling sensation. Then push. Force that energy through the constraint of your back. With a thunderous boom, you transform. Just like that. Goku stared dumbfounded. Just like that, Wukong Xiu shrugged. Henceforth known, not as the back bliss transformation method, rather the back channeling technique. Having heard Wukong Xiu's explanation, Vegeta fell into profound silence. 10 million base power, an objective so daunting it verged on despair. Yet as he watched Wukong Xiu's effortless bearing, the fire in his eyes burned fiercer still. 10 million is it? Vegeta clenched his fists until his nails bit deep into his palms. Whatever you achieve, this prince will surpass. 10 million. I shall train until I shatter it before your eyes. From that day forth, Vegeta took up permanent residence at Capsule Corporation. To accommodate the rigorous training needs of these two Saiyan prodigies, Wukong Xiu once again enlisted. Petitioned his father-in-law Dr. Brief. Fortunately, gravity chamber technology had matured. Soon, 2 brand new units, capable of up to 500 times Earth's gravity, stood ready. Thus began their infernal regimen. Seasons cycled, time raced forward. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. Throughout that year, Capsule Corporation's rear garden trembled daily. subtle seismic shudders born of two madmen hurling themselves against crushing gravity. Especially Vegeta. This proud prince became possessed, devoting nearly every waking hour to the gravity chamber save for eating and sleeping. He drove himself beyond human limits, collapsing unconscious multiple times from sheer exhaustion. Were Earth's medical facilities not exceptional, he would surely have perished. Goku, by contrast, adopted a comparatively balanced approach. Influenced by the Turtle School's philosophy, trained diligently, rest deeply. He trained rigorously, yet reserved ample time for fishing and playing with Gohan. Occasionally, Gohan underwent special training under Piccolo. Though he would not become overpowered in this narrative, neither would he be rendered powerless. Yet Goku possessed one unparalleled advantage: Wukong Shio's private tutelage, the sacred bean. Hey brother, I've come for more beans again. One midnight, Goku crept stealthily to Wukong Shio's door. Wukong Shio sighed, tossing him a pouch. Conserve them. The cat hermit's fur is nearly stripped bare. Empowered by the sacred beans, Goku unleashed the Kaioken without restraint, forging his body through relentless exertion, then recovering instantly upon collapse, thereby accelerating the Saiyan race's innate potential at a furious pace. At last, 11 months after the Namekian battle, in Goku's dedicated gravity chamber, Hiya! A deafening roar erupted, blasting the chamber's ceiling skyward. Son Goku stood engulfed in golden flame, emerald eyes alight with exhilaration. I succeeded. Clenching a fist, thrumming with unimaginable force, he felt the terrifying amplification wrought by converting 10 million base power. This is the Super Saiyan. Shoo. Just as Goku prepared to shout in triumph, Wukong Shio's voice echoed in his mind. Do not cry out so loudly. That prideful prince next door is still striving. Should he learn you succeeded first, he might well detonate Earth in fury. Goku blinked, then clapped a hand over his mouth, stifling a chuckle. Hey, understood, brother. I'll keep it secret. And so poor Vegeta remained blissfully unaware, continuing his near-suicidal regimen. Fueled solely by one ambition: to become the first Super Saiyan, after Wukong Shio alone. During this year of cultivation, an intriguing event occurred. Vegeta seemed to have fallen in love. Not officially dating yet, just in the ambiguous stage, or rather he was forced into this love. The object of his affection was Bulma's chief research assistant, Elena. Elena was a striking beauty with a sharp red bob, a fiery and straightforward personality, and a tall, alluring figure. Though she lacked Bulma's exceptional talent in research, she was quite skilled in mechanical repairs. Their interactions stemmed from Vegeta's destructive tendencies. Due to excessive training and volatile emotions, Vegeta frequently damaged the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief was busy studying the Namekian spaceship, and Bulma was occupied enjoying her time with Goku. As a result, the arduous task of repairing the gravity chamber fell upon Elena. Hey, you with the receding hairline. Did you break the gravity generator again? One day, when Vegeta once again blew up the control panel, Elena stormed into the gravity chamber with a wrench in hand, pointing at Vegeta and berating him. Do you have any idea how difficult this is to fix? Do you think this is a toy? If it were anyone else daring to speak to the Saiyan Prince like this, they would have been turned to dust. Yet as Vegeta looked at this Earth woman who clearly lacked combat power, but dared to confront him with hands on her hips, he found himself damnably blushing. Stop whining. The machine is too fragile. Fix it quickly. This prince still has training to do. Vegeta turned his head away, trying to maintain his composure. If you want my help, you need to have a proper attitude. Elena showed no fear and instead looked at this man who always wore tight battle suits and was muscular with keen interest. If you want me to fix it, you have to take me shopping tonight to carry bags for me. What a... You want this noble Saiyan prince to carry bags? Not going. Then you can wait. These parts have to be imported from elsewhere, and it will take at least a month. You... Vegeta gritted his teeth and ultimately compromised out of humiliation for the sake of his training. And so their interactions continued. One was a steelhead proud prince who only knew how to train, while the other was a fiery, yet unexpectedly caring mechanic beauty. Surprisingly, they sparked a unique chemistry. Elena seemed to be charmed by Vegeta's tsundere demeanor, though he says he doesn't want it. His body is very honest. She often teased him under the guise of repairing machines, keeping Vegeta thoroughly captivated. Although Vegeta always grumbled about the annoying woman, each time Elena came to fix a machine, he would obediently stand by, handing her tools, and even awkwardly ask, "Do you want some water?" This made Gohan, who was observing from the shadows, exclaim, "What a guy. This must be what they call one thing restraining another, right?" On a hot afternoon, Gohan was in the living room watching TV with Bulma, while Goku was out in the back mountains catching dinosaurs with Goten. Suddenly, Virum, a chilling, evil, and overwhelmingly nauseating aura abruptly entered the Earth's atmosphere. This aura was nearly as powerful as Frisia's. This is... Gohan paused the remote, his eyes narrowing slightly. Finally has it come. Almost simultaneously, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin came house, sensed the terrifying energy. What a powerful aura! Goku's expression changed, and he instantly teleported to Gohan's side. Brother, did you feel that? Yes. Gohan nodded, still calm. This aura is similar to Frisia's, but more stable, colder. Could it be Frisia resurrected? Piccolo flew over, his expression serious. No, it's not Frisia. Gohan stood up and looked toward the sky. It's his father, King Cold. Father. The group was astonished. I didn't expect that after defeating the sun the father would come. Looks like the Frost Demon clan really wants to be exterminated. Goku was growing impatient. This aura is strong, it's a worthy opponent. Wait a minute. Gohan suddenly remembered something and glanced towards the basement. There's still one person missing. Vegeta. Because the gravity chamber had a special shielding field and protective layer, he was too focused on his training to sense the aura immediately. Should I go get him? Goku asked. No need. Gohan waved his hand, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. It's better to let a specialist handle such matters. He picked up the communicator on the table and dialed a number. Hello, is this Elena? This is Gohan. So, Vegeta is going crazy in the gravity chamber right now, and there's a big trouble outside that needs this prince to step in. Yes, please invite him out. It'd be best to use a method that makes it impossible for him to refuse. After hanging up, Gohan shrugged at the others. All right, let's head over first. That proud prince will show up on his own soon enough. In the underground gravity chamber, Vegeta was working up a sweat, doing one-handed push-ups with his bare arms exposed. 9,998. 9,999. Ding, the door opened. Elena, dressed in a fitted work uniform, leaned against the door with a chilled drink in hand, smiling at him. Hey, your highness, still training? What are you doing here? Vegeta frowned and stood up. I didn't call for maintenance. A big guy has shown up outside. Elena pointed to the ceiling. Everyone else is out fighting monsters. Are you the self-proclaimed strongest prince in the universe going to hide here like a turtle? What big guy? Vegeta was taken aback and immediately disabled the gravity field. In an instant, the terrifying aura from King Cold clearly penetrated in. This aura. Vegeta's face changed dramatically, every hair on his body standing on end. King Cold. That was the shadow of his childhood, a presence more imposing than Frisia. Looks like you know who it is. Elena walked over, took out a towel, and wiped his sweat, her movements natural and intimate. So are you scared? Scared? Vegeta, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pushed Elena's hand away and shouted defiantly. This prince is afraid. What a joke. Perfect. I've been longing to vent the results of my training. Woman, prepare a spaceship for me. No, I'll just fly there myself. Vegeta grabbed a battlesuit nearby and put it on. Although his expression was somewhat grim, the fighting spirit in his eyes was ablaze. He walked to the door, suddenly stopped, and turned to look at Elena. Hey, woman. What? Elena raised an eyebrow. Stay away from the battlefield. If you die, it would be troublesome if no one is left to fix my machines later. After saying that, Vegeta transformed into a purple streak of light and dashed out. Elena watched his departing figure, chuckling softly. What an insincere guy. In the wilderness, Sun Wuxia, Wukong, Piccolo, and others had gathered. A massive spaceship was slowly descending from the sky. At that moment, a violet figure filled with rage and battle intent crashed to the ground. How could this excitement be lacking for this prince? Vegeta stood beside the crowd, staring intently at the spaceship, clenching his fists. King Cold. Today marks the day when our Saiyan race completely breaks free from your shadow. Sun Wuxia glanced at the assembled crowd, especially at Vegeta, who was nervous, yet chose to stand up, and nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone is here, let's go send off this king from afar. Just as everyone was on high alert, preparing for the impending fierce battle. Excuse me. A gentle yet slightly cold voice suddenly rang out from above the rocks behind the crowd. The crowd was startled and turned around abruptly. Who? Piccolo's heart raced. With his current sensing ability, how could someone stealthily approach so close? They saw a tall youth standing on a towering rock not far from them. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a purple short jacket over a black tank top, with loose dark pants and yellow combat boots. What was most striking was the ancient-styled long sword strapped to his back and his fiery red short hair fluttering in the wind. This red color was not from dye, but a natural hue reminiscent of flames. The youth's features were handsome, yet stern, his eyes revealing a depth of experience and determination beyond his years. The most peculiar thing was, upon seeing this youth, Vegeta inexplicably felt a strange thrum in his heart. It was as if he had seen something particularly detestable, yet could not help but find it somewhat familiar. Who are you? Sun Wukong stepped forward, eyeing him warily. He could sense the enormous yet deliberately suppressed aura within the youth. Who I am is not important. The red-haired youth leaped down from the rock, moving as gracefully as a feather. He approached the crowd, scanning each person before finally fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxiu. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the youth's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. I am here to help you. He pointed towards the distant wasteland. King Cold's spaceship will land at that coordinate in 3 minutes. If you head there now, you can intercept him. Huh, you know the landing spot. Yamcha asked with suspicion. Why should we trust you? You're not a spy for King Cold, are you? Facing the crowd's doubts, the red-haired youth remained unfazed, simply smiling helplessly. He turned his head, his sharp eyes locking onto the core of the group, Sun Wuxiu. Mr. Wuxiu, the youth said with a slight bow, a hint of pleading in his tone. I know this is sudden, but there's no time for long explanations. Please trust me. All eyes instantly converged on Sun Wuxiu. As the backbone of the Z warriors and Earth's strongest guardian, his judgment was absolute truth. Sun Wuxiu placed his hands in his pockets, his deep black eyes quietly observing the youth before him. Red hair. Sun Wuxiu felt the aura emanating from the youth, which, although suppressed, bore a striking resemblance to a Saiyan's, along with those familiar facial features. No doubt about it. This was the savior from a dire future. Trunks. Sun Wuxiu thought to himself. In the original story, Trunks should have either purple or blue hair. Could it be that my butterfly effect has caused some minor genetic expression changes for Bulma or Vegeta? No, wait, the more important question might be whether Bulma and Vegeta from other timelines are still together. I believe him. Sun Wuxiu nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Since he can accurately mention King Cold's name and step forward at this time, it indicates he is on our side. Moreover, Sun Wuxiu glanced meaningfully at Vegeta beside him. I have a feeling this kid looks quite familiar. Perhaps he has a connection with someone we know. A connection? Vegeta frowned, looking disgusted. This prince does not recognize this pretty boy. With Sun Wuxiu's endorsement, the crowd's wariness dissipated significantly. Since my brother said so, then it must be fine. Wukong was the first to show his support. Let's go. To that coordinate. 3 minutes later, just as the red-haired youth had predicted. Rumbling. The sky instantly darkened as a deep purple disc-shaped spaceship, several times larger than Frisia's ship from years ago, tore through the clouds. With a suffocating aura of terrifying pressure, it landed heavily on the wasteland before the crowd. The ground trembled violently, and shockwaves kicked up clouds of dust. What? Incredible energy. Tian's 3 eyes squinted simultaneously as cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Is this King Cold? This energy feels even stronger than Frisia's during the Namex saga. Indeed, very strong. Piccolo also removed his weighted cloak, his expression serious. Approaching 1 billion in combat power. If we don't handle this carefully, Earth will truly be doomed. Though the Z warriors were much stronger than a year ago, facing a creature of the billion level, everyone except for the Sun brothers still felt a primal pressure. Creak. The massive hatch of the spaceship slowly opened. Steam poured out. In that white mist, an extremely tall figure gradually emerged. He had 2 massive curved horns on his head, donned in a battle robe resembling Frisia's second form, but exuding even more majesty and dominance. King Cold. Behind him followed hundreds and thousands of fully armed elite soldiers, each emanating a remarkable aura. Is this Earth? King Cold scanned his surroundings, his blood-red eyes reflecting endless coldness and cruelty. What a beautiful yet fragile planet. His gaze quickly locked onto Sun Wuxiu and the others who had long awaited his arrival. Oh, you all are actually here. King Cold sneered, his voice rumbling like thunder across the wasteland. It seems I won't need to search for you one by one. So it's you filthy wild monkeys who used despicable means to kill my son. As he spoke the last words, a terrifying killing intent erupted, causing the ground around them to shatter instantly. Despicable. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He strode forward in 1 step and pointed an accusatory finger at King Cold. Stop spouting nonsense. That was a fair and open duel. Your son was slain because he lacked the strength. Proof enough that he was worthless. And you? A violet aura surged around Vegeta, blazing with unrelenting battle intent. Shall follow him into oblivion. I, Prince Vegeta, shall bathe the fallen Saiyan souls in your blood. With that, Vegeta lunged forward. Wait. At that very moment, the red-haired youth suddenly raised his hand, halting Vegeta's charge. What do you think you're doing? Vegeta erupted in fury. Do you wish to die as well, eh? The youth paid no heed to Vegeta's rage. Instead, he turned away and fixed his gaze upon Son Goku and Son Goku behind him. Master Goku, Master Goku. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. The gaze of a warrior bearing an unbearable weight of destiny. I know all of you are immensely powerful. Defeating this foe would be effortless. But might I ask you to entrust this opponent to me? I wish to end this evil with my own hands. Moreover, after I have dealt with him, there is something profoundly important I must speak of, to you both alone. The youth's plea was sincere and unyielding. What utter nonsense. Vegeta exploded with outrage. Who do you think you are? A nameless whelp sprung from nowhere, daring to steal my prey. Get out of my way. He had painstakingly trained his base combat power to several million, desperate for a stage to prove himself. How could he possibly yield it to this fair-skinned boy? Perhaps this battle would serve as the catalyst for him to become the second Saiyan ever to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Yet, let him go. Son Gokushu's voice rang out at just the right moment. Kakushu. Vegeta stared at him, disbelief etched across his face. Vegeta, calm yourself. Son Gokushu smiled faintly and gently clapped Vegeta on the shoulder. Grant the young man his chance. Besides, I am genuinely curious just how formidable is this confident youth truly. But Vegeta opened his mouth to protest further. It is decided. Son Gokushu's word was final. Among the Z-fighters his decree was law. Once spoken his command left Vegeta seething, but with no recourse. With a sharp disdainful snort he folded his arms and stepped aside. If you seek death so eagerly, then I shall watch as King Cold tears you limb from limb. Vegeta spat the curse venomously. The red-haired youth cast a grateful glance towards Son Gokushu. Then turning resolutely, he walked alone toward the colossal alien legion. The wind stirred his jacket and swept his crimson hair. Before that sea of armored soldiers his figure appeared slender, yet poised like a blade drawn from its scabbard radiating lethal brilliance. Brat, and who might you be? King Cold sneered, bursting into mocking laughter at the youth's solitary advance. Is this Earth's idea of hospitality, to send a milk-drinking child to his doom? My troops, slay him. Kill him. Hundreds of elite soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, rifles and cannons raised high. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, the youth's expression remained utterly impassive. He did not even draw his sword, merely raised his right hand slowly. An invisible shockwave erupted instantly. Boom! Dozens of soldiers at the vanguard were hurled backward as if struck by an invisible freight train, shattering instantly into crimson mist. What a... King Cold's laughter froze midair. The youth advanced without pause, his pace quickening from a walk to a sprint, then blurring into a streak of afterimage. Since you are so eager to descend into hell. His voice echoed through the wind. Then I shall grant you passage. He halted, less than 50 meters from King Cold. His footsteps ground to a sudden stop. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists and let loose a guttural cry. Boom. In that instant, golden light detonated across the wasteland like a newborn sun. The concussive force blasted every foot soldier from their feet. Even King Cold staggered back 2 paces, shielding his eyes with an upraised arm. This key. Goku, watching from the rear, widened his eyes in astonishment. Vegeta stood utterly petrified. As the radiance faded, the youth's once crimson hair now stood rigidly upright, blazing incandescent gold. His emerald irises burned with molten golden flame. That sacred yet savage aura. Super Saiyan. Vegeta shrieked, a strangled rooster-like squawk. His eyeballs bulged from their sockets. His trembling finger jabbed wildly at the youth, his mind utterly blank. Impossible. How can this be possible? Aside from Kakushu, that freak, someone else has achieved Super Saiyan transformation. And it's this unknown brat. Then what does that make me? What am I, the Saiyan Prince, worth? In that moment, Vegeta's entire worldview shattered. For an entire year, he had subjected himself to relentless torment in the gravity chamber, enduring unimaginable hardship, shedding rivers of blood, yet never even glimpsed the threshold. Now some random passerby simply appeared before him and transformed. It was like studying 10 years straight for the Tsinghua entrance exam, only to learn your neighbor who played video games daily had been admitted via special recommendation. That crushing disparity left Vegeta wishing for death itself. Not only Vegeta, Goku, Goten, Krillin, and the others stood frozen in stunned silence. It truly is a Super Saiyan. Goku murmured softly. That key. It's formidable. On the battlefield. Trunks, now fully transformed though his name remained unknown to them, granted King Cold no time to react. Shing. His long sword slid from its sheath. A flash of cold steel. Whooshed. His form vanished. King Cold caught only a golden blur, then felt a lethal chill land straight into his skull. No, too fast. Panicked King Cold scrambled to transform to counterattack. But he was too slow. Before a Super Saiyan, even a billion combat power was merely a larger target. It ends now. The youth's voice sounded directly above him. Shink. 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 Blades wove a lethal net. King Cold didn't even manage a final scream. In that instant, his body was cleaved into countless fragments. Boom! The youth fired a reverse energy blast. A golden energy sphere engulfed the remains, vaporizing them utterly along with the warship behind, erupting into a dazzling fireball. Annihilation. Absolute instantaneous annihilation. He sheathed his sword, his golden hair gradually reverted to crimson. Then he turned and offered the dumbfounded onlookers a shy, gentle smile. Sorry, I may have been a bit rough. Silence descended upon the field, broken only by the howling wind. And Vegeta, standing hollow-eyed, continued muttering numbly. Super Saiyan. Another Super Saiyan. Why? Why can everyone transform, except me?